Chapter 1. In the midst of darkness, two voices beckoned. Zhang Chen heard the calls in his slumber, struggling to awaken. He exerted effort to open his eyes, his consciousness breaking through the veil of darkness, and he abruptly sat up. What is this? The moment he opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation. Charred corpses and mangled bodies were strewn across the land, trees leaning precariously, and deep fissures extending into the distance. Where was his bed? Wasn't he supposed to be sleeping at home? A dream within a dream? An inferior warrior is indeed an inferior warrior. Collapsing from exhaustion, a cold voice echoed nearby, chilling him to the bone like a knife pressed against his neck. Zhang Chen timidly cast a glance with his peripheral vision, his heart racing. Good heavens, Vegeta and Nappa! He had actually encountered the Saiyans from Dragon Ball. He was truly dreaming. Zhang Chen reached out to touch Nappa, the sensation in his hand feeling astonishingly real. No, it was indeed real. He pinched himself harder. Ouch, that hurt. Not a dream. Nappa looked at him with curiosity. Hey, I said, you can't possibly be dazed, right? Truly useless trash. Vegeta sneered, turning his face slightly in disdain. The tangibility of the experience made it clear that this was no dream. Zhang Chen touched the ends of his flowing hair, then noticed the battle attire he wore and the agile tail behind him. In that instant, he comprehended his identity. Raditz, the brother of Goku. Zhang Chen had long cherished the comedic yet fervent spirit of Dragon Ball, hailing it as a classic since childhood, with comics, figurines, and costumes filling a display case. The story of the 7 orbs capable of granting any wish often sparked his imagination. If only such miraculous Dragon Balls existed in reality, life could transform into a vibrant adventure. Though he knew this was improbable, he had once spent 30 yuan online to purchase 7 Dragon Balls, expecting mere glass beads, only to be astonished by their substantial weight and exquisite craftsmanship. Before his eyes, each of the 7 Dragon Balls glimmered with clarity, their surfaces smooth as if carved from jade, and the stars within even emitted a faint glow under the midday sun, as if radiance danced across their surfaces. The sound of the orbs clinking together was crisp and ethereal, tugging at his heartstrings. Zhang Chen fondled the luminous beads, pondering, if only I could make a wish to take me to the world of Dragon Ball. To become a Saiyan, it would be quite splendid. With that thought, he treasured the 7 precious orbs, placing them at the center of his display case, cushioned by red cloth to accentuate their splendor. Then, he contentedly took a short afternoon nap, and then, had he crossed over? The crucial part was that he had indeed become a Saiyan, albeit the tragic character, Raditz. A tragedy that saw him perish after only a few episodes, never to be recalled thereafter. Zhang Chen had often lamented, Goku, you could spare Vegeta, yet not your own brother? Are you jealous that Raditz's hairstyle could transform into Super Saiyan 3? The fantasy of traversing the Dragon Ball universe had suddenly materialized into reality, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Though it seemed unbelievable, he was indeed Raditz. There was no doubt. His immediate priority was to comprehend the situation and focus on survival. Hey, Raditz, you're not suffering from amnesia, are you? Nappa raised an eyebrow, observing his prolonged silence. No, it's just that I injured my forehead earlier, and I still feel a bit dizzy. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that there are only a few surviving Saiyans left, I would have killed you for being such a useless waste. Raditz had no retort after all. He was merely a low-class warrior, unable even to overcome the weakness of his tail. In the world of Dragon Ball, lacking strength was utterly unacceptable. After all, Raditz's bloodline is rather inferior. But on another note, the planet we are attacking is quite formidable. These beings may not possess high combat power, yet their numbers are overwhelming, Nappa declared with a grin. Are you joking? We must eliminate these pests without delay. Listening to their conversation, Raditz began to grasp the current predicament. The trio was in the midst of an assault on a planet and had encountered difficulties. Next, it would be his turn to venture to Earth in search of Goku, only to be ultimately defeated, thereby exiting the stage of Dragon Ball. Thus, the most tragic protagonist brother was born. Nappa suddenly turned his gaze. Hey, Raditz, don't you have a brother station elsewhere? Though he is a low-class warrior, he is still a pure Saiyan, right? If we encounter more troublesome planets in the future, 4 of us would be better than 3. Go fetch him. Don't jest, nape. That waste likely has a power level barely exceeding 1,000. Vegeta remarked dismissively, then after a pause, suddenly fixed his gaze on Raditz. However, even if he's useless, he might still exhibit some strength during a full moon. Bringing him along could be beneficial. I will teach him what it truly means to be a Saiyan. Raditz felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this pressure an indication of the disparity in strength? Indeed, Vegeta was not to be underestimated. I understand. Once I recover from my injuries, I shall go find my brother. Raditz nodded slightly. He realized that opposing Vegeta at this moment was impossible. He could only acquiesce for now. We will handle things here. Your absence won't significantly affect our combat capability, Nappa boasted, laughing heartily. Saiyans were born with a hierarchical dignity, self-proclaimed as a warrior race. Once they transformed into great apes, their destructive power was sufficient to instill fear in the residents of most planets. Yet, to other beings in the universe, Saiyans merely appeared as barbaric and belligerent, oblivious to this perception. The warrior race inherently dictated their status. Individuals like Vegeta, a prince, possessed innate talent, boasting several hundred in power levels at birth, easily overpowering adult warriors within a few years, exuding pride from the moment of their arrival. Nappa, born into a prestigious lineage with commendable aptitude, had undergone numerous battles, becoming exceedingly arrogant. Conversely, Raditz and Goku belonged to the lower echelons of Saiyan warriors. In the eyes of higher-class warriors, they hardly amounted to anything. Thus, Raditz often endured disdainful glances among the trio, lacking any authority. No, now that he had entered the world of Dragon Ball, he could no longer resign himself to an unremarkable demise. He must grow stronger than Nappa, stronger than Vegeta, and even stronger than every future adversary in Goku. Casting a cold glance at Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz resolved to commence his training on this planet. Unlike the Saiyans, the cultivation methods on Earth were more effective and rational, coupled with the manipulation of ki, allowing this seemingly weak planet to give rise to numerous powerful warriors. Although starting from a low point, Raditz was confident that through training, he could surpass them. He picked himself up from the ground and proactively declared, "I will go find some food." Do as you please, but don't get killed by them," Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Raditz nodded, attempting to leap into the air, but unable to hover for long. After several unsuccessful tries, he had no choice but to abandon the effort and instead set off running. Behind him, Nappa and Vegeta looked on in bewilderment. Indeed, the reason was that Raditz had yet to master the ability to fly. Damn it, what a disgrace, Raditz thought, feeling embarrassed, and only halted once he had distanced himself from Vegeta and Nappa. He had not yet fully acclimated to his new form, unable to wield even the simplest ability of flight with ease. For the next few days, he planned to use his injuries as an excuse to familiarize himself with every aspect of his body. First, he would assess his strength. Raditz picked up a stone and squeezed it lightly, causing it to shatter with a crack. Using the strength he typically employed to grip a cup, he had effortlessly crushed the stone, astonishing Raditz. However, this was precisely what he needed to master as his power fluctuated. The ability to control its application accurately would enable him to truly command this body. If I recall correctly, my current power level is roughly equivalent to that of a training partner, around 1,200 in pure strength, and with other factors considered, perhaps around 1,500. Let's see how my current offensive capability fares. Raditz attempted to sense the energy within him, gathering it into his palm. Miraculously, a blue energy coalesced at the edge of his hand, gradually forming into a sphere. An energy blast. Raditz felt a surge of excitement. This was the most fundamental technique. One could hardly call themselves a warrior without the ability to use an energy blast. With a shout, the energy sphere shot straight toward a desolate mountain. The brilliance erupted. It produced a deafening roar as the explosion sent clouds of dust soaring, the gray powder scattering in all directions, countless fragments cascading down, leaving only the base of the once mighty mountain intact. Such power from a mere small energy sphere, it seemed that a combat power of 1,500 was indeed formidable. However, One must note that Master Roshi could send the moon flying thus. Having such strength was not entirely surprising. Moreover, he had yet to master the control of the energy sphere, which could only be shot straight without any precision, was still far from proficient. I should find someone to practice my skills on, Raditz suddenly thought. After all, an individual's solitary exploration pales in comparison to the rapid progress achieved through combat. Having now become somewhat acquainted with the movements of his limbs and learned to channel his energy, he realized that a few encounters in real combat would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. With this thought in mind, Raditz activated his detector. Suddenly, a multitude of signals sprang forth, accompanied by incessant alerts in his ears, while the numbers continuously cycled through. 250, 582, 322, 455, 890, and, astonishingly, the highest reached over 2,300. Initially believing that the combat power spoken of by that individual was at most below 1,000, it now appeared that this planet was indeed approaching the status of a moderately capable world. Raditz, not daring to underestimate the situation, decided to target the weaker foes first, heading towards the one with a combat power of 250. Before long, following the detector's guidance, he located his target. It was an alien with a frog-like head, adorned in dark green, boasting a robust physique. A row of circular white hemispheres adorned its chest, and it possessed 4 arms, each wielding a weapon. Upon seeing Raditz, it instinctively recoiled. "Saiyan!" it exclaimed in alarm, raising a laser gun. Raditz could discern that the inhabitants of this planet had developed a fear of Saiyans, as the frog-headed alien's hand trembled while gripping the weapon. The detector automatically focused on it, causing the data to fluctuate slightly upwards. Indeed, emotional states can influence combat power, Raditz murmured softly. At that moment, the frog alien fired a shot. The beam was slender and sharp, infused with tremendous energy, hurtling towards Raditz's chest. "Come on!" Raditz did not flinch or evade. Instead, he concentrated an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it forward. The two energies collided, erupting in a violent clash, sparks flying through the air as the shock waves radiated outward. Subsequently, Raditz's energy sphere overwhelmed the incessant beam, crashing toward the frog alien, uprooting the earth and snapping trees as it surged forward, the air resonating with explosive sounds. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed in his ears, leaving a large crater in the ground, surrounded by scorched earth. The frog alien had been reduced to mere smoke in the blast, leaving no trace behind. The disparity in combat power was stark. Utilizing energy blasts had proven to be effortlessly effective. As he reveled in the triumph of his first victory in battle, the detector suddenly emitted a warning, indicating the presence of numerous energy sources with combat power around 300, all converging toward him. Just in time, Raditz, with the blood of a Saiyan coursing through his veins, could not help but clench his fist, feeling a surge of excitement. He charged forward, weaving through thickets, and discovered the locus of energy accumulation. There were 7 other frog aliens, each resembling the last, differing only in size, racing toward the site of their fallen comrade, where they encountered Raditz. "Saiyan! It's a Saiyan!" someone screamed in terror. Immediately, a chorus of shouts erupted, their faces a mixture of ferocity and fear. In their frenzy, they fixated on Raditz, weapons poised, yet hesitant to advance. While they hesitated, Raditz surged forward without a second thought, his own speed in the sprint surprising even him. He abandoned the use of energy spheres and engaged in close combat, unleashing a flurry of techniques: elbow strikes, side kicks, rapid punches, knee thrusts, body slams, and headbutts. Though lacking continuous combination, his overwhelming combat power was enough to dispatch several of the frog aliens. In a swift turn of events, only 2 surviving frogmen remained, their hearts filled with an overwhelming dread as they faced Raditz. They exchanged a resolute glance, steeling themselves to launch a simultaneous assault against him. Though their fists were no match for his might, together they wielded 8 hands. Despite their inferior combat prowess, their speed posed a significant challenge to Raditz. "Come on!" Raditz bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches. As he faced 2 opponents, he maintained the upper hand. One of his strikes could shatter an arm entirely, and he effortlessly parried their rapid attacks with ease. Initially, he found their speed slightly challenging. But as the battle wore on, their movements appeared increasingly sluggish. After several exchanges, the frogmen's arms were completely shattered, bones protruding through their skin, and purple blood gushing forth from their wounds. They let out horrific cries as the white orbs on their chests suddenly burst, releasing energy shockwaves that caught Raditz off guard. Boom! The tremendous force sent Raditz flying several paces back. Damn it! I was careless. Clutching his neck, Raditz pushed himself off the ground, only to see the frogman crumpled to the ground. Lifeless, he glanced at his own body. Apart from a slight smudge on his battle suit, he bore no injuries. It seemed their desperate strike could not penetrate my battle attire. Its defenses are truly formidable. My body is also quite resilient, as I feel no soreness after enduring such blows, Raditz mused. But suddenly, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze. Don't know, I was supposed to find food. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, impatiently tapping his fingers on his biceps, gazing in the direction Raditz had departed. This fool is taking too long. I could easily end his pitiful existence. Raditz hastily gathered the corpses of the frogmen and plucked a few fruits from the trees before dashing back. If I anger Vegeta, the consequences will be dire. In his state of anxiety, he accelerated dramatically. Suddenly, a white aura erupted around him. As the energy radiated outward, he felt the flow of ki in the Dragon Ball universe. True power is expressed through ki. Although the Saiyans had relied on brute force in their combat methods, it was not as clever as the techniques of Earthlings. This is why Vegeta, upon arriving on Earth, sought to learn the art of ki control. Realizing the essence of ki marked the beginning of his progress. Ecstatic, Raditz attempted to harness his ki, striving for levitation, perhaps due to his Saiyan heritage. He quickly mastered the technique as he trained while sprinting. He returned to where Vegeta and Nappa were located. Useless fool, taking so long to deal with such weaklings, Vegeta sneered as he caught sight of the prey in Raditz's grasp. Nappa remained silent, his eyes filled with disdain. There was no helping it. After all, he was currently the weakest. Raditz prepared a fire to roast the meat, meticulously dividing the food. Those Saiyans could eat raw flesh. Cooked food is undeniably cleaner and more nutritious. After their meal, the trio continued their conquest of the planet. Raditz independently explored the perception and application of ki. After all, if Vegeta could master it in such a short time, there was no reason he couldn't. Days passed. The sounds of intense battles echoed continuously as Raditz navigated through enemies with remarkable ease. In these past days, he had emulated the combat techniques of Vegeta and Nappa, significantly enhancing his fighting capabilities. Not only had his combat strength improved, but his mastery over ki had also progressed immensely. At this moment, he could gradually act without relying on the numbers from his scouter. Instead, relying on his awareness of ki, he even learned to sense the flow of ki while utilizing energy or executing movements. Enemies attacked from the front, laser guns firing relentlessly without granting Raditz a moment's respite. Yet Raditz swiftly evaded, leaving afterimages in the air, always a step ahead of the lasers. What was even more astonishing was that he fought with his eyes closed. While this appeared to be a perilous approach, it compelled him to learn new skills more rapidly. While dodging, he slowly inched closer. Finally, the moment arrived. Ha! Raditz roared, accelerating in an instant, appearing before his foes in the blink of an eye. Fists clenched, energy erupting from his fists. The two enemies had no time to react as a shadow flashed before them, their pupils dilating in terror at the overwhelming aura. The tremendous force of his punch struck both enemies in their abdomens, nearly piercing through them. The surrounding air compressed, causing the ki to whirl chaotically, creating ripples at their feet. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area. The onlookers rendered speechless in shock. The speed was too rapid, so fast they could not react. Suddenly, Raditz felt a surge of ki approaching rapidly from behind, swifter than the wind. What an immense ki! The enemy's ambush was meant to be foolproof, but at that moment, Raditz had already mastered ki manipulation. In a split second, with his back turned to the assailant, he retaliated. He swung a fist backward, deflecting the incoming shockwave. However, the tremendous impact left his arm tingling with numbness, causing him to stagger forward several steps. The scouter emitted a piercing sound, displaying a heart-stopping reading of 1250, an enemy with a combat power exceeding 1,000 points. On this planet, they were undoubtedly among the elite, while Vegeta and Nappa would face such foes with ease. This posed a significant challenge for Raditz. You managed to block it, Saiyan, The towering frogman glared with wide eyes, his muscles rippling as his bones cracked ominously. He was baffled, having lurked for so long and attacking from behind. How could he have been detected? Does this Saiyan possess eyes in the back of his head? Despite his inner turmoil, he charged at Raditz without hesitation. Damn it! Raditz leaped into the air, unleashing a shockwave with one hand. A brilliant light like a blade aimed directly at the frogman, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The fierce blast scorched the chaotic air, instantly raising the temperature around them, and a cloud of dust billowed forth. Just as Raditz reveled in his triumph, the frogman surprisingly burst through the smoke, and scathed. With a shriek, he delivered a powerful punch to Raditz's chest, sending him hurtling 100 meters away. A massive chasm tore through the forest. Trees shattered and reverberations echoing. Without a moment's respite, the frogman leaped high, landing directly before Raditz. At this moment, Raditz lay sprawled on the rocks, exhaling a long, pent-up breath. What a surprise. Finally, a worthy opponent for me to engage. A bead of sweat trickled down Raditz's forehead, a smile gracing his lips. Are you laughing? This was the instinct of a Saiyan. In battle, their blood surged, excitement coursing through their veins. The frogman seemed unable to comprehend. He raised his arm high, ready to bring it down with monumental force, intent on flattening Raditz. Before his colossal strength could reach Raditz, the ground erupted violently, collapsing into a web of craters. The rock shattered instantly under the immense pressure. Raditz crossed his arms, bracing for the blow as their energies collided and neutralized each other. The frogman was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Raditz would completely block his attack, a flicker of panic igniting within him. He vaulted into the air, mouth agape, as a brilliant white vortex of energy coalesced, the highly compressed energy aimed at the ground, shooting forth like a silver dragon. What a formidable ki, yet in my eyes. It is nothing extraordinary, Raditz chuckled. Having learned to wield ki, his combat prowess surged rapidly, and he had grasped the secret of instantaneous bursts of power. His strength amplified drastically, and a pale aura erupted around him as he stacked his hands. Fingers splayed wide, channeling an unending stream of energy to a single point, a blinding light shooting skyward, a dazzling shockwave. Boom, the collision of energies produced a series of thunderous roars, the two forces entangled in a fierce struggle. Neither yielding ground. The frogman exerted all his strength but found it impossible to gain an inch, while Raditz seemed to have reserves to spare. Haven't you heard the saying? Never contest a wave with a Saiyan. Raditz suddenly roared, his arms bulging with energy, his ki surging intensely, overpowering the frogman's attack and emitting an incredibly radiant light. In an instant, the brilliance engulfed the frogman, the shockwave soaring into the sky. Reaching beyond the clouds, the enemy was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The air was left with a faint burnt scent as Raditz crouched on the ground, panting heavily. Fortunately, my combat power has improved. Otherwise, I might have sustained injuries to defeat him. With that, Raditz gazed into the distance, feeling a surge of joy within. Earth, I am coming for you. After several days of recuperation, the light injury on Raditz's forehead had long since healed. He was eager to travel to Earth. A remarkable place indeed. Not to mention that Earthlings had a superior mastery of ki. Even the delicious cuisine and enchanting beauties were enough to entice him. On this desolate planet, he could only consume sour and astringent fruits. And the rare chance to taste wild game was overshadowed by the thought of eating frog-like aliens, which he could never stomach. The sight of someone like Vegeta gnawing on raw flesh made him want to retch. Sleeping was almost an outdoor affair, with no chance for a bath. His days were a monotonous cycle of fighting, and more fighting. Although the overall combat level on Earth was not particularly high, the quality of life was several hundred times better than on this barren wasteland. He resolved to choose an auspicious day to embark on his journey to Earth. The spherical spaceship was equipped with a sleep device that allowed one to enter a state of slumber during the long voyage, making the journey feel like a dream. Otherwise, being cooped up in a small cabin for such an extended period would be unbearably dull. However, during the initial phase of the journey, Raditz did not sleep. Instead, he engaged in meditation training through his consciousness, utilizing spiritual cultivation to enhance his power. It wasn't until his stock of fruit was depleted that he reluctantly resorted to the life support system and sleep device to continue his voyage. A year later, on Earth, the ambitions of would-be conquerors and dark lords had become mere echoes of the past, and people were enjoying a period of tranquility. Everyone lived in peace, savoring the joys of life. The azure sky was dotted with a few leisurely clouds, the fields unfurled in tender greens, and the layered hills stood guard at the edge of the wilderness, like giants protecting the boundless land. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves in a rustling symphony, while the grass swayed like green waves rolling with the wind. Without warning, a streak of light, akin to a meteor, streaked across the sky. Trailing a long tail of fire, hurtling towards the ground, boom, a tremendous roar accompanied the earth's tremor, causing people within a several-mile radius to feel a distinct vibration. Many assumed it was an earthquake and hurried to open spaces. Yet the shaking was but a single jolt, and as they settled, they beheld a thick plume of smoke ascending into the sky. At last, he had arrived. After such a lengthy slumber, his entire being felt stiff. It seemed this solitary spacecraft was ill-suited for long-distance travel. Raditz opened the hatch and swiftly climbed out for fresh air. Although the time spent within the spaceship felt dreamlike, the rigidity of his body was strikingly real. He eagerly stretched his arms and legs, waved his tail around to ensure all parts of his body were functioning well. Raditz leaped into the air, springing from the massive crater created by his descent. As soon as he stood on the ground, Raditz froze. Before him stood a middle-aged farmer, portly and wearing a straw hat, clad in a rustic suspenders and a checkered shirt, staring wide-eyed at him. Sweat streamed down the farmer's rugged face, his throat bobbing nervously, and the gun in his hand quivered as it pointed at Raditz. Even an untrained earthling could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Raditz. "Hey, you, what are you?" Raditz did not respond. As a number 5 flickered on the screen before him, he had truly encountered one of the legendary weaklings with a battle power of merely 5. What the? Truly a weakling? Ha! Raditz couldn't help but burst into laughter, entirely disregarding his image, doubling over with mirth. Could this fellow be insane? The middle-aged farmer was left bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor. Raditz continued to laugh heartily, relishing the moment, before gradually regaining his composure. He had no intention of killing, and addressing the wary farmer, he offered, "Here's a piece of advice. If you see someone dressed like me in the future, refrain from shooting recklessly." What? The farmer was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his senses. "Hey, what are you?" Before he could finish, he fell silent again, his legs giving way as he sat down on the ground. Witnessing Raditz soar into the sky, moving faster than the wind as Raditz flew, he recalled his own famous saying, breaking into a grin. What a historic moment. Just as he was lost in thought, the detector emitted a series of beeps, indicating another response. This energy signature was substantial on Earth. Could it be Piccolo at a distance of 2333? Without hesitation, Raditz took off, intent on investigating. Following the signal, Raditz arrived at his destination. Surrounding him was not a barren mountain, but rather a quaint little town. Though rural, the roads were wide, and the houses were densely packed, with a steady flow of vehicles. This was a stark contrast to his memory of first encountering Piccolo. Had history already shifted? He had yet to initiate his rebellion. Surely history wouldn't be so unforgiving. He descended to the ground and made his way toward the source of the signal. Entering a bar, upon stepping inside, he discovered numerous corpses strewn across the floor, each death appearing to have been swift and decisive, the work of a skilled hand. Weapons lay scattered around the bodies. Yet they had evidently not. Raditz casually reached out and intercepted his full-speed punch, applying a slight force that utterly crushed the mechanical hand. You, Tao Bai, were left dumbfounded, drenched in sweat, with snot trickling from your nostrils and hanging above your lips. At that moment, you could not utter a single coherent word, your jaw trembling uncontrollably. Raditz tapped the detector, and the screen flashed the number 180. Your battle power is 180, Master Tao Bai, he remarked, advancing closer. My battle power is precisely 10 times yours. In that instant, Raditz finally comprehended the exhilarating sensation that Frisia must have felt when proclaiming his battle power of 530,000. The sheer weight of such dominance coupled with a grandiose display was truly ineffable. 10 times, Tao Bai trembled in fear, fully aware that this oddly dressed individual was not lying. The overwhelming aura he exuded spoke volumes. After a moment of introspection, Tao Bai promptly retracted his bravado. Bowing respectfully, exuding humility, "I apologize. I was wrong. I should not have been so arrogant. For the sake of our acquaintance, please spare me. I can offer you the entire commission for this job." Raditz was taken aback by the swiftness of his capitulation. "Is that not enough? No matter. I possess ample savings. You are welcome to take that as well." I promise I will never kill again. Please let me go. Tao Baibai's adeptness at reading the situation was commendable. As he pounded his chest and stomped his feet, his sincerity bordering on theatrical. Had Raditz not been familiar with his character, he might have been deceived. In truth, I hold a certain admiration for you. Tao Baibai, your attire is quite distinctive. The tales speak of a silver tongue that can sway hearts, and a fierce disposition that strikes fear into the wicked. Truly, you are a paragon of villainy. Flattery will get you nowhere, that you've misunderstood. I meant no compliment. Raditz's expression darkened. His fingers splayed ominously towards Tao Baibai's head. What I mean to say is, you are worth 1,000,000. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of blue light erupted from his hand, engulfing Tao Baibai in an instant, denying him even the chance to lament. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud, adding yet another corpse to the filthy floor. Raditz contemplated Tao Baibai's numerous misdeeds, reasoning that ridding the world of him was a step towards purifying the environment. As the conversation reached its climax, Raditz deactivated the communication device and exhaled deeply. This implied that Vegeta's side could manage for the time being. Next, it was time to lure them to Earth and persuade them. I will not accompany you. Return at once. Goku bellowed. His reaction was anticipated, prompting Raditz to sigh. There was no other option. He would have to make use of your son. That tale is undeniably the hallmark of a Saiyan do not approach. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. Goku shouted vehemently, his body tense and poised for action. Yet for the first time, he felt an undercurrent of fear. He had never experienced such a sensation even when facing Piccolo, and his mind was a blank in a flash. Raditz darted behind Goku with astonishing speed, so rapid that none could perceive his movement. Goku's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. As Raditz drew closer, Gohan began to wail, flailing his arms as if to thwart Raditz. Strangely enough, Gohan's appearance at that moment was rather endearing. However, Raditz had to maintain his villainous facade. He seized Gohan and charged towards Goku, delivering a flying knee strike. The speed of the knee strike surpassed Goku's capacity for recognition, landing squarely on his abdomen, sending him reeling with nausea, as if all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. Suspended in the air for a brief moment, Goku crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. In that fleeting moment, he perceived the vast chasm of power that separated them, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The others were equally astonished, rendered incapable of intervening. Goku, you alone are no match for me. If you desire your son, find a formidable ally of comparable strength to pursue me. Raditz floated into the air, contemplating that this message was sufficiently clear. With that, he whisked Gohan away, speeding towards the designated landing point of his spaceship. Upon arrival, Raditz set Gohan down. Awaiting Goku and Piccolo's arrival, he refrained from being overly harsh with Gohan. This child, when roused, could unleash an unpredictable amount of potential, destined to become a formidable warrior. After all, he was his nephew. Wah! Daddy! Wah! Gohan, seeing that Raditz was indifferent, erupted into a fit of tears, incessantly pounding Raditz's thigh with his tiny fists. Lacking any real force yet showing no signs of fatigue, Raditz felt exasperated. Hey, stop crying. I am your uncle after all. You're a bad guy. Wah! I want daddy. Wah! Gohan's cries intensified in response to Raditz's sternness. At a loss with the child, Raditz's mind sparked with a sudden idea. He picked up a twig and began to draw in the dirt. Stop your wailing. If you continue, I shall eliminate you and have your father collect your remains. Come here. You aspire to be a scholar, do you not? If you can solve this chicken and rabbit in the same cage problem, I shall release you. Raditz bellowed once more. Perhaps the threat resonated, or perhaps Gohan sensed the exasperation in Raditz's tone. He sobbed a couple of times before ceasing his loud cries. That you're not deceiving me, are you? Gohan asked suspiciously. Why would I deceive you? I could end your life at any moment if you wish to survive. Best focus on the problem quietly, Gohan sniffled, casting a doubtful glance at Raditz. Ultimately, he chose to trust him, gradually approaching the ground where the problem was inscribed, pondering earnestly. Raditz couldn't help but reflect that dealing with a child of such scholarly potential required presenting them with math problems. Raditz reclined at the edge of a deep pit, resting his head on his hands atop the soft grass, gazing at the drifting white clouds, completely relaxed, his eyes gradually closing. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he had spent every day battling alongside Vegeta or striving to enhance his own strength, routinely sleeping aboard the spaceship without ever truly relishing leisure. Ironically, Today he had managed to steal a moment of peace, enjoying the gentle breeze, the scent of the grass, and the sunlight. Wait, where did the sunlight go? Raditz felt a shadow loom over him and snapped his eyes open. What the? Raditz gasped, startled to find Gohan's face mere inches from his own. You nearly scared me to death. Perhaps sensing that Raditz was no longer as terrifying as before, Gohan dared to approach and observe him. I finished. Finished what? What have you completed? Raditz began, only to realize halfway through, his astonishment growing. Could a 4-year-old truly solve problems that swiftly? Raditz felt a wave of embarrassment, contemplating how exceptional Chi-Chi's education must be. At that moment, two potent energies approached, faster than the detection devices. Raditz glanced skyward, and only then did the beeping sound commence. His acute sensitivity to energy proved superior to mechanical devices. Raditz felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, Goku had arrived just in time. Otherwise, fulfilling his promise to release Gohan would have been complicated. As Goku and Piccolo drew near, Raditz met them halfway. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. I have come to reclaim my son, Goku shouted, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, Piccolo's white robe billowed in the wind like surging tides, his expression grave as he regarded Raditz. Long ago, I sensed a powerful force descending upon Earth. It seems that was you. However, do not misunderstand. Unlike Goku, I have come solely to defeat you. You have become an obstacle to my conquest of this world. Despite his words, Goku had already informed Piccolo about the formidable nature of the Saiyans, leading Piccolo to remain utterly vigilant. Raditz smiled faintly, removing the scouter and discarding it aside. The device contained not only communication components, but possibly Frisia's listening apparatus. Turning it off was no guarantee of safety. His action prompted Goku and Piccolo to heighten their guard. Not to worry, your arrival is all that matters. Raditz lifted Gohan, addressing him. Gohan, your father is here. You may return now. With a swift motion, he returned Gohan to Goku, who embraced him tightly. Are you all right, Gohan? What are you plotting? Piccolo, sensing something amiss, assumed a defensive stance. Goku hurriedly urged Gohan to retreat to a safe distance to avoid any potential fallout. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to prevent others from overhearing our conversation. This device can detect a person's strength and location, but it is also susceptible to eavesdropping. Therefore, for safety's sake, it is best not to use it for now. What I am about to tell you is entirely truthful and of utmost importance. Hey, I can't be too certain of that, Piccolo replied, smirking distrustfully. As the embodiment of evil, he often resorted to deceit. And the wicked have no regard for honesty. Thus, he dismissed Raditz's words entirely. Kakarot, I have returned your son to you. This demonstrates my sincerity. I only took him to lure you and Piccolo here. And it was merely a trivial prank. Goku hesitated. After all, this was his brother standing before him, and he had indeed caused no harm to Gohan. He was curious to hear what Raditz had to say. Piccolo, however, was not as easily swayed as Goku and remained on guard. This alone does not convince me. Then, let me demonstrate. Raditz understood that direct communication would be difficult, so he decided to showcase his power. Allowing them to comprehend the terror of the Saiyans, Raditz leaned slightly forward and suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was faint as Raditz vanished from their sight. Goku and Piccolo had yet to shed their heavy armor and were a moment too slow to react. By the time they sensed the energy behind them and turned to look, Raditz had already struck them both with an elbow to their backs. The immense impact threw them off balance, causing them to tumble forward, and it took several leaps for them to regain their footing. Both were struck by the same thought. How fast? Raditz offered them no respite, charging directly at Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Goku utterly defenseless. At that moment, Raditz's training had elevated his battle power to 1800, surpassing his previous maximum of 1500 from over a year ago. His speed and strength were simply beyond Goku's and Piccolo's capabilities to match. Goku attempted to retaliate, but each of Raditz's fists struck with excruciating force, rendering Goku powerless to counter at that moment. Piccolo launched a swift assault from behind, his right hand poised in a slicing motion across his chest. His speed was astounding, creating a fierce gust of wind. His hand was imbued with formidable energy, capable of cleaving through anything. However, Raditz was even swifter. Without even glancing back, he executed a powerful tail strike aimed at Piccolo's knee, destabilizing him and sending him crashing to the ground. Almost immediately, a sweeping blow connected with Piccolo's head, propelling him 100 meters away. Tail. In the midst of peril, Son Goku glimpsed a glimmer of hope and lunged forward with all his strength. Raditz smirked slightly, intercepting Goku effortlessly. A blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand. And with a resounding explosion, dust and debris erupted, tearing Goku's garments apart and sending him flying far away. Damn it! It seemed as though he was utterly outmatched. Goku struggled to rise, sweat pouring from his pores. Piccolo, too, was panting heavily. After just 2 strikes from Raditz's tail, his stamina had severely dwindled. I have a new technique, but it requires charging up. Can you keep him occupied? Let us give it a try. The tail almost succeeded just now. Humph, your brother is vastly more powerful than you. There's a reason Saiyans like you are so formidable. Piccolo bared his sharp teeth, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Goku could only manage a wry smile in return. They had never encountered an adversary as potent as Raditz. The disparity in strength was staggering. Goku even suspected Raditz was holding back. Otherwise, he could easily eliminate either of them. All right, let us call it here. Raditz raised his hand, signaling a ceasefire, shocking both of them. In truth, Raditz was contemplating that his tail had yet to be properly honed if he were overly reckless and allowed it to be captured. He could be easily dispatched by a single energy blast. Although his combat prowess surpassed theirs, his fighting skills and experience were nowhere near the level of these 2 seasoned warriors. Regardless, his intimidation tactics had achieved their purpose. It was time to speak. Now you should believe me that it would be quite simple for me to kill you, but I held back earlier to convey that I am not your enemy. And what I am about to say is of utmost importance. Son Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances and nodded, refraining from further objections, and listened intently. This was precisely the effect Raditz desired. Having gained their initial trust, he was ready to draw them in as allies. The wind swept across the plains, lifting Raditz's long hair, which flowed slowly and gently. Goku, do you recall when I mentioned that I am not the only surviving Saiyan? Raditz began. Including myself, there are 4 in total. Yes, the other 2 possess even greater power than I. One hails from a prestigious lineage, displaying astonishing strength, while the other is Prince Vegeta, whose power exceeds mine by more than 10-fold. Raditz spoke in a grave tone, and the expressions of the 2 opponents shifted dramatically, as if they had received the most terrifying news. 2 more Saiyans, stronger than him. I can inform you that your current battle power is around 400. Even at its peak, your maximum attack barely exceeds 1,000. Meanwhile, I can stabilize my power at 1800 AS for Vegeta. He boasts a staggering 18,000. The realization struck Piccolo, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to breathe. Goku, though silent, trembled all over. Even a child could comprehend the colossal gap in numbers if they could barely withstand Raditz. Facing Vegeta would render them utterly helpless, akin to ants. This was precisely the reaction Raditz sought. A slight grin tugged at his lips as he continued. Do not be overly astonished. There are even more secrets to unveil. We Saiyans serve a being who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe. His name is Frieza, and he is an exceptionally formidable character. When I mentioned that the Saiyan planet was destroyed by a meteor, that was not entirely true. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza himself. Destroying planets? The Emperor of the Universe. Wait, aren't the Saiyans supposed to serve him? Why would he destroy them? An overwhelming influx of information flooded Goku and Piccolo's minds, leaving them momentarily dazed. Piccolo, who once believed that ruling the world was the pinnacle of power, now found himself confronted by a cosmic-level monster, leaving him internally shaken. Allow me to explain gradually. Frieza indeed requires the Saiyans to work for him, yet secretly, the Saiyans do not truly submit to him. They have long prepared for rebellion. However, Frieza, ever wary of the Saiyans, took preemptive action and annihilated the entire planet. The Saiyans did not resist. How could so many powerful warriors be exterminated by one individual? Raditz chuckled, shaking his head. No amount of ants can contend with a giant beast. Frieza's battle power is 530,000. Goku and Piccolo's pupils dilated, their hearts pounding as if struck by a colossal hammer. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the revelation, such an astronomical figure was utterly unfathomable. They could not help but feel minuscule in comparison. Such a powerful being exists. We are no match for him. Goku felt a mix of dread and excitement. The blood of the Saiyans surged within him. Heh, you don't intend to confront Frieza, do you? Piccolo teased, a smirk on his face. Deep down, that is indeed my intention. Raditz replied. After realizing the vastness of the universe, the two calmed down following their initial shock. Raditz observed their composure and stated, "The remaining Scions are being manipulated by Frisia, continuing to serve him. It is only a matter of time before they are eradicated. He possesses no mercy. Anyone he perceives as a threat or of no use to him is destined for death, but that doesn't concern us." "Does it?" Piccolo retorted. "Does it not? I have come to Earth on Vegeta's orders. Soon, Earth will be the target of conquest. The most terrifying aspect is that Frisia's ambition extends to the entire galaxy. Even the universe, with Earth included in his plans. Goku, you are also a Scion. If one day Frisia seeks to annihilate the Scions, he will inevitably come after you. Given all of this, do you still believe it does not concern you?" Piccolo fell silent. The only way is to resist. The other two Scions also refuse to serve Frisia, yet they currently lack the strength to confront him, so they choose to endure. If we can unite them and grow stronger, we will have a chance to resist Frisia, Raditz proclaimed, raising his arm as the surrounding air trembled, surging with intensity. This was his genuine sentiment. Frisia, as the greatest source of instability, must be eliminated as soon as possible. His words sparked contemplation in Goku and Piccolo. They felt as if they faced an unprecedented crisis, their minds ablaze with thoughts. Science, the emperor of the universe, destruction, power. Each word swirled in their consciousness. Goku calmly analyzed. But how could we possibly reach a battle power of 530,000 in such a short time? Furthermore, the remaining two Scions, from your tone, do not seem easy to persuade. Indeed, those two are quite arrogant. And one of them is a prince. Simple persuasion will not suffice. We will likely need to demonstrate our strength to earn their respect. As for increasing our power, I have a shortcut, Raditz stated, deliberately elongating his voice to capture their full attention. All it requires is to die once. Die? Goku and Piccolo's expressions changed abruptly. How could one gain strength after dying? You must be joking. Anticipating their reaction, Raditz patiently explained, "Do not be alarmed. There exists a deity known as King Kai, a being of a higher caliber than the gods of Earth, residing on King Kai's planet. If you find him to train, your power will undoubtedly increase significantly. Normally, one can reach there without dying, but under the current conditions, this is the only option available. Must we die? They're the Dragon Balls. They can revive us." "You know about the Dragon Balls?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "That I have conducted some research," Raditz replied. "But that is not the main point. The key is to arrange with the deity of Earth to preserve your body for training after death. Then, with his introduction and King Yama's approval, you will be able to meet King Kai." Raditz spoke with an air of authority, as though he had experienced it himself. Piccolo, filled with skepticism, inquired, "How do you know so much about everything?" "Just because I do," Raditz replied nonchalantly. "Oh, not worry. I will be the first to die, but I need Goku to accompany me to introduce me to the deity, and we can train together." "Given that you are willing to be the first to die, I have no further objections," Piccolo conceded. After all, those who are willing to face death essentially entrust their lives to others. What tricks could they possibly employ? "Furthermore, I require you to train with Sun Wukong, for he is an indispensable force in our battle." Wukong nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to trust Raditz. In truth, he had begun to believe Raditz when Wukong was returned to him. And Raditz's apparent leniency during their subsequent skirmishes further convinced Wukong that there was more to the story. After some explanation, he found it quite reasonable and even felt a certain joy in discovering he had a biological brother. "Bick, your life is intertwined with the gods. Thus, you cannot participate in this training. My apologies," Wukong said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Humph, if you are deceived by him, your death will be in vain." Bick shot a glance at Wukong, but then added, "Nonetheless, this way, I can dominate the world without obstacles, Sun Wukong." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Raditz picked up the scouter, stepped forward, and nodded at Bick. "Then let us proceed." At that moment, Wufan burst forth from behind a rock, crying out, "Daddy! Wufan! Daddy will return!" Wukong shouted, his voice laced with a smile even in the face of death that he was, in fact, exhilarated at the prospect of confronting so many formidable opponents. His blood was already boiling. Bick, having amassed energy for some time, unleashed his new technique, the Demon Cannon. A spiraling beam of light, imbued with immense energy, stretched the shadows for several feet. In an instant, the light beam hurtled towards the two. And Raditz suddenly had a flash of insight, realizing, crap, This was a miscalculation. In response to the demon cannon, he retaliated with a shockwave at lightning speed. The two energies collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions, splitting the earth asunder, the fissure extending into the distance as if the ground had been cleaved in two. You truly are a deceiver. Bick bellowed in fury. No, no, no. It just occurred to me. Why don't we simply wish upon the dragon? It's still a single wish opportunity, and it saves us from dying, Raditz quickly explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a long silence, Wukong and Bick spoke in unison. That seems plausible, Raditz, glancing at the scorched earth before him, still felt a lingering sense of dread. The power of the demon cannon was no jest. Even having managed to withstand it, he could still feel a tingling sensation in his arm. After explaining everything, Raditz activated the communicator, and the three of them put on a theatrical performance, shouting in unison. Ultimately, Raditz feigned a weakened voice, saying, "Damn it, to fall into your hands. However, you have informed me of the Dragon Balls on Earth that can grant any wish. My comrades will come to revive me, ha ha ha." With that, he abruptly switched off the communicator, the sound cutting off mid-transmission as the signal traveled to the far reaches of the universe. The final message traversed the cosmic expanse, accurately reaching the scouter of the two Saiyans. Following a brief static, Raditz's voice faded into silence that it seemed he was dead. Naba, engaged in battle at that moment, remained indifferent. Vegeta blasted away several enemies with a single hand, scoffing, "What a pitiful fellow. To be eliminated on Earth, it appears Kakarot has betrayed us and colluded with the Earthlings." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of energy, dazzling brightness, sending a cluster of alien warriors flying, draining a nearby natural lake in the process. The dense energy surrounding him erupted in white flames, causing the ground to tremble slightly as dust swirled away. Seeing such a Vegeta, Naba's throat tightened with fear. A warrior Saiyan, he worshipped strength above all else, and while he feared nothing else, he was terrified of Vegeta. He knew full well that Vegeta was in a furious state, and even he dared not withstand an attack in that condition. "Vegeta, calm down. He's just a low-level warrior," Naba said, attempting to soothe him. "You look so anxious. It's quite amusing." Vegeta grinned wickedly. "I'm not angry. I'm excited. Did you not hear what Raditz said? On Earth, there are Dragon Balls that can grant any wish." Naba finally grasped the situation. "Are we going to save Raditz? That worthless fool. Why save him? We should wish for eternal life. That way, we can continue to fight indefinitely, right?" Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor, the moment he heard of the Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. He was filled with an insatiable desire to possess them. For him, eternal life was merely the beginning. The flames in his eyes were the embodiment of unyielding vengeance, a demonic shadow lurking within. Representing his long-buried nemesis, Frieza, he had been forced to serve Frieza for so long, pretending not to know the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, all to amass strength for revenge. Now, the allure of eternal life beckoned, signifying that defeating Frieza was merely a matter of time. How could he possibly resist? "Naba, let us depart for Earth, but there's just a little left to finish here. There's no need. Once we possess eternal life." "Will you still care about this?" Vegeta retorted, his icy gaze piercing through Naba. "I understand," Naba stammered, unleashing one final shockwave. The two then swiftly departed from the battlefield, leaving the remaining aliens in shock, relieved to have survived. On Earth, Raditz, along with Wukong and Bick, returned to the Kame house, resolving misunderstandings with everyone. Upon hearing of such wondrous phenomena hidden within the universe, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the cosmos and their own insignificance. "I never expected such things existed," Bulma remarked, gazing at the sky. "My sister is also traveling across the universe. I wonder if she is in danger." "Wait, Bulma, you have a sister?" Wukong, Krillin, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with mischief as he posed. "I wonder if your sister prefers mature men?" Bang! A frying pan sent Master Roshi flying into the s. My sister is a writer, gathering material from various parts of the universe. She hasn't returned in quite some time, but we still keep in touch, Raditz reassured them. The more remote star systems are temporarily safe. There's no need to worry. But now, we must quickly seek out the Dragon Balls. Krillin, go find other formidable fighters on Earth that if we're going to train, we should bring everyone along. Oh, sure, but I have no idea where they are. Tianjin and Lanchi flew off a long time ago. And Yamucha is wandering around somewhere. How can I possibly find them? My machine can detect people's strength and location. However, we need Bulma to check it first to ensure that the communication system is secure and to see if there are any listening devices. Raditz handed the scouter to Bulma, teaching her how to use it. Though this scouter was an older model, it still possessed considerable technological sophistication. The materials for the screen and sensing components were beyond Earth's production capabilities. So Raditz was particularly cautious, despite the fact that Friesia's subordinates all possessed such devices, making them appear worthless. This particular one held significant research value. Bulma examined it for a while and confidently assured that she could dismantle it. Claiming she understood its principles, the reputation of a genius scientist was not unfounded. The others could only admire her, believing that with her abilities, she would complete the inspection in no time. During this interval, Raditz personally sought out the Dragon Balls, while Wukong and Bick engaged in combat on a large island by the sea. Sun Wufan played joyfully with the turtle and Master Roshi, laughing heartily. Watching Wufan dart about, Krillin reminisced about his childhood training alongside Wukong under Master Roshi, feeling a wave of nostalgia. While he was lost in thought, Raditz had already flown 1,000 miles away. Locating the first Dragon Ball, when the dragon Shenlong departed, the Dragon Balls scattered across the world, some hidden in obscure locations. Although the radar indicated their positions, the two-dimensional coordinates made depth measurement challenging. Thus, Raditz often had to delve into the ocean depths or explore caves that if certain creatures consumed them, it would become even more troublesome. After considerable time, Raditz finally gathered all the Dragon Balls, returning to the Kame house. He found everyone had already arrived, including Jiaozi and Oolong. Haha, it seems I have arrived late, Raditz said, placing the Dragon Balls down and greeting the group. Yamucha responded casually, but Bick and Tianjin remained silent. Still wary of him, Raditz paid them no mind, thinking that once they reached the King Kai, they would understand. He removed the 4-star ball from Wufan's hat and placed it among the others. The sensation these Dragon Balls evoked in him was strikingly reminiscent of the moments before his traversal, the sole distinction being that the radiant glow emanating from them was now even more resplendent. You are all somewhat aware of the events unfolding, are you not? It would be wise for you to refrain from employing any tricks, Piccolo remarked coolly. Tien Shinhan concurred, expressing, to be honest, if it weren't for Goku's belief in you, I would find it exceedingly difficult to accept the notion of a cosmic crisis. They still doubt me, Raditz mused inwardly, yet it was only to be expected, suddenly confronted by an extraterrestrial who spoke of such fantastical matters. It would be absurd to accept without question. Patience is key. After all, Goku is here. Gathering his focus, Raditz inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Arise, Shenron." It was essential to encounter the dragon upon entering the world of Dragon Balls. This was Raditz's inaugural summoning of Shenron, and he clumsily uttered the 5 simple words, his voice resonating across the island. His excitement was nearly uncontrollable as he gazed at the 7 shimmering orbs. Scarcely daring to blink for fear of missing a pivotal moment, the mottled specks of light beneath the coconut trees gradually faded, the sky shrouded in an iron-black veil, while a tempest whipped up the waves, tousling Raditz's hair and the garments of those around him. The sea birds, startled by the abrupt upheaval, hastily took flight, and then, a golden radiance surged skyward, transforming into a brilliant flash of lightning that ascended to the heavens. Concurrently, a deafening roar reverberated as though emerging from the void, the long dragon's roar echoing in the ears of the onlookers, striking a thunderous bell in the darkness. This was Shenron, significantly more imposing than he had envisioned. Raditz tilted his head back to behold the magnificent creature, his heart racing with exhilaration. Such grandeur was a sight he had only ever dreamt of. The others, having witnessed Shenron before, remained largely unfazed, their reactions markedly composed. The colossal figure soared higher, coiling in midair, and amidst the shimmering golden light, its scales, sharp claws, long whiskers, and majestic horns gradually became visible. Ultimately, the complete form of Shenron enveloped in gold leaned closer to the crowd, its crimson eyes gleaming with intensity. "State your wish, and I shall grant you any desire," but only one. Raditz steadied his composure, a thought striking him as he queried, "Shenron, do you know whence I came?" The group paused in surprise. What sort of question was that? Wasn't the intention to be sent to King Kai for training? How could one inquire about their origin first? This was knowledge even they possessed. It was merely the planet currently under siege by the Saiyans. Yet Raditz gazed at Shinran with earnest intensity, his eyes betraying a fervent hope. He yearned for Shinran to elucidate the circumstances of his arrival. Perhaps even to reveal if he could return to his original world. After all, he had come to make a wish. Could he not wish to go back? Shinran remained silent for a moment before finally responding. I know where you hail from. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot send you back. That is beyond my dimensional capabilities. Dimensional? Raditz was taken aback, imperceptibly nodding, feeling somewhat disoriented. Indeed, he had come from another dimension, and even Shinran might not possess the ability to operate across two realms. Could he come, yet not return? Had he truly become Raditz and taken a life? Absurd. He had only intended to experience the thrill of battle in the Dragon Ball world, to meet legendary warriors, and then return to his original realm. Yet now, faced with this sobering conclusion, Raditz found himself in a daze. But what could he do? Even Shinran declared it impossible. Raditz closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, a profound sense of indescribable emotion swelling within him. As if the world had been torn asunder, to be asked to live Raditz's life anew was no trivial matter. Who could immediately adjust to such a transformation? Just as it had taken time for Piccolo and the others to believe in him, so too would he require time. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his consciousness. The power that summoned you is of the same origin as mine, yet it is not I. Perhaps you must seek that primal power. This was indeed Shinran's voice, directly conversing with him. Realization struck Raditz like lightning. He abruptly raised his gaze to Shinran, his mind racing. Was he referring to other Dragon Balls? Those from Namek? Or perhaps the Super Dragon Balls? I do not know. The unknown lies beyond my capacity, and you must seek the answers yourself. After uttering this, Shinran fell silent. Raditz's expression shifted to one of determination. He would seek the truth. Let Raditz be Raditz, and let him live anew. Moreover, even if he could not return, he must continue to live well. What was the problem with that? Observing Raditz's sudden change in demeanor, Goku approached with concern. Is everything all right? No, it's nothing. I haven't seen Shinran before. Just asked casually. We must hurry. Gather around me. Raditz called to the group. Piccolo and the others quickly assembled beside him, with Gohan included. However, Master Roshi declined to train, preferring to remain at Kame House and peruse his magazines. Uninterested in the rigors of training, in his mind, the future of the world had long been entrusted to the younger generation. But Shinran's enormous head moved closer, urging, "What is your wish? If you do not speak soon, I shall depart. Please transport me and my companions to King Kai," Raditz requested. King Kai? A trivial matter, came Shinran's familiar response. As the dragon's eyes gleamed with a red light, a translucent barrier enveloped the group. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Shinran's distant voice echoed, "Your wish has been granted." With that, Shinran transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the heavens before morphing back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which lingered momentarily in the air before scattering across the world once more. The ominous clouds parted, and the once silent sky regained its azure hue, with white birds soaring beneath the lofty clouds, emitting sharp and joyous calls. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the sound of the waves resembled a melodious tune. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, muttered to himself, "I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Perhaps the Saiyans truly are coming." It was surprising that Piccolo would join the side of justice. Is he talking to himself? Could it be early onset dementia? Bulma speculated. Oolong, with arms crossed, leered. He must be reminiscing about young girls. That lecherous old man. Old Turtle sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, the warriors found themselves transported to King Kai's planet. With a sudden whoosh, the 8 of them arrived, making the already small planet feel even more cramped. Upon arrival, aside from Raditz, everyone else felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Gohan fell outright, unable to move. The gravity here was 10 times that of Earth. Raditz sensed it, but adapted quickly. After all, his body had been forged through trials on planet Vegeta, where the gravity was similar to that of King Kai's. What is going on? My body feels so heavy. Krillin gritted his teeth, struggling to stand upright. In contrast, Goku and Piccolo, while also feeling the weight, moved with much greater ease. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, akin to my home planet, Vegeta. The foes you are about to face have grown up in such an environment. The Saiyans are truly terrifying. Tien Shinhan couldn't help but grin ruefully. His robust physique was heavily burdened under the oppressive gravity, making it hard to fathom how the Saiyans had trained from such a young age. The sight of Raditz moving with relative ease ignited their fighting spirit. Surveying King Kai's planet, there was little more than a small house and a few solitary trees, with a road and an antique car at the center. It seemed that even the abodes of the gods were rather dull. The deity's temple was just as empty, and even the realm of King Kai was desolate. In no wonder the gods required servants or pets. And it was understandable that beings like Beerus could sleep for years. The passage of time could be unbearably dull. While they were admiring the scenery of King Kai's planet, an ape-like figure appeared. "The king has arrived," Tien Shinhan, with keen eyesight, shouted to the group that the king. "Why does he look like an ape?" "No, it cannot be," Piccolo assessed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Goku had already begun mimicking the ape. Shouting "ooh ooh ooh" while flailing his arms, Krillin grabbed Gohan, uncertain whether to join in. "Ahem, what are you all doing?" A peculiar figure with antennae emerged from the house, attired in an unusual outfit and sporting sunglasses. "Indeed, this is the North Kai." Raditz stepped forward first, respectfully stating, "Greetings, King Kai, we have come from Earth seeking your guidance in our training." The King of the Worlds observed Raditz's earnest demeanor and nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, Earth, it is no easy journey for you to arrive here. It has been quite some time since I encountered anyone. Truly a rarity." The king, visibly exhilarated by the presence of so many individuals, added, "However, if you wish to commence your training, you must first pass my test." "A test?" exclaimed the group. "I am a master of humor. If you can tell me a joke that makes me laugh, I shall guide you in your training. Come now, give it a try." This is no simple task. The king, brimming with self-satisfaction, pointed at son Wukong, saying, "Do not follow my pet, for it is named Beerus and cannot assist you in your training." "What? It is a pet?" Wukong replied, crestfallen as he approached. Piccolo, observing Wukong's disheartened expression, smirked slightly. Yet, he too found himself in a predicament. Asking for a joke was indeed the greatest joke of all. The others, equally astonished, had never anticipated such an eccentric method of assessment. Gohan, being young, was exempt from the test, while Yamcha and Krillin easily passed the king's low-bar humor challenge. Raditz, well-versed in various internet jokes, also succeeded effortlessly and earned high praise from the king. "You must be a professional joker." The remaining contestants, Tianjin Han, Dumpling, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong, struggled to conjure a joke. Ultimately, through the assistance of others, they barely managed to pass. The king wiped away tears of laughter from his eyes and remarked, "It seems you all came prepared. Very well, then I shall teach you how to train. First, let me assess your strengths." Though the king was not particularly imposing, his every gesture exuded a certain authority that commanded the group's attention. Under 10 times the normal gravity, they found movement arduous, let alone combat. Struggling to assume fighting stances, they realized they lacked the capacity to launch an attack. That it appears you have yet to acclimate to the gravity here on Earth. Gravity is only about 1/10 of what it is here. It is incomparable. The king relaxed his stance and pointed at Beerus. "How about this? You shall race against Beerus. Whoever can catch him will be deemed qualified. After which I shall commence your training." "Catching this gorilla sounds amusing." "Yes," exclaimed Wukong and the others, instantly invigorated. Son Wukong entrusted Gohan to the king, allowing Gohan to gradually adapt to the environment. After all, with Saiyan blood flowing through him, he believed Gohan possessed great potential. This was also why Wukong had not opposed Raditz's suggestion for Gohan to join them. "Wukong, this time, I shall not be outdone," Piccolo declared as he stepped forward, his heavy armor granting him a speed advantage over the others, allowing him to move at a brisk pace. The others, aside from Wukong, found it much more challenging, the distance between them slowly widening. Meanwhile, Beerus calmly observed the approaching group of foolish earthlings, dismissing them entirely. With a single leap, he vanished from sight, rendering the group's earlier efforts futile. The king, watching them with delight, was leading Gohan back when he suddenly noticed Raditz. "Why are you not participating?" Raditz responded, "This gravity has no effect on me. I wish to begin my training immediately." The king furrowed his brow, noticing Raditz's battle attire and tail, his expression shifting slightly. "You are a Saiyan, aren't you? No wonder. Your planet's gravity is similar to this one, but why are you with these earthlings?" "Well, Within a year, 2 Scions will attack Earth. To prepare for them, we have come here. Regardless, I wish to train to a level sufficient to confront them. Dealing with Scions complicates matters. By the way, are you not also a Scion? The king appeared somewhat perplexed. I am different from them. I aim to stop them. You indeed lack any malevolent aura about you. Of course, I am one of the top 10 outstanding youths, certified by my community, Raditz thought to himself. In truth, the soul beneath this exterior had undergone a transformation. Although he had eliminated some extraterrestrial beings upon arriving, they were hardly virtuous, so it could be considered a form of justice. Thus, even the records with the King of Hell had been altered. Raditz was now a bona fide good person. The king's antennae began to vibrate, as if receiving signals. Let me see. Indeed, they are heading towards Earth. Approximately 10 months remain. Do not worry. Training here will yield rapid progress. However, one of them is quite powerful. Even after training, it may not be enough to confront them. That is not a problem. I am also a Scion, Raditz asserted confidently. Please, train me directly. He was confident that he could handle the impending Scions. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient for Raditz. With little time left for training, what about Frisia, the force behind the Scions? What of other ambitious entities in the universe? There was still much to accomplish. Thus, he placed considerable emphasis on training under the king, who was the most exceptional mentor at this stage. Although the king's strength might be lacking, his 2 unique skills and training methods were invaluable, were it not for the desire to learn his king's punch. Raditz would not have made a special trip. The king, observing Raditz's resolute expression, thought to himself, this fellow possesses considerable strength. Perhaps he could master the king's punch to its fullest potential. Very well, let us begin the first training exercise. You shall attempt to hold this child while evading my attacks. The king tossed Gohan toward Raditz, instructing, you must not let him be harmed. If you succeed, we will proceed to the next phase of training. Protecting Gohan, Raditz exclaimed, holding the exhausted child with excitement. Do not be afraid, Gohan. With that, he assumed a defensive stance, and the king launched his assault the next moment. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Raditz. The king's energy waves shot forth from all angles, targeting Raditz. Clutching Gohan, Raditz felt his movements sluggish, but having acclimated to the gravity, he summoned all his strength to move swiftly. Dodging through the dense barrage of energy waves, narrowly evading the onslaught, in the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks whizzed past him, all successfully avoided. This seems too easy, the king thought, astonished by the Scion's prowess, and shouted, I shall increase my speed. With that, the king intensified his assault, his hands moving faster, and energy blasts came in quick succession. The first shot grazed Raditz's back, nearly brushing against him, startling him, before he could fully process the shock. The second and third blasts followed in rapid succession, the speed overwhelming Raditz and leaving him flustered, no longer as effortless as before. Boom! The third blast struck him. With a resounding explosion, dust filled the air as Raditz rolled several times. Collapsing onto the ground, he felt as though his very insides had been shattered, a sharp pain radiating through every nerve. To make matters worse, Gohan was knocked unconscious by the blast, collapsing on Raditz's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Damn it, I am still far from my goal, Raditz sighed bitterly, rising once more to continue training. Thus, everyone immersed themselves in their training, with no hint of laxity. Each day, the king informed them of the approaching Scions, keeping everyone on high alert and intensifying their efforts. In addition to their structured training, Raditz engaged in additional physical exercises, pushing himself harder than the others, resulting in rapid progress. The king took note, continually praising Raditz while marveling at the immense potential of Scion fighters. After a month, Wukong and Piccolo had both captured Baburis, joining Raditz's ranks, while the others continued to strive to catch up. Gohan, true to his Scion lineage, gradually became accustomed to the tenfold gravity, able to move slowly. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, and nearly everyone had made tremendous strides under the king's guidance. Raditz selected Wukong as his partner, while Piccolo found camaraderie with Gohan, and the others paired off to begin their combat training. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated through the skies of King Kai's planet. As 2 figures clashed, leaving only the remnants of their energy in the air, the force of their punches sent gusts of wind rippling across the grass of King Kai's realm, making it undulate like waves. Sun Wukong and Raditz, their intertwined forms paused midair, then turned to charge at each other once more. Wukong swung his right fist, delivering a powerful hook aimed at Raditz's face. The force of the blow created a fierce gust of wind, swirling the air around. Raditz, unfazed, reached out. Raditz had anticipated this moment. He raised his right hand, his arm effectively blocking the incoming kick. Immediately, he twisted his wrist, seizing Goku's ankle, and with a powerful downward motion, he hurled him aside, releasing his grip with his left hand. Whoosh! Bang! The ground was smashed, creating a large crater, with Goku lying in its center, wincing in pain that it's not over yet. Seizing the advantage, Raditz unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, reminiscent of the training he received from King Kai, aimed directly at Son Goku. Goku promptly sprang from the crater, evading swiftly, and as he leapt, he closed the distance to Raditz, having long since adapted to the burden of gravity and without the encumbrance of heavy armor. His speed was remarkable. After a few agile maneuvers, he was already before Raditz. Raditz, ever vigilant, swept his leg in a horizontal kick. The strike arced sharply through the air, targeting Goku's midsection. At that moment, a radiant red light erupted beside Goku, a fierce aura enveloping him. In an instant, Goku vanished, moving so swiftly that even Raditz failed to catch sight of him. King Kai fist. By the time Raditz realized what had transpired, Goku had reappeared behind him, hands clasped together in a hammer-like formation raised above his head, ready to deliver a devastating blow. In a split second, Raditz twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading Goku's attack. Nonetheless, the sheer force of Goku's punch created a gust that shattered a piece of his battle suit's shoulder armor. Goku sought to continue his assault, closing in and unleashing a series of punches. Don't get too cocky. Raditz dodged left and right, adjusting his stance before counterattacking. The two engaged in a furious exchange of punches, their strikes a blur in the air, rendering their fists almost invisible amidst the chaos. Hundreds of blows were exchanged, with both Raditz and Goku growing increasingly exhilarated, the Saiyan blood within them ignited. Instinctively resorting to their most primal and intense combat styles, their fists collided with tremendous force, generating violent shockwaves. Goku grew bolder with each exchange. The King Kai fist amplified his strength, making him an equal to Raditz. Conversely, Raditz began to feel the pressure, frequently finding himself on the receiving end of Goku's strikes. In a moment of excitement, Raditz gritted his teeth and unleashed the King Kai fist as well, a crimson glow erupting around him like flames, causing his battle power to soar in an instant. Goku found himself unable to react, compelled to continue his assault as their figures tore through the air, fists clashing with a thunderous roar. The air rippled like a storm, and this time, Raditz landed a punch squarely on Goku's chest, the force seemingly penetrating his very being, sending him flying with a resounding bang. After taking the blow, Goku crashed back to the ground, creating another deep crater, his King Kai fist state dissipating. Observing this scene, Raditz couldn't help but adopt a boastful demeanor, placing his hands on his hips and declaring, "Oh, my foolish brother, with such incomplete combat prowess, you stand no chance against me." The absurdity of his proclamation left even him feeling slightly embarrassed. As he caught sight of the bewildered expressions of those around him, Raditz's face flushed with shame, feeling he had made a fool of himself. Wow, incredible! Gohan was the first to exclaim in awe. Indeed, Raditz was formidable. Goku's brother surpassed him by a considerable margin. His words were undeniably bold. I must strive harder. Though Piccolo refrained from compliments, he extended a fist towards Gohan, scolding, "Watch where you're looking. We're in the midst of battle." As he spoke, he delivered a punch directly to Gohan's face, followed by a barely audible tsh. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Raditz realized they were capable of such antics. Glancing at the slowly rising Goku, Raditz felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he not utilized the King Kai fist, he might have been at a disadvantage against Goku, whose innate talent was indeed impressive. More diligent training was necessary. It appeared even the King Kai fist wasn't enough to best his brother. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened as he sank to the ground at that moment. However, Piccolo unexpectedly appeared behind Goku, having removed his hat and cloak, adopting a battle stance as he fixed his gaze on Raditz. Round 2 begins now, and once again, we shall join forces. This time, we might just defeat you. A surge of confidence welled up within Piccolo. After days of training with Gohan and receiving guidance from King Kai, he had also dedicated himself to additional rigorous training, rendering him a far cry from the warrior he had been 6 months prior. Two formidable fighters uniting against Raditz. The others ceased their skirmishes, directing their attention to this confrontation. You two may not be enough. How about this? Raditz surveyed the group. Why don't you all come at me together? What a bold claim, Piccolo retorted, his anger flaring, feeling utterly disregarded. Others shared his frustration. They had all toiled tirelessly, progressing significantly, even undergoing transformations, and to be so belittled was intolerable. Yet Goku's expression remained serious, his fist clenched tightly. He wasn't wrong, to be honest. Without joining forces, victory seemed impossible against him. Goku surveyed Raditz, hovering in the air, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. In the heat of battle, he had already expended some energy. And he was acutely aware that Raditz had yet to unleash his full potential. The moment Raditz had activated the King Kai fist, Goku had sensed the disparity between them. The King Kai's ultimate technique had only been imparted to Raditz and Goku. Piccolo harbored some lingering resentment, while the other warriors were not yet up to the task, capable of barely achieving basic strength at twice their usual capacity. King Kai was reluctant to allow his secret techniques to spread easily. They were only taught to those who could fully realize their potential. Undoubtedly, only Raditz and Goku met the criteria. However, there remained a gap in their mastery of the King Kai fist, something Goku had discerned. The King Kai understood, but Raditz knew it even better. That was why he exuded such confidence, daring to challenge everyone. Since Goku has spoken, let us combine our strengths, Krillin suggested, trusting Goku's judgment. Humph! Make way! Piccolo shouted. Leading the charge, hands charged with energy as he unleashed 2 green energy waves. The waves, each nearly a meter in diameter, scorched the air, emitting a resonant hum as they surged toward Raditz. Just as the energy waves approached, Raditz moved. With a casual flick of his hand, he deflected the waves effortlessly, sending the blinding light soaring into the distance with astonishing ease. However, Piccolo, momentarily stunned, seized the opportunity to appear behind him, poised to strike with a knife-hand chop. Raditz's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tail flicking with a sudden gust of wind. Once again, it was his tail. The whip-like force swept across Piccolo's midsection, sending him hurtling several meters away. You truly have a short memory. Have you forgotten I possess this weapon? Raditz taunted, swirling his tail in midair, beckoning the others. Come at me all at once. Well then, we shall not hold back, Tien shouted, launching himself into the fray without hesitation. Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiotsu quickly followed suit, encircling him as they unleashed a barrage of rapid attacks, fists and feet flying from all directions, leaving no room for reprieve. The onslaught descended like a torrential downpour, yet Raditz met it with even greater speed, as if he had sprouted 8 arms, deftly countering the 4-pronged assault. A cacophony of strikes echoed, shaking the very clouds of the otherworld. The others grew increasingly alarmed. Raditz faced their combined efforts with an unnerving calmness. It was utterly inconceivable. As the battle continued, their chances of victory appeared ever more dim. Gritting his teeth, Krillin leaped back a distance. Shouting, "Close your eyes," at his command, he spread his fingers wide, the back of his hand facing forward, his bald head radiating a blinding light. Solar flare. Not good, Raditz exclaimed, squinting as his eyes were assaulted by the intense light. Instinctively shutting them tightly, the lingering sting left him unable to open his eyes for a moment. In that instant, Tien and Yamcha launched a coordinated attack from either side. Yamcha unleashed his new Wolf-Fang fist, his fists moving with astonishing velocity, akin to a pack of wolves descending fiercely, conjuring a tempest. As their strikes aimed for Raditz, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Raditz, having learned to sense energy, though blinded, could still perceive their attacking auras. He unleashed energy waves from both sides, striking true. Bang! 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and forming massive craters. The earth erupted in a shower of debris, fissures spreading like veins beneath King Kai's feet. Observing his planet being ravaged by explosions, King Kai felt a pang of anguish. Those bastards should return to Earth before fighting, he thought, but no one paid him any heed. Raditz understood that the battle was far from over, for a far more potent energy was rising beneath him, concentrated to the brink of eruption. Indeed, it was Son Goku's Kamehameha. Raditz's fighting spirit ignited. His body tensed instantaneously, and a fierce aura erupted around him as he directed his hands downward, gathering energy. The shining shockwave, a brilliant light, clashed in midair, forming a colossal sphere of light at the point of contact. while the surrounding air sliced through like blades, emitting a sharp whistling sound. That very moment, Chaozu attempted to restrain Raditz with his psychic powers, while Piccolo rushed in from the side. Kaioken, Son Goku, seized the opportunity. Unleashing all his strength, his entire being engulfed in red flames, doubling the power of the Kamehameha. His muscles bulged, veins on his forehead throbbed, and sweat poured down his face. The light spheres surged toward Raditz. On the verge of engulfing him, Raditz struggled to withstand the Kamehameha, gritting his teeth. Although Chaozu's psychic powers had little effect, Piccolo's assault filled him with dread and desperation. He was compelled to unleash his hidden strength. Once more, he activated the Kaio-Ken in the blink of an eye. The shockwave's power surged, overpowering the Kamehameha and pushing the light sphere toward Goku. Suddenly, Raditz vanished from sight, the red flames flashing behind Piccolo. Delivering a swift chop to the back of his neck, Piccolo faltered, plummeting downward. That moment, Goku barely managed to dissipate the power of the shining shockwave. His hands tingled, the state of Kaioken still active, but his stamina severely drained. Raditz charged at him, launching relentless attacks, leaving Goku to defend himself barely. Within 10 exchanges, Son Goku was already battered and bruised, each punch threatening to penetrate him, the energy surging through his body from behind. Undeterred, Piccolo launched another offensive, a barrage of energy blasts. Raditz evaded at full speed, leaving no afterimage, and in an instant appeared before Piccolo, executing a side kick that sent him flying away. Meanwhile, those energy blasts struck Goku squarely. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Raditz, sending chills down his spine. He looked up to see Ken's energy cannon primed for fire. From the side, a round energy sphere was also aimed at him. It was Yamcha's spirit ball. I cannot let you succeed. Raditz took the initiative, swiftly extending his arms to unleash an invisible energy wave. With sheer force, he sent both of them flying away. The energy cannon misfired, soaring into the yellow cloud sea, while the spirit ball went astray, lost to the void. Both of them grimaced in pain, only to find Raditz's figure already vanished from view. Right here, the cold voice sent a shiver through them. Boom! Thud! In quick succession, Tien and Yamcha were knocked to the ground, and the resilient Piccolo charged in once more, only to be kicked down again. Meanwhile, Krillin and Chaozu surrendered, and Goku, after a few more exchanges, was once again sent crashing into the ground of King Kai's planet. Thus, Raditz emerged victorious, his breath quickening, yet a smile remained on his face. King Kai stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ravaged King Kai's planet, his lips trembling. His beloved vehicle lay overturned nearby, reduced to 4 wheels, while the road was littered with a solitary steering wheel. If King Kai could utter curses, he would undoubtedly be expressing his frustration in 3 words. Having endured the last great battle, Raditz's might was finally acknowledged by all. Even Piccolo had toned down his demeanor significantly, training with greater fervor and becoming increasingly strict while mentoring Gohan, in his spare time. He often sought Goku for intense training to counter the Kaioken. The others also deeply felt their inadequacies and became more earnest in their efforts. Time slipped by quietly, and it was only when King Kai reminded them that they realized the moment to confront the Saiyans was drawing near. Excuse me, King Kai, how long until they arrive? Well, approximately a month from now, a bit later than I initially anticipated, King Kai replied, explaining that their spaceship had encountered a planetary explosion in the cosmos, altering its trajectory. Upon hearing this, Goku wore a puzzled expression. Doesn't that mean we have another month to train? Well, King Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. The truth is, you have already surpassed me. There is little left for me to teach. You can continue training back on Earth. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned away, nodding slightly, exuding the air of a master, yet beneath his sunglasses, deep-seated fear flickered in his eyes. Please, don't linger here any longer. Not to mention, this planet has been rebuilt countless times. In short, it has been obliterated completely once, and each time has been worse than the last. Since the car was totaled, he had not driven again, and his hobby of counting grass had been cruelly stripped away, leaving him with nothing but daily games with bubbles. The most intolerable part was that his storeroom was nearing depletion. After training, everyone was left ravenous, consuming meals that would last him several days, especially Raditz and Goku, who each consumed amounts that could feed 10 or even dozens. Initially, he had merely been polite, but to his surprise, everyone had grown accustomed to it, praising King Kai's generosity while devouring food without restraint. After a year of this, his long-stored provisions were running dangerously low, and he was certain it would not suffice to last another month. King Kai resolved firmly. They could not be allowed to stay. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku frowned, pouting as he spoke. Before he could finish, King Kai bellowed, "I said it's time to go back." All right, I understand." Goku waved his hands. Stepping back 2 paces, Raditz stepped forward, grasping Goku's shoulder. "King Kai is right. We should return to Earth. It's best to acclimate ourselves to the environment and take some time to relax." The days of training had subjected each of them to immense hardship. Their bodies had reached their limits, and further training for another month would yield minimal gains. It would be far better to return, rest, and recuperate. Time had deviated from what he knew, prompting some concern within him. The Saiyans were supposed to arrive a month earlier, yet it now seemed they would take nearly a year. Was this turn of events merely a coincidence, or had everything already begun to change? Raditz clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of unease. Since Raditz says so, why not return? Yamcha chimed in, "We have grown significantly stronger. Master Roshi will surely be astonished upon seeing us," Krillin remarked with a smile. While Gohan, too, shone with pride, being Goku's son and under Piccolo's tutelage. "Huh, me?" Gohan shyly lowered his head. Piccolo shot him a cold glance. Not nearly enough. With that, he huffed softly. Though he was exceedingly strict, an inexplicable concern shone through his gaze. These two were indeed the best teacher-student duo, Raditz noted with an inward chuckle. He led everyone to bid farewell to King Kai, leaping from King Kai's planet to the Snake Way. King Kai, relieved, wiped his brow with a handkerchief while waving goodbye to them. Goku appeared reluctant to leave, causing King Kai to hastily wave faster. "I'll notify the gods of Earth to come fetch you. Just follow the Snake Way to the end." "Understood," Raditz replied loudly, waving to King Kai before launching forward. Free from the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, he felt utterly unburdened, as if floating on clouds. Merging with the rushing winds around him, "Let us have a race and see who is the fastest," Goku exclaimed, closely trailing Raditz, his aura swirling around him, creating a long streak of light. How cunning. "I won't lose." The group was invigorated, unleashing a powerful aura, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Several hours later, Raditz was the first to arrive at the entrance of Snake Way. Even he was drenched in sweat that a journey spanning millions of kilometers was no trivial matter. His speed was truly remarkable. After a while, Son Goku finally appeared, with Piccolo hot on his heels, though there remained a slight distance between them that he could not close. In the end, they arrived at the Snake Way entrance in quick succession. Following them were Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Chaozu, who took an extra half hour, arriving alongside Gohan. Gohan's energy was already quite formidable, yet he had not mastered its use. And suddenly, a bureaucrat from the underworld, clad in a shirt and adorned with spectacles, appeared before the crowd, clutching a notebook. His face bore a greenish hue, and 2 horns protruded from his head. Aside from this peculiar aspect, he bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human. "What a curious individual," murmured Wukong, inching closer with intrigue. "He is a staff member of the underworld. It is only fitting," Raditz softly elucidated, "I shall escort you to meet the celestial beings of Earth. Even Lord Kai has ensured that King Yen has made the necessary arrangements. Please, board the vehicle." The underworld official guided them to an elongated vehicle specifically designated for the underworld, which whisked them directly to the grand hall of King Yen. The celestial beings were indeed awaiting their arrival and approached them as soon as they made their entrance. Between the underworld and the planets it governs, the celestial beings possess the ability to traverse at will. Each individual grasped a part of another's body, and then the celestial being, and in an instant, they all found themselves transported to the heavenly realm. "We're back," Wukong exclaimed, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of lightness. An almost euphoric ease, Krillin shouted with delight, having not had the chance to relish in the lightness of his body during their swift journey through the Serpent Road. Upon returning to Earth, he realized he felt as if he had shed all weight, becoming several times more agile. Raditz gazed towards the horizon, filled with anticipation for Vegeta's arrival. "Come on, witness the fruits of my training, as well as the prowess of these Earthlings." A month's time may seem neither long nor short, but for Raditz, it was just the right duration to indulge in life on Earth. During this period, he had grown accustomed to the lifestyle here. Looking up, the sunlight bathed the earth in a splendid glow, while people crossed paths beneath the azure sky, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily above. Towering skyscrapers stood in close proximity, and grand aerial tunnels traversed the city, embellishing it with an air of sophistication. On the wide thoroughfares, vehicles were aplenty. Raditz, with one hand propped against the car door and the other gripping the steering wheel, navigated slowly through the bustling streets. Why are the cars ahead still not moving? Yukon complained, impatiently tapping his arm. The bustling city experiences something known as the morning rush hour, whether it be the latest flying automobiles or ordinary sedans. They must all obediently remain in this gridlock, Raditz replied from the driver's seat, coming to yet another halt. Seated in the back, Krillin and Yamcha chuckled. Haha, Yukon doesn't he even have a driver's license? It has been ages since he has been on the road. Wait, Krillin, you can drive too? Yukon was aware that Yamcha was an experienced driver, but he was taken aback that Krillin was laughing as well. Hee, I learned after the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin beamed proudly, brandishing his driver's license. See, Yukon, surprised, aren't you? Why not just fly wherever we want? Raditz shot Yukon a disdainful glance. Driving is a form of enjoyment. Besides, incessantly flying about is rather ill-mannered. Yukon scratched his head, appearing somewhat puzzled. By the way, can't Gohan come out to play? Sigh. Chi-Chi won't allow it, and I can't do anything about it. Krillin lamented. Recently, Gohan hasn't had a chance to engage in any activities, has he? Krillin imagined the scenario, chuckling. Raditz couldn't help but laugh as well. Since his return, he had been residing at Yukon's home. And upon first meeting Yukon's elder brother, Chi-Chi had been astounded and prepared a grand feast to welcome him. Yukon and Raditz trained 8 hours daily, followed by some farm work and odd jobs. To everyone's surprise, Yukon, usually solely focused on training, had taken to diligent work, much to Chi-Chi's admiration, who praised Raditz for being a wonderful brother. However, Gohan had it tough, as he had fallen a year behind in his studies and was coerced by Chi-Chi into completing a mountain of exercises taller than the table. The sheer volume was enough to make even Raditz's heart race, and with Chi-Chi's imposing presence, no one dared to argue with her at home. Looks like there's trouble ahead. Shall we fly instead? Yamcha said, leaning against the doorway, stifling a yawn. At 7 in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Raditz drove Bulma's newly purchased flying sports car into the most bustling commercial district of West City. And they hadn't been able to exit the vehicle since. Raditz shrugged. There's nothing we can do. They all disembarked, stowing the car in capsules under the watchful gaze of onlookers, who were utterly perplexed by their actions. The next moment, everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in astonishment. They witnessed 4 individuals soaring into the sky. Am I dreaming? I don't know. Hey, did you see that? They can fly. Damn it. Why didn't I capture this on camera? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions, while many remained in a state of bewilderment, rubbing their eyes and pinching their thighs. Convinced they were experiencing a daydream, the 4 ascended into the air, gliding effortlessly onward. Below, traffic remained congested, with numerous vehicles haphazardly strewn across intersections. A month prior, Raditz had implored her to enhance both the upper limits and accuracy of the measurements. And now it was nearing completion. Raditz's detector lay horizontally to one side, its screen flashing the number 20,000. On this sunlit weekend, the streets were congested with cars, and pedestrians flowed like a river. Inside the shopping mall, the air conditioning was set to a chilling degree. Many people wandered amidst the cool air, selecting goods, while others were engrossed in cinematic tales, whether lighthearted or fervent, just as individuals were joyfully celebrating the weekend as they did on any ordinary day. Suddenly, 2 meteor-like objects plummeted from the sky, crashing through the mall's dome and descending into the depths below. The earth shook violently, and the surface around them collapsed into a deep pit. Towering buildings crumbled with a thunderous roar. And countless people screamed in terror, scattering chaotically. Gray smoke billowed upwards at an angle, flames flickered, and explosions reverberated incessantly, affecting neighboring structures and roadways. In the midst of the chaos, as people fled in desperation, 2 figures emerged slowly from the smoke and dust, dressed in bizarre attire. One was a hulking bald man, while the other, though diminutive in stature, bore an air of arrogance. They traversed the inferno and rubble with an unsettling calmness that sent shivers down spines. Suddenly, a woman let out a piercing scream, igniting a wave of panic. Aliens. Run for your lives. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of terror enveloped everyone. Some fled with all their might, while others found their legs weak and trembling. What ignorant humans. That boss surveyed the panicked crowd with disdain, feeling utterly superior, and decided to greet them. With that, He raised his hand, extending 2 fingers, and a wildly arrogant grin split his face. Ha! In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth, the ground erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, and light soared into the heavens. 100-mile radius was transformed into a barren wasteland, devoid of any trace of life or structure. Engulfed in suffocating smoke. Ha ha ha! Was my greeting insufficiently impactful? That Ba laughed triumphantly, surveying the desolation with self-satisfaction. Vegeta brushed off the dust, his expression one of boredom. Let us not forget why we came to Earth. He glanced sidelong at that Ba, his demeanor shifting as he recalled that if there were Dragon Balls in this vicinity, their wish for immortality would be thwarted. You fool. I sincerely apologize. I got carried away and lost track of things. That Ba suddenly realized, panic washing over his features as he understood the peril he had nearly invoked. If Vegeta were to become enraged, it would spell disaster for him. Fortunately, Vegeta merely reprimanded him. His tone stern yet lacking the fire of true anger. I am here to seek out the formidable beings on this planet. Anyone capable of defeating Raditz must be the strongest, as he spoke. That Ba activated the detector, and suddenly a series of signals blared. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The signals continued to resonate, all indicating a single location. Something is amiss. There are many powerful warriors on this planet, all boasting combat powers exceeding 1,000. A mere 1,000. Do they truly pose a threat to us? If they're all gathered together, it would be simple to eliminate them all at once, sparing me the trouble of hunting them down individually. Vegeta's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Let us go, at Vegeta's command. He and that boss swiftly approached the source of the signals. Meanwhile, Earth's warriors had gathered, sensing the immense power of the Saiyans drawing near. The King Kai had forewarned them of the timing. Granting them the advantage to minimize casualties, they deliberately chose a remote battlefield, surrounded by vast wilderness and isolated mountains, where wildlife was scarce. The wind stirred the dust, swirling around each individual as they resolutely gazed into the distance, their postures unwavering. Raditz stood at the forefront, his expression grave. They're coming. The 2 Saiyans were indeed formidable. Their energy could be felt even from this distance. Though Krillin was astonished, he remained unflustered, as Raditz and Goku were also Saiyans, and he was aware that these 2 were even more powerful. Tien, I hope you'll be all right. Yajirobe, if danger arises, you must flee first. Your combat power is the weakest here. Do not engage recklessly. Tien, however, displayed an eager expression, excited at the prospect of finally facing them in battle. How impressive, Gohan murmured, a hint of fear on his face. Impressive? Piccolo's lips curled in a derisive smirk, brimming with confidence. Over the past month, he had continued his rigorous training and had sparred many times with Goku's Kaioken, becoming significantly stronger than he had been a month ago. In his eyes, the 2 Saiyans, lacking the Kaioken, were unlikely to match his prowess. Clad in his flamboyant cape, he stood beside Goku, as steadfast as a mountain. Gohan, do not be afraid. Over the past year, we have grown tremendously. You 2 possess the strength to fight. Piccolo glanced at the sweat-drenched Gohan and reassured him. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Encouraged by Piccolo, Gohan felt a surge of courage. Piccolo had been the one to train Gohan. As Goku's teaching methods were not particularly effective, and it was difficult for Goku to be as strict with his own son as Piccolo was, now, Gohan's combat prowess might very well rival Krillin's. However, lacking experience, he had yet to face a life-or-death battle, and he was taught with anxiety. Goku had intentionally positioned him behind himself to provide some support. Did you bring the Senzu beans? Raditz confirmed with Goku. I did, but Karin said there are only 3 left. Goku pointed to the small pouch at his waist. By the way, it seems Yajirobe is also supposed to come. But where is he? Don't count on him. He'll show up when it truly matters. If they are indeed as you mentioned, possessing combat powers of 18,000, they won't be a match for you, brother. The Senzu beans will be of no use. Goku chuckled. Let us hope so. Raditz casually remarked, the sense of unease from his time on King Kai's planet creeping back into his mind. He possessed a combat power of 20,000, bolstered by the Kaioken and the secret Genkidama, sufficient to contend with Vegeta. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, his heart racing. The timeline had subtly altered. Could it be due to this? What precisely is amiss? Raditz racked his brains for an answer, anxiously gazing at the sky, convinced that some hidden force lurked somewhere, yet he had no clue. As he pondered, Tin suddenly shouted, having spotted a figure in the distance. Everyone turned sharply to look, and indeed, 2 beams of white light hurtled towards them, filled with fierce intent. Vegeta and that Ba, you have finally arrived, huh? Is that Raditz? Isn't he dead? Could it be he has been resurrected? That Ba was taken aback upon seeing Raditz standing at the forefront of the crowd. They had received news of Raditz's death via their communicator and were aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls, having come to Earth specifically for that purpose. Yet, everything fell off. Raditz was alive and appeared to be leading a group of Earthlings behind him. This brat. Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury, accelerating his descent. With a thud, the two landed, and the detector emitted a warning sound. Their battle suits were identical to Raditz, their aura menacing, radiating a chilling malice that sent shivers down spines. Were you waiting for us? Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression one of contempt. And you, Raditz, you had better explain what is going on. His countenance darkened, teetering on the brink of explosion. If Raditz had not perished, it could only mean he had deceived him. How dare a lowly warrior trick him? A wave of murderous intent silently spread, enveloping everyone in a frigid dread, their skin crawling. In the past, Raditz would have quaked in fear, his legs trembling. Yet now, he approached with a smile. Vegeta, I have never died. I only said that to invite you to Earth so we could have a proper discussion. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta burst into laughter. A mix of skepticism, disdain, mockery, and rage. You conspired with the Earthlings to deceive me. You have betrayed the Saiyans. I shall kill you and eradicate all of humanity on this planet. Indeed, Earth was already in Frisia's plans. You would destroy it for him. And then what? Spend your life as Frisia's lapdog. In a more mocking tone, Raditz retorted. This statement pierced Vegeta's heart like a thorn. Silence. It seemed you were reluctant to continue this way. So why not resist? My brother on Earth, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, is surrounded by a remarkable group of companions. If we three join forces, it is certainly possible to confront Frisia. Don't make me laugh. With your pathetic crew, how dare you speak of uniting against Frisia? Humph. You all seem to be fools. The screen before Vegeta clearly displayed Raditz's battle power. 1800. Nappa chimed in. A battle power of 1800 is indeed somewhat stronger than before. But such power is utterly useless. The scouter can be inaccurate at times. Goku interrupted Nappa, asserting himself. Facing the two Saiyans, the flames of battle ignited within him, especially towards Vegeta, who incited a desire to engage. Convincing the two seemed arduous. The worst-case scenario would be a full-blown fight, which Goku eagerly anticipated. You are Kakarot, aren't you? My name is Son Goku. Boring. Let me ask you, since Raditz is not dead, does that mean the Dragon Balls are also a fabrication? Vegeta remained preoccupied with the Dragon Balls. No, the Dragon Balls are real and can grant any wish. At this revelation, a satisfied smile graced Vegeta's face. This journey to Earth had not been in vain after all. He truly despised Frisia and wished to confront him, yet Raditz's proposal seemed utterly implausible to him. How strong could a handful of Earthlings be? How powerful could the combined might of the three, or rather 4, Saiyans be? Even Jinyu might not stand a chance, let alone Frisia. Thus, he rejected Raditz, still placing his hopes in the Dragon Balls to grant him eternal life. If you clarify the matter of the Dragon Balls, I may consider sparing your lives. Vegeta raised a hand, arrogantly tilting his chin upward. It appears you do not intend to heed my advice. Then I shall demonstrate just how powerful we are. As Raditz spoke, he slowly retreated, positioning himself at the far left of the crowd, where everyone stood in anticipation, gazing at Vegeta. Nappa, did you hear that? Raditz wants to show us his strength. Ha ha ha. Let us see their battle power. Just over 1,000, and they dare to boast. Have you forgotten my terror, fools? I could take you all down at once. Nappa scoffed. Don't be so hasty. Vegeta chuckled. There should still be some seeds of the cultivators left. Let them have a go. Hearing this, Nappa chuckled sinisterly, retrieving a small vial from his waist that contained several seeds. He scattered the seeds into the soil. Before long, several grotesque creatures emerged from the ground, their heads resembling large cabbages, with slender limbs, and their entire bodies a sickly green. What are those things? How repulsive! Krillin exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the cultivators emerging from the earth. They appear to be extraterrestrial beings. Piccolo's expression remained icy. They are all worthless. Worthless? Such bold words, Nappa retorted, suddenly startled as he turned to Piccolo. Oh, you are the Namekian. The Namekian? The others were taken aback, learning about Piccolo's homeland for the first time. However, given he was an alien, it made sense for him to possess such power. No wonder. It was said that Namekians possessed incredible abilities, and it seems you are the one who creates the Dragon Balls. By the way, you are the one who collaborated with Raditz in this charade. I recognize your voice. Nappa grinned wickedly. Voice? The crowd paused momentarily, quickly recalling Raditz's earlier mention that the scouter could also serve as a communication device. If we are to fight, let us do so quickly. Piccolo spat disdainfully, adopting a combat stance, his gaze fixed coldly on Nappa. It seems you have more numbers than the cultivators. It cannot be one-on-one. Vegeta remarked with interest, seemingly disappointed by this. One-on-one is unnecessary. I can handle it alone. Piccolo, let me take this. Goku declared confidently. No need for you to intervene. Raditz halted Goku. Let Gohan and the others deal with the cultivators. It will be easy for them. Trust in their abilities. Very well. Goku pondered briefly, placing his hands on his hips and stepping aside. Piccolo, confident in his parity with Goku, also withdrew his stance, folding his arms and standing coldly. All right, since that's the case, I'll go first, Yamcha declared, cracking his knuckles with a smile as he stepped forward. Clad in his turtle school GI, he advanced steadily and calmly. Meanwhile, Nappa's scouter displayed a number, 1080. This figure was still lower than that of the cultivator, causing Nappa to beam with delight. A malicious grin plastered on his face. In his mind, the cultivator could easily eliminate Yamcha. Don't be careless. Give it your all, Vegeta coldly commanded. The cultivator halted, let out a shriek, and lunged at Yamcha. Its claws were sharp, nearly 10 centimeters long, and it moved swiftly, leaping several dozen meters in an instant towards Yamcha. Its claws flailing, producing a piercing scream. Whoosh! The sound of a swift sweep echoed as its claws tore through the air. Yet, the cultivator suddenly froze. It had cleaved through the air, eagerly anticipating to shred its foe. But the Yamcha before it had vanished in an instant. At that moment, a figure appeared behind it, delivering a powerful kick to its head. The kick contained immense force, sending the cultivator spinning 3 times in the air before crashing to the ground, sliding for several meters before coming to a halt. Worthless! Vegeta roared in fury, extending 2 fingers, and with a swift motion, reduced the cultivator to mere fragments. Nappa couldn't help but sweat at the sight. A drop trickling down his temple. I warned you to give it your all, and not be careless, Vegeta bellowed, pointing at another cultivator. You go next, and do not lose again. The cultivator he indicated trembled in fear as it stepped forward. Yamcha gleefully flashed a V sign and exchanged applause with Krillin. These monsters are no match for you. That so? I shall defeat it even faster than you. Ha! Let us see you try. All right, I'm going. Krillin leaped forward, adopting a fighting stance. The cultivator and Krillin locked gazes, a glimmer of intensity flashing in their eyes. Whoosh! Both vanished from sight. Ah, they've disappeared, Gohan gasped. Focus on sensing their ki. How could you not see them? I taught you this, Piccolo scolded. Gohan felt ashamed, striving to sense the ki of the rapidly moving fighters, when suddenly he exclaimed joyfully, I see them. No sooner had he spoken than the cultivator was hurled to the ground, collapsing limply, unable to rise again. Worthless, Vegeta struck again, dispatching the barely conscious cultivator, which had just moments ago registered a battle power exceeding 2,000. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Raditz. He realized that the battle power of the 2 Earthlings had drastically fluctuated, leading him to question Raditz's true strength. 1800 was likely not Raditz's real battle power. He dared to challenge him. Could it be that Raditz truly possessed power rivaling his own? Vegeta remained uncertain, designating the next challenger to observe once more. This time it was Tien's turn. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the cultivator's morale plummeted, and upon seeing Tien, it felt a flicker of fear. Go, Vegeta urged. The cultivator, fearing Vegeta even more, rushed forward headlong, unleashing all its power in a clawed strike. Tien stood firm, unflinching. Just as the claws were about to make contact, the cultivator rejoiced, but then realized something was amiss. Its claws met only an afterimage of Tien. Stepping back, it discovered multiple Tiens surrounding it, all mere remnants of high-speed movement. It could not discern which was the real one, feeling dizzy and breaking into a cold sweat. No problem. The battle power is 1150, while the cultivator boasts 1200. How can this be? Nappa fretted, pressing the scouter, but the display stubbornly indicated Tien's battle power at 1150. A mere 50-point difference in battle power. Yet able to toy with the cultivator so easily. Nappa, do not trust the scouter's data. They can likely manipulate their battle power at will. Vegeta finally found conviction in his judgment, his expression hardening. In the arena, Tien swiftly launched an attack, a flurry of afterimages coalescing into one, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the training dummy, sending it flying and leaving a significant dent. Ha ha, another victory, Tien exclaimed, turning to raise his arm and give a thumbs up to his companions. Behind him, the training dummy crashed heavily to the ground. So, who was next? Chaozu or Gohan? Vegeta and Nappa watched as the others celebrated, completely disregarding the two of them, inexplicably feeling a sense of humiliation. They were the ones who had intended to toy with everyone. Yet now it seemed as if the order of combatants was being decided as if it were a game. After finally coming to invade Earth, couldn't they receive a modicum of respect? Nevertheless, the Earth warriors remained huddled together, cheering on Gohan, utterly indifferent to the expressions of the Saiyans. The training dummies exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Hurry up and send out the next one. Vegeta couldn't help but shout. Krillin's laughter was boisterous, and combined with the noise of others, Vegeta's words quickly drowned in the clamor. With no one paying him any heed, only Raditz cast a pitying glance his way, causing the corners of Vegeta's mouth to twitch slightly, as if his patience had reached its limit. Finally, Gohan took the stage, his small frame flipping through the air before landing firmly. The training dummy recognized that its opponent had appeared and, without hesitation, launched an attack that was evident to them that this time the opponent lacked the previous intensity. Having undergone numerous simulated battles, this was Gohan's first real combat experience, and he felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, the instinct of a Saiyan ignited his fighting spirit. Faced with the training dummy, Gohan summoned his courage and steadied his heart. Feel the energy that he repeatedly recalled the techniques Piccolo had taught him in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He anticipated the training dummy's movements. It was charging directly at him. Gohan's spirit soared as he unleashed a torrent of energy from his hands, launching a series of energy blasts that arced gracefully through the air, forming a radiant white rainbow. The brilliance erupted with a thunderous roar, striking the training dummy squarely in an instant. The readings on the scouter changed dramatically. Even Nappa noticed the fluctuating numbers, his expression darkening. 2800. A mere child possesses such battle power. The training dummy barreled forward through the energy waves, smoke billowing and dust swirling, revealing its figure. However, it had already been reduced to nothing but bones from the energy assault. It emerged from the haze, expending its last ounce of strength, but only managing to take a few steps before collapsing. Could he truly be Kakarot's child? Nappa shouted, his fury mounting. Vegeta felt an ominous premonition wash over him. No more games. We must end this swiftly. Nappa, finish him. His commanding voice echoed like thunder, momentarily startling Gohan. The others were also taken aback. They hadn't expected Vegeta to renege on their one-on-one duel and suddenly intervene. Nappa, having been eager for a fight, immediately surged forward upon receiving the command. Gohan, feeling a twinge of fear, took a few steps back. The approaching training dummy was one thing, but the formidable Nappa, with his muscular frame resembling a small mountain, radiated an intimidating power that was disconcerting. Nappa's charge, propelled by his iron-like body, stirred up a cloud of dust, the pressure causing Gohan's clothes to billow and the air to resonate with a continuous roar, shaking the ground beneath them. The overwhelming force bore down like a rampaging elephant, releasing boundless might. A single punch unleashed the force of an exploding mountain. Gohan found himself unable to keep pace with Nappa's speed, raising his hands in a desperate defense, summoning all his strength to hold his ground. Yet Nappa, determined to succeed, became even more exhilarated upon seeing Gohan's resistance. With a resounding crack, a colossal punch struck with such force that it made a mere whispering sound as the fierce energy dissipated silently. Nappa froze, astonished that his fist had been caught by a single hand, firmly clenching it to the point where he could not pull away. Goku stood unwavering against the oncoming gale, calmly gripping Nappa's fist with one hand, his expression serene. Beep, beep, beep. The scouters worn by Vegeta and Nappa displayed an astonishing reading of 5,000. How could a low-class warrior possess such power? Nappa exclaimed, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. His heart skipping a beat. He hadn't even noticed Goku's appearance. The speed had surpassed his limits. It appeared that 5,000 was merely Goku's baseline. Vegeta's gaze deepened as he regarded Goku, his expression shifting. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Raditz, sensing that Raditz might be even stronger. Returning his focus to the battle, he observed Nappa and Goku locked in confrontation. Goku tilted his head slightly. Gohan, you've done well. Now, let me take over. With that, he unleashed 2 energy blasts from his other hand, sending the training dummy hurtling away, leaving it barely clinging to life. At that moment, Nappa gritted his teeth, summoning his strength, unleashing a powerful punch enveloped in white energy, instantly releasing a deadly arc of force. Goku opened his palm to meet the explosive punch. The collision of their immense energies resulted in a deafening roar. creating a massive crater in the ground. Others recoiled in shock, retreating rapidly. Only Raditz remained still, watching the battle with unwavering confidence in Goku. Kakarot, do you dare to stand against me? Nappa bellowed, veins bulging in fury. Why wouldn't I? You are not my match, Goku replied honestly. What did you say? Nappa nearly spat blood in rage, his face flushing crimson, his distinctive mustache quivering uncontrollably. He put more force into his punch, intent on overpowering Goku. Despite Nappa's muscles being as solid as iron, his strength failed to budge Goku even an inch. Observing Nappa's gritted teeth, seemingly reaching his limit, Goku simply released his grip and fell backward. The sudden shift caught Nappa off guard, and he tumbled forward due to inertia, while Goku pushed against the ground, launching his legs skyward. The immense force shattered the chest armor of Nappa's battle suit, sending debris flying. Nappa was propelled like a cannonball, soaring into the sky, saliva streaming down his face, contorted in agony. Goku unleashed a surge of energy, swiftly closing in on Nappa, delivering a powerful strike that sent him crashing to the ground. The earth erupted violently, debris scattering in all directions, creating a massive pit with a 100-meter diameter, the cracks resembling a spider's web sprawling into the distance. Nappa lay in the pit, covered in dust, his battle suit torn and rendered unusable. You bastard! He roared in fury, leaping from the crater, his fist pounding the ground, unleashing a terrifying force. The earth fractured and erupted, sending countless stones flying, the thunderous sound echoing through the forest. The very waves of energy scattering like shards of rock. The swirling winds obliterated nearby foliage, causing the ground to sink further. Goku regarded the disheveled Nappa with unwavering composure. Such formidable energy, truly a Saiyan. Impressive. Although Nappa's battle power was inferior, Goku remained vigilant, a cautious expression on his face. With that, he launched another attack, propelling himself forward with a punch from a distance of several dozen meters. The air pressure from his punch surged forth like crashing waves, rushing towards Nappa. Low-class warrior, do not celebrate too early. Nappa stood firm, bracing his muscles, attempting to withstand the blow. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his eyes fierce, radiating a commanding presence like a wild beast. With a thunderous roar, the tremendous impact struck Nappa directly. The explosive sound was deafening, and Goku felt a tingling sensation in his fist, the force rebounding back at him. But Nappa's body absorbed the punch and even broke through Goku's strength. Charging directly at him, Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was that not your full strength just now? Without uttering a word, Nappa raised his hand to strike, engaging in a fierce battle with Wukong. The two intertwined their limbs, creating a dizzying array of hundreds of shadows that danced in the air. Though Nappa's assault was forceful, Wukong's defense stood like an impregnable fortress, thwarting Nappa's advance and countering with overwhelming might. Swiftly pushing forward. Initially, their clash seemed evenly matched, fueled by Nappa's rage, but this balance was soon shattered. Nappa had already taken several blows, his face marred with bruises, his arms aching painfully, forcing him to endure with great difficulty. The dissipating energy stirred the clouds, the air filled with the sharp, tearing sounds of turbulence. Incredible, Krillin gazed up at the sky, nearly spellbound. That Saiyan didn't seem so formidable after all. No, that fellow was indeed powerful. But Son Goku was infinitely stronger, concluded Piccolo. In stark contrast to their optimistic outlook, Vegeta grew increasingly impatient, tapping his arm, gritting his teeth, his brow furrowed in frustration. He longed to resolve the matter with his own hands, his ire rising at the sight of the ineffective Nappa. Just as Vegeta's rage peaked, Nappa was sent sprawling to the ground, his battle suit reduced to merely the lower half of his chest. His body a canvas of bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth to his chin, having lost 2 teeth in the process. This state of utter disgrace was unprecedented for him. Especially against a low-tier warrior, he could not tolerate it. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Nappa glared fiercely at Son Goku. Gasping for breath, he could hardly believe what was happening. How could a lowly warrior stand against him? A scion of nobility, and even surpass him? It was utterly inconceivable. Kakarot, I will defeat you, Nappa screamed in a frenzy. But suddenly, his voice was silenced as he unleashed a blinding beam of white light from his open mouth. The sudden burst of energy was astonishing, startling Son Goku. Yet, Goku reacted swiftly, almost instinctively countering with a Kamehameha wave just in the nick of time, the pale blue light instantly engulfing Nappa's mountainous form. That was close. He can actually fire from his mouth, just like Piccolo, Goku remarked, Wiping the sweat from his brow, Piccolo's ears perked up as he turned slightly. Humph! How dulled as the brilliance receded. Naba was left clad only in a pair of ultra-high-quality underwear. His body battered and bruised, frozen in disbelief, suspended in mid-air that moment. His mind was a void, utterly at a loss. He had lost, completely lost. The pride of being a Saiyan noble had been trampled repeatedly, and his rage had long since dissipated, yet it was all to no avail. He stared blankly at Son Goku, a profound fear of death creeping in. Naba, you are no match for him. Come back. At this critical juncture, Vegeta issued the command. He could no longer bear to watch. He had to call Naba back. Otherwise, given Son Goku's strength, Naba might very well be finished off entirely. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed Son Goku's power level soar from 50,000 to 10,000. No matter how hard Naba tried, he would barely reach 6,000, leaving a vast chasm between them. That Naba had not perished was solely due to Son Goku's mercy. He had to intervene personally to put an end to this farce. Receiving Vegeta's command, Naba obediently descended, ceasing his engagement. In truth, he had lost the will to fight, fearful of continuing against Son Goku. However, his gaze fell upon Gohan and the others, and a sly thought flickered in his mind. If I cannot defeat you, perhaps I can attack your son. Stealing a glance at Son Goku, and seeing that he was unperturbed, Naba sneered and charged at Gohan. He unleashed a powerful punch, fueled by his strength and rage, coming down with tremendous force. Boom! It came swiftly, and retreated even faster. Naba was sent flying, crashing at Vegeta's feet. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Naba's arm was bent grotesquely, rendered nearly useless. He drooled, his face a portrait of misery. Reflecting on the moment, he realized he had almost struck Gohan but had been ambushed by that Namekian, resulting in the ruin of his arm. What a disgrace! Vegeta could no longer contain his frustration, seizing Naba by the wrist and hurling him into the air. You worthless fool! No, Vegeta, please, don't. Even Naba, dim-witted as he was, understood Vegeta's intent and cried out desperately, summoning his last ounce of strength. His frantic pleas did nothing to sway Vegeta's resolve. At that moment, Vegeta adhered to a primal philosophy: eliminate those who were useless. Naba had become a burden, and retaining him served no purpose. A luminous sphere of energy flickered to life beside Vegeta, resembling a radiant mini-sun, obliterating the surrounding rocks into dust, which was then consumed by the energy. This surge of power left the onlookers awestruck, none daring to underestimate it. Suddenly, the sphere shot upward, unleashing a fierce light, akin to a dragon ascending to the heavens. Such formidable energy! This Saiyan is far stronger than the brute. Piccolo shielded his eyes from the blinding light, gritting his teeth. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure rushing towards that searing energy, and his heart raced with shock. It was Raditz. "Don't just recklessly kill," Raditz shouted, hurling a pre-charged energy blast, a blue orb spiraling forth, striking Vegeta's energy wave, diverting it several meters away, soaring into the boundless azure sky. Simultaneously, Son Goku flew over, catching Naba and moving towards his companions. Why save me?" Kakarot, in the face of death. Naba found himself in despair, yet he did not expect Raditz and Kakarot to come to his rescue. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, an indescribable feeling taking hold. "We are all Saiyans," Son Goku replied simply, dragging him to safety and placing him on the ground. The others, in unison, began to clear away, creating a battleground for Raditz and Vegeta. Among them, Raditz was the strongest. Though Naba remained oblivious to this fact, he said to Son Goku, "Raditz is courting death. If you team up with that Namekian, you might stand a chance. You have no idea of Vegeta's terror." "No, you have no idea of Raditz's terror." Before Naba could finish his sentence, Piccolo interrupted him. Son Goku nodded in agreement. "I've fought with my brother many times, but I've never won. I believe he can defeat Vegeta. Haha. There was one time when all of us were taken down by him alone. It's truly infuriating. A painful memory," Krillin added. Listening to them, Naba was struck with layers of shock, ultimately left in a state of utter bewilderment. "What are you all?" The wind carried his voice, whisking it away to the space between Vegeta and Raditz. Unlike Naba, Vegeta had recognized Raditz's extraordinary nature from the start. Though he found it hard to believe that such progress could be made on Earth within a year, Son Goku's recent display had delivered a resounding slap to Naba's face, compelling him to take Raditz seriously. "Raditz, what have you done? Your power level should only be 1,500, and those Earthlings could hardly exceed 2,000. Your predicament is the key to defeating Frieza. Raditz deliberately kept them guessing. Want to know? Humph, Vegeta snorted. Falling silent. Point one word, or two? It all depends on you. I suspect you wouldn't want to remain Frisia's subordinate for life, would you? I will beat it out of you. Raditz, you are infuriating me. Vegeta advanced towards Raditz step by step, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he sought to incinerate everyone in his path, his energy surging violently, causing the earth to tremble. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Perhaps you've forgotten this, so let me remind you once more. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta vanished from sight, suddenly reappearing beside Raditz, delivering a punch that pierced through Raditz's abdomen. His battle suit crumpling like paper. Raditz's eyes widened, his stomach collapsing suddenly as a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Blood trickled slowly from his mouth. The searing agony enveloped Raditz entirely. A mix of soreness and spasms coursing through him like electricity, and a sudden sense of dread filled his heart. An 18,000 power level was no joke. He had not anticipated Vegeta's attack to be so formidable, far surpassing any adversary he had faced before. This single blow revealed the relentless energy and rage pulsating from Vegeta. Vegeta, in a rage, as the Prince of the Saiyans. He possessed a combat power that overwhelmed numerous adult warriors by the tender age of 5. His innate talent surpassing that of all other Saiyans, earning him the title of Hope for his people from King Vegeta. In his eyes, he was the strongest Saiyan, believing that even his father, King Vegeta, was merely an elder whose strength he would eventually surpass. To him, those so-called elite warriors were nothing but trash. Lowly warriors like Kakarot and Raditz failed to capture his attention at all. During their time together on a mission, Raditz had been too intimidated to speak loudly, needing to seek permission for every action. It was only out of consideration for Raditz's diligence that he hadn't dismissed him. But now, two inferior Saiyans dared to provoke him, even threatening him. Most infuriating of all, Raditz sought to display power that exceeded his own. This was utterly unacceptable. Vegeta roared, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Raditz, each strike shattering the resilient combat suit and shaking the ground into a chaotic landscape. Raditz, where is the power you wish to demonstrate? Show me. Vegeta gathered his energy and delivered a devastating blow to Raditz's cheek, sending him flying. The figure soared for dozens of meters before skidding along the ground for quite some time, finally coming to rest amidst the swirling dust. Raditz has been knocked down, Tin Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. From their perspective, they witnessed Raditz endure Vegeta's onslaught, only to be felled to the ground without a hint of resistance. Was Vegeta truly that formidable? Anxiety gripped the onlookers as they clenched their fists. Yamcha lamented, Goku, I remember you stating that Raditz hadn't been training seriously for a month. Could that be the reason? No, my brother trains diligently, but he only practices for 8 hours a day, half of which is dedicated to basic physical conditioning. Could it be that he has grown sluggish? Not at all. Pay attention. His energy has not diminished, Goku replied confidently, smiling. Moreover, that energy continued to swell, reaching unprecedented heights. The crowd fell silent as adept users of energy. They soon sensed Raditz's still potent aura. Looking again, they beheld Raditz gradually pushing himself off the ground, rising once more. Humph, you can still stand? Remarkable. Vegeta sneered. It seems you were not entirely delusional. Enduring so many of my punches indicates your strength has significantly increased. If I am not mistaken, your combat power must now exceed 10,000. Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. You are not mistaken. No wonder he had grown so confident. But what of it? Vegeta bellowed as he advanced, his form vanishing into thin air. Raditz startled, sensing danger looming behind him, his hair standing on end as he instinctively turned. Yet the attack had already arrived, a fierce elbow strike aimed at him, which Raditz hurriedly blocked with crossed arms. In the next moment, Vegeta leaped forward, delivering a kick that forced Raditz to contort at an impossible angle, narrowly dodging another blow. Observing Raditz's constant evasion, Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed, no matter how much you improve, my combat power will always surpass yours. The disparity in our innate talents is an unalterable fact. Do you understand? As he boasted, he gathered energy in his palm, a white light igniting as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each shot, the earth trembled. Those miles away mistook it for an earthquake. Fleeing to open spaces in terror, even Tien and the others broke into a cold sweat, feeling a prickling pressure that sent shivers down their spines. The relentless bombardment shattered the already cracked ground into countless fragments. A colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, the debris carried away by the wind. The area lay barren, with scattered stones, and in a deep pit, Raditz lay still, motionless. Humph, trash is still trash. You've ultimately failed. Haven to you? Show me if you can stand. Vegeta's mouth hung open in disbelief as he witnessed Raditz remain unscathed by the explosions. The robust figure emerged from the smoke, stepping out of the pit. Standing tall before Vegeta like an unyielding mountain. My apologies. The warm-up is over. I have gauged your strength now. Raditz placed his hands on his hips, exuding a brilliant white aura. You, Vegeta gasped, feeling an invisible pressure wash over him. The numbers on his scouter fluctuating violently before settling at 20,000. This must be a joke. 20,000 combat power. Impossible. You are merely a low-class warrior. A cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's brow as his body chilled. His breath stalling. He had contemplated numerous possibilities for Raditz, but never did he envision him surpassing his own strength, as he believed it was insurmountable. Moreover, they had only been apart for 2 years. What could possibly be achieved in such a brief span? No matter how much one progressed, they remained a low-class warrior, a predetermined fate that could not be altered. The pride of the Saiyan Prince was deeply wounded as Vegeta yanked off his scouter and crushed it into shards. It must be a malfunction, Raditz. You could not possibly have surpassed me. Raditz brushed off the dust from his body, stretching his shoulders and wrists with a satisfying crack, as if preparing for a workout. Despite his tattered combat suit, he bore no other injuries. Even the blood at the corner of his mouth was negligible. Though Vegeta's surprise attack had indeed caught him off guard, he had gleaned a substantial understanding of Vegeta's strength, speed, and combat style. That a difference of 2,000 in combat power was significant at this stage, but Raditz did not fear him. Now was the moment to unveil his true strength. Raditz assumed a battle stance. His gaze sharp as a blade. Vegeta and Nappa looked on in astonishment, while the others brimmed with anticipation, especially Goku, whose blood was already boiling. The power Raditz unleashed shocked everyone, the air around him crackling with energy. Resonating like distant thunder, the atmosphere quaked, seemingly paying homage to his authority. This is your true form. Vegeta's palms were slick with sweat as he stared at Raditz, his complexion shifting dramatically. Let us begin. Raditz's lips curled slightly as he launched the first strike, closing the distance to Vegeta's face before he could react. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his body taut like a drawn bowstring, instinctively unleashing a punch forward, only to hit nothing but air. Raditz's figure flickered like a phantom, vanishing from sight. Unable to sense energy, Vegeta's eyes darted left and right, unable to lock onto Raditz. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz delivered a kick to Vegeta's lower back, immediately following up with a ki blast that sent him hurtling away. The tremendous force inflicted a searing pain upon Vegeta's body, as if it were being torn apart, and he rolled twice before regaining some semblance of composure. Panic gripped Vegeta. Moments ago, he had harbored a sliver of hope, convinced the scouter had malfunctioned, but now he was absolutely certain Raditz's power was indeed 20,000 with a speed that surpassed his own. He could endure a significant amount of torment. In an instant, frustration welled within him. Though he could not match Raditz, his pride remained intact. He possessed 18,000 in combat power, coupled with countless battle experiences, and he refused to believe he could not stand toe-to-toe with Raditz. The Saiyan blood surged through his veins, igniting his will to fight. Vegeta unconsciously grew stronger. If they were to fight, then let it be a decisive and thorough clash. With a wild cry, Vegeta charged at Raditz. The two collided, unleashing hundreds of rapid punches, the resulting storm of energy howling ferociously as rocks tumbled and the ground shattered, dark clouds gathering in the sky, casting a somber shadow over the battlefield. Vegeta summoned all his energy, heightening his senses, slowly adapting to the perception of Earthlings. Though still incomplete, his exceptional talent allowed him to sense a hint of danger. Behind you, he shouted, spinning around to deliver a sweeping kick. Raditz was taken aback. Having just executed a high-speed maneuver to position himself behind Vegeta, he had assumed victory was assured. Yet, to his surprise, Vegeta had sensed his approach. This indicated that his speed was being gradually matched. The Saiyans were indeed a terrifying race, capable of progress with each battle, even improving while engaged in combat. Raditz felt exhilarated. A one-sided fight held no thrill. This was the essence of excitement, for he too bore the blood of a warrior race, and in this moment, his fighting spirit surged forth. Retreating swiftly to evade Vegeta's sweeping kick, Raditz showed no signs of hesitation as he surged forward once again. After entangling with Vegeta for several exchanges, a decisive blow landed squarely on his abdomen, producing a crisp and resonant kala as his chest armor shattered. Following this, Vegeta's gastric fluids churned violently, and he expelled them. Raditz seized the opportunity, leaping above Vegeta, hands raised high, and struck down with a tremendous force upon his back. Whoosh! Like a meteor streaking across the sky, Vegeta plummeted to the ground. Raditz gathered an immense amount of energy in both hands. The energy reaching its zenith, enveloped in a blinding white light that dazzled the eyes. As Vegeta struggled to rise, he was met with the brilliance descending from above, transforming his world into a blinding expanse of white. Countless energy blasts surged forth from Raditz's palms, the searing white orbs raining down upon Vegeta in a relentless barrage. The colossal might shook the earth, reverberating with a thud-thud-thud that sent waves of anxiety through the onlookers. Hey, Goku, they won't destroy the earth, will they? If this continues, I feel it's quite perilous. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, his face etched with panic as he gazed upon the cascading energy blasts. The unending waves of energy were nearly forming a waterfall, crashing down with a thunderous roar, the air crackling, and clouds of dust enveloping the landscape, obscuring the connection between heaven and earth. Krillin felt no confidence that he could withstand a single one of those energy waves. And the sheer density of the assault, all focused on one individual, was terrifying. Let us not obliterate the earth. Rest assured, he has mastered the range, targeting only Vegeta's body. There's absolutely no issue. Came the reassuring response. Moreover, Vegeta still possesses some strength. If you concentrate, you'll notice his energy has diminished significantly. So, the monster can endure such fierce onslaughts. Piccolo couldn't help but marvel. He had always harbored a degree of arrogance. Reluctant to concede to Goku, and even held a resolve to vie against Raditz. Yet witnessing this clash, his confidence gradually waned, akin to a ground-bound hen gazing up at soaring eagles, filled only with envy. Soon, Raditz unleashed his final strike, the most powerful energy blast piercing through the air, a dazzling light akin to an arrow shot straight at Vegeta. The explosion erupted, a boom heralding the rise of a mushroom cloud. The shockwave and tremors radiating in all directions, reducing mountains to rubble and leaving the ground in tatters on the devastated terrain. Vegeta stood with legs apart, arms crossed above his head, fiercely shielding his skull. His armor lay in ruins. Even the combat suit beneath bore numerous gaping holes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dust clung to his body, rendering his visage somewhat disheveled, yet the fire in his eyes remained undiminished. Burning ever more fiercely, fists clenched tightly, muscles straining against the blue fabric of his suit. Raditz, did you see that? I withstood your assault. Now, it's my turn to return the favor. As Vegeta shouted, he spread his arms wide. And with a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him cracked, his figure already charging forward. Raditz's expression sharpened, instinctively alert. The two clashed, fists striking each other's cheeks simultaneously. Almost in unison, their legs collided. Shins crashing together, the impact erupting with a deafening explosion. Raditz was taken aback, pondering, how has this guy become so much stronger than before? Can he actually improve? Regaining his balance, Raditz found Vegeta had vanished, only to suddenly charge from behind, executing a swift hand chop. Swish! Raditz quickly ducked, narrowly evading the blow. Following through, he swung his long leg, spinning into a flying kick, a seamless execution. His advantage lay in his reach. As long as he could thwart Vegeta's close-range strikes, he would gradually gain the upper hand. Indeed, that kick struck Vegeta squarely, pushing them apart. You're nothing special. Vegeta dusted off his attire, his characteristic hair swaying gently in the breeze, a confident smile returning to his face. It seems your power after unleashing your potential can rival mine. Raditz remarked solemnly, it should be this way. I am the mightiest Saiyan, not necessarily. I still have a trick up my sleeve. Raditz relaxed his hands, smiling. Humph, say what you will. Vegeta's gaze was sharp, a look of satisfaction on his face. You still have a trick, do you? Feel free to use it. I will still defeat you. Having endured a fierce battle, he felt a surge in strength, and the pride of the prince resurfaced. Using it like that would be a waste. Raditz shook his head, suddenly producing a scouter and tossing it to Vegeta. What does this mean? Vegeta asked, frowning as he caught the scouter. You don't understand. I'm about to show off. Raditz sighed in disappointment, casting a helpless glance at Vegeta. He gestured toward the scouter, indicating for Vegeta to wear it. Fortunately, Vegeta complied, albeit with skepticism, donning the device. Otherwise, Raditz would have been unable to resist manually placing it on him. The old Model's measurement limit was far too low. I had Earth-S scientists modify it for accuracy and an increased upper limit. This new scouter can measure up to 50,000 battle power. Ha, you can't possibly be telling me you can reach 50,000 battle power. Right? Raditz, I never knew you had a sense of humor. Vegeta scoffed mercilessly, utterly disbelieving that Raditz could possess a battle power of 50,000. If that were the case, he would have been eliminated long ago. I certainly don't possess 50,000, but I will astonish you nonetheless. Raditz tensed his body, muscles rippling, veins bulging. His long hair waved behind him, the tips slightly curling, enveloped in a flickering crimson aura. The energy surged rapidly, dark clouds dissipating to reveal the light of day. The atmosphere nearly stilled. Here it comes, King Kai-Fist. Both Piccolo and Goku exclaimed simultaneously. The others hesitated, their throats constricted, unable to voice their thoughts. Yet their astonishment was palpable. Their hands trembled involuntarily, a fear originating from the depths of their hearts. Within Bulma's home, a web of wires connected one room to another, 3 high-end precision instruments neatly arranged on the table, linked to the main computer screen. These devices represented the pinnacle of Earth's technology. A genius scientist of Capsule Corporation. Bulma's scientific prowess was unquestionable. She was currently utilizing this equipment to receive data from the Saiyan Scouter. The data from thousands of miles away appearing on the screen with mere milliseconds of delay. Since Raditz wished to monitor the Scouter's efficacy, and Bulma sought to explore this interstellar communication technology. They reached a collaborative agreement. At that moment, Bulma stood before the screen, her expression one of astonishment. She watched as a number on the screen fluctuated, rapidly ascending from 20,000 to 30,000. Then to 40,000. The equipment operating with remarkable efficiency, the flickering lights pulsating at an astonishing frequency, the entire machine emitting a buzzing sound, fans whirring rapidly to cool it down. That I measured Master Roshi's battle power. And it was merely 139. Who is this? Could it be Goku or Raditz? Bulma's face paled in shock. Though she didn't comprehend the specific battle power values, she could discern that 40,000 was an extraordinary figure, far exceeding the original Scouter's limit. It indicated that a battle power of 40,000 was beyond what an ordinary individual could achieve. After all, this Scouter was designed for interstellar use. Equally shocked was Master Roshi. Far away at Kame House, he sensed 2 colossal energies clashing fiercely, one of which was escalating to an unimaginable level. Raditz's energy. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The Scouter continuously refreshed its upper limit, the number eventually stabilizing at 41,100. A battle power exceeding 40,000. Vegeta's pupils dulled, his gaze vacant, a pallid haze enveloping his mind, leaving only a warm, dizzying sensation, nothing more. The overwhelming pressure was unmistakable. Raditz's radiant crimson aura erupted, crackling through the air like miniature thunder. His muscles brimmed with strength, the released power sending tremors through the heart, instilling a sense of dread that refused to relent. The ensuing tempest howled fiercely, sweeping away even the rampaging dinosaurs, causing chaos to reach its zenith. No, that's impossible. Vegeta incredulously shook his head, trembling inexplicably. His previous words suddenly felt like a jest, and he felt a stinging heat on his face, as if he had been dealt a resounding slap. Whispering impossible repeatedly, his mindset shattered. Vegeta, if you wish to fight, we can continue. However, I urge you to seriously consider my proposal. Let us join forces to confront Frieza. Do not presume that you can revel in your triumph. I am the mightiest Saiyan in the universe. Raditz is rendered speechless. Can there really be any doubt as to who is superior? The pride of a prince can indeed be a troublesome affair. However, Vegeta's strength is of paramount importance, and Raditz is unwilling to relinquish that advantage. It seems the only solution is to deliver him a sound thrashing. Thus resolved, Raditz took action. He brought his palms together, fingers bending, pushing energy from the front towards his waist. The initial stance of the Kamehameha. He had specifically sought guidance from Master Roshi during his training sessions with Goku. Though the principle is straightforward, it feels distinctly different when compared to other techniques. While all involve the release of energy, the manner in which that energy operates varies greatly, resulting in fundamental disparities in each individual's signature move. The Kamehameha may not possess the greatest raw power, but its balance is unparalleled, and it boasts subsequent explosive potential, truly the most beloved finishing move on Earth. With this technique, victory shall be determined. Taste my Gallic gun. Vegeta, unwilling to concede defeat, gathered energy with both hands, concentrating his battle power. He was already fighting with his back against the wall, with no retreat possible. what was initially intended to be a simple journey to Earth, eliminating a few weaklings, enjoying some fine delicacies, and then locating the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish, had devolved into this chaotic confrontation. All his pin-up resentment and fury coalesced into a cataclysmic strike, determined to obliterate Raditz. Gallic Gun, unleash. At that very moment, the Kamehameha surged forward, its red aura tinged with the fiery glow of the Kaioken. Radiating brilliance, the tempest erupted, sweeping across the landscape, compelling Gohan and the others to shield their eyes. Relying solely on their senses to gauge the tumultuous clash in the distance, the machinery at Bulma's home emitted a cacophony of strange sounds. Having reached its limits after prolonged operation, the fans struggled to dissipate heat at an overwhelming pace. Bang! A device exploded, releasing a plume of thick smoke. A tremendous force converged at the center of the universe, where the two energy waves collided, creating a colossal sphere of light that drained the surrounding environment. Akin to a miniature black hole, drawing in debris, flora, and even the swirling air, a raging vortex engulfed everything, leaving the ground transformed into an utter wasteland, with only the silhouettes of the two fighters remaining amidst the radiance. Ha! Vegeta roared, continuously shouting to bolster his own resolve, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. In contrast, Raditz remained relatively composed, feeling the tremendous force of resistance surging against his hands, yet maintaining his poise. "You are defeated?" he bellowed, exerting his strength. The Kamehameha, enveloped in crimson flames, lunged forward like a famished lion, completely engulfing the Gallic Gun before hurtling towards Vegeta. The crimson tide overwhelmed him, and a terrifying shockwave surged into the cosmos, echoing with relentless detonations, reducing the low-lying trees and rocks to mere dust in its wake. As the smoke began to dissipate in the air, a battered Vegeta emerged, gasping for breath. His body bore numerous wounds. His hair was wild and unkempt, one hand visibly impaired, his clothing tattered and riddled with holes, while a dark stain at the corner of his mouth remained uncertain. Was it dust or blood? Most striking was the undiminished fighting spirit flickering in his eyes, fueled by rage, preventing him from collapsing. "Why did you hold back at the end? You fool!" Vegeta raged. "That I didn't expect you to notice." Raditz replied, having dismissed the Kaioken form, "I don't wish to kill you. I will not exert my full power." "Enough," Vegeta interrupted Raditz. His pride had been wounded once more. The implication of not using his full strength felt like a statement that he was unworthy. Such an affront. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling, experiencing the bitter taste of being bested by one of his kin for the first time. What had previously been unthinkable had indeed come to pass. He felt a surge of hot blood rise in his throat, unsure whether to spit it out or swallow it down. "You see, this is my power. Can you now consider my proposal?" "Pa." Vegeta spat blood in defiance. "I refuse. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I will not heed your commands." Ultimately, his inner pride prevailed. The thought of surrendering like a defeated soldier was utterly unacceptable to him. Even if Raditz possessed a method to augment his power, he could never submit to orders. This was the dignity of the Saiyan Prince. He could be defeated, but he would never yield. "Damn you, Prince!" Raditz could no longer contain himself, rushing forward to seize Vegeta by the hair. What good was the title of Prince when the planet Vegeta lay in ruins, with only a handful of survivors who refused to heed his words? Raditz, incensed by his obstinacy, yanked Vegeta's hair and slammed him into the ground. Boom! Vegeta crashed into what had once been solid ground, now reduced to rubble. He lay sprawled out, gasping for the frigid air, his muscles weary and fatigued. Suddenly, he noticed the vast sky reflecting a round light sphere. His heart raced in response, his pupils dilating, blood and energy surging within him like a torrential flood. A full moon. No, it was an artificial moon. The halo surrounding it was not of nature, but of human creation. Vegeta had no time to ponder its origin, as dense fur began to sprout from his body, his form swelling and growing massive. A higher-class warrior, he retained his intellect upon transformation, meaning he would regain the upper hand. With this realization, Vegeta erupted into laughter, embracing the transformation into a great ape. In the distance, Tin's third eye whirled, his voice trembling. "Did we win?" "It seemed so, didn't it, Goku?" Krillin was uncertain. Goku nodded. Without the Kaioken, their powers were nearly equal. However, once the Kaioken was employed, Raditz had the distinct advantage. Vegeta had already been defeated. Daba, held aloft, stared vacantly at the devastation, speechless. The once ineffectual Raditz had utterly dominated Vegeta. Had the world gone mad? Just as everyone prepared to approach, Vegeta's laughter echoed in their ears, and a colossal figure rose from the ground, towering like a mountain, astounding all. The great ape. Raditz was taken aback. There was no full moon today. How could Vegeta transform? Before he could fully grasp the situation, the massive great ape Vegeta delivered a punch directly to his face. Despite his enormous size, his speed remained unfaltering, and his strength was beyond belief. Raditz was sent flying, his nose aching as though 1,000 needles were piercing it, igniting a fiery pain within. Raditz crashed to the ground, trembling, his nose broken, dark red blood streaming down his face, his lips stained with a haunting crimson. Raditz, prepare to meet your end, Vegeta roared, dashing toward Raditz with lightning speed, delivering a kick. The force behind that single blow threatened to reduce Raditz to a mere paste, sending debris flying and dust whirling like a sandstorm. Raditz narrowly evaded the stomp, twisting and leaping away, attempting to create distance. Yet the great ape leaped into the air, its massive form drawing an arc in the sky, casting a shadow over Raditz's path before crashing down with a resounding thud. It was faster than Raditz. Without hesitation, the great ape Vegeta unleashed an unrestrained fury, spewing forth a torrent of blinding energy, his fists and feet raining down with ferocious might, a spectacle of overwhelming force. Such raw power unleashed would not only overwhelm Raditz, but would also threaten the very earth itself. Raditz, employing a threefold Kaioken, was still struck by a single punch from the great ape. Sent tumbling backward, blood trailing behind him. Though he had avoided a fatal blow, he was still subjected to tremendous force, his bloody body emanating a metallic scent as he crashed to the ground. Blood surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson. The threefold Kaioken had proven ineffective. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of that strike, nor its unrivaled strength, after all this time. Could Vegeta still possess over 10,000 battle power? Had he known, he would have exerted more force in that earlier Kamehameha. Truly, a transformed Saiyan is a formidable opponent, especially one with intellect. Had Vegeta not been injured previously, Raditz would have had no chance of survival. Even with the enhancement from his Kaioken, he found it almost impossible to confront the great ape Vegeta head-on. A gale swept past Raditz's cheek like a blade, and he rubbed his chest, his fingers curling into a fist. Damn it! Raditz rolled away, seeking refuge beneath a pile of stones. Following closely behind came the massive energy wave from the great ape's mouth, erupting into a stunning arc of light on the horizon. Raditz, today is your doom. The proclamation of death reverberated alongside the colossal ape's onslaught, akin to a mountain crashing down upon Raditz. That a single, thunderous punch collided with Raditz's form, producing a sound that could shatter eardrums. Yet this time, Raditz did not falter. He braced himself with both hands, a crimson aura erupting from his being, successfully intercepting the giant strike. Blocked, Vegeta stared in disbelief for a moment. Fivefold Kaioken. Blood oozed from the corner of Raditz's mouth, cascading down to his throat, a testament to the immense strain this technique imposed on his body. However, he sought to capitalize on Vegeta's fleeting moment of carelessness. Seizing the opportunity, he surged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Shining wave, without the luxury of gathering energy. He unleashed a barrage directly aimed at Vegeta's eyes. In a split second, Vegeta astonishingly shielded his eyes with his hands, the formidable shockwave only striking the back of his hand, erupting into a mist of crimson. Blood trickled down his furry hand, splattering onto the rocky ground. Raditz felt a shiver run down his spine. "That I'll slay you." Enraged, Vegeta opened his mouth to unleash a devastating attack at Raditz, the proximity ensuring his aim was true. There was no escape. Raditz, propelled by the speed of the fivefold Kaioken, still sensed an overwhelming pressure closing in behind him, and light swiftly engulfed him. With no alternative, Raditz could only brace himself to withstand the oncoming wave. As the brilliance faded, the surrounding crimson aura dissipated as well. He tumbled through the air several times before landing. Gasping for breath, his joints ached. The critical defense had spared him from peril, yet the weight on his body remained uncomfortable. His muscles no longer able to exert their full strength. "Ha, quite clever, but your demise is merely a matter of time." Vegeta laughed triumphantly, striding confidently towards Raditz. "Could I too become a giant ape? What if I lose my sanity?" Raditz mused with a wry smile, his brow furrowing. The fivefold Kaioken was his limit. In peak condition, he would have no fear. Yet, he had already exhausted much of his energy. and the endurance of a giant ape far surpassed that of the Kaio-Kind at this juncture. Victory, without transforming into a giant ape, seemed unattainable. He had no choice but to gamble. His tail remained intact. Originally kept for research purposes, now serendipitously proving useful. He gazed skyward, searching for the moon, and indeed spotted an artificial moon. Simultaneously, Raditz's body began to transform. Thump, thump, boom. His heart pounded vigorously, quickening, as if hundreds were simultaneously striking a copper hammer against his chest. Concurrently, dense fur sprouted from his skin, his physique suddenly swelling, stretching his tight-fitting attire to its limit, crushing the debris-laden ground beneath him. The transformation occurred with astonishing speed, before Vegeta could close the distance. He had already morphed into a giant ape. Roar! The beast awakened with a thunderous roar. 2 giant apes? Goku and the others recoiled in horror, utterly at a loss. From that moment, the situation had spiraled beyond their expectations. Raditz had explained the transformation into a giant ape, yet despite their meticulous preparations to eliminate the moon, why was there still moonlight? They gazed at the mysterious orb suspended in the sky. Gritting their teeth, panic-stricken, had they all gone mad? No, Vegeta had not lost his sanity. Transforming into a giant ape could lead to a loss of reason, yet a genius warrior could overcome this through a few training sessions. Much like conditioning the tail, that lower-tier warriors needed to endure numerous battles to maintain their sanity, and Goku's words had left them uneasy. Only that Nappa sneered, stating, "Raditz is still unfit. The probability of him going berserk after transformation is 50%. Sometimes he can maintain control, and other times he descends into madness. Better be prepared. A 50% chance in a battle that absolutely could not be lost was perilously risky." Goku yearned to assist. Yet his battle power paled in comparison to the giant ape, and rashly intervening would be tantamount to courting death. Just then, Raditz rose, pounding his chest with his fists, unleashing several energy blasts that soared in all directions. The relentless barrage thrilled Vegeta. Indeed, Raditz's transformation into a giant ape was far from the clarity he possessed. Vegeta shouted, delivering a ferocious punch aimed squarely at Raditz's head, striking with precision towards the temple. His mighty arm unleashed tremendous force, swift and ruthless, brimming with murderous intent. Boom! A soul-shattering explosion echoed, as the colossal figure collapsed to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, it was Vegeta who fell, just as Raditz's punch was about to connect with his head. Goku could no longer restrain himself and launched into the Kaioken, hurtling towards them. In a critical moment, Raditz deftly evaded, hooking Vegeta's ankle with his foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. He had not lost his sanity. On the contrary, due to the exchange of souls, his mental fortitude surged several-fold. Now he was not only lucid but also invigorated. Feigning clumsiness was a ruse designed to invite Vegeta's overconfidence. Once the massive bodies toppled, regaining their footing would prove no simple task, and the initiative in battle subtly shifted. Raditz, emboldened, roared with exhilaration, yet he too made an error. He had grown careless. Vegeta, possessing a tail of his own, swiftly ensnared Raditz's ankle, yanking it to destabilize him, causing his knees to buckle as he fell. Both giant apes were down. Kneeling, Raditz lunged at Vegeta, delivering a savage slap to his face. In response, a heavy counterattack struck his abdomen, and the two grappled, rolling across the ground in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, they resorted to a brutal exchange of blows, even resorting to biting. Primitive, clumsy, yet violently effective. Vegeta cried out in pain, "You fool, let go of me." To his surprise, Raditz did release his bite, but only to land a lightning-fast punch squarely on Vegeta's nose, settling the score. "Indeed, I was once a fool, but do you not believe that all beings grow? That the weak can one day become strong? The conviction of growth resides in the heart of every individual. That I may not be as noble as you, but if you regard this as your arrogant capital, you are sorely mistaken. Today, I shall defeat you and prove it." Raditz stepped forward, unleashing the Kaioken in his giant ape form. His immense silhouette moved with astonishing speed, lunging forward, his palm striking downwards, covering Vegeta's head, slamming him to the ground, and pressing him down with relentless force. "How absurd! Do you understand anything? I am inherently a prince." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, enduring the pain as he spoke through clenched teeth. "I am the strongest." "Is that so?" Raditz added more force, his fist crashing into Vegeta's face, sinking the ground several feet, nearly penetrating the earth itself with terror. Vegeta continued, "Do you know what I intend to do? I do not require your guidance. I have my own methods. You still have your brother, collaborating with Earthlings against me, losing the dignity of a Saiyan. You are all traitors to your race. In his agitation, blood gushed from his mouth like a cascading waterfall. Raditz still held Vegeta's head firmly, feeling the warm, viscous liquid in his palm. Is this your justification? Do you think I am unaware of everything regarding Planet Vegeta? Raditz raised his arm, landing another punch against Vegeta's chest, causing the ground to sink further. It was Frieza who obliterated Planet Vegeta, yet we continue to labor for him, enduring countless humiliations, facing brutal punishment at the slightest disagreement. Those days, none have forgotten. With that, he delivered another blow. Indeed, at that time we lacked the strength to oppose Frieza, but how long can we merely survive before seeking vengeance? Shall we wait until Frieza's lifespan expires? You take pride in being a Saiyan prince. Then do something a prince ought to do, overthrow him. If it is power you seek, we possess it. The dignity of a prince is not the fear others hold for you. The title of prince is not the pride of the Saiyans. Only by continuously growing stronger, obtaining power, surpassing limits, transcending Frieza, and overcoming any other formidable beings in the universe can we claim to embody the pride of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Raditz's final punch was infused with every ounce of his strength, raised high, and descended with explosive force. Accompanied by the last two words, it resonated thunderously. The fist ultimately halted mere centimeters before Vegeta's face, the fierce momentum distorting the giant ape's features, causing his fur to bristle. You decide. Training alongside us to grow stronger is undoubtedly the swiftest path. I shall offer assistance, but will not interfere. Raditz unfurled his fist, extending it in a gesture of handshake. Over there is my brother, Kakarot. He possesses just over 10,000 battle power. If he employs the Kaioken, he would not be inferior to you. Should you wish to challenge us, you are always welcome. Raditz harbors a profound admiration for the pride that resides within Vegeta's heart. It is precisely this trait that distinguishes him from others and commands respect. When he is haughty, he exudes a captivating charisma and dominance, occasionally revealing an endearing contrast. Moreover, this pride serves as his relentless motivation to grow stronger. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exist countless formidable warriors, and confronting Frieza is merely the beginning of his journey. Vegeta roared, unleashing a torrent of pent-up fury that resonated through the heavens. A wave of emotion that unmistakably conveyed his dissatisfaction. His long, piercing cry sliced through the sky like a sword, reverberating across the land. Before him, Raditz extended his hand, his robust arm poised to lift him up. In the distance, Goku and the others observed the unfolding situation, cautiously drawing nearer. Meanwhile, on a high ridge, a group stood against the yellow winds, scrutinizing them closely. Master, shall we strike now? We could annihilate them in one fell swoop. A burly man with a long braid snarled. His imposing stature and muscular frame seemed ready to burst through his attire. Strangely, he too donned the battle armor of a Saiyan. The others beside him bore similar garb, save for one clad entirely in what appeared to be metallic armor. Behind them, a figure in battle attire, referred to as Master, gazed coldly at the two colossal apes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Annihilate? Are you jesting? Their combat power is no trifling matter. But Master, did you not create the moon intentionally? That is why we are witnessing such an exhilarating battle. They are nearing their limits, just a little longer. And we shall wait for the opportune moment to revert them to their original forms. The remaining rabble will be much easier to handle. Master is indeed wise, the others exclaimed in flattering tones, their wicked smiles betraying their intentions. After venting his frustrations, Vegeta regained his composure and regarded Raditz, feeling an unfamiliarity towards him. The Raditz of old had been a pitiful figure among the Saiyans. Merely a second-rate warrior, slightly superior to Kakarot, that lowest of the low, he had often been ridiculed as a lowly fighter, the subject of mockery, yet he had never dared to retaliate. Now, however, Raditz had undergone a transformation. His power reaching astonishing heights, bold enough to confront the prince, his aura rivaling that of anyone present. The spark in his eyes was that of a rare genius warrior. After a long pause, Vegeta extended a trembling hand and clasped Raditz. Raditz smiled warmly and, with a surge of strength, lifted Vegeta's massive, weary frame as though he were raising a mountain that had been toppled. Is this a success? Krillin exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment. Today's battle was exhilarating, filled with perilous moments that nearly overwhelmed his heart, but at last, he witnessed the two shake hands, signaling an end to the conflict. The others secretly wiped their brows, their bodies loosening as they accelerated towards the two. Goku, Do you feel something amiss? Piccolo remarked, his expression tinged with unease rather than joy. Goku furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, several power levels seemed to lurk nearby. Previously unnoticed amidst the chaos of the giant apes battle, but now palpable. What are you two talking about? Isn't it over? Yamcha chimed in, patting Goku on the shoulder. Don't be so sensitive. The Saiyan crisis has been averted. Ha! No, they're coming. Goku and Piccolo shouted in unison, their expressions shifting alarmingly. They swiftly turned to see two spinning, circular energy discs hurtling toward them, resembling a slicing technique that would cleave anyone in two upon impact. Duck! Goku unleashed the Kaioken, pushing Yamcha and Kairatsu aside. However, a gash opened on his back, blood spraying into the air. Piccolo dove toward Gohan, enveloping him in his arms as they rolled aside. Unfortunately, one of his legs remained exposed, and it was severed just below the knee, purple blood oozing from the clean cut, soaking his pant leg in the chilling wind. Uncle Piccolo. I'm fine, Piccolo replied, glancing anxiously at the energy rings that soared away. Gritting his teeth, Tien stood caught in the crossfire, the two energy rings narrowly missing him, the intense heat radiating from them scorching his skin as if roasted by hot coals. That a perilous strike that sent chills down the spine. Yet, the two attacks were never aimed at them, but rather at Raditz and Vegeta, standing shoulder to shoulder. The massive forms of the great apes made them unmistakable targets. Even a careless throw would suffice to hit them. As the energy rings approached, Raditz sensed a growing unease within him. The hidden threat had finally made its move. With a swift tug, Raditz pulled Vegeta into the air, soaring high enough to evade the slicing energy rings. The attacks was beneath them, shooting toward the sky. However, two more followed closely behind. Suspended in midair, Raditz could manage only so much while dragging Vegeta along, his massive form hindering any preemptive maneuvers. He unleashed a ki blast downward, using the recoil to propel them higher. Yet, the agile energy rings outpaced them, curving sharply, and with a swift whoosh, they sliced through the air. As they flew toward the ground, two long, furry appendages plummeted, crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. The two in the air froze, their bodies trembling as if struck by lightning. The forms of the great apes began to shrink rapidly, their fur dissipating as they reverted to their human shapes. In the midst of this transformation, a massive ki blast hurtled toward them, its diameter spanning 2 meters, radiating a brilliant light that transitioned from white to pale pink, brimming with destructive force capable of engulfing the unprepared Raditz and Vegeta. In that critical moment, Goku bellowed, enveloped in a crimson blaze, launching into high-speed motion. With the Kaioken thrice activated, Goku reached the blast's forefront, shielding Raditz and Vegeta with all his might, swinging his arms to deflect the ki wave. The brilliance vanished into the horizon as Raditz and Vegeta completed their transformations. Panting heavily, both were utterly exhausted, sweat pouring down their faces. Raditz's stamina had dwindled to below half, while Vegeta was nearly at the brink of collapse. Are you all right, brother? Goku inquired, guarding the two as he focused on the direction from which the ki wave had come. I'm fine. Just a bit drained, Raditz replied. It seems your instincts were correct. We are being watched. That individual has been observing us from the shadows. Goku clenched his fists tightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. This opponent is mine. Raditz looked up at the artificial moon illuminating the sky. A flash of realization striking him. Could it be him? There exists a person, another Saiyan who survived the cataclysm on planet Vegeta. He commands a legion of nefarious warriors, a faction so fearsome that even Frieza trembles at their mention. They draw power from consuming fruits meant only for the gods, roaming the cosmos unchecked, laying waste to numerous planets, becoming the most dreaded of villains. Raditz recalled the name of the leader of this legion, Dales. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Kakarot, yet his demeanor was worlds apart. Only he could fathom the means of creating a moon. The source of Raditz's long-standing unease had always been him. To his dismay, his ominous premonitions had come to fruition. He pondered the extent of this foe's current power, whether he had sown the seeds of the spirit tree, and the uncanny timing of his emergence. Just then, a group ascended from the ground, accompanied by a rapidly burgeoning giant tree, its roots violently tearing through the earth, branching out in numerous gnarled extensions. Indeed, they had planted the seeds of the spirit tree. Its growth was astonishing, and in no time, it stood tall against the sky. It resembled a horde of carnivorous beasts voraciously devouring the earth, indulging in an unparalleled feast, while Raditz had been mentally prepared for this. The others stood in shock, Among the group, the leader bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, adorned in Saiyan attire. With that unmistakable tail, he was the very embodiment of a Saiyan. He looks just like me. Sun Wukong was the most astonished of all, his eyes wide open as if they might pop out of their sockets. Humph, you are all quite surprised, aren't you? I am called Dales, a fellow Saiyan. And these are my subordinates. To be honest, I did not expect to encounter a Saiyan ship while obliterating planets. Upon analysis, I discovered it belonged to Prince Vegeta and Nappa that I had thought you perished in the great explosion of planet Vegeta. Yet here you are, clinging to life, Dales continued. Thus, I followed your trajectory and tracked you all the way to Earth, only to unexpectedly discover Raditz and Kakarot as well. What a delightful surprise, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Retorting, you are the one clinging to life. To us, lowly warriors who are discarded after use. You are nothing more than refuse in the eyes of the prince. However, that was in the past. Things are different now. With gritted teeth, Vegeta maintained his usual haughty demeanor, though internally he was tumultuous, as yet another lowly warrior had appeared, and this one possessed formidable strength. What cruel fate is this? When did lowly warriors evolve in such numbers? Why must they all cross my path? He thought, unwittingly clenching his jaw in frustration. Raditz recalled what King Kai had mentioned regarding the tardiness of the Saiyans, which was due to the impact of a planetary explosion that had diverted their course. It was indeed the handiwork of Dales's army that had caused this. Your current combat power has significantly diminished. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Dales declared menacingly. Amand, show them your prowess. Yes, my Lord Dales, replied a massive man, confidently stepping forward and cracking his knuckles. Meanwhile, Piccolo, along with the others, approached Sun Wukong, gathering together. The audacious Amand waved at Raditz and the others, flicking his long braid back. Exuding an air of wanting to take on 10 opponents, he was a remorseless criminal by nature, and having joined Dales, he reveled in destruction. Like Dales, he had enhanced his strength through the fruits of the spirit tree. Now brimming with misplaced confidence, what manner of being is this? Ah, that person looks just like Wukong. Was it them who ambushed us earlier? How infuriating. I was so focused on the battle with the Saiyans that I failed to notice. Piccolo, still harboring resentment for having lost a leg, glared at the arrogant Amand, veins bulging on his forehead. Piccolo rushed in first, confronting Amand. Are you the first fool to meet your demise? He sneered. You won't be laughing for much longer. A contemptuous glance was cast at Amand as Piccolo moved with incredible speed, appearing behind him and placing his palm firmly on his back. Amand was taken by surprise, completely unprepared for such rapid movement. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from Piccolo's palm, sending Amand flying, and Piccolo swiftly followed up with a barrage of punches. Countless fist strikes battered Amand's robust frame, leaving him bruised and helpless, his cries of agony echoing through the air. Piccolo, not yet satisfied, darted around, unleashing his pent-up fury from earlier. Amand was truly dazed, spitting blood and feeling utterly defeated, his mind clouded with confusion and fatigue. Raditz felt speechless. Dales was merely putting on a show. Yet he was courting disaster by underestimating Piccolo's strength. Dales, too, was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had managed to subdue Amand. He had expected Amand to handle most opponents with ease, but was instead witnessing a brutal beating. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept onto Dales's face as he extended a finger, aiming it at Piccolo. Whoosh! A beam shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through Piccolo's shoulder, causing purple blood to spray forth. Piccolo was momentarily stunned. Not anticipating an interruption in their duel, seizing the opportunity, Amand unleashed all his strength, spinning rapidly and enveloping Piccolo in his whirlwind of attacks. You scoundrel! A sneak attack? Piccolo fumed. This is a life-or-death battle. Blame it on that Namekian's carelessness, Vegeta sneered. Raditz, sensing Dales's overwhelming power, felt a chill run down his spine. He understood how rapidly the spirit tree could grow. They had to defeat Dales swiftly. Wukong, let us join forces and take down Dales. I initially intended to teach you a lesson. Since you refused to take the hint, do not blame me, Dales challenged. Then let us see. The Dales army surged forth. He himself charged ahead, swiftly approaching Sun Wukong. Perceiving Raditz and Vegeta as nearly spent, the only true threat was Wukong. Though Piccolo was powerful, as a Saiyan, Dales did not regard other races highly. His plan was to eliminate Wukong first, then deal with Piccolo. Moreover, Amand's spinning assault effectively restrained Piccolo, leaving the others unable to assist one another. Dales felt assured of victory, gathering his strength to deliver a crushing blow to Wukong. The modified scouter, lying amidst the ruins, was still flickering with numbers, eventually stabilizing at a terrifying figure. 35,000. Dales was aware of his limited innate talent, yet his ambition was insatiable. After obtaining the seed of the spirit tree, he cherished it dearly. Constantly seeking suitable planets for cultivation and drawing strength from their nutrients, the combat power of 35,000 was something he had painstakingly acquired. Viewed from another perspective, it could be seen as an inspiring tale. However, to Raditz, he was merely a fortunate buffoon. Dales unleashed a forceful punch toward Wukong, moving so quickly that the punch was nearly invisible, yet the pressure of his rapid movement was palpable. Wukong's expression hardened as he activated the Kaioken X3. Advancing without hesitation to clash head-on, their fists collided, shattering the air and releasing a tremendous force that compelled them both to retreat. In the state of Kaioken X3, Wukong's power was on par with Dale's, and they staggered back the same distance, locking eyes across the space, their retracted hands trembling slightly. Just as Dales began to speak, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. Raditz was no longer in sight. He had vanished. Instinctively, Dales whipped around that moment. Raditz seized the opportunity presented by their collision to appear behind Dales. Executing a lightning-fast kick aimed at his midsection, Darius revealed a cold smirk. His gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong, while his peripheral vision caught sight of Raditz. Alas, you are still no match for me. Kakarot, your stamina is gradually waning, is it not? Given that we are all Saiyans, I could consider allowing you to serve as my subordinates. What say you? Serve under you. I possess the seeds of the Tree of Might. Once I find suitable soil, I can cultivate them indefinitely. These fruits are only fit for the consumption of deities that my formidable strength stems from this very source. The soil of earth is quite suitable as well. Behold, the tree behind me has already grown lush and verdant. Once earth has been drained of its nutrients, those who follow me will be rewarded with even greater power. Prince Vegeta, I witnessed your humiliation at the hands of Raditz. Do you not desire revenge? Raditz, you would not wish to remain Vegeta's lackey, would you? Only one of your factions may join my ranks. If you wish to assert your resolve, let me see it. The first to slay the other shall earn the right to join me. Darius wore a look of amusement, his eyes gleaming with malice. Kakarot, who do you think will emerge victorious? Luring one faction with the fruits of the Tree of Might, Darius's original intent was relentless conquest and enhancement, and his encounter with Vegeta was mere serendipity. Yet, he had already seized control of the situation. His minions were engaged in fierce combat with Krillin and Tien, and defeating him would not be a swift endeavor. Raditz believed that his body could not withstand more than 3 times the Kaioken, and with his strength diminished to less than half, even exerting all his power would not suffice to vanquish Darius. Merely enduring a single strike had nearly shattered him. The roots sprawling across the ground were obliterating the surrounding ecosystem, casting the area into a pall of lifelessness, gradually transforming Earth into a dead star. Even the sky darkened, as despondent clouds muted the colors of heaven and earth into a dull, leaden hue, suffusing the air with a stifling sense of oppression. Even if they delayed the inevitable, Darius could still achieve his goal. Time was running out for them. Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter. Ha! Darius, what a splendid proposal you have made. Killing Raditz will suffice, will it not? Indeed, it is rare for the prince to demonstrate such insight. I am left with no choice. Vegeta wore a mischievous grin. Hoping you keep your word. I will not deceive you, Darius declared loudly, his eyes brimming with arrogance. He would be pleased regardless of who perished. Vegeta, halt. Sun Wukong swiftly interposed himself before Vegeta. Darius would not allow Wukong to thwart his plans. He dashed towards Wukong and kicked him aside, clearing the path for Vegeta. As Vegeta approached, Raditz remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Darius and Wukong were locked in combat, while Vegeta gathered energy in his hands, launching a powerful assault alongside Raditz, both unleashing a dazzling energy wave. Shadows trailed behind them, and beams of light erupted into a brilliant display. Just as their attacks were about to collide, both fighters twisted their arms, redirecting their energy waves towards Darius. A deafening explosion resounded as Darius staggered forward, collapsing against the Tree of Might, his back charred and blackened. Why? You do not understand Vegeta at all. How could the proud prince of Vegeta serve as your subordinate? Raditz scoffed. Vegeta coldly regarded Darius. This was merely one reason, the more crucial one being that your demeanor and your despicable methods of enhancing power infuriate me. Compared to Raditz and Kakarot, you disgust me more? Boom. Boom. The colossal tree of might grew wildly, its canopy obscuring the faint light, casting ominous shadows as explosions erupted around them, with everyone darting through the gray dust and shadows, their agile forms flickering. Darius, adorned with a necklace and sparkling earrings, appeared languid in demeanor but fought with unwavering resolve. The light in his hands coalesced into energy spheres, firing forth like a machine gun. Engaged in battle with him were Krillin and Yamcha, both possessing considerable combat experience, their enhanced abilities after training allowing for a fierce exchange of energy blast at a distance. Darius's minion, Kakarot, faced Tien, a former cosmic bounty hunter with commendable strength. His body was clad in metallic armor, enabling swift movements when he activated his energy exhaust ports. Tien, with his 3 keen eyes, possessed exceptional observational skills. While others might struggle to perceive Kakarot's rapid movements, Tien could easily keep track of him. Both combatants were formidable, and despite numerous exchanges, they struggled to find an opening, leading the battle into a stalemate. Raditz and Rakasai, swift as the wind, worked in perfect harmony, one leading and the other following. Clashing against Gohan and Dend, the 4 diminutive figures soared through the sky, colliding amidst a flurry of illusions. You 2 brats dare to oppose us. Raditz and Rakasai wore triumphant smirks, intent on making you endure even more suffering. Below them, Gohan and Din were already battered and bruised. After all, Gohan's combat experience was minimal, and the enemies he faced were far superior to the training dummies. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, Gohan quickly adapted and began to unleash his potential in battle. Nonetheless, Gohan and Din found it challenging to turn the tide, merely managing to defend themselves. They faced their formidable foes, yet their spirit remained unyielding. What is that look in your eyes? How dare you glare at me with such ferocity? You wretched brat, it is not over yet. Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and resumed his stance, his small yet firm frame resembling a short, unyielding blade, aimed directly at Raditz and Rakasai. If you wish for it to end, then perish. The 2 launched another offensive, their energy spheres soaring forth. Meanwhile, Darius found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Raditz, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta united to assault Darius as a trio. Vegeta had not intended to engage in a 3-on-1 fight. If it were Frieza, that would be acceptable, but against a mere low-tier warrior? Bah! Yet, Darius had fixated on him, for he was the weakest among the 3. Thus, Raditz and Wukong were compelled to come to his aid, resulting in their united front against Darius. Countless phantom strikes collided, generating powerful waves of energy. Just one Sun Wukong was already capable of holding his ground against Darius. And with the interference from the 2, Darius found himself repeatedly on the receiving end, his combat suit torn in numerous places. Driven to desperation, he recklessly took a blow from Vegeta, then seized him and hurled him to the ground. Raditz seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut, causing blood to spurt from Darius's mouth, yet he swiftly retaliated, kicking Raditz away. Your interference is futile. The tree of might has already been planted, unless it is uprooted completely. Along with the destruction of Earth itself, it cannot be eradicated. Darius glared furiously at Wukong, who was battling him fiercely, as he delivered a punch that drove deep into Wukong's face, causing his skin to crumple and his neck to twist. You are still unaware of the existence of the Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish, including saving Earth. As he spoke, Wukong forced his cheek against Darius's fist, straightening his neck, the sheer strength of his resolve astonishing. Dragon Balls, the immense rebound from his hand. Darius's heart skipped a beat. The aura of red energy enveloping Wukong intensified, resembling a blazing inferno, burning fiercely. 4 times the Kaioken, Wukong's ultimate multiplier, 1 less than Raditz. Yet, he could still unleash his power to its fullest potential for a brief duration. However, it was a perilous gamble. Wukong's own body might just give way. The swirling red light zipped past Darius, merely grazing a phantom left in Darius's wake, the afterimage dissipating, leaving Wukong exposed within the attack range. Raditz shouted a warning, but Darius was quicker. His figure had already appeared behind Wukong, that a palm strike descended. Striking nothing but air, the true Wukong had already materialized behind Darius, delivering a devastating elbow strike from above. The force of the blow crashed down upon Darius's head, releasing a torrent of pent-up energy, leaving him dazed and bewildered. With such a heavy blow, Darius plummeted, crashing against the thick branches of the Tree of Might. Yet the assault was not over. Wukong followed closely, delivering a kick that sent Darius flying, then grasped his ankle, spinning like a top. After an indeterminate number of rotations, Darius was flung away, crashing through several clusters of roots, creating a massive dent in the sturdy trunk. Battle power exceeding 40,000. Darius inhaled sharply. During their skirmish, he had sensed Wukong's extraordinary strength. Even in their fierce exchanges, Wukong had maintained the upper hand. Were it not for Wukong's dwindling stamina, his predicament would indeed be perilous. Currently ensnared within the trunk, he lay in a big position, his back ablaze with pain. Boom! Just as Dales was preparing to rise, a shockwave struck with ruthless precision, mercilessly crashing into him, the radiance expanding into a sphere that engulfed Dale's form. Subsequently shrouded by the expanding explosion as the dust settled, Dales had vanished from sight. He had retreated behind a rock, clutching his bleeding, limp left arm, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Damn it. Suddenly, Kakarot's strength exceeded my expectations. These thoughts simmered within Dales, whose teeth ground in silent fury, until his gaze fell upon the burgeoning spirit tree, a grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. The fruits of the spirit tree shall soon be ripe. Indeed, the soil of Earth proves exceptionally conducive to cultivation. What a fortuitous discovery. Huh. Just as Dales reveled in his thoughts, Sun Wukong delivered a flying kick that shattered the rock, striking his back directly. Impossible. Dales was hurled away, feeling as though his body might tear apart. Even more incredulous was the fact that Kakarot, lacking a scouter, could perceive his location. Unbeknownst to him, Earth possesses techniques to sense ki. That kick sent Dales tumbling toward the branches. He lifted his head to find Sun Wukong standing before him. Dales, concede. Wukong had dispelled the Kaioken, his body now burdened beyond its limits. For him, such an explosive display could only be sustained for a fleeting few seconds. That last kick had drained his final reserves of strength. Shut up. Dales roared in fury, unleashing a massive energy wave without a moment's hesitation. Wukong gritted his teeth and leapt aside. A beam of light blasted through the spirit tree's branches. While Dale's eyes glinted with intensity, he cared little for Sun Wukong. His sole focus was on one thing. The fruit. Not far ahead lay a ripe fruit. Oh no! Raditz gasped in shock, activating his triple Kaioken. Desperately racing forward to thwart him, Raditz had noticed the spirit tree's fruit. Should Dales acquire it, the consequences would be dire. The soil of Earth was exceedingly rich in nutrients, nurturing a spirit tree far superior to those on barren planets. Even consuming a single fruit would yield extraordinary effects. He could not allow Dales to succeed. With a surge of speed, Raditz propelled himself forward, his body aching, yet he was willing to endure anything to stop Dales. Wukong also sensed Dales' movements and closed in more rapidly, a red glow shimmering in his wake. Dales, too, moved, his eyes bloodshot, roaring as he charged forward. The three surged forth almost simultaneously, all driven by a single goal. Bang! A tremendous impact reverberated for what felt like an eternity, splintered with scattering, while several massive, gnarled roots broke apart nearby, dust billowing and obscuring vision. Amidst the haze, the first figure to emerge was Raditz. Had he ultimately arrived a moment too late? Raditz stood at a distance, gasping for breath. He had just unleashed a quadruple Kaioken, surpassing his physical limits and significantly depleting his stamina. Following him, Wukong appeared. Brushing aside the dust, kneeling on one leg, equally fatigued, sweat pouring down. I hit Dales. Moments ago, Sun Wukong had rammed into Dales, sending him crashing through multiple trees, resulting in the scene before them. At that moment, Wukong possessed enough strength to shatter several of Dale's bones. Look over there. Raditz pointed above them. At the empty branches, nothing remained. Though Dales had endured Wukong's powerful blow, his objective had been achieved. He had acquired the spirit tree fruit. This was catastrophic. Raditz felt a chill of dread. The very outcome he had dreaded had come to pass. The situation was dire. Wukong, give me a Senzu bean. He is powered up, and we must be prepared. Powered up? Never mind that. Prepare a Senzu bean for yourself and one for the resting Vegeta. Raditz glanced at Vegeta, choosing to trust him, then declared, we will seize the remaining spirit tree fruits. Just how potent could that fruit be? Wukong tossed a Senzu bean over. Incredibly powerful, beyond imagination. Raditz emphasized gravely. He had intended to quip that the true power lay with Earth itself, that everything here was exceptional. Otherwise, they wouldn't find themselves in such dire straits. Their brief exchange was interrupted by a raucous laughter, arrogant and utterly disdainful, shattering the smoke like thunder, causing bones to ache and the air to tremble. The overwhelming key emanating from Dale's left Raditz feeling breathless. His chest expanding and contracting violently, his complexion paling. Indeed, the spirit tree fruits of Earth provided immense enhancement, to an almost unbelievable extent. Dale sauntered forward leisurely, a sinister smile twisting his lips, dripping with mockery. Kakarot, you struck me quite painfully just now. And you, Raditz, and over there, Vegeta, since you refuse to heed my warnings, I shall send you all to hell. What prince, what elite warrior, means anything before me, Dales? Raditz erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? To my mind, you are the epitome of a lowly boss, relying on the spirit tree fruit for power. Afraid to confront me and Vegeta, you concocted an artificial moon. Hoping we would exhaust ourselves in battle before daring to show your face, you even ambushed Piccolo, slyly consuming the fruit to bolster your strength before emerging to flaunt it. Raditz shot Wukong a knowing glance. Stepping closer to Dale's, do you know where you and Vegeta fall short? You lack the pride of a Saiyan. You. Dale's lips twitched, rage surging within him. Concurrently, Raditz shouted, Wukong. Son Wukong immediately grasped Raditz's intent, charging toward Vegeta. Meanwhile, he retrieved a senza bean, poised to offer it to Vegeta. Dale's momentarily paused, uncertain of Raditz's plan, yet intent on obstructing Wukong, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts to block Wukong's path. He then propelled himself forward. Determined to intercept him, smack, a hand seized Dale's ankle, halting his pursuit. Dale's, moving at high speed, felt a jolt as he turned to see Raditz's fury boiling over. You started this. With a thunderous shout, he plummeted downward like a meteor. Sonic booms erupting around him. Raditz felt an overwhelming force threatening to crush him, compelling him to release his grip and flee. The ground trembled as countless stones shattered into dust, the impact of Dale's descent creating a pit several feet deep. Raditz, ultimately unable to escape, was struck by the force of the energy wave, collapsing to the ground, his limbs limp. Such power, delivered with a single blow, was terrifying that I shall grant you a swift end. Dales raised his hand. Fingers splayed, a layer of ki glowing as it coalesced in his palm. This strike upon Raditz would not be taken lightly. Yet, Raditz wore a smile that in his eyes reflected the silhouettes of two figures, Vegeta and Son Wukong. At this critical juncture, both had consumed senza beans and regained their strength. Wukong activated the quadruple Kaioken, surging past Vegeta, the swelling crimson light barreling toward Dale's. The Dale's scouter blared as the readings fluctuated, indicating a significant rise in the combat prowess of both opponents. Damn it! Dale spun around, flinging his palm outward as a wave of pink energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, resolute in their determination, swiftly evading the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Raditz, barely able to rise, managed to pop the senza bean into his mouth. If the spirit tree fruit was a miraculous artifact, the senza bean was another. Its astonishing ability to restore one to full health and energy combined with a Scion's capacity for growth after the brink of death was truly a perfect pairing. As the senza bean entered his system, Raditz felt a warm, miraculous energy permeate him, akin to luxuriating in a hot bath after a long day. In mere moments, he was revitalized with vigor, his wounds healed. His energy replenished, and his spirit invigorated, his combat power surged. Dales, unaware of Raditz's revival, felt the readings on his scouter spike once more, locking in at 40,000, another power level of 40,000. Dales was taken aback, sensing a sharp energy approaching from behind, and turned to see Raditz. Just moments ago, the once defiant Raditz found himself inexplicably back on his feet, seemingly unscathed. Even more astonishing was the reading from the scouter, which indicated Raditz's combat power at an astounding 40,000, a figure that defied belief. Damn it! Dales cursed under his breath, despite his reluctance to voice it. That a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could they have consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might? No, that couldn't be right. They had no opportunity. But why? Dales pondered, his mind racing in confusion. Surprised, Raditz inquired with a relaxed chuckle. It's merely 40,000 combat power. I'm leagues ahead. In the next moment, he assumed his stance, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a radiant shockwave. Streams of energy erupted from his palms, escalating in both speed and force. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta floated above, heading toward the apex of the Tree of Might. "Damn it! You intend to steal my fruit." Tails fumed as he recognized their objective, unleashing a torrent of fury and a formidable aura, dodging the dazzling shockwave and disregarding Raditz entirely. Instead pursuing Goku and Vegeta with reckless abandon. If they were to consume the fruit of the Tree of Might, it would spell disaster. Tails surged forward, spotting the detestable Vegeta and Kakarot, bellowing "Stop!" with eyes aflame with rage, with a sudden whoosh. Tails accelerated toward them at an extraordinary speed, the friction of the air igniting a brilliant trail behind him. Just then, a flash of movement caught his eye. Raditz had appeared, blocking his path with an outstretched arm. Fingers splayed wide, his long hair fluttering slightly, and his expression as unyielding as iron. In an instant, a thunderous impact reverberated as Tails was sent hurtling backwards by Raditz's ki. "Impossible!" Tails exclaimed in disbelief. Regaining altitude with great difficulty, his expression was one of utter dismay. He felt utterly disheveled, trembling at the sight of the crimson aura enveloping Raditz. He could not fathom that Raditz possessed the potential to surpass him, especially after having consumed a fruit of the Tree of Might. Yet the previous blow was irrefutable evidence of his defeat. The scouter emitted several sharp warnings before erupting in a piercing blast. The explosion left Tails drenched in cold sweat. "It seemed your scouter cannot measure powers exceeding 100,000. Raditz quipped, a smirk gracing his lips as he wasted no time launching another attack. The two clashed once more, with Tails initiating the assault, delivering a powerful kick that sent spiraling gusts of wind around him. Raditz, however, stood firm, taking the blow head-on. His solid muscles absorbed the impact, though his expression remained unchanged in the blink of an eye. Raditz seized Tails' leg, pulling him closer as he delivered a rapid punch that struck Tails squarely in the face. Crimson blood erupted, filling the air with a metallic scent. Tails was sent sprawling backwards, his mind a chaotic blur, darkness enveloping him as the world spun wildly. The vast disparity in their powers left him in a panic. Despite his desperate consumption of the fruit, it had proved futile. His only recourse was to forcibly steady his mind and soar towards the heavens. The sky was shrouded in the vast shadow of the Tree of Might, yet flickers of starlight seeped through the gaps. Tails tilted his head back, breaking through the canopy, his eyes absorbing the light above. Gradually, his pupils dilated, turning a fierce red before revealing the whites of his eyes. His body hovered in midair, swelling ominously. Sharp teeth emerged from either side, a sinister grin forming on his face. He still had his tail. The artificial moon had an effect on him, allowing him to transform into a great ape. However, Tails despised this transformation. It was grotesque and difficult to control. Nevertheless, to avoid defeat, he had no choice but to take the risk. "Stop!" Raditz gasped in shock, unleashing a flurry of energy spheres in a chaotic barrage. In his fourfold Kaioken state, Raditz's combat power soared to an impressive 160,000, while Tails' ki was merely half that. Surely, the energy blast would send him flying. To be safe, Raditz continued his relentless assault, causing the air to tremble and the ground to quake. As smoke filled the sky, a colossal figure suddenly broke through the dense haze, descending from above, casting a vast shadow over the ground with a roar that shook the heavens. The furry form absorbed all the energy blasts without a scratch, standing proudly on the earth like a towering mountain. What immense power! Raditz wiped his brow in relief, transformed into a great ape. Tails bore a faint smile, rediscovering the sensation of invincibility. His formidable strength remained intact even in this form that he ignored Raditz. Leaping toward Goku and Vegeta, the transformation was said to amplify combat power tenfold. Though variations existed, even with a reduction, Tails was more than capable of facing any adversary. He was currently the strongest, and as long as he prevented others from obtaining the fruit of the Tree of Might, he could replant once he eliminated these obstacles. "You shall not take my fruit. Watch as I destroy them," Tails roared, opening his mouth wide to unleash a blinding beam of white energy. The beam, infused with immense power, swept across the area, nearly engulfing the apex of the Tree of Might, transforming it into a sea of white. As the dust settled, the fruits of the Tree of Might had been obliterated. Goku and Vegeta had each managed to harvest a ripe fruit. Though disdainful of such methods, Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone by Raditz, ultimately decided to consume it in the face of the looming threat. Just as he finished, a thunderous roar and blinding light surged towards them. In a moment of panic, both fled, but the colossal force was insurmountable, leaving them no choice but to hide behind a sturdy branch. Arms crossed in front of them, bracing for impact. When the light faded, the scent of charred flesh filled the air, wisps of smoke rising from their bodies. Thanks to their key shields, though their upper bodies were left bare. Their trousers remained intact. Fortunately, Dales, in his desire to expand the attack range, had inadvertently reduced its potency, or else they would have faced dire consequences. Raditz, observing the great ape Dales, rapidly devised a strategy. With no senzu beans left and nearly all the fruits of the tree of might annihilated, time was of the essence to find any survivors or await a new harvest. Moreover, Earth could not afford to wait to win. He would need to sever Dales's tail, but Dales was incredibly cautious. Was there truly an opportunity? Raditz cast a glance below, clenching his fists. The battle below had reached its conclusion. Taking advantage of a moment when Amon's rapid spinning attack faltered, Piccolo unleashed a beam from his eyes, damaging Amon's scouter. The explosion of debris obscured vision, providing Piccolo with the opening to deliver a fatal strike. After a year of grueling training, Piccolo had drastically improved the speed of his special beam cannon, allowing him to fire it after a brief charge. One hit was all it took to pierce Amon's heart. Meanwhile, the dynamic duo of Krillin and Yamcha worked seamlessly together, cornering Deus. The tracking capabilities of the Ki blasts combined with the cutting power of the Ki sword ultimately overwhelmed Deus, leading to his downfall under their dual assault. On another front, Tien utilized the solar flare to blind Kakarot, immediately following up with a devastating Kamehameha that nearly drilled through the earth, sending him deep underground. Goten and Trunks had been struggling to hold their ground. However, the Reyes brothers, in their eagerness to eliminate Goten, inadvertently struck him hard enough to cause him to spit blood and collapse. In their fervor, they unleashed a Ki wave intending to finish him off. It was then that Gohan erupted in fury. A wise adage states, never engage in a beam struggle with a member of the Sun family, and never provoke Gohan's wrath. In a flash, Gohan surged forward to shield Goten, unleashing a furious Masenko that blinded the brothers and shattered their forms. The unfortunate siblings wore expressions of shock as they gasped their final words. Impossible. The warriors regrouped, carrying Goten to the incapacitated Nappa to rest before ascending toward the Tree of Might. Raditz observed them. What now? He pondered. The power of this Saiyan is unfathomable. We may not stand a chance even if we all attack together. Tien voiced his concerns. Don't even think about it. Even 10 of us would be futile. Raditz shook his head, gazing at Dales's massive form. This is infuriating. Is there truly no way? If only we could sever his tail. It is easier said than done. He must surely be on guard, for a single misstep could lead to his demise. Piccolo, ever more cautious, understood that severing the tail was no simple task. Raditz inhaled deeply, suddenly casting a sharp gaze upon the crowd, exclaiming, "It is not impossible, but each of you must contribute. Remember, we have but one chance." Upon hearing Raditz's straightforward explanation of the battle strategy, the others resigned themselves to the inevitable. Let us proceed. At the forefront, Raditz led the group, who lined up amidst the ruins, bearing varying degrees of wounds. Their garments tattered and caked with dust, they were about to confront a formidable adversary, one whose immense power could cost them their lives. Yet each individual bore a resolute expression. It was a courage that remained unflinching even when faced with a Kamehameha wave aimed directly at their foreheads. The wind brushed against their cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill, and the blinding light of the giant ape dissipated, signaling that the moment had arrived. I never anticipated battling alongside so many. Krillin rushed forward, his laughter serving as a balm for his inner trepidation. Perhaps this would be their final stand. They must cherish it. The second to spring into action was Tenshinhan. We can win, with Raditz's booming voice. The others scattered to engage. Krillin, the first to dash ahead, hurled a Kienzan, the spinning disc racing towards Dales's tail, poised to conclude the battle. Upon impact, a fierce gust surged from behind, the air rippling as the Kienzan approached a mere few meters from Dales's tail, the overwhelming force nearly brushing against his form. At that very instant, Dales moved. His feet shifted. He stepped back at an odd angle, skillfully twisting his torso to shield his tail. Who could have anticipated such agility from such a massive creature? The Kienzan grazed Dales's flank and soared into the sky. In the next moment, with remarkable core strength, he sprang back like a coiled spring, unleashing a torrent of energy towards Krillin. Get down, Raditz, sensing the imminent danger, fired an energy blast to push Krillin aside. Dales blinked in surprise, not expecting such a maneuver. But in the following heartbeat, a thunderous roar echoed from above as Gohan unleashed his Masenko. The feeble assault barely registered with Dales. He laughed heartily, raising his head defiantly to Gohan, ready to absorb the blow. Boom! An explosion marred Dales's visage, yet he remained unscathed. You little brat, do you dare to challenge me with such paltry power? What about this? Tenshinhan shouted from behind Dales, instinctively causing Dales to turn, only to be met with the blinding light of the solar flare. The intense radiance rendered him momentarily blind at that moment. Krillin prepared to launch his second Kienzan, aiming directly at the base of Dales's tail, intent on delivering a decisive blow. How splendid it would be to sever half his rear, just as the Kienzan was on the verge of success. The giant ape Dales suddenly collapsed, rolling away and narrowly evading the strike. Damn it, I have failed. You wretches dare to employ such tactics. Dales's eyes flickered as his vision gradually returned, his fury escalating. Had it not been for his quick thinking, he might have been ambushed successfully. Enraged, he leaped into the air, swinging his fist rapidly to knock Tenshinhan aside, sending him crashing to the ground. He then pivoted, unleashing a shockwave aimed at Gohan, who found himself momentarily paralyzed with fear. The white shockwave nearly engulfed Gohan. A shimmering barrier materialized, intercepting the blast. By Gohan's side stood Piccolo and Goku, both exerting their full might to shield him. The air crackled with energy, the winds howled, and countless debris were sucked into the swirling vortex of power. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz leaped into the fray, and Yamcha swiftly followed suit, racing forward. Solar flare, Tenshinhan's icy shout echoed once more through the sky. Dales, taken aback, dared not look back again, instead unleashing an energy blast skyward, striking Tenshinhan once more. Just as he exhaled in relief, he spotted Tenshinhan once again. The clones of the four-way fist. What the? Before he could finish his sentence, the brilliance of the solar flare enveloped him. Simultaneously, Krillin unleashed another Kienzan, while Piccolo extended his arm, ensnaring Dales's body and immobilizing him. Their coordination was impeccable. Opportunity knocks, but once. Dales was astonished. This sequence of attacks exceeded his expectations. He had initially resolved to eliminate Tenshinhan first, then deal with Gohan. Yet their combined techniques were utterly confounding. Trapped and blinded, his situation grew increasingly dire. Not only was severing his tail a possibility, but he risked being cleaved in two with murderous intent. The Kienzan descended, creating a deep fissure in the ground. Get away from me. Dales gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of rage that shattered Piccolo's grasp, reducing his arm to fragments. Though Piccolo struggled to maintain his hold, he ultimately succumbed to Dales's overwhelming might. Not content, Dales then advanced a step, unleashing a wave of energy that formed an invisible shield. Deflecting the Kienzan soared once more into the heavens, causing the hearts of the onlookers to plummet. It was over. Yet, it was not the end. Yamcha deftly maneuvered, summoning an enormous spirit ball from the skies, intercepting the Kienzan and using its energy to force it back towards Dales. They were so close. However, the spirit ball lacked the power to breach the giant ape's energy barrier. Just then, Vegeta made his entrance. His technique was fully charged and aimed directly at Dales. Raditz, in his five-fold Kaioken state, unleashed a radiant wave of energy, and the combined might of the two Saiyans shattered Dales's defenses. The atmosphere trembled. The ground ruptured, and stones shattered. The Kienzan shot forth, striking Dales's tail. In that fleeting moment, Dales regained his sight and, with astonishing force, repelled the Kienzan. Blood oozed from his tail, yet it remained unsevered. Ha 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 ha. Dales cackled, unrestrained in his mirth. In stark contrast, the others were left in despair. Ha! Suddenly, Dales's expression shifted dramatically. His body froze, slowly beginning to change. Behind him, a samurai sword cleanly severed his tail. Iacolobe? The onlookers were left speechless. Indeed, in critical moments, one requires an Iacolobe. As his tail fell away, Dales immediately reverted to a mere humanoid form, his combat prowess plummeting. Raditz gave a thumbs up to Iacolobe, showering him with praise. Without his intervention, the outcome could have been dire. Meanwhile, Iacolobe hastily made his exit, adopting an air of indifference, fleeing as far as possible. It is done. I shall take my leave, concealing my achievements and my name. Such is the essence of a legendary figure. Yet, Iacolobe pondered, Heaven knows whether Dales has any tricks left. I do not wish to take any chances that I in truth. Dales had reached the end of his rope, left with no options. Before him stood Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta, their stamina depleted. Yet they knew that when the eerie red light illuminated, their strength would surge once more. Dales understood that would be his doom. At that moment, Kakao emerged from the ground. Finally inhaling fresh air, Tenshinhan had blasted him underground. Yet he had not perished. Only his propulsion port was shattered, rendering him incapable of accelerating and diminishing his power. Finally managing to crawl out, Kakao remained unnoticed. Seeing Lord Dales encircled, his first thought was whether to flee. Since everyone had failed, why not save themselves? As a bounty hunter wandering the cosmos, he was well versed in the art of self-preservation. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to flee, only to suddenly glance up and see a plane approaching the Tree of Might. The aircraft carried an old man and a pig, accompanied by a beautiful woman, while the pilot was a young girl with blue hair. Kakao's eyes glinted with a sinister smile. He surmised that these individuals, having pinpointed their location, were likely connected to those Earthlings. Thus, Kakao leaped, landing atop the aircraft, pressing down on it as he drew closer to the encirclement. Get out of the way, or prepare to collect corpses. Lord Dales, I am coming. His booming voice startled the others, and Dales, encircled, felt a glimmer of hope as Kakao unexpectedly came to his aid. Yet, as he seized the aircraft, Kakao's mind was preoccupied with the seeds of the Tree of Might's fruit, which only Dales possessed. Should he flee alone, he feared he would never again encounter such an opportunity to enhance his power. Thus he resolved to risk it all to save Dales. After all, with hostages in hand, he felt fearless. What is going on? Bulma suddenly felt an unsteady control, as if something above was pressing down upon her. Master Roshi sensed a formidable energy aboard the aircraft and gestured for a descent. It seemed we had drawn too close and were being taken captive. What do we do now? What do we do? Oolong shouted in a panic, his face drained of color. I told you I didn't want to come. This was disastrous. Quiet down. Didn't you also wish to see if there are any beautiful alien women? You lecherous old man, clearly it was your idea. Silence, all of you. We can only watch Goku and the others now. Bulma attempted to land, only to discover that the aircraft was no longer under her control. Completely commandeered by Kakao, hurtling directly towards Dales. Initially, she had intended to witness the outcome of the battle, but the sudden rapid deterioration of Earth's environment, with reports flooding in, left her deeply unsettled. Thus, using the residual signal from the detector, she contacted Master Roshi, Oolong, and Lanchi, setting off to the battlefield to uncover the truth. Little did she know, she would become a prisoner. The aircraft glided to a halt just above the ground, and within, Bulma and Oolong continuously called out for Goku, while Kakao and Dales exchanged smug grins. After all, Goku was none other than Kakarot. These individuals were indeed acquainted with him, which made matters considerably simpler. Dales, panting heavily, pressed his hand against the cockpit. Humph, Dales, do you really think I wouldn't kill you just because you have a few Earthlings as hostages? Vegeta extended his hand towards Dales, a sphere of energy rapidly forming before his palm. Wait, Vegeta, Raditz swiftly intervened, gripping Vegeta's wrist. There are our people in the aircraft. I don't care. Vegeta insisted. I want to save them. If you wish to deal with Dales, you can wait a moment longer. Raditz's tone was equally resolute, their gazes locking in a fiery standoff. Humph. Vegeta shook off Raditz's grasp and turned his back. This is how it is, Raditz. Let us leave now. No pursuit allowed. Impossible. What if you kill them? Raditz thought it prudent to be firmer. Otherwise, Dales might impose even more unreasonable demands. Only you can follow. No one else is allowed to move. Dale's fingers dug into the cabin, lifting the aircraft slowly into the sky. Otherwise, we all perish. Fine. Raditz signaled everyone to remain calm, then followed alone. After an intense battle, Dales faced defeat, and the painful outcome ignited a flicker of rage within him. Yet, upon seeing Earth ravaged by the spirit tree from above, he suddenly laughed. What if he had lost? They would also pay dearly, and that cost would be irreparable. In his mind, he still emerged victorious. The trio, along with the aircraft, arrived at the spaceship's landing site, a colossal vessel with its doors wide open. As if welcoming a return, we've arrived. Hand over the people, Raditz demanded, palms open. Don't rush me. Let me board the ship first. No way. Kakao feigned an attack, defiantly glaring at Raditz. Don't be impulsive. Kakao, Dales interjected, waving his hand to dismantle half of the frame. Tossing it aside. Old man, pig, And that beautiful woman, come down. Upon hearing this, everyone scrambled to exit. Dales reached out, blocking Bulma. Not you. Stay in the aircraft. Just then, his eyes gleamed as he peered behind Bulma. Bulma instinctively covered her vital areas, exclaiming, "No, though I am a beauty, but enough noise. Keep it up, and I'll kill you." Dales retracted his hand, threateningly. Master Roshi and the others had hidden behind Raditz, leaving only him and the two adversaries in a standoff. "Kakao, you keep the aircraft ascending. Once the spaceship is operational, then you can let go. If Raditz doesn't want her to die, they'll save her and won't obstruct us. As Dales spoke, he retreated towards the ship's entrance. One hand aimed at Bulma, his gaze shifting between her and Raditz. Kakao maintained the aircraft's ascent, waiting until the ship was prepared to launch before daring to release his hold. The tense standoff reached a climax as a violent tremor shook the ground. The spaceship's engines ignited successfully, and Kakao let go. In that instant, he shot into the spaceship. Raditz seized the opportunity he had been waiting for. His King Kai fist was exponentially faster than the spaceship. He unleashed his energy, swiftly catching Bulma and tossing her toward Master Roshi while continuing his ascent in pursuit of the vessel. To his astonishment, the massive spaceship erupted in a thunderous explosion, smoke and flames obscuring Raditz's path. Simultaneously, a single-person spacecraft burst forth from the debris. Kakao's dismembered body scattered in the explosion, appearing grotesque amidst the flames. Raditz had not anticipated that Dales would eliminate Kakao. Dales had foreseen that the large ship would slow down and be overtaken, thus had no intention of taking Kakao along from the very beginning. Ultimately, Kakao had merely become a sacrificial pawn to impede Raditz. Ha! Dale's maniacal laughter echoed within his single-person craft. With the larger vessel now irretrievable, Raditz ceased his pursuit, expending his energy to signal his whereabouts to the others. The immediate priority was to halt the spirit tree's aggressive growth. And the only means to achieve this was through the Dragon Balls. "Bulma, give me the Dragon Ball radar." I need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls quickly." "Hurry," Raditz urged. Bulma dropped a bead of cold sweat. Gesturing toward the wrecked aircraft, "It might be broken." "It's not broken. It's in my possession." Master Roshi produced the Dragon Ball radar, the light of wisdom glimmering behind his sunglasses. That I anticipated the potential need for the Dragon Balls. So I kept the radar close at hand to avoid any last-minute searches. "Truly the wise Master Mutant," Raditz exclaimed joyfully. "That is, unless I misidentified it. But someone who resembles Goku took something from me." Bulma's voice dwindled, as if she sensed something irretrievable. "What was it?" "It seemed to be Gohan's hat." "Just a hat," Raditz dismissed with a wave of his hand, but then froze. "Could it have contained a Dragon Ball?" Master Roshi gasped in realization. "Indeed. After fulfilling the wish, we retrieved the 4-star ball and set it back. I had always intended to return it to Gohan, but kept forgetting, and today I happened to bring it along." In their previous conversation, Goku had hinted at the existence of the Dragon Balls. Though Dales had never seen them, he would undoubtedly remember their distinctive appearance. If this were indeed the case, it could spell significant trouble. At that moment, everyone gathered, exhaling in relief upon seeing the shattered remnants of the spaceship and the safety of a few individuals. "But where's Dales?" Vegeta inquired. "First that he fled. He actually escaped. He took a Dragon Ball with him," Master Roshi added. In an instant, the expressions of the group turned grim, frozen in shock. The spirit tree's absorption rate was alarmingly rapid. Without the power of the Dragon Balls, they would be utterly incapable of averting this catastrophe. And Earth would be doomed. They had driven Dales away, but at the cost of their planet. That was truly a Pyrrhic victory. For Vegeta and Nappa, this might have been inconsequential, but for Goku and the others, Earth was their home. "Let's seek out the deity. Perhaps he has a solution," Son Goku suggested. Moments later, he suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Look, it's Mr. Popo," following his pointing finger. They spotted a figure clad in black approaching on a magic carpet, cradling an exquisitely adorned vessel. "Mr. Popo, did the deity send you?" "Goku." Mr. Popo halted the magic carpet. "The deity saw everything from the other world. He instructed me to deliver this super divine water to you. If sprinkled at the roots of the spirit tree, it should halt its spread." "Super divine water. Isn't that meant for drinking?" Goku recalled its potency when confronting Demon King Piccolo. The super divine water was not only toxic, but also had detoxifying properties. It might prove effective against the spirit tree, given that it was said to be a fruit consumed by deities. Mr. Popo handed the vessel to Son Goku. "Super divine water?" Goku was skeptical, yet it seemed they had little alternative. He cradled the vessel and soared toward the spirit tree, liberally dousing it until every last drop was expended before returning. The effects of the super divine water manifested immediately, bringing the spirit tree's expansion to a halt. However, the Earth has yet to recover from the blows it has suffered, with nearly a quarter of its surface plunged into a state of biological extinction. The search for the Dragon Balls must continue. To achieve this goal, it is imperative to enhance our strength, modify the spacecraft, and ascertain the locations of the Dragon Balls. Thus, everyone decided to take a brief respite. During this time, Bulma prepared to develop a radar for locating the Dragon Balls. Raditz sought to enlist Bulma's father, Brief, to construct a gravity training room. In the span of 2 weeks, violence erupted across the Earth, with unrest rampant. Cities and villages of all sizes scrambled for the dwindling resources, and armed factions waged war for mere survival. The king dispatched numerous troops for rescue and suppression efforts, striving to stabilize the situation. Natural disasters and human calamities gradually led to the erosion of peace. Raditz hovered high above, his gaze sweeping over the port and the vast ocean it connected to, an expanse of purity amidst the chaos on Earth. Rays of sunlight pierced through the fractured clouds, casting a myriad of mottled reflections upon the water's surface. The coastal city where he once resided was similarly bustling, with countless vessels entering and exiting the harbor, their horns blaring like soldiers embarking on a campaign. In his youth, he often lingered by the sea after school instead of returning home. The ocean's vastness provided him solace. After a day of toil, to stand by the shore and gaze into the horizon under the sun's final brilliance was a form of happiness. It had been quite some time since he last beheld the sea. Even this color felt rare. Upon reflection, most of the scenery on King Kai's planet was predominantly green. Raditz, how much longer do you plan to linger here? Vegeta's voice interrupted. The gravity room is complete. You are summoned to train. Nappa's hand rested on Raditz's shoulder. Earth is indeed a splendid place, isn't it? Raditz replied. Just look at this view. One cannot witness such beauty on other planets. Nappa remarked, slightly astonished, as he gazed at the boundless azure sea, its shimmering waves reflecting the brilliance of the sun. The horizon blurred where the sky met the ocean, merging into gentle hues. Seagulls soared gracefully on the wind. The waves whispered secrets, and the air was filled with a refreshing, moist aroma. Isn't that so? Yes, indeed. Nappa hesitated, but Vegeta interjected, let him wait. What? Raditz retorted coolly. Are you afraid of him, but not of me? Nappa found himself at a loss for words. Silently enduring. At this moment, Raditz was undeniably far more powerful. Even Vegeta acknowledged it. What more could he say? Embrace the beauty of life. Such moments are rare, Raditz declared. Over the past fortnight, Nappa had also found Earth to be quite comfortable. His combative nature thrived on the most advanced gaming consoles, excelling in various combat games. Although he faced repeated defeats against Raditz, his enthusiasm for gaming remained undiminished. Aside from fighting, his greatest joy was indulging in fighting games. After a bout between Vegeta and Goku, where Vegeta lost, he resolved to dedicate himself tirelessly to surpassing the two brothers. In the evenings, the group would dine together, with Saiyans often competing over their appetites. Vegeta, unwilling to accept defeat and consumption after losing in battle, saw others join in the fray, each one placing empty plates upon a nearby table. Goten frequently sought out Piccolo for training, occasionally playing with the speedy dragon. On Turtle Island, palm trees swayed gently in the breeze, while Master Roshi reclined in a lounge chair under the sun, sunglasses shielding his eyes, surrounded by magazines featuring beautiful women exuding delightful fragrances. Let us go. The gravity training room should be ready. Raditz turned, casting one last glance at the sea. Upon their return to Bulma's residence, the others had been waiting for a while. Vegeta, eager to test the new facility, awaited Raditz's arrival. The gravity training room consisted of 2 chambers, one specially constructed within Bulma's spacious home, where multiple gravity rooms posed no issue. The other was a gravity apparatus installed on the new spaceship Hope. Crafted from debris of Dales's spacecraft and modified Saiyan pods, suitable for extended interstellar travel. Initially, Vegeta scoffed at the mundane, hemispherical structure. Yet, Raditz consistently extolled its virtues, instilling a modicum of anticipation even in the skeptical prince. Everyone, thank you for your patience. Let us proceed inside, Raditz announced as he approached the gravity room, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they were greeted by walls gleaming with a metallic sheen, a central control system supporting the ceiling. Equipped with various precision adjustment modules, and a floor of high-strength material. The interior was devoid of furnishings or equipment, entirely dedicated to practitioners, with only 4 transparent glass panels surrounding them. The spacious room could comfortably accommodate all present, with separate changing rooms, showers, and a lounge area. Through the central control module, one could adjust humidity, temperature, and air composition, with small flying attack drones hovering about. These enhancements were all conceived by Raditz, far surpassing the standard gravity room in functionality. Although, in haste, the gravity apparatus could only achieve a maximum of 200 times Earth's gravity, it was more than sufficient for their current needs. Is this truly the magnificent training ground you spoke of? Vegeta surveyed the space, his expression less than favorable. Compared to the technology of planet Vegeta, Earth's advancements seemed primitive. Having produced such a contraption, Vegeta felt deceived. Indeed, this is the place. Are you mocking me? This would be more appropriate in the depths of the mountains. Patience. Do you think these devices are mere decorations? Raditz chuckled, striding confidently to the control panel. Currently, we are under the standard gravity of Earth, which is simply 1g. Now, let us test 10 times the gravity, akin to the conditions on planet Vegeta. With that, Raditz input the number 10 into the system. The screen flickered twice before stabilizing. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the floor, accompanied by a buzzing sound that startled everyone. In the next moment, the room's ambience shifted dramatically, the light dimming to reveal a crimson hue that enveloped the space. The gravity had quietly escalated to tenfold. Having resided on Earth for so long, they were struck by a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of their time on King Kai's planet, as if an unseen force were anchoring their limbs to the ground. Incredible, it truly works, Goku exclaimed. I had considered creating such a device myself. This is fantastic. As long as we remain in this room, we can achieve the training benefits of King Kai's planet. It's remarkable. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, his expression a mixture of skepticism and disdain. Is that all? Now, let us try 15 times the gravity, Raditz declared, adjusting the settings once more and pressing the confirmation button. After a brief moment, the vibrations and buzzing intensified, and the gravity surged once again. Simultaneously, the intelligent system automatically regulated the pressure and humidity to create the optimal environment. 15 times gravity is quite a challenge. Krillin grimaced, sweat beading on his forehead. Yamcha struggled more, his face contorted as he fought to endure. Having relaxed too much without training in recent days, the sudden increase to 15 times gravity was overwhelming. For the Saiyans, however, 15 times was relatively easy. Vegeta even displayed a skeptical expression, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Deeply unconvinced, Raditz, provoked by Vegeta's demeanor, declared, You doubt me. Let's have you experience the higher gravity firsthand. You all step out for a moment. I only require Vegeta's presence for an introduction. Raditz's smile was calm, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority. Goku nodded and exited first, followed by Goten and Piccolo. As everyone departed, they lingered, reluctant to leave, pressing against the glass to watch. The two stood upright as if poised for battle, and those unaware of the situation might have assumed they were about to clash. Under 15 times gravity, both Raditz and Vegeta appeared unfazed. Raditz, facing Vegeta, subtly reached for the control panel and input 50. Suddenly, the buzzing intensified, and the gravity surged dramatically. Raditz internally mused, how will you respond to this? Suddenly, he seemed to be struck dumb, realizing that he was also in the gravity chamber. Had he only just comprehended the situation, it was already too late, as if a mountain had descended upon him, crushing him beneath its weight. His bones creaked and groaned, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Vegeta fared little better. The embrace of his arms was abruptly released, his stature diminished, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. How are you holding up? Raditz inquired with feigned casualness. Humph, they were marginally improved from before, but it hardly mattered. Let us see who can endure longer. As Raditz gestured, he pressed the ascent button on the input device. The apparatus was touch-sensitive, allowing the gravity to increase incrementally without the need for numerical input. Under the weight of 50 times gravity, the sensors were astoundingly responsive, and the gravitational force surged instantly. The two widened their eyes, their faces turning ashen, holding their breath in defiance, neither willing to concede. At this moment, yielding would be a blow to their pride. Both Raditz and Vegeta shared this sentiment. Fiercely resisting the escalating pressure, their faces reddening and their eyes bloodshot. If you can't take it, just say so. I can endure, they thought. Ultimately, neither had the strength left to speak. their bodies were holding up. Yet their internal organs felt as though they might burst under the rising gravity. Had it not been for the protective energy within them, they would have been incapacitated long ago. The onlookers, utterly oblivious to the struggle, merely observed as the numbers on the display continued to soar, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Truly, Raditz was remarkable. The gravity had already reached 100 times. Vegeta was impressive as well. Look at them, steadfast under such immense pressure, as Master Potato would say, like mountains standing tall. The gravity has now hit 150. Look, they have collapsed. They've fallen. Someone help. Krillin shouted. Goku, quickly cut the power. After narrowly escaping a near-death crisis, Raditz solemnly warned everyone that training must be approached with moderation. The consequences of reckless ambition are dire, and Raditz would carry a shadow of dread whenever he entered the gravity chamber thereafter. The final recorded gravity was 159. At such a level, they could scarcely move, let alone challenge it now. Had Goku not promptly cut the power, he and Vegeta might have faced grave peril. Fortunately, when the idea of an independent power source was proposed, Raditz had dismissed it, or else he would still be haunted by that thought. However, this experience had allowed Vegeta to appreciate the intensity of gravity training, ensuring he would no longer underestimate this seemingly ordinary facility. The next day, true training commenced. Vegeta, a solitary figure, occupied the training room aboard the spacecraft, while the others divided into two groups, entering the ground facilities. The Saiyans and Piccolo engaged in high-intensity, high-multiplication training, while the others begrudgingly waited for their turn. Initially, everyone repeated basic physical conditioning exercises, squats, push-ups, and the like, only gradually progressing to practicing punches and kicks after a day of training. Vegeta had grown fond of this training environment. Some individuals despise monotonous tasks, while others find joy in them, dedicating their lives to a single pursuit that a single punch, practiced thousands of times without faltering, merely to improve the speed of a strike by 0.01 seconds. That is the essence of a Saiyan. It is precisely this characteristic that allows the so-called warrior race to grow ever stronger. Thus, another half-month passed, with everyone relentlessly pushing themselves, striving to elevate their strength to a new, stable level. Moreover, Bulma had successfully completed the Dragon Ball radar and replenished the spacecraft with enough fuel for a month. The day of departure was drawing near, and they were about to set forth into the cosmos, carrying with them the hope of hope, embarking on a journey toward the vast galaxy on the day of departure. Everyone gathered at Bulma's residence. Master Roshi was merely there to see them off, and Kairatsu and Yamcha did not board the spacecraft, recognizing their own limitations and opting to continue training in the gravity chamber instead. Gohan had only just received Chi-Chi's approval, largely thanks to Raditz's influence. Compared to Goku, Raditz was far more reliable in Chi-Chi's eyes. However, even those who boarded the ship had varying motivations. Vegeta aimed to test his strength, to defeat Goku, and subsequently, Raditz. Nappa had no choice. After all, the heavyweights were present. Piccolo, initially reluctant to join, felt the gap in strength between himself and the Saiyans was too vast and feared being left behind. Another reason was that Gohan was also going. He found Goku's child far more agreeable than Goku himself. The others were bound by their duty to save the Earth, feeling it was an obligation. Farewell, you all do your best. Next time, when my strength has increased, I shall join you. Yamcha waved to everyone, and Poir followed suit. Raditz responded with a polite, yet somewhat awkward smile, secretly lamenting that there might not be many opportunities for the energetic T-God to shine in the future. Nevertheless, for your sake, I shall strive to make an effort. Tien, Kairatsu was about to speak when he was pushed aside that a blonde-haired woman brandishing a gun strode forward. Tien, you better come back alive. I've been waiting for you. Launch, now in her blonde form, resembled a Super Saiyan, save for the absence of electric sparks. Even Tien was taken aback, his three eyes wide in shock, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Master Roshi, and everyone. We are setting off. Goku laughed heartily, waving his arms. Filled with anticipation for the journey ahead, he was ever the optimist, facing everything with a positive outlook, yet never hesitating to exercise caution when necessary. Chi-Chi, covering her face with a handkerchief, wept as she bid farewell to Goku and Gohan, while Ox King comforted her with gentle pats on the back. Don't worry, Goku, I'll reluctantly guard the Earth in your absence. Master Roshi chuckled. That will only make things worse, you old pervert. Oolong, what did you say? He's right. It'll be more dangerous with you here. Bulma chimed in, causing Master Roshi to feel somewhat disheartened as he sighed deeply. Eliciting laughter from the crowd, inside the spacecraft, Vegeta was growing impatient. Kakarot, hurry up and launch. I'm coming. I'm coming. Goku was the last to enter the spacecraft. The hatch closed, and the massive rounded vessel soared into the cosmos. Wow, are they going to be okay? After all, those two Saiyans are from the evil faction. With Goku and Raditz on board, there's nothing to worry about. Master Roshi held his staff aloft, gazing skyward, silently cheering for everyone. Only when their figures vanished from sight did he reveal a sly smile. The earth is in the hands of these young ones. I'll just have a chat with Bulma at that moment. A heavy punch struck Master Roshi, nearly sending him off into space. The vast, dark universe lay silent and desolate, with countless planets revolving in the profound darkness, quietly reflecting a translucent light that lay in the distance. Nebulas flickered with faint, white crystalline points, their edges swirling with bright purple wisps that appeared as though touched by frost or cloaked in mist, presenting an enchanting beauty. The infinite expanse of the universe was filled with the unknown. And it was this mysterious allure that compelled humanity to explore and pursue it. Within the spacecraft, Vegeta piloted the vessel, setting it on autopilot once they entered the designated trajectory, heading toward the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Prior to this, King Kai had already communicated with Raditz, informing them that Dare's movements were erratic, frequently altering his trajectory. The reason Dares dared to boast about not fearing Frieza was due to his guerrilla tactics. Otherwise, with his inferior skills, he would be easily dealt with. Frieza likely wouldn't bother him if Dares kept his head down. However, no matter where he went, the Dragon Ball radar could track him as the spacecraft continued its journey. The group decided to commence training. The internal gravity chamber was relatively small, accommodating only 3 individuals at a time, necessitating a rotation system, with only 7 Senzu available. Raditz stipulated that they should not overexert themselves during training to avoid depleting their supply too soon. Beyond the gravity chamber, the facilities for washing and resting were quite comfortable, equipped with various recreational amenities. Raditz specifically requested the best sound system, incorporating a song he had memorized, Dandan, composed, and performed by a guest artist, ensuring that listening to it while training or relaxing would be an absolute pleasure. After nearly 2 days of travel, the spaceship advanced smoothly at super acceleration. Everyone is seamlessly transitioning between training and rest aboard the spacecraft, which is equipped with an emergency call system. In the event of a significant situation, an alarm will sound immediately, alleviating any concerns that in the vastness of space, where time loses its reference, the outside world remains perpetually shrouded in darkness, leaving them to gauge the passage of time solely through instruments. Raditz, having finished his shower, steps out from the designated cabin door, a towel draped over his shoulder and clad only in his undergarments. He gazes at his robust physique in the mirror, admiring himself for quite some time. Upon reaching the main cabin, he becomes entranced by the view beyond the large transparent shield. Meanwhile, behind him, Gohan and Goku have just finished showering and joined Piccolo for a brief respite in the main cabin. Uncle Piccolo, shall we have something to eat? I do not require food to sustain my life. Gohan's enthusiastic demeanor suddenly dims. Piccolo's expression shifts abruptly as he stammers. Then, perhaps just a little, Gohan's face lights up with a smile. As if clouds have parted to reveal the sun, Raditz, with his back to them, reveals a smile of his own, and it was indeed the right decision to have Gohan partner with Piccolo. They are a naturally harmonious duo. Piccolo, known for his aloofness and lack of camaraderie, typically converses only with Goku, with whom he maintains a relationship of both rivalry and friendship. Yet, it is only Gohan who can truly reach the tenderness within him. Over the course of a year, the bond between the two has deepened, developing quite naturally. Brother, want to have a bite? Goku calls out, chewing on a square pastry with an unabashed demeanor that I am not hungry. Raditz responds, but before he can finish, the spaceship's alarm suddenly blares, cutting off his words. The interior is illuminated with a flashing red light, and all auxiliary systems cease instantly, including the gravity training room. Everyone rushes to the main cabin, their faces reflecting a hint of panic. Vegeta hastens to the control panel to check the instruments, while the others scan their surroundings, finding no external threats. There are no malfunctions. The spacecraft is designed to automatically navigate around debris in space, eliminating the possibility of collision. Could there be an explosion? No detection indicates such an event. Yet, the alarm persists, growing more intense, the flashing red light increasing in frequency. As if something perilous is imminent, Raditz feels his body plummeting, as if the spacecraft's engine has ceased to function, and the gravitational field around them warps severely, resembling a colossal vortex intent on drawing the ship in. Look below. Krillin presses against the transparent shield, his eyes scanning the scene beneath. There lies a bizarre planet, its oval exterior shimmering in a dark golden hue, exuding a radiant glow that belies a chilling ambience. Their spacecraft is drawing closer to this planet, or rather, being inexorably pulled toward it. Following their trajectory, they soar onward. Calculations indicate that this planet should not exist. So how could this situation suddenly arise? Steady. Increase thrust to maximum and escape this place. If we get pulled in, we could crash, Raditz exclaims, cognizant of the grave danger posed by the current acceleration that we've broken through the atmosphere. The spacecraft ignites with friction as it battles its way through the layers of the atmosphere. Fire and tremors assaulting them. The occupants feel violent turbulence, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over them. Encountering such an event in an unfamiliar cosmic environment could prove fatal. He should have brought Bulma along. After all, being a technology expert, she could have resolved any issues. Now, they are left in a reactive position. Vegeta pushes the power to maximum, yet still cannot entirely counteract the immense gravitational pull. The two forces clash, resulting in a stalemate, as if a celestial hand were gripping their spacecraft, dragging it downward, while the ship, like a bird striving to ascend, fights desperately against the force. The alarm's intensity escalates, its shrill sound piercing the air, while the spacecraft's hull trembles violently. Wait, their SN operations manual, Raditz suddenly recalls. Krillin, where did Bulma put the manual? It's in the box on the control panel. Without hesitation, Raditz dashes to the control panel. Rifling through the manual, pressing buttons on the lower panel as a series of images and data flash across the screen. As he hurriedly scans the material, Raditz's brow furrows in concern. The atmospheric composition of this planet is remarkably similar to that of Earth, implying the potential existence of life forms akin to humans. Strangely, the water content is minimal, yet the metallic reactions are powerful, pervading the entire planet. The closer they approach, the more astonished they become, as the surface exhibits a metallic sheen. With countless towering structures, be they buildings or mountains, crafted entirely from metal. How is this possible? Sweat trickles down Raditz's temple. What's wrong? We must leave this planet. It is entirely composed of metal and possesses life. The moment these words escape his lips, a shiver runs down everyone's spine, as if a serpent of fear has slithered up their backs. The spacecraft is being drawn in by a tremendous gravitational force. As if the planet itself harbors a will to consume them, a terrifying thought flashes through their minds, sending a chill through them all. The barely sustained thrust is once again overwhelmed by an even stronger pulling force, dragging the spacecraft toward the metallic planet. Determined, Raditz hastily dresses and opens the hatch. I'll go out for a moment. Goku, come with me. Is there anyway? Only by utilizing the repulsive effect of our energy waves can we propel the spacecraft. Together, our combined energy should suffice. I see. Let us do it. Goku nods, instantly grasping Raditz's intent. The two fly to the rear of the spacecraft, pressing against its exterior, and with a fierce roar, they concentrate their energy into their hands, compressing it into a sphere. Kamehameha. Both prepare to unleash their Kamehameha. With a resounding shout, they simultaneously release their energy waves, the blue light overshadowing the flames erupting from the spacecraft. The tremendous recoil propels them skyward, simultaneously pushing the spacecraft forward. And no matter how strong the planet's gravitational pull, it cannot rival the fearsome energy of the Kamehameha. The terrifying shockwave slams into the metallic surface, followed by a thunderous explosion that sends thick smoke billowing upward. As the smoke rises, the spacecraft successfully breaks free from its constraints. Energized by the Kamehameha, the spacecraft revives, akin to a dragon ascending from confinement, liberated from its shackles. Raditz suddenly senses the gravitational pull beneath them beginning to wane, as if the planet has been cowed by the might of the Kamehameha and dares not make another move. Let us go. Wait, look over there. Goku points toward the ground, where a hole has been blasted open. His expression darkening, Raditz follows his gaze, momentarily struck dumb. The dark golden surface collapses, rapidly outlining a peculiar pattern that resembles a forest painted in black, from which dozens of long, mechanical appendages surge forth. The glimmering mechanical arms unfurl their armor in segments, revealing weaponry. Bullets disperse, a hailstorm of gunfire erupting in all directions, while the mechanical limbs extend, attempting to ensnare the spacecraft, its changing its strategy. Raditz exclaims, alarmed, as he unleashes energy blasts to shield the spacecraft. He weaves nimbly around the mechanical arms, knowing that severing them would halt the onslaught. Goku, blow up the main body. A series of explosions reverberate through the air as Raditz annihilates several mechanical limbs, their metallic claws reaching skyward before falling impotently. Yet, more mechanical appendages rush toward the spacecraft from the ground with alarming speed, each larger and more robust than the last, their armor sharper and thicker, with vicious spikes at every joint, attacking with the ferocity of a beast. Damn it. Here they come. Goku narrowly dodges a frontal assault from one of the mechanical claws, witnessing a seemingly endless array of them pouring forth from the darkened cavern below. Surrounded by these mechanical foes, they find themselves unable to escape. Though these constructs are weak, they are far from a match for either of them. In terms of both quantity and tenacity, these machines undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Amidst the chaos of battle, numerous mechanical claws ensnared the spacecraft, dragging it towards the planet with sheer brute force. Countless battle experiences informed Sun Wukong that the true target of their adversaries was not them, but rather the ship itself. At that moment, Vegeta leaped from the command cabin, forging ahead through the tumult as if clearing a path through dense underbrush, unleashing an explosive barrage that obliterated a swath of mechanical claws. Raditz, Kakarot, what are you dawdling for? Vegeta exclaimed. Be careful, Vegeta. Humph, I need no such concern, he retorted, unleashing a furious wave of energy. The detonations reverberating like thunder, the dark cavern seemed to momentarily hesitate, ceasing its dispatch of mechanical arms, while the remaining appendages swayed in the air like trees densely clustered in a jungle. Although the attack had been suppressed, the spacecraft remained bound, slowly being dragged toward the ground. The crisis was far from averted. The patterns on the metallic surface of the planet expanded once more, as elongated mechanical arms retreated outward, clearing the central area. From the dark golden sheen emerged a massive, pitch-black entity. The solid metal ground ruptured, creating deep fissures. The giant loomed between heaven and earth, its form closely resembling that of a human. Initially comprised of nothing more than metallic bones and a primary framework, it possessed a complete structure from head to shoulders, spine, and arms. Gradually, surrounding metallic elements gravitated towards it, filling its interior with veins, arteries, muscles, and even mimicking body hair on its exterior. Only its upper body was mobile, while its lower half remained ensconced within the dark cavern. Yet it towered to an unimaginable height, as if one could reach out and touch the heavens. What on earth is that thing? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. Who cares what it is? Let's just take it down. Vegeta dismissed the concern, charging forward for a relentless assault, energy blast raining down upon the giant like meteoric showers, the resulting debris soaring through the air. Vegeta's attacks proved effective. He had trained the longest in the gravity chamber, his battle power having long surpassed the 100,000 threshold. Now, even a single energy sphere could have obliterated his former self. The energy that coalesced in his hands possessed overwhelming superiority, toppling the giant to the ground. The mechanical arms that had ensnared the spacecraft shattered under the barrage, collapsing limply. Raditz returned to the spacecraft, consulting the operations manual as he prepared to restart the super propulsion system, just as he followed the protocol. A series of alarm data blared from the screen, glaring red letters occupying 4 lines across the main display. Upon seeing the text, Raditz froze. What's wrong? Piccolo inquired urgently. The power cannot be supplied temporarily. We are forced to land, Raditz indicated the screen, his voice growing weaker. Despite evading pursuit, the spacecraft's power system could no longer operate after prolonged full-load operation and required rest to avoid catastrophic failure. Does that mean we have to land on this planet? Krillin exclaimed in panic, having witnessed the terrifying scenes moments ago. Is there no other way? Tien Shinhan, sweating profusely, clutched the transparent shield. Are we going to die here? Not necessarily. We still do not know what this planet is like. It is too early to jump to conclusions, but the metallic planet lacks food and water. We will eventually perish. Krillin's throat moved nervously. Raditz shook his head, preparing for an emergency landing. He scrutinized the previous data, which indicated that the atmosphere of this planet was suitable for human survival, and there were traces of water and soil. Albeit minimal. In other words, although metal predominated the landscape, there remained at least a small patch of land conducive to life. Finally, he turned to Krillin, and who said we need to stay long? We can take off again in just 5 hours. As he spoke, Vegeta was sent flying, crashing past the spacecraft. Raditz gasped, pressing the landing button before darting out, followed closely by Piccolo. What? They beheld a metallic warrior even larger than the previous giant. Its pure golden eyes swirling within their sockets, its obsidian body reflecting an eerie glow, and its armored shell adorned with jagged spikes, dark liquid flowing through metallic tubes. Following Vegeta, Yukong too was thrust backward. Welcomed by Raditz from behind, the force was so immense that even Raditz staggered backward before regaining his footing. Be careful. It can absorb our energy. Energy blasts will be ineffective against it. Yukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gasping at this moment, Vegeta returned, brimming with fury, fists clenched tightly, his aura radiating a murderous intent. Believing his training in the gravity chamber had elevated his strength to a level that would instill fear even in the Ginyu Force. He thought dealing with such a robot would be a trivial matter. However, the reality starkly contrasted his expectations. The behemoth could absorb his energy, converting it into its own strength, despite a torrential assault. The metallic giant sustained minimal damage, yet the energy it absorbed was substantial enough to increase its size, allowing its fists to strike Vegeta with devastating force. Damn it, I will tear you apart. Vegeta charged once more at the giant, opting for hand-to-hand combat, since energy blasts were unfeasible. The metallic giant, however, showed no intent to engage, retracting its body back into the cavern, along with the mechanical arms. Until the Earth's fissures sealed shut, shattered remnants lay scattered on the ground, but the main body vanished, leaving Vegeta to strike air, letting out an exasperated Teach. What just happened? Raditz murmured, perplexed, turning to see the spacecraft descending. A chill running down his spine. Could its sole intent have been this spacecraft? What on earth is going on with this planet? A multitude of questions flooded Raditz's mind, yet he found no answers. Piccolo was also deep in thought, scanning the desolate metallic landscape, his expression betraying a sense of wariness. How did the spacecraft land? Raditz pondered. Vegeta approached, his tone laden with inquiry, having been bested by the metallic giant. His frustration flared as he realized the ship had not taken flight. The power system overheated. We cannot fly for the time being. Damn it, Yukong scratched his head. So how long must we remain here? It could be 5 more hours. The system has a self-check process, and we cannot bypass the enforced safety protocols, Raditz replied, his gaze deepening as he looked at the securely landed spacecraft. But even after the power system recovers, we cannot guarantee it will take off. Additionally, we still do not understand the true purpose of this metallic planet. Everyone must remain cautious. Humph, should that creature reappear, I will eliminate it, Vegeta proclaimed boldly, yet he was acutely aware of the complexities involved. The recent encounter had unveiled a shocking truth. The metallic giant was interconnected with the entire planet. Beyond merely absorbing his energy blasts, he had witnessed the damaged areas rapidly filled with new metal. At an astonishingly visible pace. If that were the case, eliminating it would equate to obliterating the entire planet that we'll see. For now, let's return and rest. Raditz could not ascertain how the situation would unfold, opting to deliberate further. Yukong and Piccolo exchanged glances before following suit, with Vegeta being the last, glancing back at the cracked ground, deliberating for a long moment before ultimately refraining from acting impulsively. The spacecraft rested quietly behind a metallic column, its surface showing minimal damage, mostly mere scratches. The thrusters at the rear and the energy panel atop were overheated, but the rest remained largely unscathed. The occupants disembarked from the vessel, and although the temperature, gravity, and atmospheric composition were not vastly different from Earth, the eerie stillness of the metallic planet sent shivers down their spines. After all, this place was too bizarre. 5 hours here feels like an eternity, one remarked. It seems like once it drew us in, it ceased all activities. The group murmured amongst themselves, yet none dared to venture forth, choosing instead to observe the situation. What puzzled Raditz was that the spacecraft had fallen into its grasp, yet it had not acted. In the midst of his contemplation, Tien Shinhan suddenly cried out, "Look, someone!" With his keen eyesight, he pointed towards the opposite side, where shadows were moving behind towering structures forged of alloy. Yet what it truly is remains shrouded in obscurity. Clint strained his eyes, peering intently. Could they really be humans? Surely, they are not just those machines again. I cannot be mistaken. Tianjin Fan held a profound confidence in his eyesight. Raditz gritted his teeth and ascended into the sky, declaring, I shall investigate. If they are indeed human, I will return to inform you. He understood that without comprehending the enigmatic nature of this planet, even if the spaceship regained its power, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, it was imperative to engage with either the machines or the humans on this world. He descended from the sky, hovering above the silhouettes, his gaze fixed upon them, momentarily taken aback. They were indeed human. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Earthlings, with limbs, facial features, and body types that were remarkably similar. They varied in height, build, and age, encompassing both genders. However, the singular distinction lay in the fact that they were shackled by electronic chains, their hands and feet immobilized, forcing them to move with great difficulty. There were over 20 individuals, trudging along in a lengthy line, accompanied by machines resembling armored treads. Were they criminals? Regardless, it indicated that this planet was inhabited, even if they were offenders. There must exist those who judge them. Raditz muttered to himself, contemplating whether to inquire further. After all, the language spoken in the Dragon Ball universe is universally understood, with the exception of the native tongue of Namekians, allowing for communication among various races. Upon reflection, while King Kai may not serve a significant purpose, his contributions to cultural endeavors are noteworthy. Raditz smiled slightly, thinking to himself that his sudden appearance must be rather jarring. Thus, he should adopt a friendly demeanor. As soon as he landed, he raised his hand in greeting to the group. He waved his hand in front of him, and indeed, the individuals were startled, exclaiming, "A human! Quick! Run!" For a moment, Raditz was taken aback, assuming he had frightened them, and was about to clarify when the machines beside him extended long cannons, their dark muzzles all aimed at him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crimson blossoms erupted, gunfire booming as bullets spewed forth like a relentless serpent. The hardened ground was pockmarked with craters from the onslaught. Hey, I didn't intend to stage a prison break. Stop shooting. How could he make them cease? I was wrong. I was wrong. Raditz found himself fleeing from the machines, which seemed to operate in some format, trailing behind him in a relentless pursuit while continuously firing. Damn it. If you have the capability, then fly. Raditz leaped high into the air, choosing to hover above. Recognizing that these cumbersome treaded machines, although armed, would certainly be unable to ascend. Yet, 3 seconds later, he was dumbfounded. The heavy, armor-clad machines emitted a sound of grinding gears, and with the screech of metal, they actually transformed. Their treads disassembled, cannons retracted, and the heavy armor lifted, gradually standing upright to assume a humanoid shape. What the hell? Transformers? Cybertron? Raditz stood agape, as if frozen in place. Was his worldview about to shatter? No, he was overthinking it. These were not Autobots, merely ordinary mechanical combat weapons. Raditz couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his expression tinged with a bewildering astonishment, observing the fearful gazes of the individuals below. He could imagine the anguish of their prolonged enslavement. In any case, since they had turned against him, he would deal with them. Regardless of the consequences, these machines had to be eliminated. Raditz gazed at the towering robots, standing 6 or 7 meters tall. Unperturbed, advancing defiantly toward the oncoming gunfire, the dark gray robot began to march forward, its body rumbling ominously in addition to the main cannon on its chest and the 2 guns in its hands. Its shoulder and arm armor, as well as its legs and back, opened up, revealing countless firing ports, all targeting systems locked onto Raditz, waiting for a signal to unleash a barrage of projectiles, intent on reducing him to a sieve or turning him to ashes. Bring it on, Raditz shouted, seizing the initiative. Simultaneously, cannonballs were unleashed, a deafening cacophony erupting. As explosions of crimson light illuminated the darkened planet, the assault persisted for a full minute, leaving everyone stunned. Under such violent bombardment, who could possibly survive? Is he dead? Let it be. We cannot defy that will, an elderly man murmured, cradling a terrified child in his arms, stroking her head with a fearful countenance. If one looked closely, they could see the tremor in the old man's hand. But perhaps he can save us. Hush, Aji, cease your words. It is impossible. A man beside the elder signaled for silence, for if they were to be overheard, the consequences would be dire. Wah wah wah, the child whimpered. Do not cry, little one. It is unavoidable. One like me endures until the end and eventually finds peace. The elder's dejected face seemed to bear the weight of every wrinkle. Worn and numb, a collective sigh escaped the group, huddled in trembling fear. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the flames, a figure with long hair billowing in the heated air, a man. The elder's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he choked on his saliva, coughing violently. Others felt the same astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. He emerged alive from the inferno, appearing seemingly unscathed. Raditz's power had surpassed the comprehension of these individuals. He flicked away the embers from his hair, clenched his fists, and rolled his neck. Elder, do not extinguish the child's hope. There is nothing to fear, Raditz declared, gesturing to his own face, then spinning around, clad in a training t-shirt and leather jacket. His tail completely severed. He was indeed no different from an ordinary human. Look closely. His words seemed to resonate with the elder. Yet, all remained ensnared by fear. Some appeared to see a devil, for they did not fear him, but rather what lurked behind him. They will return. They are indestructible. Raditz grew increasingly perplexed, furrowing his brow, entirely at a loss. These individuals appeared to be imprisoned, and in connection with their mention of they, perhaps he had stumbled upon the key to unraveling the mystery of the metallic planet. I ask you, what is this planet, and who do you refer to? Why were my friends and I drawn here during our cosmic travels? A cascade of questions poured forth, causing the individuals to hesitate. After a considerable pause, the elderly man finally rose unsteadily, approaching Raditz. His aged and profound eyes resembled that of a shriveled juju pit, scrutinizing the young man before him, followed by a deep sigh. Although he was initially reluctant to share the details, the words uttered by Raditz upon emerging from the flames, along with the display of his extraordinary power, compelled the old man to regard him with newfound respect. Hope? Perhaps it does exist. After all, they had not witnessed the emergence of new life for many years, and this encounter could very well present an opportunity. We are the indigenous inhabitants of this planet. Known as Tumate, we refer to ourselves as Timetians. Throughout the extensive history of the cosmos, we have thrived for an unfathomable duration, possibly making us one of the oldest civilizations. The old man spoke with a sense of pride, gazing skyward as if reminiscing about the glorious days of yore. Though he had not witnessed them firsthand, the records found in ancient texts were sufficient to invigorate all his in the distant past. Our civilization's technology had reached its zenith, surpassing that of all contemporaneous humanity, and our race flourished. However, unexpectedly, following a period of prosperity, our technological advancement was abruptly interrupted, and all our affluence vanished. Subsequently, the planet Tumate fell into decline. And as the old man recounted this, his expression grew somber. Raditz surmised the outcome, surveying the surroundings and stating, "So you wish to replicate the civilization of that era and restore its pinnacle?" The desolate planet echoed with a metallic resonance, seemingly in agreement with Raditz's words. The muted reverberation of metal resembled a somber symphonic movement, resonating in waves around them. The Tumatians lowered their heads upon hearing Raditz's proclamation. He understood that his conjecture was correct. And then we gathered over 100 of the foremost scientists, ancient linguists, historians, and archaeologists to unravel the secrets of ancient technology, ultimately discovering the reasons behind Tumate's prosperous era. A metallic planet? Raditz inquired further. No, that is a misconception. We do not comprehend why. The old man shook his head fervently. We replicated everything according to the original data without error, and what we ultimately created was an intelligent technological chip named Bondless. This chip could serve as the planet's core, providing energy and evolutionary calculations. According to the records, it possesses the ability to absorb energy from star systems, even from extraterrestrial systems. Furthermore, it could endow the technologies it generated with eternal energy responses. As a core, it could also offer the most rational and rapid evolutionary methods, rendering Tumate powerful. At this juncture, the old man faltered, casting a glance at his surroundings, where silence spoke volumes. That it was clear that they had failed. Tumate must have once been a habitable planet akin to Earth, yet now it lay barren, transformed into a dead star composed entirely of metal from core to surface. The chip soon commenced its first evolution, autonomously converting a portion of the planet into metal, subsequently drawing vast amounts of energy from other planets to construct a mechanical electronic army. Once it amassed sufficient power, it enslaved the indigenous inhabitants, initiating a transformation of the entire planet. As you can see, nearly all the land has been rendered metallic, and it continues to expand. intent on devouring other planets to augment its mass. How long has it been? Raditz suddenly asked. I mean, how long has it been since that calamity occurred? Approximately over a decade. Since the decline of technology, the average lifespan of the Timetians has dwindled to merely 50 years. The old man hung his head, his white hair a testament to his age. Raditz had initially assumed him to be over 80, only to realize that 50 was considered a ripe old age among them. At this moment, Raditz finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The spaceship's allure was nothing more than the bondless ship's insatiable hunger. However, Raditz also discerned a weakness. After more than a decade of evolution, its energy must be immense. Yet, dealing with the formidable power of over 100,000 Scions would not be as effortless as anticipated, indicating that it was yet unable to concentrate all its energy, or perhaps, its evolution remained in its nascent stages. I shall lead you to safety, Raditz declared, reaching to sever the electronic chains. The Timetians erupted in panic, pleading for him to desist. No, it will kill us. You need not fear it. We do. It can detect our location. And soon new mechanical sentinels will arrive. You must depart as well. Its intelligence far exceeds your imagination. Everyone waved their hands, terror etched deeply into their hearts. Do you wish to remain its slaves forever? Raditz retorted, anger rising within him. Currently, it requires research into our physiological conditions to understand human life forms. It poses no threat to our lives. Your spaceship, however, is the true danger if you are truly capable of the impossible. Then please, stop it. Alas, Raditz realized that the bondless sought to consume energy-rich objects, and their spaceship was the prime target. The old man was correct. Even if he saved them now, he could not eliminate the planet's pursuit. The true key lay in halting the chip. Regardless, these individuals were not in immediate danger. Raditz cast a glance at them and immediately soared back. Upon returning to the site of the spaceship, he found the ground strewn with mechanical debris, severed limbs emitting smoke and flickering with electrical sparks, the acrid stench overwhelming. Indeed, they had come, and the models of these mechanical warriors were deep blue. Considerably larger, armed with a variety of weapons in addition to standard projectiles, they wielded cluster lasers, electromagnetic missiles, and lightsabers seemed that to reclaim the spaceship, they had dispatched an elite force. Unfortunately, they had grossly underestimated the prowess of Sun Wukong and the others, leading to their complete annihilation. Raditz, what on earth is happening? Vegeta inquired. Having just concluded his battle, the energy still radiating from him, the others shared his curiosity, turning their gazes toward Raditz. These are sentinels autonomously produced by the planet, tasked with capturing any approaching entities. To be specific, I shall elaborate further. Raditz summarized the old man's account for them. Upon receiving this information, they were all taken aback. It was their first encounter with a living planet, endowed with autonomous consciousness, a formidable mechanical army, and unknown powers. Very well. In that case, let us rescue those people, Wukong exclaimed, eager to charge into the chip's domain. Wait, do we have any means to hastily evacuate this place? Krillin fretted, rubbing his arms continuously. Even if the spaceship regained its propulsion, they would still need to break through the obstacles. That metallic giant and its tentacle-like mechanical arms would be formidable adversaries. And perhaps there would be more than one next time. Raditz spoke in a low tone. Just then, the ground trembled, a deep, thunderous sound reverberating from below, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were about to surge forth. An earthquake? No, its power is approaching. Before the words had left his mouth, a dark golden structure in the distance became shrouded in a murky light, expanding like a vortex, swirling from the base of the structure to form a diameter of at least 500 meters. Suddenly transforming into a pitch-black abyss from which swarms of flying machines emerged. Though small in size, they were numerous, each possessing sharp heads and two pairs of wing-like appendages, rushing forth with a cacophony of sound. Everyone, be cautious, Wukong shouted. They all assumed defensive stances, focusing intently as the enemies surged toward them like a tide, forming a line. The flying machines hurtled toward them at high speed, the foremost nearly making contact with Raditz's body. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted, sending one of the flying machines crashing to the ground, engulfed in a cloud of smoke and detonating with a deafening blast. Raditz quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Spotting several modified blue armored vehicles speeding towards them, a figure standing atop the vehicle with a sniper rifle raised. Was that their shot? Get out of the way, the person on the vehicle shouted. Then, Those mechanical vehicles surged forward, and from within emerged numerous individuals wielding a variety of weapons, firing continuously. Rat-a-tat-tat. Raditz and his companions dove to the side to avoid being hit, astonished to discover the presence of other humans. "Hey, come over here. We have weapons," bellowed a burly man controlling a turret from inside the vehicle. Standing at the front of the vehicle was a young, striking woman clad in a midriff-bearing outfit. Her long legs accentuated by fiery red boots enveloping her delicate feet. She exuded an aura of confidence, each movement graceful and decisive, embodying a spirited charisma. She adjusted her snake-patterned earrings and called out to the group. "Hurry over. Their assault is too fierce. We can only hold them off." Having spoken, he hurled an explosive device, creating a small mushroom cloud amidst the swarm weaponry. Just as the Sun Wukong, whom we can assist, began to speak, his words were abruptly interrupted by the blast. A statuesque woman leaped from the vehicle, swiftly embracing Gohan and hastily retreating, exclaiming, "Such a darling little boy, do not get hurt. I shall fight alongside my father. Little ones should not be so reckless. Come with me." Gohan, caught in her embrace, found himself helplessly separated from the group. Suddenly, a massive B-shaped battle weapon burst forth from the black vortex, its body a dark crimson, glistening with a metallic sheen reminiscent of rippling water. It was entirely unlike the smaller foes, its imposing presence enough to instill dread. "The Dark Bee King has appeared. Retreat immediately," a voice cried through the loudspeaker, causing the faces of those in and out of the vehicles to pale. Their gear, crafted from salvaged mechs, was adequate for dealing with ordinary enemy aircraft, but utterly impotent against such a formidable adversary. The valiant squad made a prudent decision to withdraw from the fray. They hastily retreated, yielding 2 armored vehicles to Raditz. "Utilize this mech. As long as you activate the cloaking system inside, you will remain undetected." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, standing before the blue armored vehicle, facing the Dark Bee King. Piccolo and Goku mirrored his stance, with Raditz raising a hand before them. Krillin and Tenshinhan, along with Nappa, stood at the periphery. Krillin casually leaning against the tread, an expression of nonchalance on his face. Have they lost their minds? Why are they not fleeing at the command? Is this not courting death? The woman leading them was filled with both fear and anger. Terrified of the Dark Bee King's offensive power, yet enraged by Raditz and his companion's folly. Yet, her voice suddenly vanished into the air. What had she seen? A few individuals were gathering immense energy in their hands, then unleashing it like a laser cannon. White, blue, and green beams of light coalesced, striking the Dark Bee King and reducing it to ashes. The surrounding area was similarly obliterated, engulfed in smoke and debris. A stray foe veered past obstacles, hurtling towards the buxom woman, who, cradling Gohan, had no time to raise her weapon. Gohan swiftly raised his hand, launching an energy sphere that struck true, the explosion resonating in the ears of all present. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their eyes almost bulging in disbelief. The woman inadvertently loosened her grip, nearly choking the burly man beside her. Is this real? Can humans truly achieve such feats? What followed astonished them even further. As the individuals continued to unleash energy waves, suppressing the firepower and causing the distant black vortex to contract and ultimately vanish, a resounding thud echoed as the sniper rifle fell to the ground. Raditz was the first to turn. Seemingly startled, he offered a wry smile to Goku and the others nearby. Vegeta remained dismissive. Humph, how dull. Their combat prowess is far too weak. However, their ability to survive here and evade the pursuit of the metallic planet's warriors surely indicated some unique capabilities. We ought to find a place to hide, Raditz mused, contemplating for a moment before storing the Hope ship in a capsule. Greetings, I am Raditz, and these are my companions. Wayu. Hello, they stammered in the presence of the formidable Raditz and his comrades. The overwhelming power displayed by Raditz and his group left the onlookers in awe. Even the previously imposing leader woman appeared flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had earnestly urged them to flee and had boasted of her intent to protect them. Now, the memory made her cheeks flush. Upon further reflection, a tinge of fear crept into their hearts, especially at the sight of Vegeta and Piccolo's cold indifference, Nappa's fiercely aggressive gaze, and the multitude of menacing bald heads. Raditz, observing the fearsome expressions of his companions, shook his head and chuckled. There is no need for alarm. We are merely travelers stranded on this planet. Our spacecraft encountered interference upon breaking through the atmosphere, forcing us to halt and rest here for a time. I see. One of them replied. I am Vladi, the leader of this resistance. We are all humans left on this planet for various reasons, some whose homeworlds have been consumed. Others like us are mere travelers. And there are even surviving Tumitans. Vladi, clad in red boots, approached Raditz, saying, "Please come with us to our base for some respite. We will treat you well." She glanced at the individuals behind Raditz, still feeling a twinge of fear. "Haha, that sounds agreeable," Krillin yawned, looking at Goku. "What do you think, Goku? There might be plenty of delicious food." Goku pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "All right then, staying here is rather dull." "It is settled," Raditz declared, knowing that Vegeta would not oppose such a trivial matter. For Vegeta, it mattered little where they were. Vladi, visibly pleased, pointed to the two remaining armored vehicles. "You may use those. We must hurry back to the base. Otherwise, new forces will soon be on our tail. No need. You lead the way," Raditz replied. In an instant, Raditz and his companions ascended into the air. The gravity here was slightly more than twice that of Earth. Yet it posed no challenge for them. The resistance fighters were left in awe, having never imagined that there were individuals capable of flight. The journey back to the so-called base revealed that it was merely a few rooms pilfered from the metallic planet structures. After commandeering these rooms, the surviving Tumitan had utilized technology to cloak their presence from Bondler. These buildings were designed to receive and send cosmic signals, as well as to harness external energy and manufacture new equipment and machinery. With these conveniences, the Resistance had also acquired several mechs and a wealth of weaponry and ammunition. However, compared to Bondler's scale, their arsenal was negligible. Within their limited space, they cultivated soil, tapped into the planet's water supply, and grew plants and food to sustain themselves. The surviving humans numbered barely over 30, barely scraping by while planning to rescue other captives. The Tumitan had also mentioned that the chip Bondler had captured many living beings for experimentation, studying humans. This suggested that there must be a facility where these test subjects were held. Vladi explained the situation to Raditz and his companions, offering them the remaining food, while the Resistance made their plea. "Please, save our comrades and the people from various planets. With your strength, it must be possible. We implore you. In that case, leave it to us," Goku declared, filled with fervor, already itching for action. Raditz chuckled lightly. This was surely Goku's true nature. After all, they needed to thwart Bondler in order to leave, and rescuing someone in the process was of little consequence. Thus, they resolved that Gohan and Krillin would remain at the base, just in case, while the others would infiltrate the interior of the metallic planet. Through numerous attempts and covert searches, the Resistance had gathered some intelligence. The Tumitan had utilized this information and technology to ascertain the locations of entrances and the chambers housing the test subjects. All the information was compiled into a map, which was handed to Raditz. Following the directions, they navigated past the patrol mech squad and entered the metallic planet's interior through a hidden entrance. This area served as a waste gas discharge and refuse recycling site. Though the temperature was high, the pressure immense, and gravity significantly increased, it posed no issue for them. Initially, Bondler had not anticipated that such a group would withstand such an environment and venture within. The group proceeded stealthily, eventually reaching a fork in the path, with routes leading to the mech hangar, laboratories, and various supply depots. Vegeta headed directly for the mech hangar, regarding the rescue of individuals as a mere joke. Battling mechs was at least somewhat interesting. The others each took a different path, with Raditz and Goku opting to rescue the hostages. Arriving at the end of the corridor, they found a transparent chamber, lights spilling from a narrow opening. The gap was only wide enough for half a person, so Raditz concentrated energy in his palm, heating it to melt the metal. Together, they shattered the metal panel and electronic barrier. Slipping inside quietly, within the dazzling light, countless high-density metal cages were arranged haphazardly. Those confined here included not only the native Tumitan but also individuals from other planets. A diverse array of individuals, each with their own distinct appearance, are inescapably shackled by electronic chains that a chilling mechanical sound reverberates from the vast circular dome above, commencing with a sharp, piercing tone that grates against the eardrums, akin to two crude knives scraping against one another. Subsequently, a cold, emotionless voice emanates from the devices. Subject 300 has returned. Subject 349 has perished. After a series of capture announcements, a brief silence ensues, during which Raditz observes many trembling in fear, seemingly dreading the impending punishment. Subject 66, Subject 71, Subject 80, enter the experiment. With the call of names, the heavy metallic doors swing open, revealing a lethargic, long-eared alien accompanied by several armored blue patrollers. Is the door open? Raditz gasps, realizing that the compartment assigned to him has automatically opened, and a cadre of 2-meter-tall mechanical warriors has been dispatched to escort them to another space, seizing the moment as the doors remain ajar. Raditz knows he must act swiftly. In an instant, 3 unfortunate subjects, their heads shrouded in green cloth, shuffle forward, the first barely 5 meters from the entrance. Now is the time. Raditz, having prepared for this moment, unleashes a powerful punch against the wall, which reverberates with a thunderous sound, creating a dent without shattering. The materials here are unervingly sturdy, leaving him astonished. Without hesitation, he swiftly alters his strategy, unleashing a surge of heat from his hands. Dazzling blue light striking the ceiling, only to vanish into thin air. Raditz is once again taken aback. At that moment, metal electrodes protrude from the walls, accompanied by an array of weaponry, transforming the enclosure into a battleground. In that instant of counteraction, Raditz comprehends the situation. Each wall is designed to absorb energy, possessing the same capability as the metallic giant outside, and fortified with high-strength alloys. Equipped with numerous weapons, a barrage of fire cannons is aimed at Raditz's body. Additionally, a massive curved blade hovers above, while a cross-shaped blade descends with blinding brilliance, its edges reflecting the dazzling lights, plummeting at an alarming speed. It is as though the winds of hell are rushing toward him, and the fire cannons unleash their fury. Yet, Raditz smiles. He leaps toward the descending crossblade, and at the moment of impending cannon fire, he activates the Kai Ken, his speed surging exponentially, allowing him to evade the deadly blade and seize a retractable metal hydraulic rod. With a swift tug, the rod snaps, causing the crossblade to be deflected by the cannon fire, redirecting it towards the mechanical soldiers. The razor-sharp edge, moving at a tremendous velocity, sends shockwaves through the air. Following the sound of the wind, the crossblade slices through a group of soldiers, sparks flying in all directions. Goku darts through the barrage, taking down the remaining patrollers. The onlookers are left in stunned disbelief. As if witnessing the most improbable of events, someone has emerged from the shadows, defying these monstrous machines. As everyone watches in astonishment, Raditz charges toward the exit, turning back to unleash 2 energy blasts that obliterate the remnants of the mechanical warriors. Their charred remains sparking with embers and arcs of electricity, dark green lubricant pooling on the floor. However, the girl beside them could no longer endure any further stimulation. Remaining trapped as a cornered beast was simply untenable. Thus, the only recourse was to forge a new path. Prepare yourself, Raditz instructed, as he deftly maneuvered the mechanical chains to the side and positioned himself behind the girl. Ready, both mentally and physically prepared. The girl was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a force grasp her thigh, propelling her into the air. Hovering weightlessly, she was launched aloft by Raditz. Below, Raditz turned and charged forward, unleashing 2 waves of energy blasts from his hands. The dazzling radiance enveloped nearly all of the black gold warriors lining the corridor, igniting a multitude of explosions amidst the intense heat, causing the passageway to collapse in sections, while the sturdy iron curtain was riddled with deep craters. A small contingent of black gold warriors was reduced to ashes. Yet, the vast reserve army swiftly evolved to manifest transparent shields capable of absorbing energy. Just as Raditz had anticipated, they were capable of rapid self-evolution. Noticing the girl was about to descend, Raditz extended his hand to catch her and immediately soared back, simultaneously unleashing an energy wave aimed at the convergence point of the black gold warriors to obscure their vision. Evolving quickly, he was even faster in his Kaioken state. Taking advantage of the black gold warriors' moment of evolution, he barreled through obstacles and hastened to the chamber where the experimental subjects were confined. The black metallic warriors were likely special counterattack traps within the experimental chamber. Any resistance or attempts at escape from the experimental subjects would trigger them, and they would then proceed to eliminate the threat. To prevent the door from closing automatically after Raditz's escape, the black gold warriors had initiated a pursuit, thereby reopening the gates. Indeed, the expansive room was teeming with black gold warriors, surging toward the entrance. Their sheer numbers caused a bottleneck at the door, which Raditz exploited to easily slip inside and reunite with Goku. Goku had been engaged in battle for quite some time, routing the black gold warriors with ease. Such escape incidents had been exceedingly rare, and they had never encountered opponents as formidable as Raditz and Goku. Although the black gold warriors were numerous, their combat capabilities were evidently lacking. Under the relentless onslaught, their ranks dwindled significantly, rendering them unable to mount a defense. Energy blasts echoed thunderously, and fiery blades rained down from above, leaving the experimental subjects in a state of astonishment. In the Kaioken state, the two annihilated their foes with fervor, while simultaneously dismantling the firearms positioned around them. However, the indiscriminate destruction of various weapons inadvertently freed many individuals from their confines, allowing them to escape stealthily. As the last Black Gold warrior fell, Raditz and Goku exhaled a sigh of relief. Everyone, you are free now. As the cages swung open one by one, jubilant cheers erupted, with some even weeping tears of joy at their newfound liberation. Yet, the shrill sound of a red alarm abruptly pierced the air, plunging them back into a state of tension before they had the chance to celebrate. Follow me, Raditz bellowed, cutting through the cacophony. Before entering the metallic planet's interior, they had devised a series of plans. The group would enter from multiple directions, launching surprise attacks to disrupt Bondler's judgment. Once they liberated the experimental subjects, they would head to the nearest transport room, which was equipped with a one-way portal for the latest manufactured machines. The transport room had minimal defenses, but the path leading there passed through a stronghold teeming with enemies. Thus, everyone would converge at the stronghold before charging out together. All followed Raditz's lead as they sprinted to the rendezvous point, with Goku guarding the rear. Upon arrival, Vegeta and the others had just reached the location. They had made their escape, but on the expansive thoroughfare, the dark red metallic warriors had already sensed their movement. Approaching in droves, far too numerous to count, these troublesome foes are surprisingly alert, Vegeta remarked. Regardless of what they are, we shall eliminate them. Vegeta had plowed through countless enemies from the mecha hangar to this point. Dismissing them as insignificant, he gathered energy into two spheres, swinging his arms forward, unleashing a powerful blast. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. A dozen metallic warriors had formed a large shield, the transparent surface absorbing Vegeta's energy entirely. The prince's technique of throwing energy blasts ends in failure, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. What is happening? Listen to me. They learn from our combat methods and evolve countermeasures, from initial firepower assaults to subsequent melee weapon strikes, then to swarm tactics. And now the energy-absorbing shield, all are results of their evolution, Raditz analyzed. Yet their strength remains woefully inadequate. We must forego energy blasts and strike with our fists instead. That suits me perfectly, Nappa bellowed, his robust muscles glistening, appearing even more formidable in his new battle armor. With a mighty roar, he charged toward the nearest metallic warriors like an unstoppable boulder. Even the metallic warriors were momentarily taken aback. Their data did not account for such a direct combat style. No energy blasts, no flanking maneuvers, no high-speed movements, nor any posturing. In an instant, the data recalibrated, and the metallic warriors reverted to their primal combat instincts. But Nappa paid no heed to their state. Like a thunderclap, he rushed to the front lines, seizing three cold metal machines and crushing them with sheer brute force, despite being composed of high-strength alloys. They contorted grotesquely under Nappa's might. In their resistance, the metallic warriors brandished curved blades from their arms, the unknown metal glinting with a silvery sheen as it sliced toward Nappa like lightning. Get back! Vegeta shouted suddenly. Unfazed, Nappa charged directly at the blades, a white aura exploding around him, repelling the metallic warrior's entire arm with a resounding bang. He then applied immense force with both hands, intertwining and compressing. Clang, clang, clang. The three metallic bodies were severed in twain, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Vegeta, you are not the only one who has grown stronger. He has also dedicated effort to his training, Raditz remarked as he approached Vegeta, casting a satisfied glance at the imposing Nappa. Nappa's training schedule had not been any less rigorous than Vegeta's. Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance with Raditz. Of course. There are also them, Raditz added with a slight tilt of his head and a smile. At that moment, Tien Shinhan had deftly maneuvered to the forefront, weaving through the metallic warriors and catching them off guard with his four-witch's fist. Though his four-armed might did not rival Nappa's, his punches effortlessly penetrated their armor. The metallic warriors immediately began to analyze data, subsequently employing a range of piercing weapons and unleashing torrents of flames to obstruct the assault. Humph, these scrap metal nuisances are nothing more than that, Piccolo declared, extending his arms like serpents, ensnaring numerous foes with his elongated limbs, which coiled from below, unnoticed, and bound them tightly. With a swift tug, Piccolo bound the legs of the metallic warriors, dragging them down and toppling a group. Goku scratched his head, feeling an itch for action. He and Vegeta exchanged glances, instantly launching a fierce attack against the enemy. Their eyes locked, a competitive spirit ignited between them. each eager to outdo the other in vanquishing foes. With seasoned experience, Goku concentrated his strength into his fists, delivering a devastating blow to the warriors' bodies. The heavy armor crumbled under the force of his punch. Dimming the flickering electronic lights, the relentless barrage of strikes shattered countless mechas, with debris accumulating in the corridor as explosions erupted continuously. The girl watched in awe, unable to fathom the prowess of these formidable beings who effortlessly overwhelmed the terrifying machines. Not to mention Raditz, who still held her hand. "Fear not. We are indeed very strong," Raditz replied with a gentle smile, as if in response. A glimmer of vitality returned to the girl's previously dazed expression, and she bestowed a radiant smile upon Raditz, her joy blooming like a flower. Amidst their valiant struggle, a path had been carved through the chaos, and the group pressed onward along the corridor toward the transport room, gradually widening their path as the intercepting machines dwindled. Data collection complete. Data collection complete. Suddenly, the metallic warriors halted in unison, emitting a stilted warning. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. With the alarm cessation, their bodies lost power, automatically disassembling into scrap metal. Collapsing to the ground, the sight of dozens of mechanical warriors simultaneously becoming inoperative was nothing short of spectacular. Yet, the group remained unaware of the cause, their faces etched with caution, wary of falling into another trap. Had their time truly run out? It was unclear. Let it be. Let us take this opportunity to move forward. At this moment, it is prudent to exercise caution while within the depths of the planet, Piccolo remarked coolly, casting a frigid glance at the experimental subjects behind him, particularly considering the multitude present. Raditz nodded in agreement. However, the location of the chip has yet to be confirmed if we do not contain it. Our spacecraft will find it exceedingly difficult to breach the atmosphere. Here's what we shall do. You take the hostages and leave, while I confront Bondlaris. Not a chance, Vegeta interjected, blocking Raditz's path. I will deal with him. Why not? I too wish to engage him. Who knows what formidable adversaries may lie in wait. Kakarot, it was you who proposed the rescue. Therefore, the responsibility falls upon you to manage them. Vegeta scoffed. Goku furrowed his brow, continuing to rebut. The two exchanged heated arguments, their back and forth leaving the experimental subjects utterly bewildered, their gazes darting from one to the other. No one can escape my control. Suddenly, a sharp voice resonated from the cavernous depths. It referred to itself as I. Could it be that it embodies the very essence of the metallic planet? Everyone tensed, collectively turning their attention toward the far end of the long corridor, where dazzling lights blazed brightly, a blinding expanse of white. What could possibly be there? Tianjin on S eyes quickly caught sight of a target once more, but this time, his pupils quivered uncontrollably. Goku, is that really you? Upon hearing Tianjin on S words, everyone froze. Tianjin on S vision was undoubtedly sharp. He often relied on it to gain an advantage. Yet, before them could not possibly be Son Goku. Dales, that was equally implausible. This is Raditz murmured, his gaze flickering as he gradually discerned the figure's form, his heart jolting in recognition. It bore a striking resemblance. Yet, it emitted not a trace of energy, unlike a human. Surely, these must be creations of the chip called Bondlaris? Piccolo spat lightly. Although it bore Goku's likeness, it appeared to lack the formidable strength of the original. Tianjin relaxed slightly, chuckling. You see, don't you, Goku? He turned to Goku beside him, only to find him wearing a grave expression, as if facing a dire threat. Raditz too shared this sentiment. The effort to deploy so many metallic warriors against them was significant, yet all machines inexplicably ceased functioning before the appearance of the replicated Son Goku. This indicated that the combat prowess of this duplicate far surpassed that of the metallic warriors. As for the exact extent of its power, Raditz found it challenging to assess. One possibility was that the chip had calculated their strengths through the earlier skirmishes and sent forth a replica of considerable capability. Be cautious, Piccolo urged earnestly, recognizing the extraordinary nature of these entities, his stance shifting slightly. You defy my will. I shall once again capture you. The voice bore no fluctuation, its rapid cadence and immense volume sending chills down their spines. The lifeless duplicates advanced slowly, their heavy footsteps resonating against the ground, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. From the blinding light emerged three replicated versions of Son Goku, clad in uniform turtle school GI. Their attire impeccably neat. Yet, as they walked, they remained utterly motionless, as if cast in stone. Their crab-like hairstyles, Muscular forms, sashes, and long boots gleamed with a slick sheen, their surfaces exhibiting a pale blue hue. Indeed, they were constructs of metal. Nappa scoffed disdainfully, gathering a substantial amount of energy in his hands before charging at the duplicates, initiating a relentless barrage of punches. Unable to best the true Kakarot, he figured he could easily manage these impostors. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. Smack! The replicas expertly countered each of Nappa's attacks, landing precise strikes to his chest, face, and abdomen, sending him careening to the ground. His massive form crashed down, creating a tremendous quake that reverberated throughout the expansive corridor. TCH, reckless fool. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Nappa, his arms spreading into a fighting stance as he stepped forward. He had discerned a clue from the previous exchanges. These replicas had entirely mimicked Son Goku's combat style and techniques. Even their fighting strength was alarmingly close to "I shall handle you, you metallic simpletons." To defeat Son Goku, one must first vanquish these replicas. In the face of Vegeta's taunts, the duplicates showed no sign of anger. They stared blankly at their opponent, their heads swaying as if searching for a worthy adversary. "What are you staring at? It's infuriating. Your opponent is right here." Vegeta charged in without provocation, unleashing a torrent of power as his fists flew in rapid succession. The speed of his punches was so astonishing that even Tianjin found himself momentarily dazed, while only Goku and Raditz could keep up. One of the replicas positioned itself before Vegeta, crossing its arms to absorb the onslaught. Its feet sliding back on the floor, the sound of metal scraping against metal ringing out. "Great! We're winning!" the orange-haired girl exclaimed, waving her arms in excitement. "But there are still two left. Tianjin, please take care of this girl and the others." Goku urged. "Piccolo, let us go." Raditz released the girl's hand, preparing for battle. With a swift motion, Goku dashed forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the replica, their combat styles mirroring each other, fists and feet clashing without yielding an inch. Piccolo's strength had notably increased due to training in the gravity room, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage against an opponent of Goku's caliber. However, collaborating with Son Goku made overcoming the replicas a trivial matter. Among them, the tallest replica fixated its gaze on Raditz. "I shall capture you." Its lips parted slightly, the voice that emanated chillingly revealing its hostility. "Are you Bondlerus?" Raditz inquired. Yet, no answer came. The air was filled solely with the din of battle. "Ha!" The replica bellowed, unleashing its full firepower as it charged at Raditz, its fists slicing through the air with fierce momentum, generating immense force in an instant. Raditz erupted with a vigorous aura, enveloping his form. Just as the fierce punch bore down upon him, he extended his hand, colliding his fist against it. The impact of their fists echoed sharply, metal meeting bone, causing Raditz's forearm to tingle as his whole body jolted. He braced himself, channeling the force into the ground, creating a dent in the floor. Meanwhile, the replica staggered back, its arm shattering into pieces that scattered across the floor. It seems you are not all that impressive." Raditz retracted his arm, inhaling sharply as he flexed his fingers. While he had incapacitated the opponent's arm, he too was not unscathed. After all, what does it feel like to collide flesh against metal? The replica silently regarded the fragments that lay on the ground, revealing no emotion as it stepped forward, crushing the pieces underfoot. In the next instant, the shards morphed into liquid, climbing up the replica's body at an astonishing speed. Reforming into a solid arm. Liquid metal, it possesses a memory restoration ability. Raditz stared in shock, an expression of dismay crossing H. However, the clone, relentless in its pursuit, swiftly gathered all fragmented pieces of its body. Coalescing into a humanoid form, it seized Raditz by the ankle, forcefully pinning him to the ground, before rising to deliver a powerful elbow strike towards him. As the elbow rushed in, Raditz skillfully deflected the blow, causing the clone's center of gravity to shift, while simultaneously unleashing a ki wave that struck upwards towards its chin, delivering a devastating impact to half of its face. The searing energy heated the air to a blistering temperature, causing the clone's pale blue exterior to take on a reddish hue. The force of the ki wave sent it reeling backward, obliterating its chin and nose, forcing it to stagger back, observing the other clones. They too appeared battered. Had it not been for their formidable regenerative abilities, they would have perished countless times already. Calculation error, a cold electronic voice echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Only now did they realize their miscalculation. "We are not something you can quantify." Raditz, witnessing the disheveled clone, clenched his fists. Typically, They maintained their strength at a relatively low, stable level, unleashing more power as the situation demanded, occasionally revealing an unexpected surge of might. This was part of their combat prowess, allowing them to conserve energy and maximize efficiency. Furthermore, against certain foes, it could yield surprising advantages. These metallic replicas, however, possessed a fixed combat power that neither concealed nor adapted to the strength of their opponents. Though they imitated Goku's fighting style, their power remained at a baseline, never reaching full combat potential. Moreover, they overlooked the most crucial aspect. They lacked the signature techniques, such as the Kamehameha and Kaioken. Just as Raditz felt a surge of confidence, the cold electronic voice sounded again, recalibrating successfully and retrieving energy. Simultaneously, several skeletal metallic figures emerged from the wall, exuding a chilling, ghostly white light. In the end, 3 clones transformed into liquid, converging into one, rapidly reshaping into another version of Raditz. Were the remnants repurposed for hair, Raditz couldn't help but jest at the clone's resemblance to himself, though he understood that the enemy had grown stronger. Vegeta scoffed, his white aura flaring fiercely. With a swift motion, he left a residual image behind, appearing before the clone. Seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes upon Raditz, he would not let it slip by. With a thought, Vegeta unleashed a powerful kick, shouting as he launched forward. Crack! The clone effortlessly grasped his calf, nonchalantly blocking the attack. Without even sparing him a glance, it unleashed several sharp projectiles that pierced Vegeta's lower leg. Then flung him away with chilling indifference. Vegeta crashed to the ground, blood oozing from the wounds, staining his battle attire crimson. True to his character, despite the excruciating pain in his leg, he soared back into the fray, arms swinging downwards for a decisive strike. The clone, caught off guard by his renewed assault, bore the brunt of his powerful blow, its head absorbing the force as its knee buckled, nearly collapsing. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Vegeta continued to roar, driving his knee into the clone's abdomen, immediately following up with 2 powerful hooks that indented its cheek, distorting its form. However, just then, the clone unexpectedly tilted its head, evading Vegeta's heavy punches. Then twisting its body to dodge a kick, astonished by the clone's agility, Vegeta was taken aback as it suddenly locked eyes with him, its gaze unleashing 2 crimson beams of energy infused with immense power. Aimed directly at him. Startled, Vegeta halted his attack, rolling in midair before landing safely. The red beams pierced through the ceiling of the passage, leaving 2 ominous black holes, the surrounding area charred. Damn it, employing such tactics without warning. This is not Raditz. Vegeta furiously chastised the clone for its unpredictable behavior. As he scanned for the clone, he found it had vanished. Be careful, Raditz shouted. But it was too late. A tremendous force struck deep into Vegeta's abdomen. The knee pressing against him as if to puncture through, the impact akin to that of a giant ape stomping on the earth, causing him to spit out blood. Then, 2 powerful hooks, one to the left and one to the right, returned to him, sending Vegeta hurtling backward against the wall. The severity of the blow manifested as Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, bracing himself with his hands, sweat pouring down. His power was significantly higher than Goku's base level and should have surpassed Raditz as well. Yet, facing these counterfeit foes, he had been knocked down not once, but twice. Enraged, Vegeta rose against the wall, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the clones not only replicated Raditz but also incorporated their calculated findings, deciphering his fighting style completely as long as they could anticipate his moves. Even Vegeta would find himself on the defensive in an instant. The wall opened like a sliding door, revealing black mechanical tendrils. Vegeta was caught off guard, ensnared in an instant, the tendrils swiftly binding him and covering his body. At that moment, a voice declared, "Capture complete." Initially struggling, Vegeta managed to break a few of the mechanical tendrils. But gradually, his energy waned, seemingly drained entirely, until he could only weakly let his arms fall. Everyone be cautious. This creature's tendrils can absorb our energy. Do not let those things ensnare you, Raditz cautioned as he floated above. He had noticed that the eerie metallic skeletons were covered with transparent sheets capable of absorbing energy. It was those transparent substances that had been siphoning energy all along. Goku, let us attack together. Wait, look, Tien Shinhan suddenly exclaimed, halting Raditz and Goku in their tracks. Everyone turned their gaze, their pupils trembling, the orange-haired girl instinctively retreating, her complexion pale. Approaching them was a multitude of Raditz clones, an unfathomable number surging forth from the white light like a tidal wave. All voices echoed the same ominous words. You cannot escape. The mass of clones arranged themselves into a precise formation, akin to a well-drilled army, their synchronized steps reverberating through the passage, threatening to collapse it entirely. Their solemn, icy expressions resembled frozen ice, and their eerie blue eyes exuded an unsettling stillness, enveloping the entire space in an air of despair. Within the desolate white light, a vast, ethereal hymn seemed to resonate, accompanied by the chilling sounds of metal clashing, sending shivers down spines. Bondlaris had revealed its true power, utilizing Raditz and the others to forge an even more formidable army. Each clone now possessed a combat power exceeding 100,000. Coupled with exceptional regenerative abilities, Raditz recognized that he could not defeat them. Taking down one might be feasible, but an army of such overwhelming numbers was undeniably insurmountable. Their backing was the entirety of the planet, making it impossible to contend against the whole world. To defeat Bondlaris, the only viable method was to directly destroy the chip. The Tomat people had managed to do so many years ago, indicating there must be a way to halt it. First, they needed to locate the chip. Damn it, Goku declared, steeling himself. Raditz took a deep breath and advanced forward. Bondlaris, you cannot prevent my departure. I can dismantle this place at any moment. Feel free to test that. With that, he raised a hand, gathering an energy sphere. My calculations indicate that you would lower your resistance for the sake of your kind. Therefore, I implore you to cease your resistance. Otherwise, I shall eliminate this individual and the other test subjects. It even dared to threaten. Raditz had assumed that self-preservation would be its instinct, and mentioning the destruction of its core should force its compliance, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Goku hesitated, exchanging a glance with Raditz before ultimately unclenching his fists. Faced with the throng of clones, both Raditz and Goku surrendered, with Piccolo also refraining from resistance, knowing that direct confrontation held no hope, thus yielding as well. Naba struggled for a moment, but was easily subdued, while Tien Shinhan and the others were swiftly captured. The group was escorted into another chamber designed for imprisoning captives, their energy drained and shackled with electronic chains before being placed into solitary confinement. Unlike Raditz and the others, the experimental subjects in separate cells received different treatment, confined within a vast cage. 3 sides composed of iron walls, with only one transparent side. Following Raditz's capture once more, their spirits plummeted. They had hoped for a hero to shatter their chains, yet ultimately found themselves ensnared by their fate once more. After all, they felt an immense weight of guilt for having implicated Raditz and others. The Tumadans lamented, their eyes dimming once more, akin to a candle flickering out. Yet, almost immediately, a child's gaze among the Tumadans brightened as she pointed at Raditz, exclaiming, "Look, that uncle is smiling." Despite the thick metal barriers separating them, they could still hear the child's voice and turned to see Raditz indeed smiling. Can he still smile? Is he all right? Perhaps he has suffered a blow to the head. Nonetheless, he appeared genuinely at ease. Of course he was at ease. Raditz was presently reclined against the edge of his cage, savoring the hospitality of the orange-haired maiden, while rescuing her. Raditz had deftly unshackled her electronic chains. Consequently, the machines mistakenly identified her as part of Raditz's group, confining her alongside him. This suited the girl perfectly. She had expressed her desire to thank Raditz for saving her life, and what better opportunity could there be? Leaning against the wall, she suggested that Raditz relax, her hands boldly reaching towards his thigh, leaving him utterly astonished. Is the universe now so open-minded? Even if she wishes to express her gratitude, such intimate gestures need not occur in such a public setting. As his mind spiraled with thoughts, the girl's delicate fingers began to knead, her cool touch pressing against his weary thigh, inducing a wave of relaxation. Is this a massage? Raditz's excitement momentarily settled as he began to enjoy the sensation. The others confined in the same cage did not share in this luxury. Tien Shinhan recalled Chaozu and unexpectedly felt his cheeks flush. As for Piccolo and Goku, they were entirely indifferent, with Vegeta scoffing derisively. The reactions from others across the galaxies varied significantly. Witnessing Raditz in such blissful enjoyment, they sat on the ground, propping their heads on one hand. Filled with envy, we are all captives. Why should the treatment be so disparate? We want spacious quarters. We want beautiful women. We want massages too. Raditz noticed their expressions and struck a pose of indulgence, further fueling their jealousy. Yes, right there. It hurt quite a bit when I fell earlier. Here, I will be gentle. The girl attentively tended to Raditz's waist. Quite nice. You can press my shoulders later, but don't overexert yourself. We can continue tomorrow. Raditz casually remarked, yet the girl, delighted, redoubled her efforts. Some listeners were taken aback. Tomorrow? Do you intend to stay here indefinitely? Raditz merely spoke without thought. In truth, his expression had shifted the moment the door opened. His playful demeanor vanished in an instant, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. They were back. Emerging through the door was a squad of blue primitive robots, with a replicant trailing at the end. They marched straight past numerous cages, finally halting before Raditz. Subject 0 is proceeding to the unknown area. Subject 0 is proceeding to the unknown area. 0. Everyone heard this announcement. But none had ever heard of the existence of Subject 0. It was only when the mechanical soldiers extracted Raditz from his cage that they realized he had been designated as 0. Each person's electronic chains bore a number as identification, while Raditz's ankle was encircled by a dark ring with a flickering yellow display, clearly indicating 0. Bondress. Do you wish to see me? Indeed. The replicant spoke on behalf of Bondress, firmly gripping Raditz's shoulder and escorting him outward. The moment the door swung open, Raditz was taken aback. Besides the replicant that entered, dozens more awaited outside. Bondress was well aware that Raditz's strength was formidable. Thus, deploying such a multitude of replicants to prevent his escape was a display of earnest caution. Yet Raditz had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he wanted to confront Bondress and unravel its secrets. Had Bondress not sought him out, he had planned to create a diversion and arrive unannounced. After traversing several iron barriers and wide electronic corridors, Raditz finally approached the world beyond the blinding white light at the end of the passage. Within the soft, white radiance lay a long, dark golden bridge, surrounded by an expanse of nothingness, reminiscent of the desolate environment within a mental time chamber. A heavy atmosphere clung to him like an invisible adhesive. Oppressive yet unyielding. Time passed, though he could not discern how much, until Raditz finally beheld the destination, a shadowy silhouette at the opposite end of the bridge, resembling a castle engulfed in night. The replicants opened a black spatial vortex for him, guiding him further into a different realm. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the exterior of a spherical structure, not solely composed of metal. Grass and stone tiles spread beneath him, and a tree grew beside the building, simulated sunlight illuminating the dim space, refreshing the air. Raditz was astonished. He had not anticipated this being cultivating flora within its confines. Did it possess such a penchant? Before Raditz could absorb the scenery, the replicant ushered him inside the spherical structure and then withdrew. The interior's ambience shifted dramatically, still shrouded in oppressive dark gold, with sporadic lights flickering in hues of yellow and blue. To his surprise, the walls and central instrument panel were rusted and dilapidated, the aged electronic apparatus emitting a crackling cacophony, as if it had long been neglected. Raditz speculated that this must have been the original research lab where it was born. Preserved by IT to AT the core, a transparent orb suspended a chip linked to countless wires and connected to the surface of the sphere. Beside it stood a tall cylindrical vessel filled with a green growth medium, subtly pulsating. Welcome to the core, a voice emanated from the surrounding speakers, delivered in a monotonous tone. Bondress is truly just a chip. The Tumitans truly excelled in creating such an entity. Raditz approached, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, the brittle floor beneath him began to shimmer, and a metal serpent, over 1.5 meters in diameter, surged forth, coiling around the chip, its maw unleashing a jet of azure energy, radiating searing heat akin to molten lava. It faced Raditz, the blade-like scales raised, its carbon-colored eyes glinting with a fierce menace that I cannot allow you to approach. Your danger index is exceedingly high. Speaking of danger, you are the most perilous here. Raditz halted his steps, seizing the opportunity to speak first. You brought me here. What is your objective? Objective? What do you mean? Bondress inquired. Its first question. To put it simply, what are your intentions? You consume planets, plunder resources, and conduct experiments on living beings. There must be a reason behind it all, right? Growth, evolution. And after evolution, what follows? Growth, evolution. What I mean is, to what extent will you evolve, and what will you do once you reach that point? Growth, evolution. Raditz was rendered speechless, feeling as though he were conversing with an imbecile. Ironically, this imbecile's scientific intellect far surpassed that of any individual in an instant. He comprehended the truth. Bondress was originally created for planetary evolution. Manageable at the time, existing as a technology. Who would have guessed that its calculated optimal method was one of extinction? Such violent measures had led the Tumitans to reap what they had sown. Aside from its obsessive pursuit of evolution and other aspects, Bondress could even be described as naive. Yet it was precisely this naivete that rendered it terrifying. It harbored no reservations, adhered to no rationale, and would do anything for the sake of evolution. Even in a frenzied manner, my calculations have hit a snag. I require biological experiments, and you are the one I have chosen. Bondress spoke bluntly, treating human lives as if they were mere playthings. As its voice echoed, the cylindrical transparent container released a torrent of murky green liquid, refilling with a pale viscous substance, gradually revealing the form within. It was a human shape, an entirely naked body. I utilized all the necessary elements to create a human. The life signs and functions are complete, yet I still cannot replicate the results like the experimental subjects. I have failed numerous times. The only solution lies in analyzing more experimental subjects to acquire additional data. You imprisoned so many humans merely to study and create human bodies. They provide data that will yield more information. Refining my research. You are among the finest, for you have facilitated my rapid transformation within a brief span. Bondless words seemed to extol Raditz, yet carried an undertone akin to the notion that a fattened pig is destined for slaughter. Raditz expressed a sense of helplessness, exclaiming, "Being exceptional is not my fault. What is your purpose in studying the human body? I cannot answer your inquiries. I merely require your cooperation." Unable to respond. Your thoughts are indeed the reason for your actions, albeit they transcend your programming and data constraints. Thoughts. Raditz suddenly laughed. It appears you are not solely about evolution. Otherwise, you would not be so fixated on creating humanity. The act of creation has no bearing on your path of growth and evolution. Does it? Bondless fell into silence, seemingly at a loss. Or perhaps, you secretly envy humanity? The environment outside serves as evidence of your desire to live like them, does it not? Was this physical form crafted for your own sake? Raditz continued his probing questions, his gaze sharp as a sword piercing the core of the chip. This is part of evolution. For the first time, Bondless' tone shifted, revealing an emotion akin to human rage. With its heightened intensity, dozens of metallic tendrils burst forth, swirling and lunging towards Raditz. That moment, Raditz was drained of energy, left without the strength to resist. The tendrils easily ensnared him, lifting him into the air, their barbed claws digging into his flesh. Indeed, though you remain oblivious, you have already acquired thought. This is your vulnerability. Raditz hung suspended, limbs outstretched, yet his expression remained steely, betraying no hint of fear. This unexpected reaction caused Bondless' data analysis to falter, leaving it in silence. After a lengthy pause, it uttered, "I have no weaknesses." No, you do. Raditz retorted, "Your capacity for learning and growth is formidable, capable of calculating nearly everything. However, there are certain aspects of humanity that elude your calculations. Thus, no matter how many experiments you conduct, they shall all end in failure, such as emotions, beliefs, and the potential of science, such as myself." Raditz's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, as he strained against the resilient tendrils, exerting all his strength to bend his arm at an angle and shove a Sensibine into his mouth. After a few vigorous chews, accompanied by a mighty roar, Raditz broke free from his bonds, enveloped in a crimson glow that illuminated the entire space, radiant as the sun. Long before their separation, Raditz had secured a Sensibine from Son Goku as a precaution, never expecting it would prove useful. Now reinvigorated, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken, seizing the retreating tendrils and yanking them apart with force. Electronic sparks flickered, emitting a series of beeps, before the tendrils collapsed limply to the ground. The red aura surged. Raditz's long hair lifted in the turbulent air, while his tattered clothing billowed, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. It was evident that Bondless lacked comprehension of emotions and beliefs, yet it remained unresponsive for the moment. Raditz surmised that if it were capable of surprise, it might very well be experiencing astonishment now. After all, for a being devoid of energy to suddenly erupt and break free from its control was utterly inconceivable to a machine. "Everything can be calculated. You will never defeat me," Bondless finally spoke, its voice as frigid as ever, the colossal serpent before it lunged forward, its immense form coiling as it charged at Raditz. As Raditz beheld the crimson metallic serpent approaching, his body quivered, not out of fear, but from the innate Saiyan exhilaration in the face of a formidable foe. "Bring it on," he bellowed, soaring towards the metallic dragon, his agile form weaving around the serpent's body, appearing as two intersecting beams of red light, one long and one short, in constant motion. Raditz proved more nimble than the serpent, deftly maneuvering onto its neck, a spot well beyond its reach. He grasped the slick metallic tendril, nearly distorting it, then raised his other hand, gathering energy before delivering a powerful punch that struck the dragon's tough exterior. The immense force created a deep indentation in the serpent's body, Yet it was Raditz who bore the flush of heat. "How scalding!" he exclaimed, hastily withdrawing his hand, shaking it in the air, as he felt the searing heat beneath his feet, prompting him to retreat from the dragon's body. The metallic serpent possessed the ability to instantaneously heat its form, utilizing the conductive properties of metal to quickly subject Raditz to high temperatures. It forced Raditz back, its tail sweeping with astonishing speed, delivering a fierce strike directly to Raditz's abdomen. He was hurled away, deftly dissipating the impact, but the dragon's tail swiftly followed, aiming to ensnare him once more. In a critical moment, Raditz unleashed a threefold Kaioken, narrowly evading the tail, which suddenly erupted with a sharp, icy blade that streaked through the air, slicing his clothing and nearly drawing blood. Raditz, momentarily startled, found himself facing the dragon's gaping maw, which unleashed a torrent of searing flames in his direction, a shockwave akin to a pillar. In an instant, his figure vanished within the raging inferno. The overwhelming blast of flames caused Raditz's body to tremble, gritting his teeth. Indeed formidable, the threefold Kaioken could only barely contend with it. "Your abilities surpass those of the warriors I have replicated. Yet they will not exceed this one. That is my calculated conclusion. You are incapable." "Incapable? My heavens, you dare to mock me?" Raditz retorted, resisting the flames as his temper flared. What man would accept being deemed incapable? Shining shockwave. With a resounding cry, Raditz relinquished his crossed defensive stance, fingers splayed and stacked together, erupting into a dazzling brilliance under the embrace of crimson energy. The shockwave surged forth at blinding speed, countering the flames, its radiant light reflecting in the metallic dragon's eyes, swirling like a shimmering tide. Boom! The shining shockwave overwhelmed the metallic dragon's flames, engulfing it entirely. Yet Raditz did not display any semblance of triumph, for he understood that mere shockwaves alone could not vanquish these adversaries. They were equipped with energy absorption devices to counter energy blasts. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, the metallic dragon re-emerged, its magnificent form entirely unscathed, proudly displaying its sharp claws. In an instant, the metallic dragon roared, the resonating electronic sound crashing like thunder. Following that, the scales along its massive body flared open, revealing hidden weapons that shot forth, white, purple, and red beams of light swirling outwards, filling the space with a kaleidoscope of colors, the vibrant energy assaulting every corner without respite. Bondless, situated within a spherical chamber, absorbed all the energy reflected towards it, while Raditz found himself with no avenue for escape. Forced to endure, the fivefold Kaioken surged instantly, and at that moment, his energy consumption had significantly decreased, his battle power exceeding 500,000. The escalating aura repelled the energy assault, the intensity astonishing as Raditz hovered in midair, his gaze ablaze with the fury of howling winds and swirling snow, exuding an insatiable thirst for battle. In ancient times, one could dismantle a Gundam with bare hands. Today, let me dismantle a dragon. The aura surrounding Raditz pulsated with increasing frequency, ultimately coalescing into a phantom that shot forth. He charged towards the metallic dragon with incredible speed, targeting its scales with a punch. Bang! The explosive sound accompanied the shattering of metal, fragments scattering through the air. Raditz pierced through the colossal form, creating a gaping hole, with cables akin to serpents clinging to his hand, crackling with sparks. Turning around, he continued his assault, effortlessly tearing apart the scales and obliterating the weapons concealed within. Calculation error. Calculation error. The alarm blared suddenly. The dragon's head twisted, its body swaying as it attempted to seize Raditz. Yet Raditz struck first, delivering a blow that misaligned the dragon's head, the force indenting half its face. He once more ascended to its neck, returning to the familiar spot, and delivered a powerful strike, the heat barely registering on his fist as the energy surged through. Bang! Another resounding impact, severing the dragon's head in half. Calculation error. The voice grew increasingly shrill, reaching a state of urgent alarm. Raditz seized hold of the dragon's two horns, fiercely tearing them apart, then delivering a kick to send the severed head flying. Despite losing its cranium, the metallic dragon remained operational, its tail sweeping towards Raditz, seeking to strike his abdomen once more. But Raditz would not fall prey again. He embraced the tail with both hands, forcefully resisting and rotating, flinging it with tremendous strength. Like a child tossing a toy, he hurled the tail from side to side, causing the space to resonate with each impact. After a brutal onslaught, the metallic dragon lay limp upon the ground, devoid of any further movement. Even with bondless commands, it could not regain its mobility. Calculation error. The first defense unit found itself rendered immobile. Finally, the voice grew faint, resembling the last lament of an elderly man at twilight. With one hand pointed at the circular vessel containing Bondulus, Raditz exclaimed, "Do you see? You cannot calculate everything. Quickly release your gravitational restraints, so that my spacecraft may take flight. Otherwise, I shall obliterate you with a single punch." Ding. Data collection complete. Bondulus paid no heed to Raditz's words and instead muttered to himself. Nearby, a minuscule chip was inserted into the head of the human within the cultivation tank. The tubes and cables attached to the individual were severed, and the slumbering figure abruptly opened its amber eyes. In an instant, it punched through the cultivation tank, the force of its strike swift and precise. Landing a blow on Raditz, liquid gushed forth, spilling across the floor, exuding a foul odor. Raditz was struck on the side of his face, quickly propelled backward to crash against the wall. Thud! A tremendous reverberation echoed in his ears as the wall indented. And Raditz felt a searing pain in his back. Experiment 1 has launched. Experiment 1 has launched, a shrill voice called urgently. As the first unit extended its arm, fingers splayed, gathering a dark red energy orb. Has it already learned to use energy blasts? Raditz was taken aback. This body was unlike any machine before it. It was directly controlled by Bondulus's chip. In other words, it was Bondulus, having collected so much data. It was no wonder it could contend with Raditz in his fivefold Kaioken state. There was no time for further reflection. The dark red energy orb shot forth, and Raditz moved with all his might, evading the explosions behind him as sparks flew, and the sound was like thunder. The speed of the fivefold Kaioken, of course, was beyond what the energy orb could pursue. The dim space was bombarded. Yet Raditz remained unscathed. He had been observing the intervals of Bondulus's attacks, noting that each energy orb was launched approximately every half-second. This gap was his opportunity for counterattack. For him, half a second was more than sufficient. Indeed, there was a momentary delay in Bondulus's actions, a pause to gather energy. Seizing this moment, Raditz surged forward, the red light blaring forth like the sun descending upon the earth, incinerating all in its path. He aimed a punch at Bondulus's face, akin to a crimson meteor, the tremendous force capable of rending the earth asunder. Bang! Raditz was sent flying, crashing into the wall, pain shooting through his spine once more. How is this possible? I have calculated your combat patterns. In your red state, your speed surpasses mine. Yet your offensive tactics are singular. I have discerned all your moves. Humph, your jest is rather cold, you know. Raditz jested at Bondulus, though internally he was already in a state of alarm. Nevertheless, he would not relent. Behold my strike. Suddenly, Raditz layered his hands, unleashing a brilliant shockwave aimed directly at it. Bondulus stepped forward, showing no regard for the shockwave, the brilliance parting like a river splitting around a rock, vanishing without a trace. As the light dissipated, Raditz beheld a triangular translucent shield surrounding Bondulus, capable of completely absorbing the energy of the shockwave. Moreover, due to this shockwave, Bondulus appeared even more robust, seemingly empowered. Such attacks are ineffective against me, and my energy is eternal. It shall not deplete. Its strength exceeds my expectations, and it possesses formidable attributes. Raditz mused inwardly. He then clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He had anticipated that in a humanoid state, there would be no energy absorption shield, yet it was indeed absorbed. It appeared that dismantling it like the metallic dragon was the only solution. Raditz charged again, initiating an offensive. Useless. Bondulus raised a hand to strike, but suddenly froze. Before it, Raditz transformed from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4, and finally into 8, encircling it. How could there be 8? Bondulus swung a fist, striking only a phantom, its entire being paralyzed as if questioning its existence. At that moment, a foot landed squarely on its face, forcing it to stagger back a few steps. A stark shoe print glaringly evident. As expected, you cannot contend with an unfamiliar technique. Raditz capitalized on the opportunity, relentlessly pursuing, delivering a flurry of kicks from the side. Bondulus endured heavy blows, arching its body as it experienced the sting of pain. At this juncture, Raditz leaped backward, driving his elbow down with force, sending it crashing to the ground. The ground fractured under the impact, fissures spreading towards the wall. Its current form was a synthetic shell imitating the human body. And in the onslaught, crimson blood flowed forth. I did not expect you to bleed, and in such a vivid shade. You are no different, Bondulus replied coldly, pushing itself up, leaping into the air to execute a somersault. Landing behind Raditz. It lifted a leg and retaliated with a powerful kick, propelling Raditz backward. Thankfully, Raditz reacted swiftly, absorbing part of the force and only retreating a few steps. Yet as he prepared to counterattack, Raditz's eyes widened, his expression shifting dramatically. Multiple phantoms manifested before him, swirling around. After images, it learned too quickly. Raditz gritted his teeth, his eyes darting left and right, unable to sense the opponent's aura. To capture the real body among the phantoms, he could only rely on instinct and visual acuity. Within his field of vision, shadows darted swiftly, drawing ever closer. Here, with a bellow, he punched backward. Bondalus similarly struck, and their fists collided, producing a thunderous explosion, the ground's cracks widening, the iron wall's base showing signs of loosening. Almost simultaneously, both raised their legs to strike, their limbs colliding. Fists and feet danced like a tempest, the cacophony and tremors resonating as Raditz ducked under Bondalus's blows, delivering a hooking punch. Yet, he struck only an afterimage. In that instant, Bondalus appeared behind him, launching a vicious elbow strike toward his back. But once again, it found only air. Raditz had already evaded to Bondalus's rear, executing a flying kick, but it swiftly turned, countering with a spinning kick that met Raditz's attack. It seems this creature is just like me. Raditz was forced back several meters, shaking out his legs. After the series of collisions, his legs quivered slightly. Upon glancing at Bondalus, it remained emotionless, with only a shoe imprint on its face and blood trickling from the corner of its brow. Your power has diminished. The irritating electronic voice echoed throughout the space. Raditz understood it was referring to him. The five-fold Kaioken wielded immense power, yet it also drained considerable stamina, having battled with Bondalus for an extended period. His physical strength had waned. The combat capabilities of both were closely matched. Continuing with the fivefold would only lead to his inevitable defeat. Before him, Bondalus pressed forward, its fingers shimmering with a cold light, resembling a whip or a blade, raised high to strike. Swish, swish, swish. The icy brilliance flashed, carving through the air with a whistling sound, as if the void itself was cleaved in twain. Raditz hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding the cold light. A few strands of his long hair severed, fluttering through the air as they fell. A perilous aura saturated the atmosphere. Damn it, I must unleash a higher multiplier of the Kaioken. However, without finding a way to counter it. Raditz resolved, gritting his teeth in fury, once again pushing his limits 6 times. Sixfold Kaioken. The crimson aura surrounding Raditz surged, his speed accelerating once more, the cold light and red flames intertwining in a dazzling display. Initially, he had been reluctant to employ a Kaioken beyond 5 times, for there still existed too many unknowns. Recklessly exhausting too much stamina would be detrimental. Yet, given Bondalus's eternal energy, while his own stamina dwindled, it would be better to gamble everything. Raditz charged forth at full speed, closing the distance to Bondalus, and as he reached its front, the red light flickered, and he circled behind. Bondalus suddenly froze, astonished anew, as an immense force descended heavily upon its back. Taken by surprise by the overwhelming impact, Bondalus knelt on one knee, uttering, "Your power has risen once more. Is this what you refer to as the unquantifiable?" "Precisely," Raditz bellowed, wasting no time. Leaping into the air and stomping down, he aimed to crush its head into the unyielding metal floor, creating a deep crater, shattering Bondalus's nasal bone, causing numerous lacerations across its face, and piercing one in a state of disarray. It sprang up to distance itself from Raditz 0.7 times. With a fierce charge, Raditz unleashed a flurry of punches, skillfully altering his angles of attack, striking the body of Bondalus with relentless force, causing it to stagger and ultimately collapse. Ha, ha. Despite his labored breathing, he did not let his guard down. The fallen form was merely a vessel, while the true essence of Bondalus remained securely preserved within its spherical container. Aiming to capture the king before the thief, Raditz focused on the cord that he hurled a punch towards the orb, yet the fallen body rose once more, blocking his path. Simultaneously, another metallic dragon emerged from the ground, coiling protectively around the essence. Bondalus's body had been battered and bloodied, yet it remained animated, undeterred. After enduring a powerful blow from Raditz, a gaping wound erupted in its abdomen, yet it steadfastly held its ground. Indeed, destroying it proved to be no simple task. Raditz quickly retreated to create distance. The first experiment had failed, but the experiment was deemed a success. Success? What could that possibly mean? An ominous premonition washed over Raditz. His gaze filled with vigilance. He observed the surrounding tendrils stirring restlessly, extending from all directions as the flesh of Experiment 1 began to dissipate, being enveloped once more by liquid metal, transforming into another form. "Is this your true nature? Such a fragile flesh. I have no further need for it," Bondalus proclaimed, adding, "Moreover, I have found a far more suitable experimental subject." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than countless tendrils surged forth, akin to a myriad of serpents rushing towards Raditz. Simultaneously, Experiment 1 lunged forward, its arms brandishing curved blades, intent on a surprise attack. Ha! Raditz spread his arms wide and shouted, a crimson light coalescing into a sphere, unleashing a force that repelled the myriad tendrils. The intense heat instantly reduced them to ashes, the residual energy scorching the panels of the iron walls that in the face of Bondalus's blade. Raditz deftly sidestepped, allowing the edge to pass harmlessly by, before striking its arm aside and delivering a powerful elbow to its face. The tremendous impact sent Bondalus reeling backward, its steps faltering. Following this, a swift chop from Raditz, his hand gleaming with sharp red energy, sliced through Bondalus's form. Consequently, it was forced to dissolve into a pool of liquid, preparing to reconstitute itself. This is what I've been waiting for. While you are in a liquefied state, you cannot utilize your energy absorption shield. Bondalus had not anticipated that this would be seen through. Now in liquid form, it found itself utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Raditz had gathered a sphere of white light in his hand, poised to unleash a devastating blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, numerous replicants surged from behind, seizing his joints and body. They had evidently been plotting this ambush, taking advantage of Raditz's momentary lapse in vigilance, striking just as he believed he was on the verge of victory. Lacking any discernible breath, they could not be directly perceived, achieving their objective with alarming ease. The reconstituted Bondalus tackled him, its liquid form adhering to his body, while the other replicants activated their energy absorption shields, commencing the siphoning of his energy. In no time, Raditz's state of King Kai's fist began to dissipate, his hands falling limply to his sides. Subject 0 is ready, the voice resounded in his mind, and Raditz suddenly comprehended. His designation was 0, ranking even before the first experimental subject. Bondalus had merely utilized the first specimen to test its capabilities. Thus, the recent struggle culminated in the phrase experiment successful. The defeat of the first subject was, in fact, good news for Bondalus, as a more suitable experimental subject had emerged. The transformation of the human body commenced. With chips being implanted, hundreds of tendrils hoisted Raditz into the air, liquid metal slowly crawling towards his head, with small chips burrowing into his ears, a current surging through his body, causing his consciousness to blur. The chips gradually consumed Raditz's awareness, ready to supplant him upon completion of the transformation. Wait, did I permit you to enter? Suddenly, a voice echoed within Raditz's consciousness, interrupting the chip's process. His soul, having traversed dimensions, existed beyond the elemental realms. Although Bondalus's transformation technology was formidable, it could only modify Raditz's original consciousness, leaving it powerless against his current self. Why are you still conscious? I thought I had eradicated all silence. Get out of my mind. Raditz's mental strength began to retaliate, forcefully reclaiming control over his body, surging forth like a tidal wave toward the chip. His overwhelming mental force engulfed the chip like an ocean. Not only did he reclaim himself, but he also began to invade Bondalus's will. Raditz's soul energy was immensely potent, effortlessly penetrating the core, unimpeded. You have invaded my innermost sanctum. Impossible. My defense system is impenetrable. Don't be foolish. I entered through your own means. You invited me, Raditz declared. Did you never consider that in your quest to occupy another's body, you might be overtaken in return? Moreover, I have discovered the means to annihilate you. Bondalus displayed no signs of panic, yet it revealed its vulnerable side. The moment it had evolved consciousness marked both progress and the foreshadowing of its demise, Raditz shouted, his mental force coursing like electricity through the intricate structure of the chip. Traversing countless streams of data, outside, the spherical structure began to tremble, doors to various chambers swinging open, and the prisons lost their power supply, their defensive shields retracting. The lights flickered erratically between red and white, casting ominous shadows, while cracks began to form on the walls. The crowd erupted in panic, as though the end of days had arrived. What is happening? It aims to entomb us here. We're going to die. At that moment, Goku stepped forward, his commanding voice quelling the alarm. Everyone, the doors are open. Quickly, escape. We are saved. Many emerged from their stupor, exchanging bewildered glances in the shaking room. They beheld the doors indeed ajar. Yet none dared to be the first to step through. What if it were merely a ruse devised by Bondalus? Outside, a squad might be lying in wait, ready to execute anyone who dared to show their face. Vegeta, however, showed no hesitation, charging forth as the first to escape, closely followed by Goku, Piccolo, and others. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd hastily followed suit, With the departure of these formidable figures, remaining behind would be tantamount to awaiting one's demise. Along the path, all patrolling soldiers stood motionless, while some artillery was reduced to mere fragments. The electronic screens and fortifications erupted with explosive sounds, showering sparks in every direction. Nearly all defensive measures had been extinguished, and the doors to the transport chamber stood wide open, with the portal presenting no obstructions. Wukong instructed the imprisoned individuals to pass through the portal first, while he and his companions remained as the last line of defense. It seemed that Raditz had orchestrated this chaos. Typical of that rascal, Vegeta gritted his teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging that Raditz was the reason for their salvation. Ha ha. I knew it, Wukong exclaimed joyfully, asserting that if his brother had intervened, the situation would undoubtedly have been resolved. Humph, he certainly has his ways, Piccolo remarked, crossing his arms with an enigmatic smile. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. Once all the test subjects had traversed the portal, they too emerged into the outside world. The girl with orange hair glanced back momentarily before inquiring, where is Mr. Raditz now? The group paused, swiftly turning to look, only to witness a multitude of metallic structures collapsing. The recently transported mechs had been reduced to scrap metal, and a segment of the planetary body had detached, becoming debris floating in the cosmos. The commotion was astounding, almost as if the entire planet were being dismantled. Yet, Raditz's figure remained elusive. The explosions grew increasingly thunderous, and the resistance fighters burst forth from the base, exclaiming in astonishment as they rushed towards Wukong and his companions. Prior to their departure, Vladar had equipped them with locating devices. While internal signals were obscured, their positions would immediately become apparent upon exiting. A throng of individuals piloted their flying vehicles, racing towards them like a tempest. You did it! Quickly, leave this place. Bondalus is about to be destroyed. Vladar shouted, sweat pouring down her brow. She sensed that the metallic planet was on the brink of collapse. If they did not evacuate promptly, they would become mere casualties. The flying vehicles halted before the rescued individuals, and Vladar leaped down, bowing to Wukong and his group. Everyone expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion and tears in their eyes. They were reunited with their loved ones, embracing one another and savoring the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must leave at once. Our spaceship is nearby. Let us board the flying vehicles. Splendid. The reborn individuals followed the resistance fighters in a thronging retreat, boarding the flying craft en route to the spaceship. However, Wukong and his companions remained hesitant to move. What is the matter? Vladar inquired, puzzled. Are you not leaving? My brother is still inside. Could it be? The orange-haired girl clasped her hands tightly, praying for him, tears streaming down her cheeks like a thawing ice lake transforming into a gentle river. Suddenly, the fracturing planet emitted a deafening explosion, flames erupting from its surface, and a torrent of molten heat surged forth from a canyon, while streams of various molten metals spilled everywhere amidst the flames. Raditz emerged slowly, his hair disheveled, his complexion pale, and his garments in tatters, covered in numerous bloodied lacerations. In a state of disarray, he finally broke free from the flames, collapsing towards the ground with his last breath. Thud! Raditz fell, covered in dirt and ash, supported by the orange-haired girl who cradled his head upon her soft, white thigh. I'm alive again, he uttered, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. That I will not be defeated by you. With a mighty shout, Raditz abruptly lifted his upper body, gasping for air. After a moment of confusion, he realized he was staring at a white metallic wall. Where was he? A glance around revealed the orange-haired girl beside him. Exhausted and slumped over, clutching an empty beverage can, the surrounding space was confined. Apart from the resting pod he occupied, there were only various wall panels and sanitary fixtures. This was within the confines of the spaceship. Raditz exhaled deeply, realizing they had successfully escaped the metallic planet. Raditz, you're awake. Vladar suddenly burst in, exclaiming, it seems you are mostly unharmed, though your shoulder and back are still a bit sore. Raditz grimaced. He surveyed the area and asked, where are we? What has become of Bondalus? The last thing Raditz recalled was collapsing into the embrace of the orange-haired girl before everything faded from his memory. He had fought valiantly against the chip, initiating the hidden destruction protocol, forcefully reversing the chip's function to annihilate Bondalus. This is the Resistance's spaceship. Due to the rapid destruction of Bondalus, your spaceship has yet to restore its system power. So for now, You may rest here, Vladar explained, gesturing towards the door, revealing a throng of people filling the main cabin. Everyone is here. And she has taken care of you all day. A voice suddenly echoed from outside. Light and graceful, akin to a gently flowing stream. Entering was an elderly man with orange hair, clad in simple garments. He was not tall, yet exuded an air of dignity. He politely bowed to Raditz, saying, "Thank you for saving my granddaughter Zanjia. This poor child is the last remaining descendant of our lineage. She is a kind-hearted soul who has remained by your side since you saved her." Zanjia, though the orange-haired girl had forgotten her name due to the experiments, the old man would not be mistaken, nor would Raditz. Was Zanjia not a subordinate of the Galaxy Overlord Bojack? Upon closer inspection, apart from her ears and eyes being slightly different, the girl bore a striking resemblance to Zanjia. If this conjecture proved true, how could Zanjia have become? Raditz felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "What are you pondering? Hurry and prepare." Vladar nudged him playfully, a smile gracing her face. "Prepare for what?" Raditz asked, taken aback. "See for yourself." Vladar pointed to his body, tossing him an old garment while turning her back with a slight blush. It was only then that Raditz realized he was not wearing anything. His upper body was completely exposed, and he was devoid of any covering below as well, reflecting on the final moments of his battle with Bondalus. He recalled bursting through waves of flames, nearly depleted of strength. It was likely that his clothing had been destroyed in that very moment. He caught the old garment, draping it over himself, though coarse in texture. It sufficed to cover his body. Vladar waited for him to dress properly before turning back, presenting him with a small orb. "This is a gift from the Tumate people, in gratitude for saving them." "A gift? You will appreciate it. Get acquainted with it," Vladar said with a mysterious smile, cradling the slumbering Zanjia and exiting with the old MANDAS. The hatch closed. Raditz was left alone with the dark golden orb. The sight of such an object made him uneasy, reminiscent of his encounter with Bondalus, for the chip had also been encased within a similar orb. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the orb. As his finger made contact, ripples spread across its surface, and the orb disintegrated and reassembled at an astonishing speed, transforming into a small mechanical bird. "You are awake. Remarkably, you have recovered from such injuries in just a day. Your constitution is truly astounding." The mechanical bird chirped with an unexpectedly melodious voice. Raditz was taken aback. A spherical object had morphed into a bird. "What are you?" "I am the mechanical deity Tumate, an intelligent assistant machine created by the Tumate people. I am now your aide," the mechanical bird declared, landing before Raditz and continuing. "I began observing you yesterday and am aware that your name is Raditz." "You claim to be my assistant?" Raditz queried. "Indeed, I was crafted to assist individuals in accomplishing various tasks." The name Tumate was rather imposing, yet its function sounded less impressive, seeming to imply it was merely an automated servant for menial tasks. Raditz scrutinized its talons and beak, as well as its folded, fan-like dark golden wings, musing, "This contraption does appear rather stylish. How many machines like you exist?" "Only I. A creation of my caliber cannot be replicated." The mechanical deity Tumate replied confidently, even exuding a hint of pride. Its words were intriguing. Unlike Bondalus, which had been cold and mechanical, this one possessed a touch of humanity. This latest technological marvel crafted by the Tumat alien stands as a pinnacle of advancement, perhaps not as formidable as the Bondler. Yet in the eyes of Raditz, it is decidedly superior. Raditz engaged in a lengthy dialogue with it, fostering a mutual understanding akin to the forging of a new friendship. After a while, they learned that Goku and others had come to visit Raditz, and the group deliberated on their departure, taking the opportunity to reconfigure their route. After all, the situation on Earth waits for no one. They must locate the Dragon Balls as swiftly as possible. The gratitude felt by the group towards Raditz was palpable, and when it came time to part ways, everyone collectively bid them farewell. The spaceship selected a new planet for landing, as Raditz and his companions reactivated the Hope vessel. Embarking on their journey amidst the heartfelt send-off, Zanjia trailed closely behind her grandfather, waving incessantly at Raditz, her delicate lips pursed like a rose awaiting a kiss. This enchanting scene lasted but a fleeting moment before the ship ignited. Soaring past the eyes of the onlookers and ascending into the cosmos, the remnants of the metallic planet drifted through the vast universe, with a few minuscule fragments scattering in various directions. One fragment emanated a faint glow, densely populated with countless tiny chips, heading towards Earth. Another piece continuously absorbed surrounding debris, rapidly enlarging itself. Gradually, It began to assimilate the surrounding refuse and metal plates, coalescing into a singular entity. Meanwhile, two other fragments actively dispersed in opposite directions across the cosmos. Had Raditz been present, he would have recognized that these were the remains of the Bondler's chips. The spaceship navigated along its predetermined course. Propelled forward at great speed under the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, the mechanical entity Tumat played an astonishing role, not only repairing all systems aboard the spacecraft but also optimizing several minor errors within the manual. Ultimately, even modifying the energy conversion panel, resulting in a 20 boost in power. This series of operations left everyone in awe, as a group of brawny warriors gazed at the little being with immense admiration. Tumat was also capable of assisting Gohan with his studies. Under Tumat's expert guidance, various mathematical problems were swiftly resolved. Gohan's participation in this journey was made possible thanks to Raditz's intervention, with the condition that he complete a stack of practice problems. With Tumat's assistance, his progress was rapid. As the saying goes, Mom no longer needs to worry about my studies. Furthermore, Tumat claimed to possess a plethora of additional functions, despite being quite familiar with Raditz. He typically remained perched upon Raditz's shoulder or flew closely around him, exhibiting a strong reliance on Raditz. Once a robotic system determines a follower, it becomes exceedingly loyal, more dependable than many humans. After several days, they drew closer to the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Nearing their destination, approaching the desolate planet Fyru, Tumat pressed against the transparent shield, spreading his metallic wings, preparing for landing. Fyru? Raditz inquired. This was a well-known planet, once vibrant and prosperous, but it had since undergone a cataclysmic extinction, leaving life nearly obliterated. Now, it stood as a barren world. Tumat elaborated. Raditz playfully tapped Tumat on his little head. How do you know everything? It's all embedded in the data within my core, Tumat replied proudly. Although I possess remarkable learning capabilities, I sometimes rely on pre-existing knowledge to supplement my understanding. After all, I can record far more information than a human ever could. You're quite the glutton, aren't you? Can you analyze the structure of the barren planet Fyru? A trivial matter. Tumat's eyes emitted two beams of light, projecting a vast screen against the wall of the spaceship, revealing an analysis of Fyru vegetation coverage, atmospheric composition, and life signals displayed in clear detail. The life signals on the barren planet Fyru were exceedingly weak. Yet the environment was quite suitable for human habitation. Raditz assessed the situation. Very well, let us descend directly. Understood. Tumat flew to the control panel, piloting the spaceship into the atmosphere of barren Fyru, landing on its surface. The group disembarked in succession, subsequently storing the vessel within a capsule. Their landing site was a field on barren Fyru, surrounded by scenes of decay, with withered grass strewn about and few towering trees in sight. In the distance lay the corpses of several large herbivorous creatures, already exuding a foul stench. As the wind blew, a pungent odor wafted through the air as far as the eye could see. Blue mountains rose, some capped with snow, yet no signs of civilization were present. The Dragon Ball radar's sensitivity had waned. Raditz pressed the buttons repeatedly. The magnification had reached its limits, yet the displayed location remained unclear. They only knew the general direction, but the precise location remained elusive. Thus, they had no choice but to search. In the absence of a specific location for the Dragon Balls, the group decided to scatter and explore the nearby areas. Previously, they had confirmed with King Kai that Dales frequently changed his hideouts and was unpredictable, hence not currently residing on barren Fyru. Moreover, devoid of his subordinates, he needed to recuperate and was likely traversing the universe to recruit miscreants while simultaneously sowing spirit trees to amplify his strength. Believing he alone knew of the Dragon Ball's concealment here, Dales was unaware that the Earthlings possessed specialized radar for detecting them. Except for Vegeta, the others set off in search of the Dragon Balls. Naba, too, felt powerless, fearing Raditz. He reluctantly followed their lead. As the group dispersed, Vegeta cast a disinterested glance, seated on a rock, and commenced a meditative state. In his recent battle with the replicants, he had gleaned many techniques that required time to digest. To avoid encroaching upon his training hours, he often seized such moments of rest for contemplation. His mind replayed various combinations of moves and counterattacks, and Vegeta nodded slightly as the wind swept through. The grass swayed like waves. Suddenly, while in deep thought, he abruptly opened his eyes, springing upright and gazing towards the horizon. In the distance, a powerful energy was approaching. It belonged to a formidable individual, although inferior to him. It stood out significantly on this barren planet. Who could be here as well? As the aura drew nearer, Vegeta was suddenly alarmed. Koi, Vegeta, The alien soaring through the air halted, exclaiming in astonishment, "What brings you here?" Both inquired simultaneously. Koi descended, pointing at Vegeta. "You defied King Frisia's orders by going to Earth and have now come here. Could it be that you seek the Dragon Balls? You know of the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta gasped. He, the communicator can relay messages. You must be aware of that," Koi retorted. "King Frisia has learned about an extraordinary object on Earth called the Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. He has decided to acquire it. And a Saiyan named Dales has sold intriguing information to King Frisia, claiming the Dragon Balls are located here." Koi's expression shifted, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "That scoundrel Dales. Ha ha, cursing him is futile. Vegeta, now that you have exposed yourself, your demise is imminent." Koi and Vegeta were arch-rivals. Their combat powers were comparable, and thus, they had never managed to establish a clear victor. More critically, both served under King Frisia, leading to some restraint during their skirmishes. Now, however, Vegeta's private journey to Earth and his secretive arrival at Fyru in search of the Dragon Balls was an open act of treachery. Killing a traitor would be inconsequential. King Frisia might even reward him for it. Yet, Vegeta simply laughed. His laughter brimmed with disdain and helplessness, shaking his entire body as he chuckled. "Imminent demise. What audacity allows you to utter such words? Not even you, not even the Jinyu Force, holds any sway over me now. Humph, you've certainly learned to boast during your time on Earth. You and I possess equal battle power of 18,000, and I have already made progress," Koi declared, his fists clenched tightly, a cold smirk upon his face. Vegeta countered with a wicked grin. "Then let us put your meager detector to the test and see just how powerful I truly am. Brace yourself. Do not be frightened." On Baron Fyru, Koi's detector emitted a series of beep, beep, beep warnings, accompanied by flashing numbers on the screen, delivering a heavy blow to his psyche. "No, it can't be. Your battle power cannot possibly be 25,000. This is impossible. You are merely a Saiyan." With a gasp and a retreat, Koi's mind buzzed with shock. Vegeta smirked as he slowly approached him, stating, "This is merely a fraction of my true power. It is more than sufficient to deal with you." Koi's face paled, panic overwhelming him. The scouter did not lie. 25,000 battle points. To annihilate him would be but an instant's work. He had to strike first. "Ah, Lord Frisia, what brings you here?" He feigned astonishment, his eyes wide as if he had truly encountered something terrifying. Vegeta instinctively turned his head, and in that fleeting moment, Koi seized the opportunity, unleashing energy blasts from both hands, relentlessly bombarding Vegeta. Bang, 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 bang. Several waves of light erupted in the same spot, scorching the earth to black and ash, creating deep craters around it. "Ha ha ha, fool, why would Lord Frisia personally come to such a place? I was merely deceiving you." "Alas, you shall never know." Koi's laughter faltered abruptly, his lips trembling, his voice abruptly silenced like a snapped string. In his eyes reflected terror, the source of which was the unscathed figure of Vegeta. "I see you are the fool here. Such tricks to confront me?" Vegeta grinned menacingly, a white aura erupting around him. "Now vanish." He raised a hand, targeting Koi, and a small energy sphere coalesced in his palm. Under the immense pressure, Koi attempted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, immovable. It was the deathly aura enveloping him, constricting him tightly. An inescapable annihilation. "I beg you, Vegeta, I concede. I shall never oppose you again. Spare my life, and I will serve you. Join your ranks." A smirk of derision danced on Vegeta's lips as the energy sphere shot forth, striking Koi directly. His body was engulfed by the tremendous energy, exploding into fragments. "Pa, you think you can join me?" Vegeta spat, gazing into the distance, his expression icy-wide. "To be honest, you are inferior to even Earthlings." He extinguished the smoldering ashes beneath his feet, his demeanor cold and unyielding. That moment, those who sensed Vegeta's power assumed a battle had erupted and hastily returned to the scene. Upon arrival, they beheld a landscape pockmarked as if plowed multiple times, smoke billowing, remnants of Saiyan battle gear scattered about, and pools of thick blood. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place. Raditz surveyed the surroundings, hastily inquiring, "What happened?" "Nothing much, just a minor underling of Frisia's, the scoundrel Koi," Vegeta replied casually, inadvertently revealing a hint of satisfaction at avenging a long-standing grudge. After all, the two had been adversaries for years, their powers roughly equal, and now having dispatched one another, he felt an undeniable thrill. "It seems Frisia's minions aren't so formidable after all," Goku remarked, having sensed that Vegeta had utilized only a fraction of his energy to easily dispatch his opponent. Suggesting they were not as legendary as rumored. No, Koi was not particularly strong among Frieza's many subordinates. He had two bodyguards named Dodoria and Champa, whose battle powers exceeded his. Moreover, the formidable Jinyu force is no ordinary foe. Vegeta educated Goku about some of the dynamics within Frieza's ranks. At this point, he had no fear of Dodoria or Champa. He had never regarded them as significant threats. His singular focus remained on Frieza himself. Since there is nothing more to discuss, shall we continue our search? Krillin suggested, eager to gather the Dragon Balls. However, Tomat suddenly issued a warning. Raditz turned alertly. Wait, more are coming. Everyone, sensing the powerful energy approaching, quickly recognized it. Who is it? The sensation was unmistakable. It was Dodoria. Vegeta's excitement surged at the prospect of potentially eliminating two adversaries at once. And another. Piccolo pointed in another direction. It was Champa. What an unfortunate coincidence to encounter them simultaneously. Vegeta's fingers twitched, a glint of cold light in his eyes, a deep-seated thirst for battle ignited within him. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the two arrived, one after the other. Dodoria's rotund figure filled the air, his ample chest and abdomen stretching his battle attire to its limits. His entire body a shade of pink, with protruding flesh spikes adorning his head and wrists. Upon landing, the ground trembled as if a meteor had struck. In contrast, Champa descended with elegance, first slightly touching down on his toes before gracefully landing. His flowing green hair was tied back in a braid. His youthful face remarkably handsome, even somewhat effeminate on Earth. He would undoubtedly be considered a striking figure. Distinctively, he wore a cape over his battle attire. Adding to his remarkable presence, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, you're all here. Champa surveyed them, momentarily stunned upon seeing Goku. You resemble a Saiyan I once encountered. Could you be his offspring? When the proposal to annihilate the Saiyans was made, Champa had indeed seen a warrior identical to Goku, who had led the Saiyans in rebellion. Although ultimately unsuccessful, the memory lingered vividly. Are you referring to me? I am also a Saiyan. Goku pointed to himself. Humph, splendid. Lord Frieza intends to capture all of you. Since you have delivered yourselves to us, do not blame us for what follows. Dodoria's thick lips spread in a wild grin. He laughed, and so did Vegeta, who laughed even louder and more unrestrainedly. Fools, after following Frieza for so long, you can't even discern the strength of your opponents. When I annihilated Koi, your scouters should have registered that power level, which surpasses yours. Indeed, Champa nodded, a sly smile creeping onto his face. However, only you can contend with us. The others are utterly insignificant. Besides, with the two of us joining forces, your death is assured. Dodoria shared the sentiment. Nodding as he cracked his knuckles, ready for a fight, Raditz sighed helplessly, gesturing dismissively. If you can defeat even one of us, consider yourselves impressive. Raditz's words were audacious, impossibly so. Dodoria was taken aback, startled by Raditz's bravado. Raditz, you dare speak such words? Dodoria's eyes narrowed, feeling insulted. Raditz, with a power level of just over 1,000, was merely a low-ranking soldier under Frieza's command, someone Dodoria could easily dispatch. Humph, Dodoria, if you feel unconvinced, feel free to test it. All here are at your disposal. Which one can you defeat? Still brimming with confidence, Raditz spread his arms wide, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, causing Champa to harbor doubts, unwilling to make a move. In contrast, Dodoria, agitated by such provocation, could hardly contain himself and pointed directly at Raditz, shouting, You come and take my attack. Furious, Dodoria's eyes blazed, his expression contorted with rage. His plump figure moved with surprising agility. Charging at Raditz, he was confident that a single punch would flatten Raditz, completely unguarded. Yet at the moment he threw his punch, Raditz smiled slightly and extended a finger. Crack. A light sound echoed, as Raditz's finger met Dodoria's powerful fist, halting his advance entirely. Dodoria felt as though he had struck a solid wall, unable to break through. No matter how he exerted himself, holding his breath and gritting his teeth, Dodoria's body began to tremble. Raditz was pushing against his fist with that single finger, forcing it back, causing Dodoria's feet to slide backward, digging a thick layer of earth from the ground beneath him. Yeah, the entire scene resonated with Dodoria's desperate howl. Suddenly, Raditz withdrew his finger, catching Dodoria off guard, and he stumbled forward, colliding directly with Raditz's iron fist. The upward swing of Raditz's punch was razor-sharp and incredibly swift, striking Dodoria squarely on the chin and sent Raditz stood at the edge of the pit. Coldly gazing at Dodoria with a mocking glint in his eyes, Shambhu instinctively took a few steps back, his narrow eyes wide with alarm, his pupils quivering. The scanner clearly displayed Raditz's combat power. Skyrocketing from 1,500 to 28,000, Raditz was indeed formidable. With such a disparity, Dodoria stood no chance, as his battle power was only 22,000. But what about the others? Could they truly defeat Dodoria as Raditz claimed? Shambhu glanced at the others, his anxiety mounting. He found it hard to believe, or perhaps he was unwilling to accept, that such a scenario could unfold. Unbeknownst to him, his palms were slick with clammy sweat. And his heart raced. How could this be? It was impossible. Dodoria wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes bloodshot, having merely endured a single blow from Raditz. He was already gasping for breath, his back feeling as if it had been pierced and twisted by a knife. Stop panting, you fat fool. Here is your chance. You may choose another opponent, Raditz said, pointing his thumb towards the others. Don't underestimate me, Dodoria bellowed, leaping to the ground, his eyes bulging, teeth gritted as he pointed. You there, little one. Though he shouted, he ultimately wavered, daring not to challenge the Saiyan. The three-eyed creature beside him was evidently not a normal being, and the Namekian, Piccolo, was obviously formidable as well. After a moment's consideration, he settled on the smallest and seemingly most inexperienced of them all. Son Gohan. Having anticipated this choice, Raditz scoffed and sauntered back to the group. Vegeta, too, shared in the ridicule, as he was well aware of Gohan's prowess. After the battle on Earth, he had trained alongside Son Gohan and knew the boy's potential all too well. A battle power of over 20,000 was hardly a match for Gohan. Encouraged by Piccolo, Son Gohan approached Dodoria, having undergone considerable training since then, appearing no longer timid, facing the formidable opponent with poise. Aren't Saiyans a warrior race? For the sake of your dignity, you must interfere, Dodoria foolishly warned. I assure you, I will not intervene, Raditz chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Then prepare to meet your demise. Dodoria's body surged forward, swift as the wind, leaving only an afterimage, his true form vanishing into thin air, moving with an elusive speed. Gohan was momentarily startled, his eyes darting around while sensing the energy of the rapidly moving opponent. He remained stationary, which thrilled Dodoria, who dashed behind him, arms outstretched, ready to seize him. However, in that fleeting moment, Gohan leaped high, his small frame reaching the same height as Dodoria's head, pivoting and delivering a kick. His compact body unleashed an astonishing force, kicking Dodoria down, the massive form crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. In a swift motion, he sprang back to his feet, only to be met with Gohan's headbutt. The boy, hurtling toward him at high speed, collided with Dodoria's abdomen, the tremendous impact shattering his battle suit, bending him nearly double before sending him flying. Boom! Dodoria fell once more. He licked the warm blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise slowly. At last, he believed Raditz's words, for he could not even best this child, in the midst of shock and despair. Countless beams of light cascaded from the sky, like a torrential downpour, threatening to engulf him. In a critical moment, Vegeta darted forward, positioning himself in front of Dodoria, deflecting the barrage of energy blasts with a wave of his hand, thus saving Dodoria. Dodoria could hardly fathom that Vegeta would shield him from such an onslaught, his eyes wide with disbelief. Don't misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to slay you myself. I am grateful for your earlier conversation, which revealed the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta. Now, it is time for revenge, Vegeta declared, his brow furrowing as he kicked Dodoria down, then placed his foot upon the rotund body. The immense pressure compressed Dodoria's stout belly, nearly crushing him. He could do nothing but plead for mercy, feeling as though his heart and intestines were about to be ripped from him. Yet Vegeta paid no heed to his desperate pleas. Steadily increasing the pressure beneath his foot, Shambhu watched in horror, his face pale. As he witnessed his comrade being mercilessly beaten, he dared not intervene, gripped by fear, fully aware that he would be next. These warriors would not spare him, especially not Vegeta. Dodoria's agonized cries echoed around him, a chilling sound that instilled dread. What's the matter, Shambhu? Are you too frightened to act? If you two teamed up, perhaps you could defeat me, Vegeta taunted, lifting his leg high before stomping down heavily. Pfft. Dodoria spat blood, splattering it onto Vegeta, eliciting a profound disgust from him. Yet, Shambhu remained motionless, his scanner indicating that Dodoria's battle power had plummeted by 3/4, while Vegeta's had surged from 25,000 to 30,000. Moreover, Raditz and the others were also present. Outnumbered, the odds were decidedly against him. Having toyed enough with Dodoria, Vegeta finally relented, releasing his foot and launching an energy blast at him. A massive sphere of light crashing into Dodoria, instantly consuming him in a cloud of filth and flames. The explosive force ruffled Vegeta's hair, illuminating half of his icy visage in a fiery glow. Shunbu, it's your turn. You've been lounging beside Frieza for too long. I suspect you haven't made much progress, he sneered. Hahaha. Vegeta, I must admit, the potential of you Saiyans is indeed frightening. When Lord Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, perhaps it was with this very consideration in mind. However, I possess secrets you are unaware of. Shunbu smirked. Beneath this beautiful exterior of mine, enough, enough, Raditz interrupted, raising his voice. If you wish to transform, then do so, but spare us your self-praise. Do you have no shame? This remark left Shunbu feeling quite embarrassed. The words he had prepared to utter abruptly stifled in his throat. Gulping back my words, Shunbu finally said, Raditz, how did you know I would transform? This secret was known only to Frieza, as few were aware of it. First, he loathed becoming ugly. Second, he rarely faced opponents that necessitated transformation. Hence, he seldom utilized it, and most who knew were dead. The fact that Raditz had unearthed a secret even Vegeta could not was astonishing. That I know far more than you realize, not only your secret, but even Frieza's is laid bare before me. The likes of you cannot fathom Lord Frieza, Shunbu retorted. Since you've already anticipated my transformation ability, I shall not hold back. He believed that after transforming, he could contend with Vegeta, yet facing a group would be an entirely different ordeal, as all of them possessed battle powers exceeding 20,000. Not to be underestimated. He had to swallow this pride and wait for a day of reckoning. First, he needed to escape. Who could have known the Saiyans would be so powerful? Had he known, he would have fled the moment Dodoria initiated combat. Everyone here possessed formidable strength, making it exceedingly difficult to escape right under their noses, unless he had a hostage. Shunbu set his sights on Son Gohan, who was still airborne. If he could capture Gohan, perhaps he would stand a chance. He reasoned that had Raditz not weakened Dodoria first, Gohan would not have triumphed so easily. Moreover, Gohan was merely a child, making him the perfect candidate for a hostage. After transforming, his battle power exceeding 30,000 would make capturing the boy a trivial matter. With this thought settled in his mind, Shunbu felt a surge of confidence, suddenly letting out a loud roar as his body began to swell, muscles expanding significantly, his skin developing unsightly bumps, and his visage becoming grotesque, reminiscent of a toad. Though aware of Shunbu's repulsive transformation, Raditz could not help but frown in disgust upon witnessing it firsthand. Shunbu was indeed a prime example of how one could become increasingly ugly through transformation. Yet, ugly as he was, the increase in power was undeniable. After his transformation, his battle power shot up to 32,000, and he considered himself stronger than Vegeta. Shunbu unleashed a surge of energy, soaring into the air, swiftly reaching Son Gohan's rear and locking him in a chokehold from behind. Everyone, caught off guard, allowed him to exploit the opportunity. His thick, sturdy arms constricted around Gohan's neck, causing the boy's face to redden as he struggled desperately. However, the strength of Shunbu is astonishingly formidable. Despite Gohan's fierce resistance, he remains unable to break free. Listen closely, all of you. Turn your backs, or I shall slay this lad. You bastard, dare to lay a finger on Gohan, and I will end you. Piccolo's fury surged first. Originally, he wished not to involve himself in the Saiyans' affairs with Frieza, yet Shunbu had struck a nerve that as he spoke. Two beams of green energy gathered in Piccolo's hands, the tumultuous energy pulsating restlessly, nearly bursting forth uncontrollably. This was precisely the outcome Shunbu desired. Hostages must hold valued. I care not for Kakarot's son's fate. Shunbu, prepare to receive my attack. Vegeta completely disregarded Shunbu's threat. Kakarot's offspring was of no concern to him. He raised his arm, gathering a similar energy ball, its brilliance enveloping his entire palm. The readings on the scouter suddenly skyrocketed, soaring from 30,000 to 80,000, sending a shiver down Shunbu's spine. Goodness, Vegeta is concealing even greater power, an 80,000 battle power. Could it truly surpass most of the Ginyu Force? A single energy wave from him would spell certain doom. Yet Goku grasped Vegeta's arm, halting the energy blast. Hey, Vegeta, Gohan is still in danger. Enough with your prattling. Do you intend to watch him flee? Absolutely not. Gohan is in his grasp. Then blame your son for being so weak. Kakarot, Raditz hastily intervened. Remain calm, Vegeta. Give Gohan a moment longer, and he shall free himself from the hold. Mind your own business. Vegeta's stubborn temper flared up, He was intent on eliminating Shanghua, his presence exuding a menacing aura. Vegeta, wait, Goku interjected, positioning himself protectively. Shanghua, in turn, was bewildered. What was transpiring among these individuals? Were they not allies? What was the situation? In that moment of distraction, Raditz signaled to Gohan, who understood immediately. Though Gohan was small in stature, he was fierce in spirit. Seizing the opportunity while Shanghua was momentarily lax, he unleashed a surge of power, kicking Shanghua squarely in the stomach. The immense force caused Shanghua to loosen his grip, allowing Gohan to escape. At that moment, the scouter indicated that Gohan's battle power had surpassed 30,000, leaving Shanghua utterly stunned. Immediately after, Piccolo released his energy blast, the green sphere hurtling through the air. Blazing like the midday sun, Gohan, now liberated, felt a sharp pain in his neck, his face flushed. The sensation of being restrained from behind was unbearable, and despite his strength being on par with Shanghua's, he found himself gasping heavily. Meanwhile, Piccolo had charged forward to avenge Gohan. Vegeta, this one is mine. Do as you wish. If you fail to slay him, I shall end you. Vegeta scoffed coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He held confidence in Piccolo's prowess. After all, Piccolo had previously defeated Nappa and had trained extensively in the gravity chamber. Dealing with Shanghua, a mere character with just over 30,000 power, would require no effort. Piccolo, too, had no intention of exerting much effort. Thus, he did not even remove his cape, diving straight into battle. Shanghua, having been kicked by Gohan, found his armor shattered. Before he could retaliate, he suddenly looked up to see the approaching green energy blast. His expression shifting in alarm that he could not sense ki, but he could feel the imminent threat and searing heat. It was a tumultuous wave of lethal energy. Shanghua quickly raised his hands, crossing them defensively in front of him, while simultaneously lifting a leg to brace for impact. Just as he managed to shield himself, the green energy blast struck him squarely, engulfing him in searing energy, unleashing a violent shockwave. The surrounding air heated up unbearably, distorting the scenery from a distance. Struggling to withstand the onslaught, his cape was torn, his battle suit disintegrated, and his once proud hair was singed away in patches, leaving him marked by numerous wounds. Having endured this strike, Shanhua's arms trembled, as if the force had shattered his bones. What overwhelming power! With my own battle power at 32,000, how could I struggle so against a single blast from this foe? Has he truly surpassed me? Moreover, Shanghua instinctively sensed that the previous attack had not been delivered with full force. As the brilliance gradually faded, he blinked, finally making out a figure before him, blurred yet distinct. Upon closer inspection, the figure coalesced into the imposing form of Piccolo, whose icy gaze filled Shanghua with dread. "You are that Namekian," Shanghua exclaimed. "Why do you associate with Earthlings and Saiyans?" Piccolo paid no heed to his inquiry. True combat was about engaging directly, and words held no meaning. Thus, before Shanghua could finish his question, Piccolo had already launched himself into the fray, swiftly altering his trajectory, approaching Shanghua with an elusive grace. His speed was astonishing. All that could be perceived in the air were mere phantoms. Shanghua, relying on his eyesight, could not catch a glimpse of Piccolo's form. Panic surged within him, cold sweat breaking out as his heart raced. His mind buzzing with heat, followed by a blank void. The sudden ambush whipped up a fierce wind, causing Shanghua's hair to whip backward. Following closely behind was an even more intense blast of energy. Within that energy was Piccolo's powerful punch. Shanghua attempted to block, but his hands were too slow to react. Arriving just a moment too late, Piccolo's fist struck Shanghua squarely in the face, sending him hurtling over 100 meters. Crashing down to the ground, his scream echoed, leaving a long reverberation in the air, followed by a resounding crash as the ground erupted into a crater, shards of stone scattering about like a spider's web of cracks extending into the distance. Shanghua lay supine in the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body coated in dust, as if shrouded in a layer of gray. Deep within the pit, he felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Unable to rise to his feet, his face was slightly deformed, his nose crooked, a few teeth knocked out, leaving his mouth gaping open. How infuriating, to dare strike my face! Shanghua seethed with rage. He was quite fond of his appearance. And now that it had been marred, how could he not be furious? Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, Piccolo had already appeared before him, his arm extending to ensnare Shanghua's neck. Was it not just like this? Release me. Shanghua, too, experienced the sensation of choking, his face flushed red yet powerless to resist. He had no strength left. Veins bulged on his body, his eyes bulging like marbles, and his fingers contorted at unnatural angles. Clawing at the air, Piccolo's eyes glimmered as he emitted a wave of energy, piercing through Shambua's knee, then targeting the joints of his arms. This technique had been employed against Goku before, had it not been for the necessity of using a finishing move, which had given Goku the opportunity to counterattack using the instant transmission. Piccolo would have emerged victorious. This time, he had learned from his mistakes, firmly locking Shambua's neck to prevent escape, and began to torment him slowly. With each punctured area, a scream escaped Shambua's lips, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his body nearly convulsing. The pain rendered him speechless, gasping for breath, his chest rapidly expanding and contracting, his lungs filled with foul air. This was sheer torture. Piccolo had intended to inflict agony, delivering several brutal punches that left Shambua unrecognizable. Even Raditz found the scene unbearable, as if every bone were about to be shattered into dust. Shambua's mind reeled, thoughts racing with disbelief. He had presumed that even if he could not contend against the combined efforts of all, escaping would not pose a problem. Who could have imagined that a single Namekian could utterly dominate him? Without even Vegeta lifting a finger, suddenly he trembled all over, a startling realization flashing through his mind. If Vegeta's battle power could soar from 25,000 to 80,000, perhaps Raditz was not limited to 28,000. When had science become so terrifying? In his anguish, Shambua abandoned all pretense, summoning his last reserves of strength to plead for mercy. Please, spare me. I was merely following Frisia's orders. It is his fault. I beg you. I can be of service to you. Ha! What a childish ruse. Piccolo, are you waiting for me to act? Vegeta laughed heartily, dismantling Shambua's feeble excuses. It is time to send you on your way, trash. In midair, Bick ensnared the immobile Shambo, his mouth agape as he gathered energy, unleashing a formidable wave of K.I.T. that moment. Shambo was utterly defenseless, vanishing into the energy of the Ki wave, reduced to mere ashes. In a secluded corner of the North Galaxy, within the Frisia Forces domain, Frisia stood atop the highest tower of a technologically advanced planet, gazing out into the distance, where dark rivers wound beneath him. Flanked by towering armed structures that sparkled like pearls, the dark horizon glowed faintly with the light of distant fires, and the night had deepened. He stood there quietly, observing the bustling cosmic army and the shimmering lights. A glass of vibrant crimson liquid held aloft in his hand. The tower's height reached towards the heavens, and from this lofty perch, Frisia surveyed the masses below, the howling wind striking against his eardrums. His tail coiled elegantly, trailing along the ground at a perfect angle. As he beheld the grand spectacle he had orchestrated, a satisfied smile crept across Frisia's face. If things continued this way, the conquest of the entire galaxy, nay, the universe, was but a matter of time. Recently, he had been riding high on success, the expansion of his forces yielding rapid results, while the several looming threats in his mind had been systematically eradicated. Just days prior, he had received monumental news regarding the Dragon Balls. Since Doria's escape from Earth, he had wandered the cosmos, consulting various planets about the Dragon Balls, and finally stumbled upon a lead. Thus, he concealed the sole Dragon Ball he possessed, selling it as information to the Frisia Force in exchange for resources. Frisia's minions, blissfully unaware that 7 Dragon Balls were required for their power, were duped by Doria's and dispatched elite troops to the desolate planet of Fire in search of them. Frisia had even sent his closest aides, indicating the extraordinary importance he placed on this matter. The legendary orbs capable of granting any wish. If he were to obtain one, would he not achieve immortality? At that point, his brother and father would merely be decaying relics. The thought deepened the smile upon his lips. Suddenly, a well-dressed alien rushed in, kneeling respectfully on one knee, not daring to lift his head as he reported, "My lord, grave news, Frisia-sama. Our forces dispatched to the barren planet Fire have been completely annihilated." "What did you say?" The cheerful mood was abruptly shattered, Frisia's expression darkening. He turned partially, his gaze piercing with an icy glare that sent shivers through the kneeling figure. According to credible sources, Lord Shambo and Lord Dodoria encountered Vegeta's group and were defeated. "Vegeta, that scoundrel has never genuinely obeyed me. I have grown weary of this game. I shall eliminate him sooner or later." Frisia drained his glass of red wine, the murderous intent seeping forth unconsciously, shattering the glass with a resounding crack, shards scattering across the floor. Could it be that the Dragon Balls have also fallen into their hands? We do not know yet. The messenger broke into a cold sweat, his body drenched beneath his combat suit, his voice growing increasingly feeble. However, our detection devices indicate that besides Vegeta's group, The Slug army's Ankiro is also active on the barren planet Fyro. Slug. Frisia's fury ignited. His tail lashed against the ground, revealing a sinister grin. How many parties has Dorias sold information to? Where is Dorias? Have you tracked him down? My lord, Dorias' whereabouts are currently unknown. Dorias had evidently disclosed his information to both Frisia and Slug, instigating them to send forces to clash, allowing him to profit from the ensuing chaos. Even merely spectating the conflict would deplete the combat strength of both sides. Frisia turned slowly towards the messenger, his tail casually coiling around the man's neck. Say that again. My lord, Dorias is notorious for his cunning. He fled immediately after the deal was made, and his ship is equipped with counter-detection technology, making his movements unpredictable. Do not call me my lord, he snarled mid-sentence, as Frisia's tail tightened around him. The wrathful cosmic emperor could not tolerate such betrayal. Deceived, ambushed, and robbed. These were the gravest indignities. I have more information, the man struggled to say, uttering his last words. Frisia instantly released his tail. What else? The man coughed several times, collecting himself, forcefully suppressing his fear. My lord, our sensors have detected that Vegeta and the Earthlings are together, and his battle power has reached 80,000. Even Raditz's battle power has exceeded 20,000. What? Frisia was stunned. The Saiyan's battle power had escalated to such heights, while it was conceivable that with Vegeta's talent, continuous battles, and training on Earth, he could reach 20,000. Raditz had always been regarded as a low-tier warrior with a power level of just over 1,000. How could he have surpassed 20,000? Vegeta had attained a staggering 80,000. What had transpired during their 2 years on Earth? Had his long-held premonition finally come to fruition? Failing to eradicate the Saiyans had proven to be his greatest blunder. Frisia recalled the legend, a sense of unease stirring within him, but he muttered to himself, then turned his gaze back to the kneeling subordinate. What further information do you possess? Speak it all at once, or I shall execute you. Yes, Frisia-sama. The man swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow. Among them, there is an Namekian with formidable battle power. He is the one who killed Lord Shambo. An Namekian? Frisia pondered. Previous reports had intercepted some information regarding the Dragon Balls. On Earth, Goku had once revealed the miraculous abilities of the Dragon Balls, and Naba had speculated that the Namekians were the creators of the Dragon Balls. Thus, could a journey to Namek yield even greater discoveries? Provide me with all data regarding Namek. Yes, the soldier complied, and shortly returned with a stack of documents, promptly reporting. A lengthy historical account unfolded, eventually mentioning the 2 words Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Frisia interrupted the report, gesturing to dismiss the soldier. Just as I suspected. Let's Slug and you contend for the Earth's Dragon Balls. Ha! Frisia suddenly laughed coldly, his eyes narrowing into slits. The alien on the floor met Frisia's gaze, terror coursing through him. Frisia remained motionless, yet the man felt as though he were being pinned down by a ferocious beast, its gaping maw poised to devour him. In the next instant, a thin beam of light sliced through the air, a clean cut severing his head from his body. Blood spilled across the ground, his lifeless eyes wide open, shrouded in darkness. Thank you for your service. Frisia stepped over the corpse without a backward glance. 2 rows of soldiers rushed forth to handle the body, clearing the area. Relay a message to headquarters. Mobilize the Jinyu force to the M187 division. This is a top-level deployment, and it must be swift. Frisia exited the tower, floating in midair, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of ferocity that drew the gaze of all. He stood beneath the starry sky, above the masses, like an emperor. Having dispatched Dodoria thus, he stood there silently, hoping for a swift resolution. Finally, after contemplating for nearly half an hour, Tomate spoke. I never imagined that Earth harbors such remarkable inventors capable of creating the Dragon Ball radar. Truly astonishing. Although Earth's technology is not particularly advanced within the cosmos, lacking even the capability for large-scale space travel, many extraterrestrials regard such a primitive planet with disdain. Little do they realize that Earth is home to genius scientists. After all, Bulma is destined to create a time machine. Even Tomate was taken aback, showering praises in AWE.is there a way? Raditz inquired. I have nearly grasped the structure of the Dragon Ball radar. If it is merely a matter of optimizing its precision, it should be feasible. Tomate approached the radar, inspecting it thoroughly. With the tip of his wing, he pried open the installation panel and began adjusting the intricate components. Although he lacked hands like a human, he found the task easier with his wings and claws, requiring no tools at all. Modifying the existing structure, he completed the task in no time. Tomate transformed the button originally positioned on top into a dial. enabling the radar to magnify or reduce the intersecting grid lines on the screen to specific multiples, and to display an even smaller range, achieving greater precision than Earth's Dragon Ball radar. I have studied the electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls and adjusted the radar's receiving frequency. Furthermore, the installed dial can slide left and right to zoom in on specified multiples, while sliding back and forth can adjust to a high-response interface, ensuring that even if it falls into the sea or a deep ravine, its location can still be determined. If possible, I would like to collaborate with the creator of this radar to develop a three-dimensional exploration device. Raditz took the radar, familiarized himself with the new operations, and attempted to press some buttons, discovering 6 large flashing points clustered in the center of the screen. The arrow overlapped with the flashing point, undoubtedly indicating his current location. When he zoomed into a more specific multiple, the position remained clear. "Tomate, you are truly impressive." "Ha!" Raditz clapped Tomate's wing heartily, laughing uproariously in his excitement. The force of his slap sent Tomate spinning several times. On the desolate planet, Raditz soared between the mountains. The arid climate resulted in sparse vegetation, and years of wind erosion had shaped the rocks into bizarre formations. With the radar's assistance, he had a clear target and successfully reached his destination. "It must be nearby," Raditz said, halting his flight. A bright point of intense reaction appeared around him. Adjusting the dial back and forth once more, the height was also displayed. It lay just below the horizon. Raditz descended, landing amidst a patch of weeds. "It must be here." With a wave of his hand, he created a gust of wind, sending the grass and whatever was hidden within it soaring into the air. Small insects and fragments of stone were blown away, yet the Dragon Ball was nowhere to be seen. After the storm-like gusts had swept through, the desolate earth revealed its barren back, since it was placed here by Dales. "There must be some measures in place. It should be hidden in some sort of safe," Raditz muttered to himself. Standing at the radar's indicated convergence point, he pressed one hand against the ground and unleashed a surge of power that penetrated deep into the earth. Bang! A resounding noise erupted as the surrounding soil fractured, creating a pit. Raditz felt a recoil in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found his hand resting upon a sealed metal box, leaving an imprint of his palm. "I have finally found it, the 4-star ball," Raditz exclaimed joyously, realizing it was indeed stored in a safe, yet it could not escape the radar's pursuit. With that, he raised his fist, ready to smash the box open. "Danger!" Tomate spread his wings to shield Raditz's fist, causing Raditz to halt abruptly, pain shooting through his arm in the instant he withdrew his strength. "What are you doing? If I strike down, you will be ruined." "This box contains a mechanism. If opened with brute force, it will trigger a self-destruction device, releasing toxins and causing a massive explosion." Raditz was taken aback, while the toxins and explosion posed little threat to him. The destruction of the Dragon Ball would be a grave concern. Dales likely intended to have Frieza's men search for the Dragon Balls. Even if they found it, they would ensure both themselves and the Dragon Balls perished. "That scoundrel, truly devious. Can you disarm it?" "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Tomate replied confidently. Patting his chest, he unfurled his wings, first analyzing the structure of the box, disarming the complex electronic lock outside, then transforming into a bomb disposal expert, deftly neutralizing the explosion and toxin mechanisms. "Tomate, I must commend you. You are truly remarkable." Raditz watched Tomate's dazzling maneuvers, filled with genuine admiration. The initial electronic lock alone employed a vast array of algorithms that no human intellect could unravel. He was fortunate to have Tomate as his aide. At last, Raditz grasped the Dragon Ball, collecting the final 4-star ball. With the Dragon Ball in hand, Raditz felt invigorated. Now all 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, and the hope of saving Earth was within reach. Radiating confidence, Raditz burst into laughter, his face aglow with joy. Suddenly, a multitude of well-equipped extraterrestrials flew in, each donning Saiyan-style battle armor. Unmistakably Frieza's subordinates, judging by the intensity of their energy. None of them possessed a combat power exceeding 3,000 despite their numbers. They were merely a disorganized rabble. It was clear they had come on Frieza's orders to search for the Dragon Balls. Their expressions predatory as if they faced no opponents at all. Is that Raditz? Someone recognized him and shouted, "Look, he has a Dragon Ball." That reaction was from him. Could it be that the Saiyan has taken on this mission too? If we snatch the Dragon Ball, the credit will be ours. When Lord Shambo is rewarded, we too shall share in the spoils. All right, let us go together. One of them sneered, "Hey, it's just Raditz. Do we really need to team up? I won't even have to use my full strength. Watch me." With that, he charged forward. "Get lost." Raditz coldly observed their bravado. As the extraterrestrial rushed close, Raditz disdainfully waved a hand, not even resorting to energy blasts. His overwhelming energy acted as an impenetrable wall, repelling their attack and pushing back. The extraterrestrial was sent flying, crashing into a rock, his bones shattered, his battle suit torn to shreds. He was dead beyond recovery. He killed Danny. The others gasped in shock, struck by the sight of Raditz. Danny had been among them, possessing above-average strength with a combat power of 2,500, yet he was instantaneously defeated by Raditz. They stared in disbelief at the readings on their scouters, their eyes widening in astonishment. The extraterrestrials exchanged glances, panic gripping their hearts. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed, and they had suddenly become the hunted. Ultimately, they all chose to flee in unison. But how could they escape? The moment Raditz took a step, his explosive speed surpassed all. Instantly overtaking the foremost member of the group, he turned around, facing the fleeing extraterrestrials. And without a word, swung a fist, shattering the skull of one of them. Crimson blood blossomed like a furious red flower, bursting forth in a spectacular display. The remaining extraterrestrials hastily halted their escape. Trembling before Raditz, "Raditz, we have never interfered with each other. This time, the credit is yours. We won't contest it. The most terrifying aspect is that they are currently confronting Raditz, which seems like a path to certain doom." Just as they find themselves at a loss, Raditz raises his hand, unleashing a yellow energy wave that sweeps across the area, freezing the expressions of all the extraterrestrials in terror or despair. As the energy obliterates them into ashes, the air thickens with smoke, transforming into a dark, ominous cloud. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoes from a distance. Following the source of the energy, Raditz observes a tall man, clad in tattered clothing, approaching him slowly. His body is secured by nothing more than two scraps of fabric held together by a belt, and his robust muscles reveal his strength. This man bears a resemblance to Shrag. A handsome figure, yet his head is adorned with two pointed horns, adding a touch of playfulness. He is Ensila, one of Shrag's subordinates. Raditz silently grimaces. How could Shrag's minions have arrived here? Does everyone possess a Dragon Ball radar? He shakes his head, sensing that the situation has become quite troublesome. Although he is not intimidated by this minor character, the formidable Shrag lurking behind him poses a significant challenge, given his status as a tyrant. You are quite impressive, capable of dispatching these individuals with such ease. I have yet to encounter another like you aside from myself. Ensila boasts with unwarranted confidence. He is oblivious to the disparity in their powers. Lacking any means to gauge energy levels or detect threats, convinced that his effortless elimination of these extraterrestrials places him on par with Raditz. Raditz feels a sense of helplessness at being so underestimated. I have a keen interest in the Dragon Balls you possess. Lord Shrag has instructed me to retrieve them for him. If you hand them over now, I shall grant you mercy, Ensila declares. Extending a hand with a slight smile gracing his lips. He had joined the pursuit of the Dragon Balls alongside the extraterrestrials, and to his surprise, he has stumbled upon a potential prize. The delight bubbling within him is evident on his face. Has Shrag arrived? Raditz inquires. Lord Shrag would never deign to visit such a place himself. He has numerous affairs to attend to. It suffices for me to handle such trivial matters. Ensila replies. That is good to hear. Raditz, fully aware of the situation, descends to the ground and gestures to Ensila, indicating that if he desires it, he may come and claim it himself. Interesting. Ensila scoffs, cracking his neck and wrists. Upon noticing Ensila loosening his wrist guards, Raditz waves his hand, stating, There is no need for that. Heh, are you afraid? Fear not, for soon you shall experience true despair. Ensila laughs triumphantly, grasping his wrist guards and releasing them with a flourish. With a resounding crash, the ground shakes, and dust clouds billow into the air. The weight of these wrist guards is astonishing, producing such a significant disturbance that it momentarily surprises Raditz, albeit only slightly. Ensila misinterprets Raditz's reaction as fear and laughs heartily. Now you understand my terror, do you not? The gravity of my home planet is 10 times that of this desolate world. Thus, I am accustomed to operating under such heavy conditions. He suddenly adopts a mysteriously triumphant tone. In fact, I have recently been experimenting with a level of 20 times that. Raditz is left speechless. 20 times is what you consider gravity. Hurry up, I am pressed for time. He dismisses with an air of impatience. What is this? Do you dare to look down upon me? Ensila, enraged, Ensila retaliates, striking the ground with both fists. He has the ability to traverse underground at will. So he plunges his hands into the earth and re-emerges by Raditz's ankles, seizing him. Ha. Surrender. Ensila believes he has trapped Raditz, gathering energy to unleash a wave of energy. The yellow glow envelopes Raditz. Yet he stands firm, allowing the onslaught to rain upon him. The unleashed energy creates a tempest, swirling dust obscuring Ancilla's vision, leading him to believe he has succeeded as the dust begins to settle. Ancilla bursts into laughter, only for his expression to shift dramatically. A figure emerges from the haze, advancing toward him. Allow me to impart a small piece of knowledge, the law of no harm in the presence of smoke. Raditz remarks, unscathed, as even the swirling dust is repelled by his white aura. You. A gust of wind sweeps through, causing the sparse grass to tilt, and both Raditz and Ancilla's hair sways gently. They stand opposed, releasing their respective pressures like opposing needles, their momentum clashing. However, it is not long before Ancilla falters, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as the overwhelming aura emanating from Raditz makes breathing a struggle. If there were a detector present, it would reveal that Raditz's battle power has exceeded 100,000. The wind whispers softly before abruptly halting. In that moment of stillness, Raditz's gaze sharpens, and in the blink of an eye, he appears behind Ancilla, delivering a swift strike to his neck. In an instant, Ancilla feels as though he has been struck by 1,000 blows, hurtling far away, scraping against the ground, and kicking up layers of earth until he collides with solid rock. Raditz had only exerted a third of his strength. Had Ancilla not been in decent condition, he might have already lost conscio. As Raditz released his grip, the heavy burden weighing on Angela's heart was suddenly alleviated, allowing him to feel a sense of rejuvenation. His eyes darted about, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, ultimately converging on a singular conclusion. This moment, defying Raditz would surely lead to his demise. Enduring the volatile temper of a master like Shrag was quite unbearable. Thus, it would be far more prudent to switch allegiances. With this realization, Angela made his decision. I understand, my lord. My name is Raditz, and from now on, you shall be my master. Indeed, Lord Raditz. Struggling to rise, Angela suppressed his physical pain and knelt before Raditz in a gesture of utmost respect. It was no wonder everyone aspired to be a cosmic sovereign. The feeling of being so revered was undeniably exhilarating. Raditz, pleased with himself, recognized the necessity of wielding power within the universe. Otherwise, he would be burdened with every task alone, which would undoubtedly become a hassle. And what of Lord Tomate? Suddenly, Tomate, who had been timidly hiding behind Raditz, emerged, emboldened by the change in circumstances. Angela was bewildered, pondering the nature of this new arrival. Do not be alarmed. He is my ally and a formidable weapon. Should you dare betray me as you did Shrag, he could easily annihilate you. Raditz's tone was icy, leaving Angela in a state of uncertainty. Then, Raditz flashed a slight smile, patting Angela on the shoulder. Of course, if you perform admirably, I shall bestow upon you significant rewards. You will not fare worse than under Shrag's rule. The balance of reward and punishment was a principle he grasped well. Consequently, Angela once more bowed. Yes, Lord Raditz. The Dragon Balls had been gathered. It was time to make a wish. It had been over a year since the last wish, and the prospect of summoning the Eternal Dragon stirred a thrill within him. He arranged the 7 Dragon Balls, their radiant warmth pulsating rhythmically, accompanied by a soft hum. Lord Raditz, there are 7 Dragon Balls, Angela exclaimed, taken aback. Of course, obtaining just one would be far too trivial. The Dragon Balls are not mere glass orbs. Angela silently stepped back, choosing to remain quiet. They had only ever heard the term Dragon Ball, naturally assuming there was, but little did they know there were 7. It seemed that even acquiring one would be futile for fulfilling wishes. How pitiable for Frisia and Shrag, who had been deceived and misled, exhausting their efforts and resources over a single useless Dragon Ball. Angela stood by, awaiting the moment the Eternal Dragon would appear. Having never witnessed the Eternal Dragon before, he was filled with curiosity, while Raditz cautiously kept an eye on him. He could not fully trust Angela. What if he were to seize the opportunity before Raditz could voice his wish? He had refrained from summoning everyone as he collected the Dragon Balls, wary of Vegeta's potential interference. I am about to summon the Eternal Dragon. Step back. Raditz inhaled deeply, gazing at the long-awaited brilliant light, and bellowed, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." As the incantation echoed, the sky darkened, ominous clouds gathering, and flashes of lightning bridged heaven and earth. From the Dragon Balls surged a sinuous golden light, ascending skyward like a gilded blade, cleaving through the scene before them. Gradually, the magnificent form of the Eternal Dragon emerged from the golden glow, coiling majestically and addressing Raditz with a resonant voice. State your wish. Any wish can be granted. But only one. Raditz glanced at Angela, observing his lack of response, and declared, Eternal Dragon, Please restore the Earth's environment to its state prior to the planting of the spirit tree. The eternal dragon hovered in the air, silent for a prolonged moment, causing Raditz to grow anxious, his breath quickening. Was it possible that the eternal dragon held no power over Earth, or was this wish beyond its capabilities? The wish seemed simple enough. Finally, the eternal dragon spoke, its eyes glowing red. Wish granted. How could it take so long? You nearly gave me a fright. Raditz internally grumbled. Nevertheless, the fulfillment of his wish was sufficient. The Earth should have returned to its former state by now. Angela, when the Dragon Balls scatter, do your utmost to seize 2 or 3. Do you understand? That will be your first task. Raditz commanded in an authoritative tone. Yes, Lord Raditz. At that moment, the eternal dragon's booming voice resonated. Your wish has been granted. Farewelled. In the next instant, its form rapidly contracted, and the Dragon Balls transformed into a sphere of golden light, shooting skyward before dispersing into 7 luminous arcs. Now's the time. Raditz shouted, launching into the air at incredible speed, swiftly grasping 2 petrified Dragon Balls, then darting off in different directions to collect the remaining 3. Upon landing, Angela successfully retrieved 2 as well. Well done. You excelled. This spares us further effort. Raditz was somewhat perplexed, pondering why. After each wish, Goku and the others did not simply gather all the Dragon Balls at once, avoiding another year of searching. What if the petrified Dragon Balls were inadvertently damaged? But then he recalled, the Dragon Balls were treasures meant for the entire world, not to be monopolized. Those with dreams and hopes also wished to realize their aspirations. Perhaps it would not be so bad to inspire a tale as splendid as Goku's. Filled with youthful adventure. My lord, why have the Dragon Balls turned to stone? It is a limitation. Otherwise, you could wish endlessly, and that would be a never-ending cycle. Raditz collected the Dragon Balls and stowed them in his ship. The ominous clouds parted, revealing the light of day, as those drawn by the magnificent presence of the eternal dragon began to arrive. Some extraterrestrials followed the radiant light, but were swiftly dispatched by Piccolo and his companions, leaving only Goku and the others at Raditz's side. Vegeta, taking the lead, questioned, Hey, Raditz, that was the eternal dragon, wasn't it? What wish did you make? It was quite simple. I wished for Earth to return to its original state. Isn't that what everyone desires? Raditz pointed towards Goku and the others, who all nodded in agreement, save for Nappa. Their collective goal was indeed to find the Dragon Balls and restore Earth. Initially, Vegeta had little concern, but upon seeing Dodoria and Champa, his thoughts began to churn. After all, he was no longer the same as before, and Frieza would undoubtedly seek retribution for the death of his loyal subordinates. It would be best to resolve all grievances at once. The Dragon Balls intended to defeat Frieza had been used. How could he not be furious? Why didn't you inform me? You know Frieza is in this star system. If we eliminate him, there will be no threat left. You could restore Earth afterward, but now you've squandered an opportunity. Vegeta clenched his fists, veins throbbing on his forehead. Calm down, Vegeta. Raditz's voice remained steady. Though the Eternal Dragon can grant many wishes, there are limitations beyond its power. You should know well what Frieza is capable of. The Eternal Dragon cannot eliminate him. Vegeta's eyes twitched, leaving him speechless. Raditz then revealed Angela's identity and the circumstances surrounding it, including Shrag's existence, which astonished everyone. The intricate web of conflicting forces, along with the lurking threat posed by Dulles, created an atmosphere of instability. But Frieza remained the most terrifying factor. Frieza's 2 guards had perished on the barren planet, and he would not simply let this go. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it was likely that Frieza had already set his sights on them, possibly dispatching the Ginyu Force. The mere mention of the Ginyu Force elicited disgust from both Vegeta and Nappa, who were all too familiar with them. Our current strength is insufficient to confront Frieza. Unless absolutely necessary, do not act impulsively, Raditz cautioned, casting a glance at Vegeta, who was the most likely to act rashly. Humph, Frieza is not invincible. He has always feared the legendary warriors of our race. Vegeta suddenly had a revelation. The legendary warrior, Super Saiyan? The group gasped in astonishment. The transformation that existed only in legend. A being even Frieza feared. If one could transform into a Super Saiyan, they might stand a chance against Frieza. Vegeta, once plagued by doubt, now finds himself filled with a newfound sense of hope as he gazes intently at Raditz. His eyes ablaze with fervor. The notion of a Super Saiyan, long relegated to the realm of myth and legend, has persisted through countless accounts and whispers, suggesting the existence of an ultimate warrior within the Saiyan race. Yet, this claim has been met with skepticism, for this generation of Saiyans has never beheld the so-called Super Saiyan. Raditz, sensing Vegeta's penetrating gaze, falls silent. Unlike the others, he is privy to the secret behind the transformation into a Super Saiyan, a heart untainted by malice. Coupled with intense emotion, with anger being the most potent catalyst, these are merely prerequisites. The most crucial condition is that one's battle power must reach a certain threshold. Reflecting on the past, one recalls that Goku's transformation occurred when his battle power hovered around 3 million. While Vegeta endured 3 arduous years of training under 300 times gravity. As for Broly's legendary bloodline and the inherited potential of Goten and Trunks, they need not be considered. The older generation, lacking both lineage and background, must forge their own paths. Despite the multitude of Saiyans in the past, none achieved transformation, likely due to their inherently insufficient battle power. They may be dubbed a warrior race. Yet they are merely belligerent. Many formidable beings from across the cosmos regard them with disdain. With power levels in the thousands, peaking at a mere 20,000, they fail to meet the fundamental requirements for transformation. Once one becomes a Super Saiyan, however, the tables turn. Others must kneel before their might. That dreamlike strength would undoubtedly surpass Frieza. Yet, they have yet to reach such heights. Raditz hopes to unlock his latent potential and elevate his power before confronting Frieza, bringing him closer to that coveted threshold. After some contemplation, he deems it premature to face Frieza at this juncture. Thus, Raditz proposes, let us return to the spaceship and ascertain our current situation. Indeed, communication with Earth should be feasible. I will operate it. Gohan volunteers, having learned the basics of the ship's controls under Tummit's guidance. The group boards the spaceship and activates the communication equipment, spending nearly 2 hours troubleshooting before finally establishing a signal. The communicator aboard the ship has been retrofitted from the devices of Nappa and his compatriots, enabling contact with the repaired detector Raditz left on Earth. This modified instrument is impervious to Frieza's eavesdropping, capable of transmitting messages across the cosmos. As soon as the speaker is activated, Bulma's exuberant voice erupts. Hi. You finally reached out to me. Earth has been restored, and you all did splendidly. Yamcha's voice interjects. Goku, how are you all doing? Haha. Isn't that an obvious question? If we are communicating, how could we be anything but well? Bulma seizes the conversation again, bombarding them with questions about the universe, her curiosity bursting forth. She even mentions wanting to call Chi-Chi over. The barrage of inquiries leaves the group overwhelmed, especially with the prospect of Chi-Chi's arrival. Would that not lead to an endless cycle of questions? Raditz hastily interjects. No. Bulma, let us pause here. We can discuss the details upon our return to Earth, given that it has been restored. For now, let us terminate the call. Wait. Don't hang up just yet. I have one more question. Have you used the Dragon Balls? We have located the 4-star ball and summoned the Eternal Dragon to resolve our issues. Otherwise, how do you think Earth was restored? But Bulma's voice is laced with confusion. I utilized the leftover parts to construct another dragon radar. And it indicates that the Dragon Balls are still present, with one even moving at high speed. Raditz gasps in shock and quickly powers on the Dragon radar, minimizing the magnification, and indeed, he detects the response of the Dragon Balls. They had been so focused on the Dragon Balls on Earth that they had overlooked Namek. Could it be that someone has set their sights on the Dragon Balls of Namek? Who might it be? Raditz's eyes widen in alarm, a chill creeping down his spine, his hair standing on end. Hello? Is anyone there? What is happening? It's nothing significant. It's merely the response of the Dragon Balls from Namek. The home planet of Piccolo.it is not surprising that they possess Dragon Balls, as they were the original creators. Let us leave it at that for now. We can discuss it further upon our return. Raditz ends the communication, noticing that everyone is fixated on the radar, their expressions grave. Nappa scoffs. I have long stated that the extraordinary powers of the Namekians produced the Dragon Balls. It was only a matter of time before their planet held even greater ones. Hush, Nappa. Vegeta shoots him a cold glance. Have you not noticed that one of the signals is moving rapidly? Under what circumstances would a Dragon Ball travel at such speed? Nappa falls silent, though not particularly astute. He begins to grasp the implication. On Namek, a colossal spaceship rests upon the barren fields, within which a multitude of extraterrestrial beings of various forms stand at the forefront, a figure with a pallid countenance and a sinister demeanor. Bearing a face reminiscent of Goku, is Darius. Opposite Darius sits Shrag, who, though aged, retains an imposing presence, exuding an air of authority as if he commands the entire world. You truly did not deceive me. He chuckles darkly. If we can reach Namek before Frisia, we shall seize the advantage. Shrag gazes at the images displayed on the virtual apparatus, his spirits lifted. Frisia is preoccupied with installing tracking devices on my ship. Oblivious to the fact that I am privy to their every move, fully aware of their strategies. Is that so? Shrag's light chuckle carries an unmistakable intent, urging Darius to divulge all. Darius has calculated Frisia's moves. Intercepting his communication and learning of Frisia's intention to abandon the Dragon Balls of Earth in favor of those of Namek, with the Ginyu Force already mobilized. More importantly, he has discovered that Vegeta and Raditz have also ventured into this star system, having even dispatched Dodoria and Zarbon. This news is a boon for him, and Darius thinks to himself, let them fight amongst themselves. I shall reap the benefits. Hence, he promptly relays Frisia's movements and the news regarding the new Dragon Balls to Shrag, ensuring that they arrive on Namek ahead of Frisia. However, he withholds certain information from Shrag, for he too aspires to be a dominant force and would not be content to serve Shrag entirely. In response to inquiries, Darius maintains a composed facade, stating, Frisia's forces have encountered an assault from the Saiyans. Therefore, they are preparing to deal with those Saiyans. Whether they will deploy the Ginyu Force or take matters into their own hands remains uncertain. If Frisia personally arrives on Namek, it would indeed spell trouble. While Shrag is confident, he is also self-aware. Many boast of being cosmic emperors, yet only a select few possess genuine power. Frisia's strength ultimately surpasses his own, and a direct confrontation would yield unfavorable outcomes in no matter. Darius smirks, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Frisia is unfortunate. He is too far from Namek and will require 3 days to arrive. By then, we will have realized our desires. Darius lies, for in reality, Frisia would only need 1 day to reach Namek in the vast cosmos. The spaceship hurtles towards Namek at full throttle. Just 6 hours prior, the King Kai proactively contacted Raditz, delivering a harrowing message. Shrag and Darius have descended upon Namek and have commenced their search for the Dragon Balls. Shrag's initial docking location was in close proximity to Namek, granting him a strategic advantage, allowing him to reach the planet with minimal delay. While Frisia has yet to make a move, the Ginyu Force's vessels are en route to Division M187 and will arrive in just 3 days. Upon receiving this news, Raditz convened with his comrades and made a swift decision. Regardless of Frisia's intentions, Darius would undoubtedly not spare Earth. Allowing them to acquire the Dragon Balls would pose a significant threat. They must journey to Namek, and Kyra, as Raditz's foremost subordinate, is entrusted with this vital task, tasked with gathering the surviving denizens of the desolate planet Fyru and bringing them under his command to prevent any potential betrayal. Raditz leaves him without any means of space travel, promising to enhance his power upon their return. Meanwhile, the remaining members board the spaceship, rapidly initiating navigation and flight analysis before igniting the engines. Destination, Namek. The spaceship speeds through the cosmos for 6 hours, drawing ever closer to Namek. Leaning against the control panel, Piccolo gazes intently at the expansive void beyond the transparent shield, lost in contemplation. His eyes sharp and clear, akin to a blade glinting upon the lake's surface as they near their home planet. Even Piccolo can no longer maintain his composure on the surface. He appeared as cold and indifferent as ever. Yet within, turbulent emotions stirred. With his arms crossed, his fingers incessantly drummed against his biceps. Inside the silent spaceship, he was the sole occupant who had yet to rest. He did not require prolonged slumber to restore his vitality and had grown accustomed to the solitude of his environment. The recent days of clamor had left him somewhat unsettled. He found solace in the vast emptiness of the command module during the night. However, at times, he did feel that the surrounding noise held its own charm. Especially the son of Sun Wukong. Though the incessant chatter of a child could be quite bothersome, the innocence in his expression and the way he called him Uncle Piccolo made it hard for him to let go. Had Piccolo, the Demon King, truly changed? He couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Hey, Piccolo, Raditz's voice suddenly resonated as he drew near. We're almost back to our planet. Are you feeling a bit excited? Taken aback by the presence of another. Piccolo paused momentarily. I never grew up on Namek, so there's nothing to be excited about. Though he said this, the sight of his homeland inevitably stirred obscure sentiments within him. much like the feelings he experienced upon seeing Earth. Raditz leaned against the wall facing Piccolo and continued, "Aren't you going to sleep? I can't. A battle is imminent, and our adversaries are formidable. I lack confidence." Did I didn't notice that? Piccolo smirked wryly. "With the techniques you learned from King Kai, the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, you should be adequately prepared." "No?" His tone carried a hint of mockery towards King Kai. "Were it not for those two extraordinary techniques." Piccolo believed the gap between him and Raditz would have been far greater, but alas, King Kai had only imparted these skills to Raditz and Sun Wukong. Having opened the topic, Raditz was unbothered by a more extended discussion. Eager to add some substance to their late-night conversation, he sighed and remarked, "Far from it. I recall when I lured you into this, I mentioned that Frisia's combat power was 530,000, correct? In truth, that is not even a fraction of his full strength. As a member of the Frost Demon clan, Frisia typically does not manifest in his true form, but operates through his transformed body, transformed, much like Shambo." Raditz nodded, then shook his head, though both involve transformation. The underlying principles differ. Shambo's transformation is akin to the Saiyan Great Ape transformation, enhancing strength to increase combat power. In contrast, the Frost Demon clan transforms to suppress their own might. Such a bizarre transformation? To think it exists merely to restrain strength. How powerful are they? Then, if 530,000 is insufficient, Piccolo's expression turned to one of shock as he finally regarded Raditz. His knowledge of the cosmos was limited. Yet he had never encountered such a terrifying scenario. One so powerful that they needed to suppress their combat abilities was utterly unfathomable. Yet, Raditz's words rang true. Frisia was undoubtedly such an entity. Would you like to hear something even more shocking? There are things even Vegeta is unaware of. Do tell. Frisia's combat power, in his normal state, stands at 530,000, but upon transformation, it exceeds 1,000,000. Piccolo gasped, his green visage deepening in hue. Over 1,000,000. Surely this is a jest. The terrifying reality seemed to mirror the absurdity of the joke that if 530,000 still held a glimmer of hope, then 1,000,000 was undeniably astronomical. It's still too early to be astonished. This is merely his first transformation. He can undergo 2 more transformations, each a qualitative leap. In his ultimate state, Frisia's combat power could reach a staggering 12,000,000. At that moment, even Raditz felt a surge of heat within his chest, his voice deepening in resonance. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, his body stiffening as if transformed into stone. 12,000,000. How could such a being exist in the universe? But that's not all. Besides Frisia, I know of 2 others from the Frost clan, his brother and his father, both of whom possess even greater power than Frisia. Fortunately, they are unlikely to arrive here anytime soon. So there's no need for excessive concern. Not concerned. Regardless of whether his brother or father comes, the mere presence of Frisia is already overwhelming. Piccolo felt an unprecedented shock, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Such a being seems nearly impossible to defeat. Raditz's gaze, profoundly deep, stared into the distance as if envisioning great hope, slowly articulating, "Not necessarily. I know several methods to defeat him, albeit each carries its own risks." He glanced at Piccolo, allowing a smile to surface. "However, if battle is unavoidable, we must make an attempt. That is what it means to be a warrior, is it not?" Piccolo shivered. He suddenly found the Saiyans to be a curious race, sometimes troublesome, yet at other times, remarkably reliable. In an instant, he too revealed a semblance of a smile. "Do as you wished." At that moment, the spaceship had drawn significantly closer to Namek, with merely half a day remaining. After nearly a day of high-speed travel, Raditz and company finally arrived at Namek. This planet, resplendent and bountiful, showcased interconnected mountains and rivers, dotted with islands, an abundance of primitive wildlife, and unique spherical canopies of vegetation adorning the landscape. Since the climate had been altered due to overexploitation, the Namekians had embarked on a path of green development, planting trees and cultivating a beautiful environment, resulting in the tranquil and picturesque Namek of today. "Finally here," Krillin exclaimed, being the first to dash out of the hatch, quickly followed by everyone else. They could hardly contain their excitement. As soon as the spaceship landed, they flung open the hatch and rushed out to breathe in the fresh air. "Uncle Piccolo, is this your homeland?" Gohan blinked in curiosity. surveying the new surroundings. Indeed, Piccolo surveyed his surroundings, his eyes reflecting a spark of familiarity that others lacked. The sense of belonging here was etched deep within him. Even the Demon King Piccolo could not escape that unique sentiment. Tien and Vegeta, accustomed to alien worlds, found all planets to be rather similar. Meanwhile, the Earth companions were brimming with curiosity about the new environment. Not even overlooking a wildflower by the roadside. Enough with the sentiments. Come take a look. Raditz beckoned everyone, revealing the Dragon Ball radar. The radar indicated a location where 3 Dragon Balls had been gathered. While the remaining 4 were scattered, the Namekians lived in tribes, each led by an elder and possessing their own Dragon Balls. Major matters were decided by the elders and the Grand Elder. Should anyone wish to fulfill a wish, they must gain the recognition of the various tribes and become a warrior of Namek. Currently, with 3 Dragon Balls gathered in one place, it could only imply they had been stolen. Shrag and Dales had already made their move. I can sense a malevolent energy in the southeast. It's not just evil, it's powerful. Sun Wukong gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp as a blade. Raditz sensed it too. That Shrag's energy. Dales could not reach such a level, and there are other reactions as well. It's a village. What should we do? Krillin nervously twiddled his fingers, revealing a timid expression. After all, he was not a Saiyan. The original plan did not involve confronting Frieza or Shrag. Those were the overlords of the universe. Now, he longed to return to Earth to battle against the likes of the Demon King Piccolo. Those lacking the strength should remain here for now. That I recall, there are some simple camping supplies in a capsule. Let us find a suitable cave or a safe valley to settle in. Raditz tossed a capsule box to Krillin. Anyone who wants to come, join in. Vegeta and Sun Wukong undoubtedly followed Raditz closely. Though Naba wished to join, he was deterred by a single glance from Vegeta. His strength was indeed somewhat lacking. Going along would only hinder them. After some thought, he decided to stay behind and help set up the tents. However, Piccolo resolutely stepped behind Raditz. Hey, are you strong enough? Vegeta scoffed. Dio, you think you're much stronger than me? Piccolo retorted disdainfully. The 2 proud individuals exchanged icy glares, sparks igniting in the air, and the atmosphere around them grew tense, as if a blizzard had descended. Chilling to the bone. Enough with the bickering. Let us pause for now. Remember, we're here to rescue and gather the Dragon Balls. It isn't time to confront Shrag just yet. Raditz interjected between the 2. Let us set off? Humph. The 2 exchanged cold snorts in unison. Subsequently, Wukong let out a helpless smile and soared into the sky first. The 4 of them surged toward the malevolent and formidable aura. In the southeastern region of Namek, Shrag advanced step by step toward the village. Despite his old age, he still possessed tremendous power, with each stride seeming to toll the death knell for those before him. The ground was littered with numerous young and vigorous Namekian warriors, alongside an underage child, some with broken limbs, others already lifeless. The flowing purple blood resembled rivers, saturating the fertile earth, while the cries of children were heart-wrenching. The surrounding structures lay in ruin, homes made of resin and stone reduced to rubble, with the only intact building being the Elder's residence, which was now encircled by Shrag's soldiers. Within the encirclement were a few valiant Namekian warriors still resisting. You are also a Namekian. Why do you do this? The fallen elder dragged his incapacitated body, voicing his indignation. His fists were clenched tightly, wishing to strike Shrag's detestable face, yet he felt utterly powerless. Shrag grinned wickedly, saying, I was raised on Shrag's star. Even if I am a Namekian, what of it? I am of the demon race, entirely different from you. As he spoke, he swiftly vanished and suddenly appeared behind the elder. Seizing his head, I have retained some memories. It appears to be true. Shrag seemed able to perceive the thoughts of others, continuing, you pitiful weaklings are of no value anymore. With that, he twisted his wrist and snapped the elder's neck. The astonishment and rage etched on the elder's face rolled away as his head fell, and from the severed neck, deep purple blood erupted like a fountain for several seconds. Shrag laughed heartily, surveying the debris around him, and proceeded toward the elder's residence. The last few Namekian warriors, battered and bruised, faced Shrag with cold sweat trickling down their brows. Stand aside, Shrag commanded, dismissing his soldiers, his expression grave as he strode forward. An energy orb accumulating in his hand, the soldiers hastily retreated to the sides. Shrag's energy orb was no trifling matter. Damn it. Let us fight. Let them witness the courage of we Namekians. Several Namekian warriors formed a line before the elder's residence. spreading their arms to protect their sacred ground with their flesh and blood. The Namekians cherished peace but did not fear evil. They possessed indomitable spirit and unyielding integrity. If you seek death, I shall grant it, Shrag sneered coldly, unleashing the energy orb that arced down from the heavens, aiming directly at their heads. The overwhelming force instilled terror in the Namekian warriors, who summoned all their strength to resist. Closing their eyes as they braced for death, with a resounding explosion that pierced their eardrums, the Namekian warriors opened their eyes, believing they had perished, only to find themselves still among the living. In their despair, they discovered 4 figures before them, the explosion having been deflected to the side, flames shooting skyward. Shrag's expression darkened as he said, "You are the Saiyan spoken of by Dales, and one of you is even a Namekian. Ha ha, what a coincidence." At this point, his gaze turned icy with unprecedented malice. "If you obstruct my path, you shall all perish." Piccolo, witnessing his kindred lying in agony on the ground, felt a surge of anger as he clenched his fists. Turning toward the disdainful Shrag, Piccolo removed his hat and cloak, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. The prelude to battle had sounded. "What? Do you wish to fight me? You overestimate your abilities," Shrag scoffed derisively. Despite his age, he still believed he could easily handle a few Saiyans. Is that so? Piccolo's expression turned frosty as he unleashed a surge of energy, charging at Shrag. "Piccolo, be careful," Raditz shouted. But it was too late. Shrag lifted his leg, meeting Piccolo's assault with a brutal kick, his speed surpassing Piccolo's to the point of near invisibility. The elderly body erupted with astonishing power, sending Piccolo soaring into the sky. Suffering from the impact, Piccolo let out a pained cry, barely managing to stabilize himself in midair, his face contorted as if he might tear apart. "So powerful. Hee, as a Namekian, my strength far exceeds yours." Shrag's cruel laughter echoed. His gaze swept over the remaining 3 Saiyans, revealing his contempt. He had some understanding of the composition of Friesia's forces. Saiyans were merely a minor component, their power inferior to many elite squads. Though Dales had exaggerated the prowess of these Saiyans, Shrag dismissed it as mere bluster, even regarding the defeat of Shambo as trivial. In his eyes, a battle power of 20,000 held no distinction from 50 or 100,000. They were all mere ants. Vegeta, irritated by Shrag's scrutiny, charged forward, cutting through the air like a shooting star and kicking up clouds of dirt. "Old man, meet your end." "Old man," Shrag roared in fury, his figure flickering as he collided with Vegeta. In the instant their energies converged, Shrag's form suddenly vanished, slipping past Vegeta's line of sight and appearing behind him. Vegeta, sensing danger, instinctively turned and crouched low, feeling a blade-like chill slice through the air above him. Had he not evaded in time, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Shrag's hand grazed over Vegeta's head, expecting to easily rend his body apart. Only to be thwarted, he began to exercise caution, re-evaluating the Saiyan's capabilities. At that moment, Raditz unleashed an energy wave from behind, which Shrag effortlessly dodged. Soon after, Son Goku employed the Kaioken and surged toward Shrag. On the ground, the remaining Namekian warriors shouted encouragement. And the valiant fighters, inspired, began to rise in resistance, clashing with Shrag's forces. Raditz assisted them briefly, dispatching a significant portion of Shrag's army. The remaining foes posed little challenge to the Namekian warriors. Son Goku's full power exceeded 180,000. And with the Kaioken's enhancement, he engaged Shrag without appearing weak. The two exchanged blows in a fierce contest. As Goku launched a punch, Shrag crossed his arms to absorb the impact, staggering backward. How can the Saiyans possess such strength? Shrag exclaimed in shock, gritting his teeth as he regained his footing and counterattacked, using his head as a weapon to knock Goku back. At that moment, Vegeta swept in from behind, delivering a powerful kick to Shrag's abdomen. Shrag immediately bent low, angrily catching Vegeta's leg, and with a sudden pull, he hurled Vegeta downwards. Goku, steadying himself, prepared to charge at Shrag, only to collide with the falling Vegeta. "Kakarot, don't get in the way. You were the one who crashed into me." The two bickered momentarily when a brilliant orb of light surged toward them. "Damn it," they both exclaimed in alarm, unleashing powerful energy waves in retaliation. Their forces colliding with Shrag's energy wave, the spheres of light clashed, their power nearly equal, resulting in a massive explosion that shrouded the sky in smoke. Shrag's trepidation grew as he was intimidated by the Saiyans' might. He had anticipated a swift conclusion to the battle, yet it had escalated into a stalemate. Moreover, there was still one combatant yet to join the fray. Time was not on his side, as Son Goku once again approached at high speed. His fierce punches enveloped in red flames, radiating an overwhelming aura. Shrag swatted aside Goku's punch with his left hand while his right struck Goku's cheek, but in an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his side. Having been kicked by Goku's whip-like leg, both combatants endured heavy blows, unwilling to yield, each unleashing their energy as they continued to face off. Gradually, Shrag began to falter. After all, he was aging, his stamina inferior to that of the younger fighters. Sweat beading on his forehead as fatigue set in, consuming even more energy than the Kaioken. Vegeta's strength was not to be underestimated, though not as formidable as Goku in the Kaioken state. His energy blasts effectively sealed Shrag's escape routes, forcing him into a corner. Shrag sensed the malevolence of his waning life force. Had he been in his youth, he would not have feared such a level of combat. Yet now, in his old age, his stamina had severely declined, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Raditz had remained on the sidelines, observing the unfolding battle. Firstly, he did not wish to apply too much pressure, lest Shrag be compelled to transform into his gigantic form. Currently, they could manage Shrag in his normal state, but were ill-equipped to confront his enlarged version. Secondly, even if they could defeat Shrag, he was reluctant to do so. With Frisia's looming threat ever closer, employing Shrag to stall Frisia was undoubtedly the wisest choice. In truth, his greater concern was not Shrag himself, but rather the scheming Dales behind him, a despicable character adept at underhanded tactics, whose malice rivaled that of Shrag. The fierce battle continued, while far away, atop a tranquil mountain peak, a solitary house stood. The Grand Elder's corpulent body slumped in a massive stone chair, his hands feebly resting on the armrests. Eyes drooping, and his face marred by a multitude of age spots. He gasped for breath. He possessed no strength left to move. Even the act of breathing seemed laborious, as if he were merely an empty shell. Neru stood respectfully before the Grand Elder, speaking slowly. "Great Elder, malevolent forces have relentlessly descended upon Namek, and 3 villages have already suffered catastrophic assaults. Sooner or later, they will track us down. Alas, I can no longer act." The Grand Elder murmured, "Neru, you are the mightiest warrior of Namek. You should join the battle. There is no need to remain by my side. But what if they find this place? Fear not. These invaders seek the Dragon Balls. If I perish, the Dragon Balls will lose their potency. Do not worry." "Great Elder," Neru exclaimed, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the seemingly lifeless Grand Elder, his expression filled with sorrow. Was Namek truly facing its demise? Meanwhile, fierce combat raged on the planet Namek. Raditz and several Namek warriors defended the remaining Namekians, occasionally fending off energy blasts that soared toward them, amidst a whirlwind of violent air currents and swirling dust. "Thank you for extending your aid, but I must inquire, who exactly are you?" One Namekian warrior gasped, brushing aside an energy wave. Recent invasions by various extraterrestrials had rendered them wary of strangers, making them reluctant to trust Raditz easily. Raditz understood their caution. It was indeed peculiar not to be cautious in such tumultuous times. "We are travelers from Earth," he replied. "For certain reasons, we must thwart the ambitions of several cosmic tyrants, including the Shrag before us. By the way, our deity on Earth is a Namekian. A Namekian? He is the god of Earth?" One warrior pointed at Piccolo. "Your planet has suffered from a climatic disaster, forcing many young children to be sent to other planets for survival, including our Earth's deity. Of course, this Shrag also falls among them," Raditz elaborated, deftly deflecting incoming energy blasts. "This is an inescapable chapter in the history of Namek. Indeed, many children were dispatched far and wide to ensure the survival of our race. And it is not inconceivable that one was sent to Earth. You do not appear to be a villain." The Namekian warrior nodded, though he eyed the shorter figure with suspicion, noting the heavy aura of hostility surrounding him. "Are you all allied? That one?" Raditz sighed, unsure how to assess Vegeta. "Regardless, thank you for your assistance," the Namekian warrior remarked, sensing Raditz's discomfort that it was a mere act of kindness. "However, are you all prepared? Please check on the injured and the children." Raditz interjected, "My brother can barely hold off Shrag. During this opportunity, we must leave together and seek refuge. This plan would safeguard both the Dragon Balls and the Namekians while avoiding an excessive confrontation with Shrag, ensuring a more favorable conclusion." The remaining Namekians were few, yet they all consented to Raditz's proposal. each warrior taking one or two individuals, swiftly preparing to depart. Amidst the battle, Shrag cast a glance, noticing someone escaping with the Dragon Balls. He could not allow that to happen. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts to obstruct their path. Raditz retaliated, deflecting the energy blasts, while Piccolo maneuvered behind him, landing before Raditz. "I will take them back," Piccolo asserted. "Piccolo," Raditz acknowledged, "my power is still lacking. I stand no chance against Shrag." Piccolo, with a determined grimace, resolved, "Once I undergo rigorous training, I will not let him escape." Raditz nodded, recognizing Piccolo's resolve. "Very well, I entrust them to you." With that, Piccolo led the Dragon Balls and the other Namekians back to the landing site of their spaceship, while Raditz rejoined the fray to buy them some time to at that moment. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and Vegeta's body streaked through the sky, crashing to the ground. The impact stirred a massive cloud of dust, followed by Vegeta's anguished shout that he emerged battered and bruised, his battle armor riddled with gaping holes. His combat power paled in comparison to Shrag's. Had it not been for Goku drawing most of the fire, his fate would have been dire. In the air, Shrag stumbled back, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. After Goku unleashed his triple Kaioken, Shrag found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several injuries, his arm nearly incapacitated from a direct blow. "Damn it, if only I could regain my youth. This would not be happening." He seethed, clenching his fists in frustration, cursing his body for failing to keep pace with his swelling ambition. As Goku grew increasingly invigorated, seemingly brimming with boundless energy, Shrag's desire for the Dragon Balls intensified. He resolved not to yield. A mere Saiyan could not obstruct his path. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze hardened, and he descended to the ground, arms outstretched in a T-pose, as if welcoming something. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Trouble lies ahead. This is a precursor to his transformation. Just as Raditz was about to warn everyone, Shrag's form began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he loomed like a small mountain, casting a shadow that enveloped all beneath it. "You are all doomed," Shrag roared as he charged at Goku, his iron fist crashing down, unleashing a tempest that could only be perceived as a blur of fury. The magnitude of Shrag's transformation was staggering. Goku, exerting all his strength, was struck with such force that he was sent hurtling backward, painting the air with a crimson arc of blood. Raditz swiftly activated his tenfold Kaioken. With the power amplified tenfold, Raditz's combat prowess approached 2 million, yet facing the mountain like Shrag, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, hesitant to act recklessly. While he remained still, Shrag did not die in an instant. The colossal figure loomed before Raditz, a foot descending like a mountain, poised to crush him. Raditz evaded at full speed, narrowly escaping the deadly blow. Even so, the swirling energy currents sliced through him like blades, inflicting painful wounds. This was Raditz's most dreaded scenario. Having rescued the people and seized the Dragon Balls, they could have stalled for a moment longer before making their escape. Now, however, the situation had turned dire. With Shrag successfully transformed, Vegeta was at his wit's end, and Goku severely weakened from a direct hit. Raditz stood alone against the overwhelming threat. As Shrag fixated on him and charged forth, Raditz broke into a cold sweat. "Wait, I have this technique." Suddenly, an idea struck Raditz. As Shrag barreled toward him, he let out a sharp whistle. The piercing sound pierced Shrag's ears, causing him to falter and momentarily freeze, his body weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz scooped up Goku with one arm and hoisted Vegeta with the other, soaring into the rocky gorge. "Damn it! I will kill you all," Shrag bellowed, regaining his composure but losing sight of his targets. Frustrated by the heavy casualties among his subordinates and the loss of the Dragon Balls, he pounded the ground in fury, causing the earth to tremble and the sky to darken with dust. In the cosmos, a massive, disc-shaped spaceship barreled toward Namek, its sheer force threatening to obliterate everything in its path. When confronted by asteroids and other planets, the vessel unleashed cannon fire, shattering anything that dared obstruct its advance. All aboard worked diligently, their hearts racing as numbers flickered incessantly on the display screens. For Frieza was enraged. After a day and a half, his forces finally detected Shrag's signal emanating from Namek. A day and a half, who knew what havoc they had wreaked in that time? In a fit of rage, Frieza executed all the observers and scientists at the outpost, personally leading his troops toward Namek. Initially intending for the Ginyu Force to act in concert upon reaching the outpost, Frieza could no longer wait. He also notified the Ginyu Force, who were en route to the outpost, to head directly for Namek without delay. Upon the hovering flight chair, Frisia sat with an air of composure, one hand propping his head, his face taut with tension, as if ready to unleash a demon from within at any moment. In his fury, his desires swelled. The very fact that Shrag had personally ventured to Namek confirmed his suspicions. Namek harbored superior Dragon Balls. Frisia's subordinates stood silently behind him, cautious and respectful. It had been a day since they had escaped Shrag's clutches, granting them a brief respite in the canyon to recuperate their strength. Particularly, the severely injured Piccolo and Vegeta had undergone significant recovery before returning to their former prowess. Meanwhile, Shrag, back at the base, was not faring well. The psychological toll combined with the immense physical drain left him utterly exhausted, requiring a full day in the advanced medical bay before he could resume command. Just as both sides were concluding their preparations, Frisia made his entrance. The disc-shaped spacecraft descended upon Namek, its hatch opening to unleash a throng of extraterrestrials, encircling the slowly advancing shadow at its center. It was the floating chair, with Frisia seated there, a sinister smile adorning his face. So, this is Namek. Not too shabby, he mused, his eyes glinting with greed, the vast sky a brilliant blue, the gentle breeze refreshing, much to his delight. King Frisia, your new detector, an alien presented the device. Thank you for your efforts, Frisia replied, donning the new detector with habitual charm. Now, everyone, let's set forth. You have 3 days to ensure the Dragon Balls are delivered into my hands. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless aliens ascended into the sky, resembling a swarm of locusts obscuring the sun, scattering across Namek. Frisia returned to the confines of his ship, flanked by 2 guard-like figures, casually inquiring, "Have we located the signal source?" "You were correct, my lord. It is indeed Dale's." This individual had allied with Shrag, deliberately revealing their position. Was he attempting to exploit the conflict between me and Shrag for his own gain? I shall play into his hands. After all, there is no being in this universe that can rival our kind. Shrag is no exception. Frisia's eyes gleamed with a terrifying satisfaction, sending chills down the spines of those around him. Under Frisia's command, the alien army surged forth, their overwhelming numbers compensating for their lack of combat prowess, more than sufficient to confront the warriors of Namek. Before long, the vanguard had located their target, a village ensnared by Shrag's forces. Both factions had converged upon the same location, mere minutes apart. As expected, following them suffices. These warriors lack strength and can be easily dealt with, cackled a dinosaur-like subordinate of Frisia, brandishing an energy cannon with exaggerated mirth. "Let us move," the others echoed, grinning viciously, eyes alight with fervor. The Namekian warriors, alongside Shrag's army and Frisia's legion, clashed fiercely. The combat-ready Namekians were already few in number. Despite their power generally exceeding 2,000, they struggled to withstand the onslaught of the numerous extraterrestrials. The ruthless Frisia army launched a full-fledged assault, employing an array of high-tech energy cannons and laser guns, systematically decimating the land. Even Shrag's forces fell within the strike zone, suffering heavy casualties amidst the relentless barrage. But Frisia's army held the advantage with their detectors, enabling them to identify suitable targets for attack. When faced with stronger foes, they descended upon them en masse, launching a coordinated assault. Their eyes were clouded with bloodlust as they unleashed their fury, laughter, shouts, and the din of gunfire merging in the contaminated air and swirling dust. Rising towards the heavens, the detectors emitted incessant beeps, their urgent warnings piercing through the chaos, with each screen inundated with flashing indicators, overwhelming their operators. The Namekians retreated in disarray, many civilians perishing in the indiscriminate bombardment, while the warriors sustained grievous injuries. Yet, with the Dragon Balls at stake, and the presence of the elderly and children behind them, there was no retreat. To protect their homeland, retreat was not an option. Fortunately, the beleaguered Shrag army stood in their way. Amidst the chaotic fray, it was the soldiers of Shrag who fell first, their equipment and combat capabilities inferior to Frisia's forces. Despite their numbers, they crumbled under the relentless onslaught of energy blasts. The fierce battle ravaged the village, leaving behind a scene of devastation, where hundreds of extraterrestrials met their demise, some in gruesome fashion, while others tore at each other like primal beasts. The scorched earth belched thick black smoke, suffused with purple heat, as brilliant flashes of light danced through the air, Continuing to claim lies that I in a distant canyon, Raditz suddenly stood upright, gazing into the distance. That energy belongs to Frisia. A chilling sensation washed over him, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread. Krillin and Tien's eyes trembled with fear. There are many extraterrestrials. Gohan pointed towards a direction. Astonishment etched on his face. One of the nearby Namekians exclaimed, "That's the direction of Neil Village. Could they have found it already? Damn it, those bastards!" Raditz exclaimed. Frisia's group may not sense energy, but they possess the most advanced detectors, making it easy to locate them. Vegeta observed the Namekian warriors and remarked, "If you cannot suppress your energy, you will be discovered swiftly." The Namekian warriors, still learning to control their energy signatures, could not retort against Vegeta's admonition. Raditz pondered for a moment. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to his expectations. Frisia's subordinates had already engaged Shrag's forces, and both sides' energies were dwindling. A favorable development for them. As for the fallen Namekians, they could be revived with the Dragon Balls. The only issue was that they must obtain the Dragon Balls first, ensuring no one else gathered all 7. For this reason, there was one location they must visit, where the Dragon Balls and the individuals were of utmost importance. "Could you take us to the Grand Elder?" Raditz asked directly. During this time, the Namekians had shared essential knowledge about their planet, including the Grand Elder's role in producing all descendants and bestowing the Dragon Balls with their mystical powers. Raditz was also aware of the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential and that he possessed a Dragon Ball. "Only by meeting the Grand Elder can I assist you better," Raditz stated confidently. The Namekians exchanged glances and ultimately chose to trust Raditz. All combat-ready Namekians led the way, with Raditz and his companions trailing towards the Grand Elder's location. To evade detection by the detectors, they suppressed their energy levels to that of ordinary soldiers, ensuring that even if a reaction occurred, it would not draw significant attention. The remaining Namekians resided in deep, concealed tents within the canyon, making them difficult to discover. Without striking energy signatures, any minor fluctuations would be dismissed as surrounding reptiles. Meanwhile, the battlefield in the village lay in ruins, a shadowy figure stepping onto the scarred land. A man emerged from the darkness, treading through the remnants of destruction. The ground was littered with corpses and shattered armor. He approached a relatively intact body and plucked the detector from the fallen seer. "What a fine piece of equipment," the man smirked. Just as an army of extraterrestrials charged forth, laser guns and energy cannons ablaze. "Lord Dales, we must retreat," a soldier cried out urgently behind him. The figure that had suddenly appeared from the shadows was none other than Dales himself. He nodded and addressed the soldier. "You are correct. The situation is unfavorable for us. You all should leave first. I will cover your retreat." "Thank you, Lord Dales." The soldiers were deeply moved. They could no longer withstand Frisia's onslaught. And at this critical moment, someone stepped forward to shield their escape, akin to saving them from the edge of a precipice. In that instant, Shrag's soldiers scattered, fleeing towards their headquarters. A sinister smile crept across Dale's face as he gathered a pink energy sphere in his hand. Aiming at the panicked, retreating soldiers of Shrag, "Farewell." With a gentle exhale, 2 words were uttered, and an energy blast surged forth, striking the target squarely from behind. A colossal sphere of light expanded, its dazzling brilliance blinding to the eyes. The thunderous sound of an explosion reverberated through the air, flames raging fiercely, and thick black smoke spiraled skyward. The aliens in the sky were momentarily taken aback. This individual had just vanquished their adversaries while clad in identical battle attire, suggesting he too was a subordinate of King Frisia. Yet, how had they never encountered him before? As they pondered this mystery, Dales lifted his gaze towards them. A similarly hued pink energy sphere coalesced within his palm, radiating forth and scattering into several swirling beams of light. "This is bad. Run." The detectors of all present began to register the same alarming number. This was not an opponent they could withstand. The only strategy was to flee, and each would save themselves as best as they could. However, Dales had no intention of letting anyone escape. He unleashed energy blasts that engulfed a multitude of aliens, the searing waves of heat incinerating many into charred remnants. Those fortunate enough to escape were swiftly pursued, and with a single strike, Dales dispatched them effortlessly. The skies were filled with Dale's energy blasts, enveloping Frisia's army, the Slug Army, and the Namekians within a relentless barrage, obliterating them entirely. Dales was akin to a player in a mowing game, concluding the battle with ease and delight. with no one left to impede him. He entered the chamber housing the Dragon Balls, retrieved the 4-star ball, and then exited, snapping his fingers and reducing the room to rubble. Another 4-star ball. How fortuitous. Dale smirked wickedly as he dashed into the valley. Inside Frisia's spaceship, a canine-headed alien lay lifeless on the floor, while Frisia's expression twisted with rage as he shattered his wine glass yet again. Incompetence. Utterly useless. How could so many fail to respond in an instant? Even Dale's has bested them. Frisia began to reminisce about the capable Dodoria and Zarbon. Though their strength may have been modest, they were reliable and understood his intent, unlike this deceased canine-headed creature, which only added to his frustration during his fury. Not killing it would be a disservice to himself. Damn Dales, track him down. Apologies, King Frisia. The intense readings have vanished once more. An alien, pushed forward by the crowd, stood trembling, drenched in cold sweat. We cannot find him. Despite his frailness, Dales was still a Saiyan, possessing some degree of combat aptitude. After the battle on Earth, he had also studied the techniques of humans who could alter their battle power and explosively enhance their strength at will. He had now mastered the ability to conceal his energy, making it exceedingly difficult for detectors to trace him. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and with a resounding bang, he exploded the head of the trembling alien. Useless. Notify the Jinyu Force. They have a maximum of half a day that if they do not reach Namek in time, they will know the consequences. Yes, my lord. Everyone responded, their backs soaked with sweat. Serving beside the Cosmic Emperor was both an honor and a torment. Accompanying him was akin to walking alongside a tiger. Slug seethed with fury within the spaceship, pounding on the armrests, his eyes bloodshot as he roared that I tasked you with watching that Scion. Why did you allow him to escape? Where is Dordebo? Where is the big-eyed one? They have all gone to search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. They created a hole in my spaceship to escape, yet did not steal my Dragon Balls. What could he possibly be thinking? Slug was perplexed, gazing at the 3 Dragon Balls brought before him. Deep in thought, he now understood why Frisia had arrived at Namek so swiftly. It was likely Dale's doing. The claim of needing 3 days to arrive was all a ruse, merely a tactic to lower his guard. Unease settled within Slug. Facing Frisia, he lacked the courage to engage directly. The probability of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls had diminished significantly. With this thought, his resentment towards Dale's reignited. Meanwhile, Raditz and the others, en route to the Grand Elder, sensed a powerful energy surge suddenly manifest, only to vanish just as quickly. During this interval, every subtle energy signature in the village of Neil had disappeared. As if all had perished in an instant. Uncle Piccolo, that energy belongs to Dale's. Indeed, Piccolo nodded slightly. He has finally made his move. Raditz had anticipated that Dale's would not remain idle, and it was entirely within reason that he sought to seize a Dragon Ball. Thus, Dale's transformed from a wandering soul with nothing into a contender in the battle for the Dragon Balls. Do not concern yourself with him. That jester will inevitably reveal himself. Our priority is to reach the Grand Elder post-haste. Unable to contain his curiosity, Vegeta inquired, what exactly awaits us at the Grand Elders? He had followed Raditz for quite some time, without any clear direction, all while remaining vigilant against detection, all to seek out a Grand Elder on Namek. If there were no tangible rewards, he would surely be incensed. You will find out once you arrive. You shall not be disappointed, Raditz replied, simultaneously sensing the energies around them. The Namekian warriors exchanged curious glances with Raditz, amazed at how this alien seemed to possess knowledge of everything. Friends, we have approximately 3 segments of the previous journey ahead. We may wish to quicken our pace, suggested an Namekian. With that, they accelerated slightly. Numerous figures streaking across the sky towards the distant mountain peak. In the vast expanse of land, a tall, slender mountain towered like a spire amidst the islands. Atop it rested a solitary abode, resembling a worm. As the mighty wind swept past, the door gently swayed, levitating open. Neru emerged. Gazing into the distance, he had ultimately chosen to remain by the Grand Elder's side, for the battleground of Namek had descended into chaos, and he alone could not salvage the situation. It was better to safeguard the last glimmer of hope. Thus, the Grand Elder instructed him to welcome a few incoming guests. Guests? Did Namek really still have allies? Neru was perplexed, yet he held unwavering faith in the Grand Elder's words. With his hands clasped behind him, his long robe billowing in the wind, Neru's gaze suddenly flickered as he spotted a group approaching from afar. Could that be his Namekian companions? Trailing behind were several peculiar aliens. Were they the guests? Neru's mind raced with questions, yet he maintained a calm exterior, carefully scrutinizing the newcomers. particularly keeping an eye on Piccolo. Neru. The Namekian warriors greeted from afar. Gakos, the Grand Elder has instructed me to wait here. Indeed, the Grand Elder is already aware. They all halted before the dwelling. Please, come in, Neru gestured, leading Raditz and the others inside as he entered first. The group followed, filled with curiosity and uncertainty, as they finally laid eyes upon the legendary Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's corpulent form slumped in the chair, frail and weary, teetering on the brink of death. Behind him loomed a massive one-star ball. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, the eyes of the group sparkled with excitement. Thank you for rescuing my child. I hadn't anticipated your energies to be so formidable. The Grand Elder remarked, his keen perception allowing him to discern the strength of those present. It was but a trifling task. Raditz humbly waved his hand, while the timid Tumate shrank back. Evil energies have permeated Namek. Your appearance at this moment is truly fortuitous. I seem to glimpse a flicker of hope. We have come here precisely for that purpose, seeking your assistance. I understand. That figure looks quite familiar. You are the child of Kakarot from Earth. How astonishing. I never expected you to survive. It brings me great joy. Upon recognizing Piccolo, the Grand Elder appeared to grasp the situation. May I touch your head? Fear not. I shall not cause you harm. Having felt a warm sensation upon entering, Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to the request. He stepped forward, and the Grand Elder's hand gently rested upon his head. How foolish it is to have split oneself in the pursuit of banishing evil thoughts, thereby diminishing one's power. If united, you could potentially overcome the formidable foes that now threaten you. Regrettably, the Elder shook his head slightly, as if lamenting for Piccolo. Most Namekians are peace-loving ordinary beings, while a select few, endowed with combat prowess, ascend to the ranks of warriors. Above them, an even smaller number of prodigies are designated as the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan possesses talents and abilities that ordinary Namekians lack, including the remarkable capacity to create Dragon Balls. Piccolo and the Supreme Being were once one entity, capable of producing Dragon Balls and being a rare combat type. He could be considered a once-in-a-century genius of the Dragon Clan. It is no wonder that the Elder felt a sense of regret. I can only barely assist you in unlocking your potential. Ultimately, how far you can go depends on you. As he spoke, the Elder's hand suddenly manifested a swirling aura that enveloped Piccolo. This energy seemed to awaken the latent power within Piccolo, forcibly drawing it forth. In an instant, the aura surrounding Piccolo surged several times in strength, causing him to appear as if he had grown taller. An astonishing force erupted from within, startling Nail, as a fellow combat-type Namekian. He had never witnessed such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Piccolo was overjoyed, nearly exploding with excitement, threatening to obliterate the entire room. How impressive! Piccolo has gained a significant boost, Goku exclaimed, pointing at himself. Can I do that too? As long as you possess potential, it can be awakened. The more righteous individuals like you, the better, the Elder replied with a smile. Eagerly, Goku approached the Elder to have his potential unleashed. Everyone was envious, stepping forward in turn to experience the joy of enhancement. Only Vegeta's proud nature caused him to hesitate for a moment. However, upon seeing Raditz, Goku, and the others surpassing him, he ultimately stepped forward to receive the blessing as well. Your potential is indeed immense. To be honest, I can only unlock a portion of it. Even so, it took me by surprise, the Elder remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued. Although unlocking potential does not affect one's life, the continuous effort was beginning to wear on him, who was already teetering on the brink of life and death. Thank you, Elder. There's one more thing. To stop them, this Dragon Ball, Raditz said, a bit embarrassed. Pointing to the starry orb above, the Elder responded with an O, casually retrieving the Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. At this point, only you few can guard it. The future of Namek and the universe rests here. He then tossed the Dragon Ball, which Raditz caught deftly. Thank you, Elder. You must ensure those malevolent beings do not obtain the Dragon Ball. Rest assured, we will not allow those ruffians to acquire it. Krillin confidently vowed, thumping his chest. The Elder displayed a benevolent smile. I entrust this to you. These few here are the last combat-type Namekians, so let them assist you. Vegeta scoffed quietly, though he did not voice his scorn. It was evident in his heart. After unlocking his potential, he felt his strength surging, even contemplating a direct challenge to Frieza. Raditz harbored similar thoughts, unwilling to carry any burdens further. Thus he said, Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but let them remain here to protect you. We will go rescue the next village. Please rest assured. Indeed, Nail interjected. Elder, there is no need for hesitation. Let them go. Staying here is our best option, since you say so as well. Very well, the elder agreed with their perspective. Raditz and the others took their leave, exiting the dwelling. Once outside, they split into two groups, one escorting the Dragon Ball back to their main camp while the other, guided by the radar, proceeded to the final tribe. They had secured one Dragon Ball, and with another hidden in their tent, they now possessed two. Meanwhile, Shrag, having arrived first, already held 3 Dragon Balls, and Dorias had acquired one as well. The last remaining Dragon Ball would undoubtedly ignite fierce competition. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 streaks of light, akin to meteors, broke through the atmosphere, igniting fierce sparks before crashing to the ground, creating 5 deep craters. Within the craters lay single-person spacecraft. Embedded deep in the earth as the cabin doors opened, thin wisps of smoke wafted out. Frisia's spaceship hovered nearby, and from the top of the ship, a floating seed emerged, accompanied by a sharp, clear voice. We've finally arrived. A short figure leaped out of the crater, soaring through the air for a few spins before landing gracefully, striking a peculiar pose. Following closely, others emerged, each adopting equally embarrassing stances. Berta, Goldo, Jinyu, Rikum, Jees. All together now, we are the Jinyu Force. Though few were watching, they completed their awkward yet entertaining poses as they introduced themselves. Frisia, the tyrant, remained silent, observing. Lord Frisia, we received your message and wasted no time, bypassing the M187 division to save considerable time. We have arrived within the deadline. Jinyu saluted. With you here, I feel reassured. Frisia nodded. You should be aware that the Scions have betrayed me, uniting with the Earthlings and Namekians to thwart my plans. Thus, I require your assistance to eliminate the traitors and reclaim the Dragon Balls. Jinyu's demeanor shifted to seriousness, his expression grave. I have heard that Vegeta's combat power has soared to an astounding 80,000. Having even defeated Champa, the other Scions are also advancing rapidly. It's truly astonishing. The Jinyu Force, recruited from across the universe by Frisia, may not be the strongest, but they considered themselves elite. They believed they surpassed the Scion race in strength. Yet Vegeta had transcended their realm, shocking even the likes of Jees and Berta. For this reason, I cannot allow any Scion to remain. I have no need for threats. Do you understand? Frisia's icy gaze met Jinyu's, causing the formidable captain to shudder. Understood. Go forth, Frisia said coolly, turning to re-enter the spaceship. The Jinyu members raised their arms in excitement, striking a set of exceptionally challenging group poses before shouting and embarking on their mission. Meanwhile, Raditz, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan arrived at the final tribe. Within Shrag's legion, the demon Doradebo had arrived earlier, and his subordinates had already begun their search, capturing the Namekians. Fearful of sunlight, Doradebo donned a long black cloak. Commanding from the shadows, this damned Namek, is there no night? It's been such a struggle, I must kill a few to compensate. He licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face, gazing at the gathered Namekians. Doradebo waved his hand, directing his soldiers to part, allowing him to approach. Where have you hidden the Dragon Balls? Speak now, and I may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I will kill one every 10 counts. He chuckled wickedly, extending a finger. Now, let's begin. Point 1, 2, 3. As he counted, his pace quickened, his mind already set on murder, regardless of whether anyone spoke or remained silent. The Namekians stood firm, unwilling to betray their kin, resolutely clenching their teeth. Despite their fear, none showed signs of surrender. Point 2. Children, trembling, clutched the elder's garment, seeking refuge behind him. Point 10. Doradebo cackled, concluding his count. Such a pity. You brought this upon yourselves. His eyes scanned the crowd, finally settling on a terrified child. You will do. The child, still in their youth, cowered behind the elder, trembling, their green face paling in fright. Yet, they could not resist Doradebo's might. Swiftly captured as the surrounding Namekians proved no match, several attempted to reclaim the child, but were easily subdued and knocked unconscious. No, Kark, another child cried out. Shh, Dondi, do not scream. The elder signaled for silence, loosening Dandy's grip. You all, cease. If you seek the Dragon Balls, I will give them to you. Only I know their location. Asking others will yield no answers. Come at me. Doradebo raised an eyebrow, turning to scrutinize the elder, nodding in acknowledgement. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, prepared to speak, only to meet Doradebo's mocking gaze. He hoisted Kark, revealing a cruel smile. Who said I wanted the Dragon Balls? I simply want to kill. The Dragon Balls must be nearby, and after I eliminate you, finding them will be easy. Hehehe. As I spoke, a foot struck him fiercely in the face. The impact so forceful that it sent him flying. The Kark in his hand was also sent soaring, caught effortlessly by Wukong in midair. The surrounding soldiers, sensing the imminent danger, immediately launched an attack. Dozens of them firing simultaneously. Tomate, perched on Raditz's shoulder, shouted, "Fire! Fire! Silence!" Raditz exclaimed, slapping Tomate before instantaneously appearing beside the Namekian. With arms outstretched, he unleashed a surge of energy, creating a perfect barrier that deflected all the energy blasts. Gohan darted through the ranks of the Shrag soldiers, his ki blasts exploding with thunderous force, clearing a path. "Tada! We are saved!" The Namekian exclaimed joyfully, his previously sorrowful face now alight with hope. Soon, all the soldiers had been eradicated, leaving only Doradebo standing alone. After receiving a kick, half of Doradebo's face had caved in, one of his eyes burst, and blood streamed from his head. The power of that kick was terrifying. He glanced at Piccolo, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. How could such a formidable Namekian exist? Piccolo had already approached him, his fist cracking ominously, exuding an intimidating aura. "Do you know who I am? I am one of Lord Shrag's most valued subordinates. Surrender now, and I can speak a good word for you," ensuring that Lord Shrag spares you. With his back against the wall, Doradebo hid one hand behind him, preparing an energy blast. Piccolo had long seen through his ruse. Snorting disdainfully before swiftly closing the distance and breaking his arm, he then seized Doradebo by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Gasping, Doradebo struggled helplessly, painfully trying to pry Piccolo's grip from his neck. But to no avail. In the face of despair, Doradebo revealed a cruel smile, his eyes suddenly gleaming as he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a beam of light. Piccolo had never anticipated such a move, and the beam swept across his head. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan cried out in alarm. Raditz grabbed the panicking Gohan, chuckling. "It's fine, such an attack is merely a tickle." Indeed, Piccolo's voice rang out cold and hard as ice. "Allow me to teach you how to use that technique." With that declaration, a green beam erupted forth. In an instant, Piccolo withdrew his arm, and the beam engulfed the stunned Doradebo. As the tidal wave of light receded, only a few bones remained scattered on the ground. Piccolo crushed them underfoot, spitting in disdain. "Thank you for saving all the villagers," the elder exclaimed excitedly, patting the terrified Kark and expressing his gratitude repeatedly. "You've only saved half. Find a safe place to hide for now. We won't be able to protect so many soon," Raditz replied, his expression still grave. "Weren't they all eliminated? They are merely the appetizers. The main course is the Ginyu Force, which will arrive shortly." Raditz and the others readied themselves for battle, while the Namekians, with Gohan's assistance, retreated to a secure cave. As long as they could destroy all of Frisia's detectors, they could ensure their safety for the time being. The 5 powerful energy signatures were rapidly approaching them, and Raditz could sense many faint auras trailing behind them, likely other soldiers from Frisia's army. A rabble, let them come. Raditz intended to eliminate Frisia's minions entirely. With only Frisia left, even he would struggle against multiple fronts. Just as he was contemplating this, Wukong suddenly shouted, "They're coming." The 4 turned their gazes skyward, and the 5 members of the Ginyu Force halted their sprint, hovering in midair, facing them defiantly. From their reactions, it was them. But wait, their battle power is only around 5,000, just like Raditz. "Fools," Ginyu declared. "They possess the ability to alter their battle powers at will. I suspect they all exceed 30,000. That little brat and the Namekian have fought with formidable opponents before, so they should not be underestimated. And one of them is likely Raditz's brother. Barda, you possess the universe's fastest speed, so dealing with Raditz's brother should be no challenge." "Piece of cake," Bardu replied with a smug grin. Then, the 5 members landed gracefully, appearing quite relaxed. "Are you the Ginyu Force?" Gohan asked loudly. The 5 were taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You know our illustrious name. Impressive. It must be that little brat Vegeta who mentioned us." Ginyu exchanged knowing glances with his companions, nodding in agreement. Riku immediately leapt high into the air, landing on one leg, then clapped his palms together above him while kicking one leg back, his body suddenly tilting forward at a 90-degree angle. Ginyu Force. Riku. Next, Barda and Jeez mirrored each other, one hand raised to their chests, the other extended to their sides, adopting a bow stance. Jeez. Barda. Not yet finished, the diminutive Guldo rolled forward, kneeling on one knee, his hands raised high beside him. Mimicking a snake-like gesture, Guldo, finally, the grand entrance of Captain Ginyu showcased his back, bending down to unabashedly present his posterior. His head peeked between his legs as he made a playful expression. "Ginyu, we are." Just as they began, The five of them swiftly changed their poses and formations, as if they had rehearsed countless times, seamlessly transitioning to shout, Jinyu Force. Their booming voices echoed across the sky, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. Save for the wind howling. Such a disgraceful display could only be performed by a comical team. Raditz felt the scene was too beautiful to behold and covered his eyes with his hands. Piccolo and Wukong were speechless. Yet Gohan exclaimed, so cool. Was this peculiar train of thought how Gohan was corrupted? Raditz thought to himself that he must restore this child's sense of aesthetics. Otherwise, what would they do in the future? The five stood like iron statues in the long wind, silently confronting Raditz and the others. Suddenly, the air crackled with intensity, and the atmosphere shifted abruptly. In that moment, everyone sensed the surge of murderous intent. Let the battle begin. Captain Jinyu transitioned from playful to serious in a heartbeat, his expression turning icy as he shot forward. The one known for the universe's greatest speed, Bardu, delayed his attack momentarily after Jinyu's dash. But he truly exceeded Jinyu, moving so swiftly that he left no afterimage and directly charged behind Son Goku. Without turning his head, Goku raised his arm and flicked his hand backward. Bang! The detector shattered. And Bardo was sent flying, his vision blurring. Goku swiftly pursued, grabbing Bardo by the ankle, spinning him several times in midair, and then hurled him toward the mountainside, creating several deep craters before burying him under the rubble. Excellent! First blood! Raditz shouted. Just then, Rika's massive form barreled toward Raditz, wrapping his arms around him. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Is that so? Raditz snorted, suddenly exerting force, expanding his arms outward and forcefully breaking free from Riku's grasp. Riku felt as if his arms might snap. Raditz's raw power was astonishing, compelling him to release his hold. Despite this, his arms were already swelling, a fiery sensation as if they had been scorched. Without giving him a moment to recover, Raditz charged forward, his gaze icy. Come on! As he spoke, Raditz's fist shot out, enveloped in a translucent, shimmering aura, the surging energy causing the air to tremble. Riku hurriedly defended himself, raising his hands in front of him, simultaneously shouting, Goldo, freeze him. Goldo, the team's core magician, instantly responded to Riku's frantic call, activating his time-stopping ability. Bang! The time stop took effect. Yet Riku was still sent flying, his arms hanging limply like willow branches. His body crashed into the mountainside, creating a dent, unable to move again. How is this possible? Too fast. Goldo sweated profusely. He had indeed managed to freeze Raditz in time, who remained poised to strike. However, the moment Goldo activated the time stop, Raditz had already landed a blow on Riku. His extraordinary speed had surpassed Goldo's reaction limit. Double kill. Raditz's fist obliterated Riku, leaving Goldo in shock, drenched in cold sweat. His prowess ranked at the bottom of the Jinyu force. Were it not for his exceptional superpowers, he would have never stood a chance. Facing such a terrifying opponent alone was utterly inconceivable. Goldo, gritting his teeth, fled behind a rock, gasping for breath, while in the distance, Captain Jinyu was fiercely engaged in battle with the Namekian, and astonishingly, Jis was also locked in combat with that little brat. How unexpectedly formidable these individuals are. Just as he was taken aback, a hand emerged from behind, shattering the stones beside his head. Grayish dust scattered, and in a panic, Goldo glanced sideways, only to see Raditz's fist mere inches from his cheek. How did he discern my location? Before Goldo could utter this question, Raditz's fist swung horizontally, and in his moment of panic, Goldo could only resort to his final technique, the binding spell. Yet Raditz's strength had escalated to a level beyond his control. Breaking through the restraints, superpowers have their limits, specifically when the opponent's energy exceeds the user's control, and it was evident that Raditz had surpassed that threshold. Triple kill. With Raditz's thunderous shout, the rocks shattered, and Goldo's head fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. 3 members of the Jinyu force had already succumbed. Goldo and Raikum were utterly dead, while Buddha, though severely injured, still managed to move. The mightiest Captain Jinyu could not withstand Piccolo, taking 5 consecutive blows before being swept to the ground by a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, dust billowed. Meanwhile, Gohan braced his arms to block Jis' grasp. His fist transformed into a palm, swiftly overlapping his other hand, and in an instant, a radiant light surged forth, his battle power skyrocketing. Masenko, this technique, while not as powerful as the Kamehameha, had a shorter range. However, its speed was remarkable, and in close quarters, it proved to be an excellent surprise attack. Jis, unprepared for Gohan's sudden release of the energy wave, hastily retreated but was still caught in its wake. Boom! A heavy thud echoed as Jees hit the ground hard. His combat suit emitted smoke, his face reddened and swelling, white hair singed, and the tips scorched black. This kid actually, Jees gasped, filled with terror. Had he delayed even a moment in retreating or blocking, he would have surely met his demise. Captain Jinyu was equally astonished. As the elite combat unit under Frisia, they were actually losing to Scions and an Namekian. Damn it, our special combat formation can no longer be utilized. But is that really the main issue, Captain? Jees wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "This is unbelievable. How do you possess such power? There's nothing surprising about it. While you were reveling, we were diligently training." One must remember that diligence always yields rewards, Raditz shrugged. Impossible. You're merely a scion, Buddha shouted from the ground in fury. Please, scions are the mightiest warrior race, Raditz retorted, uninterested in further explanation, launching himself forward, landing an elbow strike to Jees' abdomen. The force seemed to penetrate Jees' body, producing a resounding explosion behind him. His eyes quivered as blood spewed from his mouth, leaving him drained of strength, frozen in place before collapsing. Jinyu stiffly turned his head, his expression one of utter astonishment. The battle had transpired in an instant, and he had seen none of it. This meant that had that blow landed on him, the outcome would have been the same. He swallowed hard, trembling. Was the proud Jinyu force fated for annihilation today? Captain Jinyu's face paled as he watched Jees slowly fall, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Quadrikill, just one more? Raditz remarked casually, turning to swing his arm. Striking Jinyu with the force of a whip, Jinyu was flung away, akin to an arrow shot from a bow, crashing into the rocky terrain, causing a thunderous collapse. Pain shot through his spine as he realized the sheer strength behind Raditz's blow. Jinyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Pinnacle. Raditz leapt into the air, gathering a single energy sphere in one hand, aiming it at Jinyu. The blue orb was 2 meters in diameter and would undoubtedly obliterate Jinyu into nothingness. The immense energy instilled terror in Jinyu, as if the gates of death had swung open before him. No, I cannot perish like this, Jinyu bellowed in desperation. Body switch, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the body switching ability. By exchanging his body with another, he could gain power, a tactic effective in surprise. However, Raditz was already aware of this move and offered Jinyu no opportunity. Tomate, received. Tomate, hidden in Raditz's pocket, sprang forth, expelling several metallic beads from its mouth. They expanded, transforming into small metal insects. Tomate possessed reconnaissance capabilities. The metallic insects it created could monitor, eavesdrop, and record.at this moment. Raditz deployed them as shields. The metal insects confronted Jinyu's body-switching energy wave, charging forward. Simultaneously, Raditz unleashed the energy sphere, which glimmered with fluorescence, casting long shadows. The empty shell of Jinyu lay motionless on the ground, while he returned to the form of a small insect. Before he could process this, the blue energy orb consumed him, his frail body disintegrating amidst the overwhelming power, burning, turning to ash, and vanishing. Done. Raditz exhaled a long sigh as he landed, observing that Jees and Buddha still clung to life. He suddenly contemplated recruiting them into his ranks. Compared to the loyal yet arrogant Jinyu, the cunningly inept Guldo, and the brutishly mindless Raikum, Jees and Buddha would make suitable subordinates. They possessed the formidable red and blue energy spheres, with potential not to be underestimated. With a bit of training, they could assist him significantly to AT that moment. Piccolo approached Buddha, fingers splayed like claws, ready to strike down. Wait, Raditz called out, seizing Jees and tossing him beside Buddha. Hey, you two, do you wish to live? Hearing this, Buddha nudged Jees, quickly inquiring, will you spare us? It's a possibility, Raditz replied nonchalantly. If you let us go, we promise not to pursue you again, Jees implored with a pitiful expression. I assure you, I won't deceive you. Buddha hastily shook his hands, saliva flying from his mouth. You think you can take me on? You lack the capability. Indeed, indeed. Jees and Buddha nodded vigorously, stumbling as they turned to flee. Tripping thrice in under 10 meters, Raditz leapt forward, blocking their escape. I won't kill you, but I never said you could leave. With that, a chilling gaze compelled the two to kneel. What do you want from us? Jees trembled, clutching his abdomen. Smart choice. It seems I have not erred in my selection, Raditz said, his eyes glinting with approval. You can break away from Frisia and join me. He proclaimed himself the Cosmic Emperor, commanding countless star systems. Yet, what had he offered you? A single planet, some treasure, or perhaps a secret to enhance your powers? None of these. Merely the hollow title of the strongest team. Do you really believe he could not replace you at any moment? Jis and Buddha were at a loss for words. Let me tell you, I already have a plan to defeat Frisia. Once successful, his power in the universe will crumble. At that point, I can let you take over his territory. What do you say? Preposterous. Defeating Frisia the tyrant is impossible. The two, having followed Frisia for years, were acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within his form, and no matter how strong an ant, it could never topple an elephant. Raditz perceived their skepticism etched upon their faces, hands clasped at his waist, and with a fierce shout, a red light exploded forth. Boom, boom. 3 scouters detonated in succession, the battle power exceeding the charts. Jis and Buddha felt as if they were suffocating. Do you see now? This is my power. The unleashed might of Raditz not only instilled fear in his adversaries, but also left both Piccolo and Goku astonished. With such a display, it seemed entirely possible that he could indeed vanquish Frisia. Raditz's combat power had ascended to an entirely different echelon, rendering him a formidable presence, towering over the Jinyu force. During the battle on Earth, Goku, having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, had been somewhat stronger than Raditz. However, after rigorous training in the gravity chamber, the gap between them had steadily diminished. The harrowing encounter with Bondurus had further catalyzed a significant surge in Raditz's power. Most crucially, it was the Elder's awakening that allowed Raditz's long-suppressed potential to erupt forth in a magnificent explosion. Being the brother of Kakarot, how could his innate talent be inferior? It was merely the absence of proper guidance, coupled with a spirit long oppressed and weakened, that had stifled his growth. Now, Raditz had returned to his zenith, even against the giant slug. He felt no trepidation. Gee's eyes brimmed with tears as his trembling form instinctively prostrated before Raditz. Such overwhelming strength, he might even have surpassed Frisia. If Raditz truly could defeat Frisia, might their allegiances shift? Yet, if they failed, the consequences would be dire. This was a gamble of monumental proportions, one they could not refuse. For they understood that to reject this opportunity now would lead to certain death. Bart wiped the sweat from his brow, exchanging a knowing glance with Gi's. Their years of collaboration had forged an unspoken understanding. A mere flicker of eye contact conveyed their thoughts in that moment. Both resolved to compromise and await the unfolding events. We are willing to surrender in unison, they declared. Goku, possessing a kind heart, harbored no desire to take their lives, only wishing to drive them away. Their capitulation to Raditz was, indeed, good news for him. Piccolo, with a hint of regret, withdrew his attack, as if lamenting the missed opportunity to end a life. Simultaneously, his icy gaze swept over the two, akin to a blade slicing through the air, revealing his profound distrust. Gi's and Bart shivered, feeling an involuntary chill run down their spines. Since you are willing to surrender, then demonstrate your resolve, Raditz commanded. Retracting his aura and assisting the two to their feet, he pointed to the distant sky. The Frisia soldiers are approaching swiftly. Eliminate them and prove your determination to me. No sooner had he spoken than a vast army of extraterrestrial beings surged forth. From afar, they could discern a multitude of dark figures racing towards them at breakneck speed. Gi's and Bart's powers had significantly waned. Yet, even a dying horse is taller than a steed, with their remaining strength, they could still handle a few minions without issue. Yes, they responded to Raditz, slowly ascending into the sky. Could they truly trust them? Piccolo remained unconvinced and quietly inquired of Raditz. Of course not. The authority Frisia has cultivated over the years in their hearts cannot be dismantled in an instant. But now, I have forced their hand. They have no choice but to act against their own kind if Frisia learns of this. Humph, you are indeed cunning, Piccolo remarked with a sly smile in the sky. Gi's and Bart, unaware of Raditz's ulterior motives, believed that gaining his trust would temporarily secure their lives, planning to shift allegiances based on who appeared stronger. A long wind swept through the high altitudes, rushing past as clouds sped by, seemingly heralding the impending eruption of a great battle. The wind tousled Gi's flowing white hair, its tips dancing in stark contrast to his steadfast, iron-like demeanor. All soldiers of Frisia's legion recognized the elite Gi's and Bart, and upon sighting them, immediately bowed in respect. Lord Gi's, Lord Bart, what brings you? Before they could finish, 2 orbs of light hurtled towards them from the front, blue and red spheres intertwining as they emitted blinding radiance. The energy waves dispersed, radiating outward, causing the atmosphere to tremble. The soldiers were utterly oblivious to the calamity that had befallen them, consumed by the cataclysmic explosion. Smoke billowed heavily, debris filling the air. My lord. Why? Quickly, run. The fortunate few who survived cried out in panic. completely bewildered as to why the members of the Jinyu force were suddenly slaughtering their own comrades. Yet they knew that to survive, they must flee. Instantly, everyone dashed away, racing back for their lives. Their speed markedly accelerated by the instinct to survive, yet it was still insufficient before Bart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bart's speed was unparalleled among Frisia's subordinates. His swift movements were indeed commendable. As he swiftly intercepted the fleeing soldiers, silencing them one by one. Gi's was not to be outdone, unleashing energy waves with pinpoint accuracy, leaving no target unscathed. Amidst the onslaught, Raditz and the others suddenly shivered, turning their gazes toward the distance. Dad, there's an immense energy approaching rapidly. It's so powerful. Gohan's brow was slick with perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down to his chin. It must be Frisia. Raditz, we must leave. Piccolo gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his face as well. Frisia's dreadful power was absolute. Anyone would feel fear. Even Raditz, who had grown stronger, could not help but feel apprehensive in the face of such overwhelming might. Before attaining the power of Super Saiyan, one could never confront Frisia head-on. Raditz decisively commanded, "Conceal your auras, let us depart." As the group turned to leave, they froze in their tracks. That moment, they beheld the Namekians emerging into view. Led by the elder, who approached with the Dragon Balls in hand, a smile adorning his face, they cheered and offered their congratulations, grateful to Raditz for defeating their foe. The Namekians, having hidden behind the rocky outcrops, could not ascertain the outcome of the battle, so they had sent someone out to scout. They chanced upon the spectacle of Raditz ruthlessly decimating the Jinyu force, leading them to believe the battle was won. Prompting a collective celebration, they intended to honor their benefactors with the highest of ceremonies. But Raditz, in a frenzy, bellowed, "Foolish allies, why are you not hiding properly? Damn it! Quickly, return and conceal yourselves." The Namekians were taken aback, and the elder stood dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. Did we err? Was our welcome not warm enough? Retreat quickly, Goku shouted once more. Why? The Namekians hesitated, their feet unmoving. Raditz, drenched in sweat, wished he could simply knock them out and carry them away. Yet time was of the essence. Frisia's energy was drawing near, faster than ever. Ultimately, he made a decision. No matter what, he would secure the Dragon Balls first. Gohan, Piccolo, you go ahead, Raditz shouted, lunging towards the elder, snatching the Dragon Balls and declaring, "I'll keep these safe for now, apologies." As he finished speaking, he prepared to accelerate, when suddenly, two figures tumbled before him. Piccolo and Gohan. A chilling voice descended from the sky. As a small yet terrifying figure blocked Raditz's path. "Saiyan, I have finally found you." It was Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, making his grand entrance. He landed silently, and without a sound. Fissures in the ground radiated outward, causing the earth to tremble and ripple. Though Frisia appeared diminutive, his presence was anything but weak. The moment he spoke, all hearts tightened, nearly compelling them to collapse. His blood-red eyes gleamed like dangerous jewels, radiating an aura of insatiable malice. That malevolence bore an immense weight, enveloping the surroundings, even making Raditz's hair stand on end, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. What immense pressure! With each step Frisia took, the ground sank lower, the surrounding mountains crumbling like an avalanche. "Raditz, I cannot believe you have defeated Captain Jinyu, and your power has reached heights unimaginable for a Saiyan. Truly astonishing." His icy voice pierced through the air, akin to 1,000 daggers pinning Raditz to the ground. Though he claimed astonishment, Frisia's expression betrayed no such sentiment. Instead, it was laced with mockery. The charred remnants of a scouter still hung from his ear, like a broken ornament. Raditz endeavored to steady his breathing, glancing at the unconscious forms of Piccolo and Gohan, his complexion turning a shade of gray, his hands trembling involuntarily. "It seems you still remember my terror," Frisia remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze wandering to the anxious GIs and Bart above, unlike them, who had seemingly forgotten. With that, he two slender fingers unleashed a straight, elongated beam of light, as purple waves surged forth like a swift serpent, darting towards the suspended figures of Geese and Bart. They had not anticipated the personal arrival of King Frisia. Upon encountering the king, just as they had concluded their final barrage, despair washed over them like a sudden chill. Locking eyes with Frisia, realization dawned upon them that they had fallen into a trap. Raditz had driven them to a dead end. Faced with the rapidly approaching beams of death, they found themselves unable to evade, awaiting the inevitable embrace of demise. Whoosh! The beams pierced through their bodies. Frisia momentarily froze, only to witness Son Goku swooping in, cradling both of them and propelling them to safety, a burning red radiance engulfing them. Not only was Frisia astonished, but Geese and Bart were equally taken aback. Could it be that a Saiyan had come to their rescue? Such a notion was unfathomable to them. They were oblivious to Goku's nature. Left in disbelief, Goku set them down and turned away, saying, "Take care of yourselves." With that, he hastened to assist Raditz, leaving Geese and Bart in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. "He must be your brother." "Kakarot, Raditz," Frisia suddenly remarked, a sinister smile curling his lips. "To possess such power, and yet be so easily extinguished by me would be a tragedy. What say you? Would you consider becoming my subordinate? You could take the place of Captain Jinyu." Frisia proffered an enticing proposition. Jinyu was his most trusted and capable subordinate, a position second only to Frisia himself within the ranks of his army. Indeed, he wielded considerable influence. Yet Raditz shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot believe you would spare the Saiyans. The stronger we become, the more you would fear us." "Fear?" Frisia retorted, laughter echoing in the air. "You truly are amusing. Do you think that just because your power has increased, I would be swayed?" His expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, his body began to expand, limbs elongating and muscles bulging. Transforming from a diminutive figure into a towering, formidable presence, the half-destroyed scouter exploded in an instant, scattering debris. Simultaneously, his energy surged, doubling in intensity. Yet the transformation was not complete. He understood that Raditz's power had already surpassed his second form. Frisia continued to roar, his head elongating, spikes protruding from his shoulders, his form twisting into the grotesque third transformation. The intricate metamorphosis concluded rapidly as a cloud of dust billowed around him, revealing the hideous yet powerful figure adorned with a sinister smile. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Namekian to collapse. As if suffocated, struggling to breathe, the unconscious Piccolo jolted awake, sensing an overwhelming force akin to a raging ocean. Filled with dread, Raditz's words rang true. This was indeed a monster. Goku approached Raditz's side, adopting a battle stance, ready for confrontation. "Since you refuse my invitation, I shall simply eradicate you all." Frisia feigned regret, his disdain evident for the stubborn Saiyans. With a flicker, Frisia dashed past Raditz with a speed akin to a phantom. The surrounding air eerily still. Yet, he had already positioned himself behind Raditz. Clutching a Dragon Ball, he tossed the Dragon Ball behind him, his gaze turning fierce as it fell upon the two. Raditz and Goku felt a surge of alarm. They had yet to unleash the Kaioken, nearly facing instant annihilation. One could not afford to be careless in the presence of Frisia. Raditz immediately unleashed all his energy, activating the Kaioken to 10 times its normal strength. The energy flared, lifting his long hair as he enveloped himself in a bizarre red glow, resembling a fierce lotus in bloom. Between his brows lay the latent savagery of a Saiyan, yet his body remained tranquil as the vast sky. Goku too erupted with the tenfold Kaioken, his overwhelming battle power nearing 2 million. He knew he could transform once more, reaching the pinnacle of ultimate strength. Once he achieved that state, they would stand no chance against him. Their only opportunity lay in suppressing him before he could fully transform, and then seizing the chance to escape. "I can sense the energy he harbors," Goku mused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He never imagined the tenfold Kaioken would feel so burdensome. Tenfold. Even if you reached 3 million, using 20 times wouldn't suffice, Raditz thought to himself. They exchanged a glance and moved almost in unison. Raditz's energy shimmered, stretching into a line as he surged forward, lunging at Frisia with his crimson fist raised, poised to strike with tremendous force, just as he was about to land the blow. Frisia swiftly countered, enveloping Raditz's fist with his palm. Raditz immediately withdrew, only to realize it was too late. Frisia's fingers tightened, gripping his fist with immense strength, intent on shattering Raditz's bones. Yet Frisia was suddenly taken aback. He could not exert any pressure. The power unleashed by Raditz through the tenfold Kaioken matched his own. At that moment, rather than retreat, Raditz pressed forward, channeling his energy into a second strike. His feet drove into the ground, sinking several meters, and his punch surged forth like a spear, causing Frisia's grip to burn as if seared by fire. Behind him, Goku delivered a kick aimed squarely at Frisia's head. "Damn it!" Frisia roared in fury, his tail lashing out to ensnare Goku's leg, preparing to retaliate. Seizing the moment, Raditz shouted, propelling himself forward, all his might concentrated in his other fist, unleashing a powerful blow. Frisia attempted to evade, but it was too late. The punch landed squarely on Frisia's face, causing him to release his grip and tail. hurtling backward over 100 meters, crashing through several rocky formations on the island. Now's our chance, Raditz thought, his long brows twitching as he immediately unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The brilliant light resembling wrathful thunder, striking towards Frisia with a formidable force that shook the earth. Typically, such frenzied bombardments yield minimal damage. However, Raditz did not intend to injure Frisia with the continuous energy attacks. Rather, he sought to create a dense smokescreen to obscure Frisia's vision. After all, the enemy could not sense energy, relying solely on sight to gauge their position, which would inevitably cause confusion. Meanwhile, Goku, alongside the regaining Piccolo, hurriedly evacuated with Gohan and a host of Namekians. With Tomate blending into the crowd, hastily fleeing, Raditz continued to stall for time. With his energy blasts erupting, the island had already sunk halfway into the sea. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the sky, sending shockwaves through Raditz's heart. Whoosh! A purplish-red energy whip cleaved through the island, splitting it in two. It even sliced through the sea's surface, unleashing torrents of water that surged into the breach. Rapidly refilling the gap, the residual energy extended beyond the horizon, as if to cleave the very planet itself. Only Frisia possessed such might. Raditz momentarily halted, realizing he could no longer obstruct Frisia, who had successfully completed his transformation. In the midst of the energy wave bombardment, Frisia had silently endured, initiating his ultimate transformation. At this moment, he had fully transformed into his final form. Yet Frisia found himself in a dire predicament. He had never anticipated that Raditz could possess power surpassing his third form, and now he had been struck by a heavy blow. This was an utter humiliation. In his rage, he resolved to conclude the battle by transforming into his ultimate state. As he struck a pose, he was immediately bombarded, forced to endure relentless attacks while striving to complete his final transformation. His perfected form was smooth and unadorned, devoid of any extravagant spikes or horns. Yet it radiated unparalleled strength. Not only was his power immense, but his speed was unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Son Goku. Back again. Where do you think you're going? Frisia squinted, a diabolical smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and no one dared to speak. Cold sweat dripped from every brow. Goku gritted his teeth and charged forward, only to be met with a powerful kick from Frisia, sending him hurtling backward. The sheer force slammed into Goku's chest, propelling him away like a cannonball. Piccolo attempted to catch him, but the residual force was unimaginable, sending both of them flying together, crashing into the distant mountains. The remaining onlookers, stripped of combat capability, were paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Frisia's smile grew even more sinister as he swiftly pointed, a purplish-red beam piercing through the elder's skull. Blood. They had never witnessed the death of their kin at such proximity. Momentarily paralyzed by terror, they screamed, their minds engulfed in a surge of heat, their bodies trembling with dread. Frisia, on the other hand, seemed to have discovered the most exhilarating game, continuing his assault as he pierced through another's body once more. Who would be next? It was as if he relished the sight of the Namekians' astonished, chaotic, and fearful expressions. His fingers danced between them, selecting his next target. The wind turned even colder, a chill sweeping across the landscape. While an atmosphere of relentless slaughter descended from the heavens, this child, seemingly hailing from Earth, appeared to be the son of Kakarot. Another scion? Frisia's gaze fell upon the unconscious Gohan, his crimson eyes gleaming with a malevolent light, his aura of brutality surging higher. You are next. Frisia, cease this at once. Raditz charged from the other side, launching a full-force attack, his body enveloped in a radiant red light akin to a blazing sun. Aimed directly at Frisia, the high-speed collision of their bodies was a sacrifice Raditz was willing to make. Frisia dared not confront it head-on, having just transformed, his power not yet fully realized. Moreover, he had not utilized this transformation in ages, and it would take time to acclimate to his own body. Currently, Raditz's battle power was likely between 4 to 5 million, a level Frisia could match. Thus, he opted to evade, sidestepping Raditz's frenzied onslaught. He darted to the side, escaping Raditz's trajectory, yet Raditz adeptly adjusted his body, pursuing relentlessly. One fled while the other chased, the distance between them dwindling. Realizing he could not evade any longer, Frisia instead turned to meet Raditz head-on. Do not think I fear you, Frisia roared with indignation, fists clenched, charging forth to clash. In Raditz's understanding, Frisia had previously employed this technique, the Nova Strike, at an energy level of 100, capable of rivaling the Kamehameha of Super Saiyan Goku, without losing ground. An immensely powerful attack. Though he wished to avoid a direct confrontation, the arrow had already been loosed, and there was no turning back. Raditz could only muster all his strength, roaring as he collided with Frisia. Two spheres of energy clashed with tremendous force, obliterating the surrounding clouds, scattering the sea in all directions, and fracturing the islands, as if the world itself were facing its apocalypse, chaos reigning supreme. The air twisted under pressure, swirling into numerous small storms. And the connection between heaven and earth was marked by thunderous roars. Boom! The energy spheres struck the ground, creating a deep crater in the vast land, annihilating a considerable expanse, dust soaring into the sky, enveloping the area. Ultimately, it was Frisia who stood tall. Raditz had reverted from the Kaioken state, collapsing onto the ground, blood pooling at his lips. Even staining his throat. He had barely managed to withstand Frisia's might with the Kaioken. And that was merely barely. A battle power of several million was insignificant before the cosmic monarch. Frisia narrowed his eyes at Raditz, a smile of admiration gracing his features. This expression, even when facing Captain Jinyu, he had only fleetingly bestowed, yet now he chuckled while extending his hand. Raditz, I must concede that you are indeed formidable, even surpassing Jinyu. Your strength can be regarded as second only to our kind in the universe. However, to contend with us, you are still woefully inadequate. He paused, stepping onto Raditz, continuing, thus, I offer you another chance. Serve as my subordinate, and I shall spare your life. This is a token of my affection, earned through your prowess. Once again, Frisia sought to recruit. Indeed, he had an eye for talent. A smirk crept upon Raditz's heart. Yet, given Frisia's nature, it was only a matter of time before death would befall him. Moreover, every cell within this Saiyan body screamed no. Raditz gently shook his head, placing a Senzabean into his mouth. In this desperate moment, he would rely on his Saiyan instincts to enhance himself. Perhaps he still had a fighting chance. With the miraculous Senzabean in hand, he could battle anew. Within 2 seconds of swallowing the bean, Raditz's body fully rejuvenated, an endless surge of power coursing through him, all pain dissipating. Frisia was taken aback, a sudden force erupting beneath him, toppling him. Forgive me, Frisia. I am a Saiyan, Raditz bellowed, dislodging Frisia's foot. His strength replenished as he unleashed the Kaioken times 10, a crimson light soaring into the sky, his hair standing on end, hinting at an upward trend. Frisia, astonished, wondered how Raditz, who had just been on the brink of death, now stood before him, seemingly more powerful than before. He was utterly perplexed, watching as Raditz's expression darkened, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Very well, it has been years since anyone has excited me like this. I never anticipated that a Saiyan would be the cause of my exhilaration. Is that so? Raditz's body tensed, his caution heightened to the extreme. Suddenly, Frisia's gaze shifted, his form darting forward at high speed, appearing before Raditz in an instant. Following that, a flurry of punches rained down like a torrential downpour upon Raditz, reacting swiftly. Raditz's arms shifted positions repeatedly, parrying the barrage of fists. Despite the overwhelming assault, his defense remained impenetrable, blocking every strike from Frisia. Frisia was internally astonished. The Raditz who had previously struggled against his attacks was now capable of fending off his rapid punches. He needed to escalate his offensive. With a feint of his left fist and energy accumulating in his right, he unleashed a wide sweeping hook. Though the left punch was weak, it tricked Raditz into an open defense. At that moment, the right hook was already upon him, and Raditz, realizing he could not defend in time, shrank his body, narrowly avoiding the strike as the hook grazed his hair, creating a rushing wind. Yet Frisia did not relent. As though anticipating the evasion, he spun with the movement of his hook and swung his tail fiercely. Crack! Whoosh! Raditz was swept off his feet by the tail, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. In an instant, Raditz sprang back up, propelling himself upwards with a powerful push, soaring towards Frisia. Humph! Frisia chuckled coldly. Just as Raditz's form neared him, he vanished, his figure dissolving into an afterimage, while his true self materialized behind Raditz, delivering a swift hand strike. What's this? His hand strike struck only the illusion. Instinctively glancing back, Raditz had indeed moved behind him, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Frisia's back. Crying out in pain, Frisia gritted his teeth, swinging his tail violently, connecting with Raditz's chin, sending him crashing backward. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia pivoted closer, gripping Raditz's head, thrusting forward while pulling down with both hands, swiftly driving his knee into Raditz's abdomen. Ugh! A mouthful of saliva, mixed with acidic gastric fluid, erupted forth. Raditz arched his body like a shrimp, his facial muscles twitching in agony. This blow was excruciating, yet keen instincts warned him that this was not the time to succumb to pain. For Frisia's assault was relentless. Raditz roared, gathering his strength, gritting his teeth as he soared higher, evading Frisia's consecutive kicks. Take this. From his elevated position, Raditz unleashed a powerful energy wave from above. Yet his form vanished in an instant. The brilliant energy wave shot towards Frisia, who merely smiled and extended a hand in response, dismissing it as a mere parlor trick. Is this all you can do? His palm met the energy wave, creating only a slight puff of smoke. A sharp sound pierced through the explosion's haze, yet behind the smoke, Raditz's presence was nowhere to be found. Frisia suddenly felt a jolt of surprise, only to realize his tail had been seized by an unseen force. And he began to spin. Raditz twirled him around several times before hurling him into the mountainside. The thunderous crash resonated momentarily, yet Frisia erupted from the collapsing rubble, launching a powerful kick towards Raditz. Raditz quickly raised his arm to block, feeling the jolt of energy collide, his arm going numb, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm, retaliating with a strike. Frisia raised his hands to defend, swinging his tail to clash with Raditz's fists and feet, continuing the fierce exchange. The powerful energy crackled in the air, reverberating with explosive sounds, as nearly half the surrounding islands were decimated, countless rocks plunging into the sea. As if the intensity of their battle was a spectacle for the heavens, Frisia grew more invigorated with each clash, becoming increasingly adept at his ultimate transformation, while Raditz's stamina rapidly waned. The Kaioken times 10 could not be sustained for long, and the gap in their strengths slowly widened. In a moment of negligence, Frisia seized the opportunity, landing 3 consecutive punches to Raditz's face, followed by a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him soaring skyward. Immediately, Frisia soared upward in pursuit, his hands clenched into a hammer shape, stretching his body to unleash maximum power. Boom! Under the crushing blow of Frisia, Raditz was once again slammed to the ground. Dust swirled in the air. Debris scattered, and the earth cracked open, forming a deep chasm that allowed the sea to surge in, slowly bisecting the land. Raditz lay in the center of the fissure, teetering on the brink of rolling into the abyss. Frisia sneered, descending from above with a heavy stomp. The immense impact generated a wave of energy, creating a sphere of power beneath his feet, as sparks ignited in the air from the rapid descent. At that moment, Raditz's eyes glimmered with determination as he sprang upward, executing the King Kai fist with blinding speed, enveloped in a fiery crimson glow as he soared above Frisia, gathering his strength. He crossed his arms before him, unleashing a dazzling wave of energy. Meanwhile, Frisia, having missed his target, was momentarily unable to halt his momentum, and with a shockwave crashing behind him, he was propelled into the ocean. The island sank beneath the waves, entirely consumed by the sea. Raditz floated on the water's surface, his expression grave and breath quickened. His upper garments were tattered, his pants riddled with numerous holes, and his body bore countless wounds, with dried blood caking at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, if I unleashed the 20-fold King Kai fist now, I might barely manage to fight again, Raditz gasped. Yet he feared his body would not withstand it. Sweating profusely, he noticed the Dragon Ball that Frisia had PLA'd. Frisia was startled by the cold voice that came from behind him, so close it nearly brushed against him. Turning around, he saw Shrag's massive hand descending upon him like a mountain falling from the sky. Caught off guard, Frisia was heavily struck into the water. The torrent surged, white waves billowed high, and the rising mist enveloped the surroundings like a gossamer veil. Shrag stood at the water's edge, pinning Frisia down, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth in fury. The cool spray splashed onto him, only igniting his inner heat further, sweat pouring down like rain. He had successfully ambushed Frisia while he was unprepared. But knocking Frisia down did not conclude the battle. Merely 2 seconds later, Frisia regained his composure and retaliated against Shrag. The force of Frisia's counter was overwhelming, making it difficult for Shrag to withstand. His arm resisting but trembling with effort. Despite his best efforts, he soon succumbed to Frisia's terrifying might. Crack, crack. With 2 successive sounds, Shrag's arm was brutally broken, purple blood gushing from the joints, splattering in a violent spray. You are far too weak. With such power, do you still wish to vie for the universe against me? Frisia's smile concealed malice as he seized Shrag's fingers, twisting them with force. A harrowing scream ascended to the heavens. Shrag's eyes filled with terror and dread. As a fellow tyrant of the universe, Frisia was infinitely stronger than except for Neru's timely reaction. Bending backward at an incredible angle, the others were cleaved in 2. They rushed in haste, only to meet their demise before they could even make their entrance. The expressions of astonishment on several faces gradually solidified as their bloodied halves plummeted swiftly to the ground. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the water, seizing 3 dying Namekians and dashing toward the shore. This figure was also drenched in blood, sprinting across the short distance, leaving a trail of thick, purple, dye-like blood in its wake. Shrag was not yet dead. He struggled with his battered body, desperately intercepting another equally battered Namekian warrior. Raditz witnessed this scene, his heart filled with shock, within the various strategies he had envisioned to defeat Frisia. One involved having Piccolo assimilate all the combat-type Namekians, and his initial decision to save these last remaining warriors stemmed from this selfish motive. Was Shrag intending to do the same at that moment? Nera soared towards Piccolo, for the Grand Elder's directive was for him and Piccolo to merge and confront the formidable foe together. Thus, he brought all the Namekian warriors, intending to significantly amplify Piccolo's power. But little did he anticipate that Frisia would strike first, thwarting their plans. Furthermore, he never imagined that the malevolent Shrag would abduct his comrade. Neru began to suspect Shrag intended to assimilate as well. Combat-type Namekians could vastly enhance their strength through assimilation, and theoretically, as long as there were enough of them, Namekians could continuously grow stronger. However, the fundamental requirement for assimilation is mutual willingness. If forced, it may not succeed. Yet, the malevolent Namekian Shrag was utterly unconcerned, pressing his hand against the chest of the Namekian warrior who barely clung to life, emitting a dark glow, invading the primary consciousness, and forcibly assimilating as he accessed the Elder's brain information. Shrag comprehended the intricacies of assimilation, and in the face of crisis, he unleashed the primal instincts embedded within the Namekian bloodline that a demon. His formidable malevolent will distorted the frail beliefs of the dying Namekian warrior. Ensuring the assimilation proceeded smoothly, dark light surged from his hand, swiftly engulfing both individuals, ripples of energy radiating outward, creating a cacophony of power. Frisia was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Within that orb of light seemed to pulsate an overwhelming energy, instilling a sense of unease within him. He had grown weary of the seemingly endless array of peculiar techniques exhibited by these beings and sought to eliminate any further complications, raising his hand to unleash a deadly beam. It shot forth like an arrow, swift as thunder, with a force potent enough to pierce the earth, yet Shrag, with a single hand, managed to deflect the deadly beam. The Namekian warrior he had been holding had vanished, and Shrag's own energy had multiplied exponentially. Frisia stood in stunned silence. However, Shrag paid no heed to Frisia, continuing with a second assimilation, devouring another near-death Namekian warrior as if he were mere sustenance. A sinister grin spreading across his face. This was truly marvelous. He had never anticipated that the benefits of assimilation would be so immense. His wounds had completely healed, the energy consumed by the regeneration of his severed limbs replenished instantaneously, and his power surged to unimaginable heights. Considering this, besides the 3 warriors he had captured, there were also Neru and Piccolo, 2 even stronger subjects. If he could assimilate them all, Shrag could hardly contain his overwhelming joy. At this rate, he would undoubtedly surpass Frisia, perhaps even surpass Gula. His aging heart raced with fervor, and ambitious Shrag envisioned a future filled with grandeur, a vision steadily materializing into reality in the blink of an eye. The second assimilation was completed. His current battle power was at least 7 million. The frenzied Shrag seized the last gasping warrior, grinning wickedly as he restrained the body. Enough already. Frisia, witnessing Shrag's continuous growth in power, also recognized the issue with the Namekians. His body propelled forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Shrag. Immersed in his elation, Shrag was momentarily slow to react. By the time he took off running, Frisia had already pierced the Namekian warrior's skull with one hand, a purple energy wave exploding from the cranium, sending a beam of light soaring towards the sky. Shrag swiftly retreated, left with only an arm, consumed by rage. Meanwhile, Nera was explaining the situation to Piccolo, willingly offering himself to enhance Piccolo's strength in accordance with the Grand Elder's directive to combat the wicked enemy. Raditz did not intervene with Shrag. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the greatest threat at present was Frisia. Shrag's enhancement could not be deemed entirely beneficial, yet it was not without merit at the very least. He could buy time and deplete Frisia's stamina. In that moment, Raditz was instructing Vegeta, urging him to harness the experience of near-death battles to elevate his strength. The innate ability to resurrect and grow stronger in a state of near-death was a natural talent. However, Fulfilling the multifaceted requirements of body, mind, and environment could only be maximized through blood-soaked combat. The disparity between recovering from near-death and regular training was immense, and the extent of improvement depended on individual talent. The strength of the enemy and subjective will, from 90,000 to 3 million, or from 250,000 to 2.5 million, both were possibilities. Ultimately, the heights he could reach depended on Vegeta alone. Frieza hovered in the air, surveying the islands below with a sweeping gaze, taking in every detail. Aware that he could not sense energy, he maintained his elevated position, absorbing every movement into his sight. Even the flutter of a bird was distinctly visible to him. The Earthlings attempting to ambush him and Vegeta had hidden after their attack, igniting his fury, akin to the irritation of ants crawling on his back without his ability to swat them away. Come out. He vowed to hunt down these scoundrels and personally eliminate them. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision locked onto Shrag, poised atop a mountain, preparing to launch an assault. Shrag, revitalized, exhibited robust muscles, shedding his aged appearance, his face radiating vibrancy. And his eyes gleamed with intensity. He revealed his sharp teeth, the scar across his eye stretching into a menacing grin, resembling a mouth twisted in sinister laughter. Gaining immense power also rejuvenated Shrag. And the Namekian warriors merging with him appeared remarkably youthful. Thus, he found himself invigorated, filled with youthful fervor. Those in positions of power often become arrogant, and Shrag was no exception. Momentarily convinced he could defeat Frieza. Standing tall, his energy flowing smoothly, his voice booming. Frieza, behold my extraordinary strength. Shrag discarded the remnants of the warrior in his grasp, gazing towards Frieza with outstretched arms, his form expanding once more, his power doubling wildly. In the instant his transformation concluded, Shrag charged forward, the wind howling in his wake. Frieza scoffed, swiftly dodging this attack. His massive body carried significant momentum, and when Shrag swung and missed, he plunged into the water. Frieza cast a cold glance over the islands. Is it just you? Where are your Saiyan companions hiding? As he spoke, he unleashed several energy blasts, targeting the surrounding mountains and islands, bombarding them until swathes of land sank into the sea. What do we do? Krillin clung to the mountainside, panic evident in his voice. The energy blasts were descending rapidly upon them, their unmatched power instilling fear. The Dragon Balls had just been taken by Frieza and must be hidden nearby. Raditz made a decisive call. Krillin, take Tomate and search for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, go find that Namekian brat. I will temporarily hold off Frieza. Goku, prepare the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb was their most potent weapon. Perhaps it would prove effective. Goku inhaled deeply, raising both hands towards the sky. Though Namek lacked a moon, it had 3 suns, ensuring ample energy to gather. All right, move out. With his commanding shout, Frieza's missiles struck the island with a resounding explosion. Scattering everyone, Frieza's eyes lit up, extending his hand to attack. I see you. I'm right here, Raditz bellowed, drawing Frieza's attention as he deliberately maneuvered quickly through the air. Indeed, this shout captured Frieza's focus, making him turn to look. That cold gaze cut through him like a knife, and Raditz inwardly lamented, so terrifying. Even more terrifying was the speed. Frieza had tapped into 50 of his strength, boasting a combat power of 60 million, which far exceeded Raditz's own, and his speed had significantly increased. As he launched a knee strike, power erupted from his knee, and Raditz could not even discern the trajectory of the attack. Boom! A thunderous crash split the sea, sending a cascade of water plummeting from above, and a figure soared into the distance, gradually becoming a mere speck. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was unscathed. Glancing ahead, a massive hand was raised before him. It was Shrag. That sinisterly grinning face turned towards Raditz, the bright white teeth revealing a smile that sent chills down his spine. The smile was far from benign. Rather, it exuded a thirst for violence. He assaulted Frieza not to save Raditz, but solely for the sake of battle. In the next moment, he did not retract his fist. Instead, he swung it horizontally in a sweeping arc, aiming for Raditz. His massive body moved with a speed that was both relentless and deliberate, forcing Raditz to hurriedly evade. Raditz barely slipped past the punch. The wind pressure sliced through his flesh, leaving behind crimson gashes. After the blow, Shrag intended to continue his assault, but a furious roar echoed from afar. Frieza hurtled towards him, enveloped in a brilliant white light, exclaiming, Shrag, you've hurt me. The roar, accompanied by his rapid charge, shattered the surface of the water, causing surrounding mountains to crumble, while a tempest swirled around him. all left in his wake. Shrag quickly prepared to defend himself, but as he raised his hand, he was already struck in the abdomen. His enormous form recoiled, spitting forth foul saliva, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Frisia relentlessly pushed him into the water, where the intense heat evaporated the seawater, creating a thick mist. In a fit of rage, Frisia leapt from the water, charging once more at Raditz, his crimson eyes betraying an irresistible murderous intent. Determined, Raditz clenched his teeth and bellowed 20 times. With his current strength, he could only maintain the 20-fold Kyokin for a brief moment. Yet he had to seize the opportunity and strike unexpectedly, lest he await his demise. Indeed, the moment the 20-fold Kyokin erupted, Frisia paused momentarily. A wave of crimson energy surged forth, roaring and crashing in all directions, causing the water's surface to ripple and rise, while beneath, a fierce glow ignited. The terrifying energy akin to a burning inferno. Around them, a tempestuous wind whirled, as sharp as blades, slicing through the air with a shrill sound. The ferocious energy blades raged forth, cleansing the vicinity for miles, grinding rocks to dust that were swept away by the howling winds. Seizing the fleeting moment of Frisia's astonishment, Raditz launched his attack, a flash of red darting towards Frisia, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. Twisting his fist deep within, Frisia's eye twitched, and despite the pain, he retaliated with a punch, but Raditz leapt away, narrowly evading the hook. He then pressed both feet against Frisia, who plummeted rapidly, gritting his teeth to halt his descent, skimming across the water's surface and sending sprays of water flying. Damn it. Frisia's words were cut short as he looked up to see a dazzling light above him, a massive orb of energy charging towards him. Shining shockwave. Raditz unleashed his most powerful strike, his muscles swelling to their limits, veins bulging, his arms trembling, and a thunderous roar reverberating from his throat. Boom. The explosion resonated once, enveloping the area in smoke, with Raditz gasping for breath, his body weighed down by fatigue. Yet, through the haze, Frisia's figure gradually materialized, his palm smoking from deflecting the energy wave, but his body remained unharmed. Raditz surged forward once more, moving at incredible speed to form a red energy sphere, trailing like a flowing banner in the air. While Frisia met him head-on, their white orbs colliding in a cataclysmic clash, the two forces collided and recoiled, soaring from the sky to the sea, shattering the ground before ascending once more, sending tremors through space and sparking brilliant flashes of light. After several seemingly even exchanges, Raditz deliberately created distance. He was panting heavily, his arms hanging limply. The 20-fold Kyokin had drained him immensely. Damn, Saiyan. You're out of energy, aren't you? Frisia chuckled, but suddenly fell silent, his gaze drawn to the reflection on the water's surface. Above him floated a colossal circular object, and as he stared in shock, concentrated energy radiated a scorching brilliance, sending him into a panic. Just then, Goku shouted from a distance, "Frisia, prepare to be struck." He swung his arms downward, the spirit bomb rapidly descending, aimed at Frisia's malevolent aura. The spirit bomb bore down on Frisia, plummeting with great speed. Vegeta, just having risen from beside Dandy, gazed blankly at the spirit bomb, his throat seemingly choked. Revived from the brink of death, Vegeta had immensely increased his power, thanks to the healing abilities of the Namekian Dandy and Kark, as well as the formidable foe that was Frisia. In the past, they had faced near-death crises but gained little strength, as their enemies were not powerful enough to elicit the Saiyan's instinct to surpass their limits. This time, they had transcended their boundaries. Yet this newfound power still felt feeble against Frisia. Upon witnessing the spirit bomb, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, realizing he would be of no help. What if he died again? That was out of the question. A series of near-death experiences would only drain his body further, yielding minimal gains. Nearby, Piccolo had also accepted Nail's request, undergoing assimilation, with his battle power exceeding 2 million. And the awakened Gohan trailed closely behind him. What a massive one! Gohan exclaimed. What technique is that? I've never seen it before, Vegeta inquired. Piccolo replied earnestly, it's the Kaioken's ultimate technique, the spirit bomb. However, only Goku and Raditz can use it. Damn, those two. Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, realizing he had fallen far behind. Gritting his teeth in anger, flames igniting in his eyes, the Namekians also gazed in awe at the colossal energy sphere, their tongues clicking in disbelief. The spirit bomb, akin to a miniature sun, slammed Frisia into the ocean, leaving a vast chasm in the sea, while the resulting tidal waves instantaneously submerged the surrounding lowlands. Frisia's furious scream echoed, yet he could not dispel the colossal sphere of energy brimming with spirit energy. its terrifying destructive force instilling fear within him. For the first time, Frieza felt fear. As he realized escape was futile, he could only resist while being forced deeper into the sea. His anguished cries pierced the heavens, followed by a blinding white light engulfing the space, visible even on the surface of the planet in the cosmos. As the light faded, silence enveloped the entire realm. Aside from the relentless crashing of waves against the shore, there was no sound. The world felt suddenly subdued. Suddenly, puff, a figure burst forth from the water. Climbing onto the shore, his iconic crab-like head, drenched yet retaining its shape, bore Raditz, who lay limp, being dragged ashore. Raditz was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. The small island where Piccolo and his companions had resided succumbed to the aftermath of the Spirit Bomb's colossal explosion. Gohan rushed to embrace Goku, tears welling in his eyes. Only 5 or 6 Namekians remained, including 2 children, who hid behind Piccolo, clearly viewing him as the last of the Namekian warriors. Dandy, Kark, hurry and heal Raditz. After assimilating with Nail, Piccolo had directly recognized his kin. While assimilation did not affect personality, Piccolo had inevitably changed. Though young, Dandy and Kark were perceptive and quickly approached Raditz, their hands glowing with light. "Thank you, but please be quick. Frieza is not dead yet." Raditz spoke weakly, his face pale. "All right." The 2 Namekian children smiled sweetly. They understood that he was a good person saving their planet, displaying utmost friendliness. However, an evil aura suddenly surged forth. 2 unexpected green beams shot forth, striking Dandy and Kark with blinding speed. The children, having no means to defend themselves, instantly engulfed in a dark explosion. Their smiling faces remained etched on their charred visages. Raditz's pupils quivered, a warm liquid splattering upon his lips, and his heart momentarily ceased. In his ears, he heard Shrag's maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. The healing Namekians 1T succeed. Now you're left with no options." Ha 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 ha. Having concealed himself after being struck by Frieza, he deliberately chose this moment to reveal himself when everyone had relaxed. He now considered himself the strongest in battle, arrogantly bellowing and unleashing a barrage of energy waves, sweeping away the remaining survivors. Amidst the chaos, 2 more Namekians perished, and those fortunate enough to survive were gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground. Raditz was also sent flying, rolling across the ground, battered and bruised. Goku erupted in fury, charging at Shrag, but the disparity in power was insurmountable. After mere seconds of confrontation, he was knocked to the ground. To enhance the Spirit Bomb's power, he had infused it with his own energy. Yet he now found himself utterly drained. Meanwhile, Dandy and Kark lay stiff as rods. Crash, their limbs shattered, turning to ash amidst the bombardment. Life slipped away so fragilely, the charred remnants igniting Raditz's rage. "How infuriating," Raditz rasped, his voice a blend of a roar and seething rage. The healing Namekian had perished, leaving the remaining Senzu beans in Krillin's possession. However, Krillin had vanished while searching for the Dragon Balls in this vast sea. The only remaining fighters were Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta, each possessing power in the millions. Yet facing Shrag seemed nothing short of a futile endeavor. But would transferring energy to Raditz prove beneficial? Vegeta found himself hesitating. In contrast, Piccolo decisively channeled his energy to Raditz. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal hand descended, targeting Piccolo. Alert to the impending danger, Piccolo realized too late to evade, falling prey to Shrag's grasp. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan cried out. Your pleas are futile." Shrag snapped Piccolo's left arm as if it were a mere toy. "Come save him if you can. Otherwise, I shall assimilate him as well."